Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 573 to Chapter 655. Divine light gushed out and heaven-bearing chi filled the air. Ling Xiao drove the divine stone into the depths of the divine cavern. The power of law intertwined around him, lightning raged, and destructive chi surged. It was as though there was only a chaotic void left. There was no concept of time and space. Even Ling Xiao could not control the divine stone. A terrifying tearing force sucked the divine stone to the bottom of the divine cavern. Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang looked at the situation in the divine cavern from the divine stone. Their eyes were filled with solemnity. Could this divine cavern be a void tunnel? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The power of time and space intertwined in a chaotic manner. This was a strange scene that could only be seen when traveling through the void. I can't see through it. Did the three wisdom kings of the wise king temple come for this black bone? What's the connection between the black bone and the divine cavern outside? Taoist Wuliang held the black bone in his hand. It was as black as ink and as clear as jade. It did not emit black demonic chi like before. It looked extremely ordinary. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. A stone box appeared in his hand. There were two black bones in the stone box. Although they looked smaller, they emitted the same aura. Buzz, at this moment, the black bone in Taoist Wuliang's hand suddenly flew up and turned into a black vortex. It directly attracted the two black bones in the stone box. The three black bones intertwined in the void. Black demonic chi filled the air and the power of law intertwined. The entire divine cavern began to stir. There seemed to be a malicious devouring force coming from the black bone. It wanted to disrupt the embryonic form of the world and extract the origin energy of the world. Oh no! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The wordless heavenly book rushed out from his glabella. It emitted a mysterious light and suppressed the black bone. Rumble, divine light intertwined. The wordless heavenly book and the black bone were fighting. The golden light and the black demonic chi were entangled. Neither could do anything to the other. However, the black bone no longer had the energy to extract the origin energy of the world to continue resisting the wordless heavenly book. In the end, both sides were evenly matched. The black bone trembled unhappily and fell into the stone box. What a strange black bone. Ling Xiao, doesn't he look like a person? Taoist Wuliang's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. The black bones fell into the stone box. After the three black bones fused together, it looked like it had a human head and body. Although the facial features were not clear, it faintly formed eyes, nose, mouth, and other orifices. However, he still lacked 4 limbs. As long as it grew 4 more limbs, it would become a complete skeleton. This black bone is not simple. It can actually extract and devour the world's origin. If it wasn't for the suppression of the wordless heavenly book, I'm afraid this embryonic world would have been destroyed by it. Ling Xiao said slowly. The black bone also contained an evil source energy, capable of emitting pure sky demon chi and the power of laws. Ling Xiao guessed that perhaps the black bone was a supreme treasure of the extraterrestrial demons. However, why were the 3 wisdom kings of Mingwang Temple willing to pay any price to obtain the black bone? I'm guessing that the Mingwang Temple has already obtained the other parts of the black bone and discovered some secrets. Otherwise, they wouldn't want to snatch the black bone. Taoist Wuliang said slowly. Ling Xiao nodded. Taoist Wuliang's guess was the same as his. However, no matter how important the secret within the black bone was, it now belonged to him. That figure, is it Xianxia? Taoist Wuliang looked at Ling Xiao hesitantly and asked softly. I'm not sure either. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. Although that figure cultivates the longevity sword chi, its aura is completely different from Xianxia's. Moreover, we didn't see its face. We don't even know if it's a man or a woman. Ling Xiao was puzzled. He was very familiar with Xianxia's aura, but he couldn't sense any similarities from that mysterious figure. However, other than Xianxia, who else could cultivate the longevity sword chi to such a terrifying level? Ling Xiao believed that the mysterious figure's realm must have surpassed the peak of human Tao and reached the realm of the gods to be able to suppress the 3 wisdom kings with the longevity sword chi despite the chaotic spacetime. Taoist Wuliang shook his head with a bitter smile when he sensed Ling Xiao's low spirits. He knew how important Xianxia was to Ling Xiao. It was just that every time he had hope, he was disappointed again and again. Ling Xiao, look! Daoist Wuliang's eyes suddenly flashed and he exclaimed. A chaotic space had appeared outside the Empyrean stone. Chaotic mist filled the air, and a membrane seemed to have appeared in front of them, blocking everything. Looking from this direction, the entire war god continent behind them could be seen. It was like a flat and huge egg floating in the endless chaos. Countless stars orbited the continent, emitting dazzling starlight and interweaving laws and Tao. Is this the end of the war god continent? Ling Zhao's body trembled. With a thought, he appeared outside the Empyrean stone. Chaotic mist filled the air, and there seemed to be only nothingness outside the membrane. Standing here, Ling Xiao actually felt like he had forgotten about time and space, as if he was eternally immortal. The origin of the world, the end of laws and heavenly Tao. No wonder the three wisdom kings wanted the black bone. They wanted to come here. Daoist Wuliang's eyes were filled with incomparable shock. The chaotic mist in front of him dispersed. Outside the membrane, there was a place where colorful lines intertwined, containing the power of origin and the power of laws. Just by looking at it, Taoist Wuliang felt that his realm was rapidly improving. The origin of the war god continent? The god burial cave can lead to here? Ling Xiao was also shocked. The origin sea in front of him was interwoven with Tao and logic. It was too majestic and profound. Standing here, Ling Xiao felt like he was looking at the heavenly Tao, holding the heavenly punishment, and becoming the creator of the world. No, the origin of the war god continent is actually being invaded by some kind of power? Ling Zhao's eyes widened. He saw that there seemed to be a black light surging in the depths of the origin sea, fighting against the origin sea. And that aura was exactly the same as the black bone. Ling Xiao subconsciously took out the black bone. Rumble, after sensing the existence of the black bone, the origin power of the war god continent seemed to have gone berserk. Terrifying divine light surged from all directions, and endless origin and loss seemed to want to drown Ling Xiao. Whoosh, Ling Xiao immediately withdrew the black bone, and the rampaging origin energy instantly calmed down after losing its target. The black light that was invading the origin sea was enraged. In the chaotic spacetime, it was as if there were giant demons that were millions of feet tall with monstrous auras pouncing toward Ling Xiao, containing an unimaginable rage. Boom, the origin sea also went berserk. The power of laws intertwined, and colorful lines sealed everything, blocking all the black light outside. It is indeed a demonic creature of the extraterrestrial demons. It can actually anchor the origin sea? Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. He felt as if he had touched upon some truth. Those demonic lights are the source of the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons, right? Although the origin sea of the war god Great World is very powerful, its laws are flawed. I'm afraid it won't be long before the entire war god Great World is plunged into misery and suffering. Daoist Wuliang sighed softly, and his eyes revealed an extremely worried expression. Although the dark origin light was far away, it gave Daoist Wuliang an unparalleled sense of terror. Ling Xiao and Daoist Wuliang were both supremes in their previous lives, and they understood the laws of heaven and earth. Naturally, they knew what all this meant. Perhaps they had unintentionally discovered the true reason for the formation of the great calamity. The invasion of the world, rumble, in the origin sea, black light surged and demonic aura filled the sky. It was as if countless gods and demons were fighting each other. Their roars shook the heavens, and the world was shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Countless powerhouses wearing beast skins were resisting the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons and engaged in a fierce battle. A sword aura that traversed the heavens and earth, containing unparalleled destructive power, pierced through the glabella of countless extraterrestrial demons, and the terrifying sword aura shattered them all. A figure came across the sky. Her body was as red as fire, and endless sword aura filled the air, containing an endless power. That's Xianxia? Ling Zhao's body shook, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Her red dress fluttered in the origin source sea. She was an extraordinary woman with snow-white skin and a perfect and exquisite face. Her eyes were especially dazzling, like the brightest stars in the vast starry sky. She stood in the chaos with a long sword in her hand, fighting against the endless heavenly demons. Her face was as cold as ice that would never melt, and she did not know fatigue. Every sword strike was mighty and mysterious. Large numbers of heavenly demons died at her hands and were crushed into pieces by the Origin Sea. It really is Xianxia. Taoist Wuliang also took a deep breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. But why was Xianxia in the Origin Sea? No, it's just a space-time imprint left behind by space-time chaos. This means that the Xianxia has appeared here before, but it's not the Xianxia. Taoist Wuliang's eyes flickered as he hurriedly said. Space-time imprint? Ling Zhao's lips curled into a bitter smile. With his eyesight, how could he not see that it was not the real Xianxia? It was just too real. Across the world membrane and the Origin Sea, the woman who stood in the chaos and killed countless heavenly demons was the Xianxia he had been thinking about day and night for 10,000 years. Ling Xiao, it seems that many things have happened in the past 10,000 years. Xianxia should have broken through to the God realm, but why didn't she ascend to the God realm? Instead, she appeared in the Origin Sea to resist the invasion of the heavenly demons. We must get to the bottom of this matter. Taoist Wuliang said with a solemn expression. You're right. Although this is just a space-time imprint left behind by Xianxia, I believe that Xianxia should be here. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that the three great wisdom kings were intercepted. That mysterious figure should be Xianxia. I must recover the cultivation of my previous life as soon as possible. Then, I can break through the world membrane and step into the Origin Sea. Ling Xiao was excited. He knew that Xianxia should be in the Origin Sea, but there was no way to enter it. Perhaps it was just a short distance away, but it was so close yet so far away. Enter the Origin Sea? Ling Xiao, even an honorable can't do that. You will be assimilated by the Origin Sea and become a part of the Origin. Unless you can step into the God realm. Taoist Wuliang sighed softly. So what if I'm in the God realm? I was able to attain the title in my previous life. In this life, I must step into the God realm. Ling Zhao's eyes shone with a sharp light as he slowly spoke. Although there was no way to step into the Origin Sea now, Ling Xiao was relieved that he had found Xianxia's whereabouts. A God realm expert had a long lifespan. As long as he could confirm that Xianxia was still alive, Ling Xiao would definitely find her. Xianxia, wait for me. Ling Xiao whispered to himself. The key question now is, how do we go back? Taoist Wuliang looked at Ling Xiao and asked. It doesn't matter. The embryonic form of the world in the celestial stone is attached to the great war god world. We can just ride the celestial stone back. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The deepest part of the god burial cave was directly connected to the Origin Sea of the great war god world. It was a one-way passage, so it was impossible to go back the way they came. However, Ling Xiao had refined the celestial stone and knew how to use the celestial stone to connect to the great war god world. That's good. Let's go. Taoist Wuliang looked at the Origin Sea with some regret. The Origin Sea contained the laws and heavenly Tao of the war god continent, but it was too abstruse for ordinary warriors. Even Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang wouldn't be able to use it if they stayed here for a long time before attaining the supremacy realm. If an honorable realm expert could come here and take a look, their cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang entered the celestial stone. The celestial stone instantly turned into a stream of light and slammed into the great war god world. Rumble, the laws of space filled the air, and the chaotic space-time energy intertwined, exuding a destructive force. Even an honorable realm expert would be crushed to dust instantly. Ling Xiao believed that only those who had transcended the great war god world and broken through to the supreme god realm could freely enter and exit the Origin Sea of the great war god world. Therefore, even if the three wisdom kings of the wise king temple really came here, unless they could break through to the supreme god realm, their lifespan would be exhausted and they would be trapped here until their deaths. Ling Xiao had snatched their black bone, so it should be said that he had saved their lives. Just as Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang left the Origin Sea was filled with chaos and fog, and a vast demonic aura exploded instantly. A figure in a red dress walked out of the endless demonic light, surrounded by a dense and powerful demonic aura. Brother Ling Xiao, where are you? I can't hold on any longer. A soft sigh reverberated in the Origin Sea, exuding endless loneliness, fragility, and longing. A crystal-clear teardrop as bright as a pearl slid down, but it was instantly reduced to nothingness by the colorful lines of the origin sea. Rumble, at this moment, the demonic light in the distance boiled again. Countless powerful demons roared and pounced, their terrifying divine light tearing the endless chaos apart. Powerful sword aura instantly shot up into the sky, and they walked resolutely toward the depths of the origin sea. Boom! Outside the Empyrean God's stone, the divine light was vast and the laws were intertwined. The colorful lines of laws had a mysterious luster. The world was spinning with a force that Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang could not understand. In the end, a white light exploded. The Empyrean God's stone instantly appeared in the Great War God world and fell from the sky like a meteor. It was extremely fast. This is still the God Burial Cave. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he heaved a sigh of relief. The heaven burial chi was everywhere and divine light shot into the sky. They had returned to the God Burial Cave. However, they had returned to the outskirts of the God Burial Cave. Just as Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang were about to come out of the Empyrean God's stone, they suddenly heard a voice from afar. Venerated Ming, we found out that Nan Tianjue is only left with his head. He's hiding in the God Burial Cave to recuperate. Now that his chi and blood are deteriorating, he can't even reform his physical body. Now is the best time to subdue him. In the distance, a crimson lotus floated over. A young monk in crimson robes was sitting cross-legged on it. Behind him were 2 old monks in crimson robes and a few young monks in white robes. The monk in the red robe was handsome and he emitted a mysterious light. Buddhist light filled the air and flowers fell from the sky. There was a pure and flawless Buddhist nature flowing around him. However, he had an evil smile on his face and mysterious runes seemed to be flickering in his eyes. Very well. If he's willing to convert to Buddhism, we'll spare his life. Otherwise, we can use his primordial spirit to refine the Supreme God Pill. The young monk smiled faintly. Venerated Ming from the Wise King Temple? Why are they chasing after Nan Tianjue? Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. Only the most outstanding geniuses in the Wise King Temple could be called Venerated Ming, just like the saints of the sacred grounds. Venerated Ming's cultivation was indeed extraordinary. He was already a 9th-level ruler. The 2 old monks behind him were half-step supremes who had passed the one-elephant tribulation. As for the other white-robed monks, they were also in the noble realm. They should be disciples of the Wise King Temple. Hee, Nan Tianjue is hiding here. Looks like Li Chunfeng didn't catch him. Should we kill Nan Tianjue to avenge Li Chunfeng? Taoist Wuliang chuckled. We can capture him and hand him over to Li Chunfeng. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply. Ling Xiao had killed South Heavenly Venerable, so he was now a mortal enemy of the Nantian clan. If Nan Tianju recovered from his injuries, he would definitely not let Ling Xiao go. Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang hid in the God Stone. The God Stone had turned into a stone the size of a grain of rice. They quietly followed behind the people from Mingwang Temple. After passing through a few barren mountains, a divine cave appeared in front of them. It seemed to be only 3,000 meters in size, and it was suffused with a faint heaven burial chi and the power of laws. It looked very ordinary. In such a divine cave, it was impossible to find the slough of a god or even a powerful zombie. Therefore, the danger was very low. However, the people from the Mingwang Temple were still very cautious. The blood-red lotus flowed with a mysterious light. It seemed to have 12 petals. In an instant, it wrapped everyone up and concealed all their auras. Then, it entered the divine cave. No wonder you dared to attack Nan Tianjue. You are relying on this supreme weapon. Ling Xiao, this 12th grade blood lotus is good stuff. It is a supreme divine item that was nurtured by the heavens and earth. It was refined into a supreme weapon by the old bald donkeys of Mingwang Temple. However, it contains the innate blood chi. If you can obtain it, your physical body might improve further. Even if you don't become a supreme, it's not impossible for you to possess the divine power of a supreme physique. Taoist Wuliang stared at the 12th grade blood lotus and chuckled. The 12th grade blood lotus? Mingwang Temple is really lucky. The legendary supreme divine herb, the 36th grade chaotic green lotus. If you can consume it, you can ascend and become a supreme immortal. Unfortunately, in the subsequent battles, the 36th grade Chaotic Green Lotus split into the 12th grade Golden Lotus, the 12th grade Black Lotus, and the 12th grade Blood Lotus. The Blood Lotus is in Mingwang Temple and the Golden Lotus is in Great Thunderclap Temple. Only the Black Lotus is missing. Ling Xiao smiled. The 12th grade Blood Lotus was indeed extraordinary. The innate blood qi was very strong and could help Ling Xiao cultivate the true dragon body. When the time came, he could even surpass the Supreme Real Dragon in his previous life. After all, the Supreme Real Dragon didn't cultivate the true dragon body so extravagantly. He only used a few supreme divine herbs to strengthen his blood qi. As for Ling Xiao, when he cultivated the heavenly dragon body, he used the real dragon pearl. Ordinary divine herbs were useless to him. The 12th grade Blood Lotus was good stuff. Ling Xiao and Daoist Wuliang chatted as they rode on the divine stone and followed closely behind the 12th grade Blood Lotus. They passed through the layers of heaven burial aura and even discovered many zombies in the divine cave. However, they didn't alarm them and arrived at the bottom of the divine cave safely. At the bottom of the divine cave, a faint heaven burial aura lingered. Nantianju sat on an ancient rock with his legs crossed. He had already formed a physical body, but his aura was extremely weak. His glabella was split open with a black glow surging out. He kept coughing out blood as he suffered an unimaginable injury. "Who's there?" Nantianju suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at the 12th grade Blood Lotus. Although the 12th grade Blood Lotus was a supreme weapon, it couldn't hide from Nantianju's divine sense. "As expected of Supreme Nantian, I can't hide from you." Ming Zun smiled. The 12th grade Blood Lotus flickered and appeared in the sky with a faint glow. "People of the Wise King Temple? Are you trying to take advantage of the situation?" Nantianju's eyes flickered with a cold murderous intent. No, I'm not trying to take advantage of the situation. It's just that Supreme Nantian has a destiny with Buddhism. I'm here to ask Supreme Nantian to convert to Buddhism and become the Wise King of the Wise King Temple." Ming Zun smiled. "Become the Wise King of the Wise King Temple? Ha ha ha. Don't you know that I'm a heaven demon? Does the Wise King Temple want to become the enemy of the entire divine battle continent by taking in heaven demons?" Nantianju's eyes flickered with a black glow as he burst out laughing. His face was filled with disdain. "So what if you're a heaven demon? Everyone is equal in front of Buddhism. As the saying goes, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. Even a heaven demon would become the most loyal follower of Buddhism if he were to convert to Buddhism. Besides, it's not like our Wise King Temple doesn't have." Ming Zun said with a smile. He was not surprised at all. "Oh? You're saying there are heaven demons in the Wise King Temple too?" Nantianju's eyes flickered with surprise. "Supreme Nantian, you're wrong. There are no heaven demons in the Wise King Temple, only the most loyal followers. If Supreme Nantian is willing, the Wise King Temple is willing to give you the title of Wise King of Nantian." Ming Zun said with a smile. "Wise King of Nantian? What a great temptation. It's a pity that I won't fall for your tricks. Please go back. Nantian Supreme, I respect you as a Supreme. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you really think you have the right to refuse me in your current state?" Ming Zun's expression remained the same as he glanced at Nantian Supreme. Nantianju laughed coldly and said, "Ha ha ha. A mere 9th layer Monarch Realm Junior dares to act so arrogantly in front of me? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Rumble, a powerful aura burst out from Nantianju's body. The aura of a supreme pressed down on Ming Zun and the others, and it was accompanied by a dark and cold aura. However, Nantianju's face turned even paler after the aura was released. He coughed up black blood, and there seemed to be a mysterious force between his brows that was preventing him from healing. "Nantianju, since you're so stubborn, then don't blame us for vanquishing you. Set up the Blood Lotus demon subduing formation and kill him." Ming Zun's eyes turned cold as he yelled. Rumble, the 12th grade Blood Lotus was like a blood-red lightning bolt. It was extremely fast, and it instantly swept across the sky and landed on Nantianju's head. Rays of blood-red divine light sprinkled down, and mysterious runes flickered. The aura of a supreme artifact exploded, and it suppressed Nantianju under the 12th grade blood lotus like an ancient mountain. With the 2 half-step supremes from the Wise King Temple in the lead and the disciples of the Wise King Temple, there were 12 of them in total. They instantly stood around the 12th grade blood lotus and formed hand seals. Divine chains of order swept across the sky and bound Nantianju. Mingzun sat on the 12th grade blood lotus with his legs crossed and chanted. It was as if there were illusions of Buddhas lingering around him, making his temperament seem extraordinary. All of this happened in an instant. After Nantianju rejected the offer, Mingzun immediately launched an attack on Nantianju. That little bald donkey wasn't trying to persuade Nantianju to surrender. He was just secretly setting up the Blood Lotus Demon subduing formation. Taoist Wuliang chuckled. Then do you think the people from the Wise King Temple can kill Nantianju? Ling Xiao smiled. Taoist Wuliang was slightly startled. His eyes flickered as he said, not necessarily. Nantianju seems to be severely injured. His forehead is cracked, and his primordial spirit is unstable. I'm afraid he can only unleash the strength of a half-step supreme. Wise King Temple has the 12th grade Blood Lotus Demon subduing formation, so they seem to have the upper hand. However, I have a feeling that it was too easy for the Mingwang Temple to discover the Southern Sky Ju. Ling Xiao nodded, his eyes revealing a wisp of wisdom as he said, "You're right." As a dignified supreme being expert, how could he allow others to discover his place of recuperation so easily? Unless he did it. A glint flashed across Taoist Wuliang's eyes as he said with a smile, so that's how it is. To be able to make Nantianju expose himself on purpose, I'm afraid he's only after the 12th grade Blood Lotus? Ju. It. Too. Ling Xiao said with a smile. When he thought of this, he was in no hurry to attack. The people from the Wise King Temple wanted to take advantage of the situation, but they had fallen into Nantianju's trap. Boom, the battle between the people from the Wise King Temple and Nantianju broke out instantly. The Blood Lotus Demon subduing formation used the strength of the 12th grade Blood Lotus to form the demonic blood saber. It could unleash the strength of a supreme. The 12th grade Blood Lotus emitted 12 rays of divine light. Blood energy surrounded Nantianju and turned into a blood sea, enveloping him. 12 rays of divine light rose from the blood sea. The terrifying saber radiance shot across the sky, unleashing a terrifying destructive force. Each of the 12 demonic blood sabers was comparable to a full-powered attack from a supreme being. Even a true supreme being expert would have to be cautious when facing the Blood Lotus Demon subduing formation, let alone Nantianju, who was severely injured. Boom, Nantianju, who was in the blood sea, did not show any fear. The terrifying divine light around him was vast and unparalleled. He took the attack of the demonic blood saber head-on. His body instantly exploded in the sea of blood. What? Mingzun was taken aback. He did not expect Nantianju to be so weak. He was killed by the Blood Lotus Demon subduing formation without any resistance. Oh no! Mingzun's expression changed. He sensed that there was no trace of Nantianju's primordial spirit in the Blood Lotus Demon subduing formation. He immediately understood that Nantianju was just a substitute. Boom, before Mingzun could do anything, black demonic chi surged from the surrounding cliffs. The mysterious power of laws intertwined and turned into 12 demonic shadows. They charged towards the 12 disciples and elders of the Wise King Temple. Cries of agony were heard as the demonic shadow pounced. Immediately, the noble plain disciples of Mingwang Temple were unable to fight back at all. Their essence, blood and primordial spirits were all devoured, turning into dried corpses. They died instantly. The expressions of the 2 half-step supreme being old monks also changed drastically. Although they were surrounded by boundless Buddhist light and were constantly resisting the attacks of the demonic shadow, they were also in imminent danger. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. Did you really think that it was so easy for you to discover my tracks? If I did not expose my tracks, I would not have attracted the grade 12 Blood Lotus. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh was heard. Nantianju stepped out of the demonic light. Although his face was pale, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. A black saber slashed towards Mingzun. So your real target is the grade 12 Blood Lotus? But you still have to die. Ming Zun's expression changed. His eyes were filled with coldness. The disciples of the Wise King Temple were all loyal to him. Now that they were killed by Nantianju, he was heartbroken. Boom, under Ming Zun's control, saber radiance rose from the blood sea. Demonic blood sabers rose and slashed towards Nantianju. This was the terror of the Grade 12 Blood Lotus. With the Grade 12 Blood Lotus, one could temporarily unleash the power of a supreme. Although Nantianju had used a substitute to break the Blood Lotus demonic formation temporarily, as long as Ming Zun was alive, he could use the power of the Grade 12 Blood Lotus to form the demonic blood sabers. Rumble, boom. The heavens and earth shook. The demonic blood saber swept across the sky and the blood sea raged. Even Nantianju looked solemn in the face of such a terrifying radiance. Nantianju's saber was instantly destroyed by the demonic blood sabers. A terrifying murderous aura spread towards him. At this moment, Nantianju revealed a pained expression. With a flash of light, a black bead appeared in his hand. What's that? Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. He could sense that the black demonic pearl was extremely dangerous. It emitted a destructive force that was comparable to a titled sovereign. Go to hell. Nantianju's eyes flashed coldly as the black demonic pearl flew towards Ming Zun. Ming Zun's expression changed. He could also sense a fatal danger from the demonic pearl. Without hesitation, a demonic saber slashed across the sky from the blood sea. The terrifying saber was about to send the demonic pearl flying. Rumble, the demonic pearl seemed to have a mind of its own. Like a black lightning bolt, it bypassed the demonic saber and exploded the moment it got close to Ming Zun. Like a mirror, the void shattered in an instant. Surging divine light swept in all directions. The chaotic power of laws intertwined. The powerful Blood Lotus demon subduing array shattered instantly. Ming Zun, who was sitting cross-legged on the Blood Lotus demon subduing array, was filled with disbelief and fear. His body was instantly devoured by the black demonic light. Even the two half-step sovereigns who were still resisting the demonic shadow were turned into nothingness. The power of the Heavenly Demon King. Ling Xiao said slowly with a solemn look in his eyes. He recalled the Heavenly Demon King who had saved Nantianju. The demonic pearl was probably a life-saving item given by the Heavenly Demon King. Rumble, the black demonic light exploded and the entire divine cavern trembled. If it weren't for the mysterious Tao laws and heaven burial chi, the divine cavern would have collapsed completely. The Grade 12 Blood Lotus buzzed and lost all of its blood radiance. It dimmed as if it was severely injured and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha. My plan was not in vain. The Grade 12 Blood Lotus is finally in my hands. Nantianju's eyes lit up as he reached out to grab the Grade 12 Blood Lotus. Let's go and kill this old man. Daoist Wuliang said eagerly. Wait a minute. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Rumble, at this moment, the Grade 12 Blood Lotus emitted a dazzling light and charged towards Nantianju with a powerful force. A dying blow? Unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced. Nantianju sneered. The sovereign primordial spirit flew out from between his eyebrows. The majestic primordial spirit pressed down from the sky and instantly dissolved the power of the 12th grade Blood Lotus. However, Nantianju's face also turned abnormally red, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Weng, the 12th tier Blood Lotus buzzed and trembled. A young monk in white robes flew out from it. He stood in the air and emitted a vast and majestic Buddhist light. He looked coldly at Nantianju. Nantianju, how dare you kill Ming Zun of Mingwang Temple and snatch my 12th grade Blood Lotus? Are you seeking death? The young monk said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. He, immovable wisdom king, if your original body was here, I would naturally not be your opponent. However, a mere imprint of your primordial spirit dares to be so presumptuous in front of me? Nantianju sneered. His majestic primordial spirit pounced towards immovable wisdom king, and an intense battle ensued. Although immovable wisdom king only left an imprint of his primordial spirit on the 12th tier Blood Lotus, he was after all a titled Taoist. His strength was unparalleled, and Nantianju was severely injured. Therefore, it was hard to tell who would come out on top. In the end, although Nan Tianjue destroyed a movable wisdom king's primordial spirit imprint, his primordial spirit became even weaker. Nan Tianjue took a deep breath and retracted his primordial spirit. His eyes were filled with excitement. This was a part of the grade 36 chaotic green lotus. As long as he refined the 12th tier blood lotus, the primordial blood chi in it would not only heal his injuries, but also improve his strength. Now's the time. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed in the divine stone. The divine steel of sun and moon was in Ling Zhao's hand. His figure flashed and appeared silently behind Nan Tianjue. Then, he smashed the brick down. Rumble, the heavenly steel of sun and moon contained the godly power of the sun and moon, which was comparable to an immemorial godly mountain. Furthermore, Nan Tianjue had relaxed his mind, so how could he have thought that someone would sneak attack him? This brick solidly hit the back of his head. Nan Tianjue's vision turned black. His head was dizzy and he felt that his head was about to explode. Fortunately, his head had been condensed by supreme law and was extremely sturdy. When the brick came down, it only left a crack on his head and did not directly shatter it. However, Taoist Wuliang followed closely behind Ling Xiao. A broken black saber appeared in his hand. It emitted a mysterious and terrifying light. It was the saber that the Scarlet Dragon War God used in the past, the divine saber of judgment. Although the weapon spirit was destroyed by Ling Xiao, and the divine saber of judgment was damaged, it still possessed terrifying power. Crack, a black light flashed, and Nan Tianjue's head was instantly split open. The black saber aura surged, carrying a monstrous killing intent. It almost destroyed Nan Tianjue's primordial spirit. Whoosh, the wordless heavenly book rolled up. Nan Tianjue's primordial spirit did not even have the chance to react before it was absorbed by the book. This series of actions was incomparably smooth. Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang's cooperation was superb. Although it seemed easy to kill a supreme in an instant, the divine steel was a supreme treasure. The divine steel of sun and moon was a supreme treasure that was comparable to a supreme weapon. The divine saber of judgment was the saber of the Scarlet Dragon War God, and the wordless heavenly book was a creation divine weapon. If Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang could not take down Nan Tianjue, who was at the end of his rope, then the two of them should really die. Buzz, the originally dim 12th grade blood lotus trembled slightly at this moment. It emitted streaks of bloody light and wanted to break through the sky and fly away. Ling Zhao's attention was already on the 12th grade blood lotus. The divine stone flashed and absorbed the 12th grade blood lotus into the divine stone. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang were completely relieved. Before they could say anything, they felt a fatal danger approaching. It was as if a great disaster was about to befall them. Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang did not hesitate and entered the divine stone in an instant. The divine stone turned into an extremely ordinary stone and fell to the bottom of the god cavern. Boom, the void was torn apart in an instant. Endless fog filled the air and the Buddhist light was dazzling. A powerful primordial spirit swept across. It's the Akalanatha. He came so quickly. Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang gasped. They did not expect the Akalanatha to have not left the god burial cave. If it were not for the divine stone, Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang would have been in deep trouble. The powerful primordial spirit scanned the surroundings and did not find anything. With a cold snort, it swept up the corpses of the people from the Bright King Temple and disappeared from the god cavern. Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang did not act rashly. After a while, the primordial spirit of the Akalanatha tore the void again and scanned the surroundings. After finding nothing, it left reluctantly. What a cunning old fox. Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang stayed in the Empyrean Stone for 3 days before they carefully left the divine cavern. The 12th grade blood lotus is considered a supreme treasure even in the Wise King Temple. Now, it's ours. When do you plan to refine it? Taoist Wuliang chuckled. The 12th grade blood lotus had a strong spirituality. Even under the suppression of the Empyrean Stone, it still emitted a dazzling blood-red light. Ling Xiao coveted the innate blood essence that flowed out of it. It's not the time yet. Ling Xiao smiled. The Wise King Temple has been refining the 12th grade blood lotus for many years. If I refine it, they'll probably come knocking on our door soon. Moreover, my heavenly dragon body hasn't been cultivated to perfection yet. It's not the time for me to break through to the true dragon body. Ling Xiao planned to cultivate the heavenly dragon body to perfection after breaking through to the monarch realm. At that time, he would refine the 12th grade blood lotus and strive to break through to the true dragon body in one go. The true dragon body was extremely powerful. From his previous life, he could see how terrifying the supreme true dragon was. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to break through. Ling Xiao temporarily put the sky-devouring secret technique and the ancestral dragon secret technique aside. As he comprehended the teleportation secret technique and the true phoenix secret technique, he could feel the wonders of these two secret techniques. This was especially true for the phoenix secret technique. When he practiced it with the dragon ancestor secret technique, a mysterious phenomenon of a dragon and a phoenix appeared. Not only did it strengthen Ling Xiao's body, but it also began to produce an immortal substance. Those old baldies from the Wise King Temple only know how to bully men and women. They brought shame to the Buddha. They're far inferior to those old fellows from the Great Thunderclap Temple. We've taken their 12th grade blood lotus. We're doing justice for the heavens. Taoist Wuliang sneered. Obviously, he was unhappy with the Wise King Temple. Why? Are you still holding a grudge against the Wise King Temple for almost being raped by the Wise King concubine 10,000 years ago? Ling Xiao said with a smile. He naturally knew why Taoist Wuliang was in a bad mood. 10,000 years ago, Taoist Wuliang was a playboy, seducing countless holy maidens and princesses. He even impregnated one of them. Like the old goat, he became a street rat on the war god continent. However, one would meet a ghost if one walked too much at night. Once again, Taoist Wuliang fell into the hands of a Ming concubine of Mingwang Temple. There were both men and women in the Mingwang Temple. The most outstanding female disciples were known as concubines Ming. Most of them practiced the blissful Zen. It could be said that they had a lot of male companions and could sleep with anyone. Ming Fei was best at harvesting yang to nourish yin. If it was not for Ling Xiao's help, Taoist Wuliang would have been in deep trouble. Don't mention that. None of the people from Mingwang Temple are good. Taoist Wuliang was embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Alright, let's not talk about it. We have already left the region of God Burial Cave. Is Two World City in front of us? Ling Xiao smiled. He took out the Crimson Cloud Divine Brocade map and glanced at it. Two World City? It seemed like he had arrived at the Wild Demon region. If you want to go to the East Sea, you have to go through the Wild Demon region. It's a pity that Two World City doesn't have a teleportation formation to the East Sea. Taoist Wuliang said regretfully. The eastern region of the God of War continent was a vast mountain range. It was the region where the demon race lived. There were many powerful demon kings, and even demon supremacies. There were also some powerful beasts and ancient species that did not have any intelligence. Because of the extraterrestrial demons, the various races on the God of War continent were very united. However, after tens of thousands of years of peace, there were still conflicts between the humans and the demon race. There would often be fights. The demon race could devour human experts to increase their cultivation rapidly. On the other hand, when humans killed the demon race, they could use the skin, hair, tendons, and bones of the demon race to refine pills and weapons. Two World City was the boundary between the humans and the demon race. In Two World City, one could see many humans, but there were even more demon race. It was said that Two World City was jointly guarded by a supreme human and a supreme demon. Killing was prohibited in Two World City. Therefore, humans and demon race often traded in Two World City. Human elixirs, spirit weapons, and even cultivation methods and martial arts could be exchanged for many demon race heavenly treasures. After all, there were very few demon race experts who were proficient in refining pills and weapons. Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang left God Burial Cave. They found a hidden place and came out of the Sky God Stone. In the distance, on the vast land, a huge black city rose from the ground. It was like an ancient beast, emitting an ancient and ferocious aura. Two World City was made of black granite. There were supreme Tao marks engraved on it. It had a long history, at least hundreds of thousands of years of history. Legend had it that 1,000,000 years ago, the humans and demon race fought bloody battles. Later, because of the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons, under the leadership of the Scarlet Dragon War God, the humans and demon race stopped fighting. They used Two World City as the boundary, dividing the human and demon race into two regions. However, there were different opinions. The humans said that the Scarlet Dragon War God was a human expert. The demon race also said that the Scarlet Dragon War God was a demon god of the demon race. However, after countless years, many truths were buried in the dust of history. At the entrance of Two World City, there were 2 rows of burly guards. One row was wearing white armor. They were at least in the noble realm. They were human experts. The other row was wearing black armor. They were extremely ferocious and had scarlet eyes. They were experts of the demon race. Anyone who wanted to enter Two World City had to pay the entrance fee. Each person had to pay 10 pure yang elixirs. Ling Xiao paid 20 pure yang elixirs and swaggered into Two World City with Daoist Wuliang. Two World City was crowded with people. It was very lively. The streets were very wide. There were ancient shops on both sides. There were also some very luxurious palaces, restaurants, markets, and inns. Ling Xiao could see a pretty girl with a few furry tails behind her. She was sweetly greeting customers. A chef with the head of a bull and the body of a human was holding a wok to cook. He looked very skilled. On the street far away, a burly man with a head of golden hair and a head full of golden blood chi was majestic. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that he was a lion demon. He was actually performing a performance of breaking a rock with his chest. There were waves of cheers coming from all around. At the entrance of many restaurants, there were waiters of the demon race. They were doing their best to attract customers. Ling Xiao even saw a brothel called Heavenly Fragrance Brothel. There were all kinds of beautiful women of the demon race. There were foxes, cats, rabbits, deer. Some of them had not fully transformed into human form. They had a horn on their head, a tail behind them, and pointed ears. However, they were all very beautiful and had a different kind of temptation. As expected, this Heavenly Fragrance Brothel was full of customers. Most of them were human warriors. Especially on both sides of the street, many rogue cultivators of the human clan and the demon clan were setting up stalls. There were many treasures, elixirs, and spiritual weapons on them. Some of the demon clan were even bargaining. Two Realm City is really lively. Ling Xiao sighed softly. Ling Xiao, I heard that the beauties in Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant are all outstanding beauties. They are even more charming than the beauties of the human clan. Why don't we go and take a look? Taoist Wuliang's eyes were fixed on Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant when he saw it. He didn't even look back. Can't you be more promising? Ling Xiao was speechless. He quickly pulled Taoist Wuliang back. These girls are in deep trouble, and they need me to rescue them. I'm doing this to benefit the common people. How can I be useless? Taoist Wuliang laughed shamelessly. He pulled Ling Xiao and was about to walk toward Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. You can go by yourself. I'm not going. Ling Xiao said helplessly. How can I do that? As the saying goes, good brothers share blessings and misfortunes. How can I leave you behind? Let's go. I'll take you to have some fun. I haven't been here for 10,000 years. I miss you so much. Taoist Wuliang didn't give up. He smiled wretchedly. At this moment, a voice came into Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. Brother Ling, I'm Jian Yuanchen. I'm in Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. Please come over for a chat. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he saw a young man wearing white robes and carrying a long sword on his back on the second floor of the Heavenly Fragrance Brothel. He looked extremely refined and handsome as he smiled at Ling Xiao. Jian Yuanchen? Ling Xiao was surprised. Jian Yuanchen was the successor of the Sword God Pavilion. Ling Xiao saved him in the God Stone. Jian Yuanchen was a kind person. He even supported Ling Xiao later. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao followed Taoist Wuliang into Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. As soon as he entered the Heavenly Fragrance Brothel, the fragrance of the mortal world's cosmetics filled the air. In front of him were big white breasts and pairs of bewitching eyes. Taoist Wu Liang's legs immediately went soft. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He ignored him and went up to the second floor alone. Brother Ling, come in quickly. After Jian Yuanchen welcomed Ling Xiao in, he looked around and then closed the door vigilantly. In the room, in addition to Jian Yuanchen, there was a burly man in a black robe who looked simple and honest. He was chewing on a lamb leg. Aside from the simple and honest man, there was also a young bladesman wearing black robes and carrying a saber on his back. A faint baleful aura surrounded him. When the two of them saw Ling Xiao, the honest-looking man grinned and lowered his head to continue eating his lamb leg. On the other hand, the young swordsman looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Brother Jian, did something happen? Why are you being so careful? Ling Xiao looked at Jian Yuanchen and said. Brother Ling, could it be that you don't know? The news of you obtaining the Scarlet Dragon Wargod's inheritance has already spread throughout the entire Wargod continent. Jian Yuanchen smiled bitterly. After Ling Xiao left Heaven God City, Nantian family and Star Palace announced at the same time that Ling Xiao had obtained the Scarlet Dragon Wargod's inheritance and offered a reward to capture Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's gaze turned cold and he said coldly, Nantian family and Star Palace are really haunting me. They really dare to say such things out of thin air? Brother Ling, there is indeed no Scarlet Dragon Wargod's inheritance in the God Stone. Many Supreme Masters have already checked the God Stone. Hence, the old monsters in the sanctuary shouldn't believe it. However, many young talents are interested in you. There are also some assassins who want to kill you and claim the reward from Nantian family and Star Palace. Jian Yuanchen smiled bitterly and said. That's right. Brother Ling, my grandfather said that you should be careful. If you are in danger, go to Demon Bear Mountain. My grandfather will help you. The honest-looking man chuckled as he looked at Ling Xiao. Your grandfather? Ling Xiao was stunned. Jian Yuanchen clapped his hands and quickly said, I forgot to introduce you. Ling Xiao, this is Xianxia's grandson, Xianxia. This is Sholua Sek's prodisciple, Xianxia. Xianxia? When Ling Xiao heard the name, the corners of his mouth twitched. He guessed that Xianxia's son might be called Xiangdahe. The name was given casually. However, Ling Xiao was very grateful to Xianxia. Hence, he had a good impression of Xianxia. As for Sholua Sek's prodisciple, Xianxia, Ling Xiao glanced at the young swordsman, Xianxia, and asked softly, Brother Qing, 10,000 years ago, your sect's Supreme Azura was ranked third among the 10 titled Supreme Masters. I wonder if he is still alive. Xianxia's eyes flashed. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to ask him this question. However, he still said calmly, Brother Ling, Supreme Azura Patriarch passed away during the calamity 10,000 years ago. Perhaps he has ascended to the divine realm. I'm not sure. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. Supreme Azura was one of his best friends in his previous life. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. However, it seemed that Supreme Azura was no longer alive. Brother Ling, you'd better change your appearance now. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Jian Yuanchen glanced at Ling Xiao and said worriedly. What's there to be afraid of? They're just a bunch of useless people. If anyone dares to come and seek death, just kill them. Taoist Wu Liang pushed the door open and entered. He smiled indifferently. Taoist Master, don't let your guard down. I heard that not only are many half-step Supreme Masters eyeing Brother Ling, but even the Netherworld Pavilion has assassins who want to deal with Brother Ling. Jian Yuanchen said with a solemn expression. Netherworld Pavilion? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed coldly. The Netherworld Pavilion was one of the 5 pavilions. It was on par with the Treasure Pavilion. It was also one of the 5 great holy lands. However, the Netherworld Pavilion was full of assassins who were proficient in the art of assassination. Like the Heavenly Court Pavilion, the Netherworld Pavilion was an assassin organization. They had even assassinated Supreme Masters before. However, they were very smart. They rarely attacked people from the holy lands of martial arts. The people they assassinated were those who did not have a strong background. That was why they could survive until now. Otherwise, they would have been besieged by all the holy lands of martial arts. Ling Xiao did not care about the half-step Supreme Masters. He did not care about them now. With all his means, it would not be difficult for him to kill a half-step Supreme Master. However, the Netherworld Pavilion was indeed a group of people who were haunting him. Brother Ling, why don't you join the Azura sect? As long as you join the Azura sect, even the Netherworld Pavilion will not dare to touch you. Xianxia suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said slowly. Is there a difference? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Of course there's a difference. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, if it's your idea, I'm afraid you can't make the decision. If it's Xiaolua sect's idea, I might consider it. Ling Xiao was surprised. Could it be that someone in Xiaolua sect had noticed something? After all, it was not the first time he had used the sky-devouring secret skill. If someone was observant, they might be able to connect him with sky-devouring supreme. It's sect master's idea. He said that as long as you're willing to join Xiaolua sect, you'll be a pro-disciple of Xiaolua sect. Xianxia did not hide it and said slowly. What? Sect master actually took a fancy to Ling Xiao? Jian Yuanchen and Xiong Xiaohe were surprised and happy. Although they were confused, if Ling Xiao joined Xiaolua sect and became a pro-disciple, Netherworld Pavilion would not dare to act rashly. Sect master? May I ask what's the relationship between your sect master and Xiaolua Supreme? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a strange look. The descendant of Xiaolua Supreme. Xianxia said slowly. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. A cold young man in a black robe appeared in his mind. He was arrogant and powerful. He did not expect that the guy who pursued the peak of martial arts would get married and have children. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He glanced at Xianxia and said, well, I'll think about it. The most important thing for Ling Xiao now was to go to the East Sea to rescue Long Hanyan, which could be considered as completing one of the obsessions of this physical body. The second thing was to break through to the Supreme Realm as soon as possible and find Jinsei. Ling Xiao knew that Jinsei was there. In the lonely Origin Sea, Jinsei had been waiting for 10,000 years. He did not want Jinsei to be lonely any longer. Brother Jian, why didn't you return to Sword God Pavilion? Why did you come to Two World City? Ling Xiao glanced at Jian Yuanchen and smiled, changing the topic. Sword God Pavilion was in Sword God Land in the southwest of War God Continent. It was far from Two World City. Ling Xiao thought that Jian Yuanchen and Jian Bumi would return to Sword God Pavilion after Heaven God City. Ling Xiao, don't you know? The Holy Ground is about to open. Jian Yuanchen smiled, with a trace of anticipation in his eyes. The Holy Ground? A bright light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He was also slightly moved. The Holy Ground was also one of the 8 great forbidden lands, but it was not as dangerous as the other 7 great sacred lands. It was said that the Holy Ground was the place where the ancient saints passed away, and it contained endless fortunes. The Holy Ground opened once every 1,000 years, and every time it opened, it would attract countless geniuses and experts. This was because the Holy Ground not only had all kinds of opportunities, but it also had the opportunity to prove one's Tao. This was especially true for those experts who had broken through to the half-step sovereign realm. If they wanted to pass through the tribulations of the 4 symbols and the sovereign tribulations, they would almost certainly die. However, if one could obtain the 4 symbols' origins in the Saint Ground, they would be able to pass through the tribulations of the 4 symbols quickly. The Holy Ground was located in the desolate demon region. Therefore, every time the Holy Ground opened, most of the experts of the demon race would come. Even many old monsters would come. Other than the fact that Supreme Being experts were unable to enter the Holy Ground, there weren't many restrictions on the Holy Ground. In Ling Xiao's previous life, he obtained the sky-devouring secret skill in the Holy Ground and met the old goat. It could be said that the Holy Ground was the beginning of Ling Xiao's rise. After being reborn, Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to miss the Holy Ground. Especially in his previous life, there were countless secrets in the Holy Ground. There were many places of opportunities that he needed to explore. When will it open? Ling Xiao asked. In a month's time. It's still the sacred mountain of the desolate demon region. Therefore, it's not just us. Many people have come to Two World City to wait. Jian Yuanchen said. Brother Ling, come with us. With your combat strength, when we reach the holy ground, we will definitely be able to sweep through everything and snatch the endless opportunities. Xianxia said with a simple and honest smile. His eyes were full of eagerness. Okay. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and agreed. The desolate demon region was extremely vast. Even Ling Xiao would need at least a few months to cross the desolate demon region and reach the East Sea. Ling Xiao knew that there was a secret teleportation formation in the holy ground that could reach the shore of the East Sea. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the window. On a wide street, a group of experts from the demon race who wore black armor and had peerlessly powerful auras surrounded a young man and woman. Their gazes were icy cold. Yi Feng, Yi Meng, I advise you not to resist and obediently return to the Sky Demon Palace with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Among the experts of the demon clan, a young man in red armor with a cold face said indifferently. The young man had crimson hair and looked like a flaming lion. His entire body was suffused with blood energy, and there seemed to be flames flowing in his eyes. He emanated an extremely powerful aura. Shockingly, his cultivation was at the first level of the monarch realm, and he'd condensed a divine ability Dharma idol. Everyone looked at the young man and the experts of the demon race with reverence in their eyes. The Sky Demon Palace was the holy land of the demon race. It could be said to be one of the strongest forces in the desolate demon region. No wonder they dared to act so arrogantly and capture people in Two World City. Han Feng, we won't go back with you. I've already given you sufficient pure yang pills to redeem our freedom. What right do you have to capture us? The young man had an extremely handsome appearance, but his countenance was extremely pale right now, and his eyes were filled with rage. Redeem your freedom? Both of you are my slaves. That little bit of pure yang pills isn't even enough to redeem your freedom, yet you want to escape? Moreover, both of you are my slaves and my personal belongings. I haven't broken the rules of Two World City by capturing both of you. Han Feng laughed coldly as his red hair fluttered in the wind. You clearly said that we would regain our freedom if we were given 100,000 pure yang pills. You didn't keep your word. The young woman. Ji Meng opened her eyes wide and spoke with an aggrieved tone. She seemed to be very weak and actually didn't possess any cultivation. Moreover, her countenance was very pale, and she emanated an aura that aroused pity in others. 100,000 pure yang pills? Hee, both of you would have died a long time ago if this young master hadn't raised you all these years. Is a mere 100,000 pure yang pills enough to repay this young master for saving your lives? If you want freedom, then fine. Give me 1 million pure yang pills and I'll let both of you go immediately. Han Feng said mockingly as he looked at the pair of siblings in front of him. 1 million pure yang pills? You. Yi Feng pointed at Han Feng furiously, his eyes filled with rage. He was only at the sky human realm, and the 100,000 pure yang pills were something that he had obtained by chance. Otherwise, with his cultivation base, it would have been impossible for him to obtain 100,000 pure yang pills in his lifetime. If you don't have 1 million pure yang pills, then don't talk so much nonsense. Capture them. Han Feng sneered and waved his hand impatiently. Stop. A calm voice rang out. The crowd parted and Ling Xiao, Daoist Wu Liang, and the others walked in. I paid the 1 million ransom for the siblings. Ling Xiao said calmly. His eyes fell on Yi Feng and Yi Meng as he felt emotional. The Dark Sovereign, the descendant of the King of Assassins, had actually fallen to such a state. Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold. He didn't plan on meddling in other people's business, but when he felt the bloodline in Yi Feng and Yi Meng, he immediately decided to save them. In his previous life, Ling Xiao's third disciple, Yi Qianjue, cultivated the Tao of Darkness and became the Dark Sovereign. He specialized in the Tao of Slaughter and was known as the King of Assassins. At his peak, even the Underworld Pavilion and Heavenly Court Pavilion would turn around and leave when they saw Yi Qianjue. Among Ling Zhao's 7 disciples, Yi Qianjue's cultivation wasn't the highest, but his combat strength was definitely the strongest. Under the state of assassination, Yi Qianjue had killed more than one sovereign. Yi Feng and Yi Meng actually had the Dark Sovereign bloodline and also had the same surname. Ling Xiao believed that this wasn't a coincidence. Who are you? Han Feng looked at Ling Xiao with displeasure. These siblings are my old friends. I paid the ransom for them. Here is 1,000,000 pure yang pills. Ling Xiao said calmly. With a flash of light, a storage ring flew towards Han Feng. 1,000,000 pure yang pills? Kid, you dare to meddle in the business of my Sky Demon Palace? You really have guts. Han Feng said with a cold laugh. Brother Han, this is a friend of mine. I hope that Brother Han can give me some face and let these two go. Xianxia stood out and bowed to Han Feng with a smile. Xianxia? Who do you think you are? Even your grandfather Xianxia doesn't dare to ask me to give him face in front of me. A cold light flashed in Han Feng's eyes as he said with disdain. You bastard. Even though Xianxia's personality was very simple, he was still enraged by Han Feng. His eyes were covered in a layer of blood. Han Feng, let people off when possible. Don't go too far. Take the pure yang pill and leave. Xianxia had a good relationship with Xianxia. When he saw his friend being humiliated, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said coldly. I was wondering who it was. He didn't expect it to be the formation tribulation of the Shura sect. Last time, you lost to me. Do you still want to humiliate yourself this time? A cold light flashed in Han Feng's eyes. He didn't expect Xianxia of the Shura sect to stand out. Although the Sky Demon Palace was a giant in the Wild Demon region, the Azura sect wasn't any weaker than the Sky Demon Palace. The Azura sect didn't discriminate between races. Not only were there human disciples, but there were also many demon experts. The relationship between the Sky Demon Palace and the Azura sect was very tense. Last time, if you didn't rely on the quasi-supreme weapon, it's hard to say who would have won. Han Feng, you've already gotten 1,000,000 pure yang pills. Don't be so ungrateful. Although Xianxia did not know why Ling Xiao wanted to save this pair of siblings, 1,000,000 pure yang pills was indeed a sky-high price. It was even enough to hire a half-step Supreme Being expert as a guard. There was no need to use so many pure yang pills to redeem this pair of siblings. Han Feng was clearly asking for too much. They're my slaves. If I want to release them, I'll release them. If I don't want to release them, I won't release them. Brat, take your pure yang pills and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The storage ring in Han Feng's hand instantly flew back to Ling Xiao. Although he coveted the 1,000,000 pure yang pills, this was a matter of face. He couldn't compromise like this. Is that so? I'm going to protect this pair of siblings today. What do you want? Ling Xiao sneered. Since Han Feng didn't want to give him face, he couldn't blame him. Han Feng's face turned cold, and a cold-killing intent flashed in his eyes. He was also a pro-disciple in the Sky Demon Palace. His status was extremely high. In the entire Wild Demon region, even those half-step Supreme Being old monsters had to be respectful to him. However, he was now provoked by a young man who came out of nowhere. Young master, he seems to be Ling Xiao. Beside Han Feng, a demon expert's eyes flashed as he whispered. Ling Xiao? Which Ling Xiao? Han Feng was stunned. The Ling Xiao who killed South Celestial Venerable, Qi Sha, Pajun, and Tan Lang in Heaven God City. Legend has it that Ling Xiao obtained the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God. Han Feng's body trembled. It's him. South Celestial Venerable and the 3 stars of the Star Palace were all experts of the Imperial Path. They were extremely famous, and even Han Feng was wary of them. Ling Xiao had killed 4 of them consecutively. Ling Xiao was no longer a nobody. He was already regarded as one of the top geniuses in the War God continent by the older generation. Han Feng couldn't help but be wary of him. However, when he thought of the legend that Ling Xiao obtained the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God, his heart burned with passion. You're Ling Xiao? It's not impossible to redeem Yi Feng and Yi Meng. Give me the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God in exchange. Han Feng rolled his eyes and smiled maliciously. He's Ling Xiao? The one who killed South Celestial Venerable and the 3 stars of the Star Palace? Did he really obtain the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God? It's possible. Look, he's only in the noble realm. If he can kill South Celestial Venerable, he must have a big secret. Hee, Han Feng from the Sky Demon Palace isn't someone to be trifled with. The person behind him is the Sky-Burning Demon Emperor, the young master of the Sky Demon Palace. Legend has it that the Sky-Burning Demon Emperor has already broken through to the half-sovereign realm. He's known as the peerless genius who has the highest chance of becoming a sovereign. When the crowd heard Han Feng's words, they were all shocked. Their eyes fell on Ling Xiao, and some of them started to discuss among themselves. The news of the Heavenly God Convention had spread throughout the War God continent, and Ling Xiao had become the focus of attention. Not to mention, he was rumored to have the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God. Many people had their eyes on him. The inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God? Not to mention that I don't have it. Even if I did, do you think you're worthy? Here's 1,000,000 pure yang pills. Whether you want them or not, I'm taking the siblings away. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and the storage ring in his hand flew to Han Feng. He walked up to Yi Feng and Yi Meng, and turned to leave. Ling Xiao, Yi Feng and Yi Meng were also affected by my slave seal. Do you believe that I can kill them with just a thought? Han Feng's face turned pale. Ling Xiao's actions were a slap to his face. He didn't give him any face at all. Han Feng's voice also became threatening. You can try. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Without turning his head, he left the crowd with Yi Feng and Yi Meng. Young master, what should we do? The demon clan expert beside Han Feng asked. Let him be arrogant for a while. Since he dares to come to Two World City, he can forget about leaving. I believe there will be people who are interested in him. Han Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He turned around and left with the crowd. The news of Ling Xiao's appearance spread throughout Two World City almost instantly. There were many figures outside the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. They were all searching for Ling Xiao's whereabouts. The Two Realm City was suddenly filled with undercurrents. Ling Xiao didn't care at all. He returned to the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant with Yi Feng and Yi Meng. With Ling Xiao's current means, he didn't have to worry at all as long as he didn't send out a supreme martial artist. Brother Ling, after you were exposed today, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Jian Yuanshan said worriedly. Yes, Brother Ling. Those people from the Sky Demon Palace are very arrogant and overbearing. Han Feng must have a grudge against you. He didn't dare to do anything in Two World City today. I'm afraid he will secretly attack you. Xianxia said quickly. Don't worry. I don't care about the Sky Demon Palace. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes fell on Yi Feng and Yi Meng. Yi Feng looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He was already at the first level of the Heaven Realm. His talent seemed to be quite extraordinary. Yi Meng was very weak. Although she was beautiful, her face was pale and sickly, which made people feel pity for her. Thank you for saving our lives, benefactor. Yi Feng and Yi Meng knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. Their faces were full of gratitude as they bowed respectfully. Ling Xiao didn't stop them. He deserved this bow. After the two of them kowtowed 3 times, Ling Xiao helped them up. How did the descendants of Yi Qianjue become Han Feng's slaves? Tell me. Ling Xiao said slowly. He could see that Yi Feng and Yi Meng had the dark bloodline in their bodies. Especially Yi Meng. Her dark bloodline was comparable to Yi Qianjue's in the past. That was why her meridians were blocked and she couldn't cultivate. The dark bloodline was very strange. It had to be activated with a special method. Otherwise, the body would be very weak and the life source would be eroded by the power of darkness. If it was the great sun demon Venerable, he might be able to discover the extraordinariness of Yi Feng and Yi Meng's bloodline. However, Han Feng did not have the ability to do so. Benefactor, you know about the ancestor? Yi Feng said in surprise and shame. Yi Qianjue is the 3rd disciple of the heaven-devouring sovereign. I've heard of his deeds. Moreover, the two of you possess the bloodline of darkness. How did you end up in such a state? Ling Xiao sighed and asked. Benefactor, there is something you don't know. Yi Feng laughed bitterly and said, since the calamity 10,000 years ago and the disappearance of my ancestor, my Yi clan has fallen into decline. Our ancestor's inheritance wasn't left behind, and coupled with the fact that the Yi clan has very few descendants, the Yi clan isn't the Yi clan from all those years ago. Our parents passed away a long time ago, leaving me and my sister to depend on each other. A few years ago, when I was picking herbs in the savage domain, I was unintentionally captured by Han Feng and became his slave. After listening to Yi Feng's explanation, Ling Xiao finally understood the Yi family's situation. The heavenly book of darkness that Yi Qianjue cultivated was also a supreme martial art that Ling Xiao had passed down. Ling Xiao had found it in a ruin and it was very compatible with the bloodline of darkness. It was extremely powerful. If the heavenly book of darkness could be passed down, the Yi clan would probably be in a different state. Are the two of you willing to follow me? Yi Meng's physique is too weak. If she can't awaken the bloodline of darkness in time, her life might be in danger. Ling Xiao glanced at the two siblings and smiled. Ling Xiao could see that Yi Feng wasn't telling him the complete truth. Perhaps he was still on guard. The Yi clan was probably hiding something. Life in danger? Benefactor, we are willing to follow you. Please save my sister's life. Even if Yi Feng has to be a cow or a horse, he will repay your great kindness. Yi Feng was shocked and he quickly knelt down before Ling Xiao. Although he knew that Yi Meng's body was very weak and no matter how many heavenly treasures he gave her to strengthen her blood energy, he didn't think that her life would be in danger. Yi Meng's face turned even paler after hearing Ling Xiao's words. Don't worry. Since they are following me, they are my people. Even the heavens can't take Yi Meng's life. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Back then, Yi Qianjue's bloodline of darkness was awakened under Ling Xiao's guidance. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this little girl's bloodline of darkness is very strong. If you want her to completely awaken, you must have a demon core of the darkness attribute. It must be at least at the demon emperor level. Taoist Wuliang looked at Yi Meng and said slowly. That's right. If you want a perfect awakening, you will need at least a few stocks of sacred medicine. You should be able to find them in Two World City. Let's go to the treasure pavilion first. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. A demon core of the darkness attribute and it must be at the demon emperor level. It might be difficult to find in other places, but it shouldn't be difficult in Two World City. Yi Feng and Yi Meng looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with deep gratitude. A demon core of the demon emperor level and a supreme sacred medicine. They didn't even dare to think about it. However, Ling Xiao had prepared these treasures in order to awaken Yi Meng's bloodline of darkness. They couldn't be more grateful. Ling Xiao was going to the treasure pavilion. Jian Yuanshan, Xianxia, and Xianxia had nothing to do, so they also planned to follow Ling Xiao to take a look. The treasure pavilion was located all over the War God continent. In Two World City, it was also one of the most magnificent buildings. A 9-story pavilion rose from the ground. It occupied an area of thousands of feet. It was like a giant tower that reached the sky, emitting a mysterious light. This was the treasure pavilion of Two World City. At the entrance of the treasure pavilion stood a few vixens in gorgeous clothes. They were pretty and their big eyes were captivating. In particular, the fluffy fox tails behind them added to their charm. When Ling Xiao led Yi Feng, Yi Meng and the others into the treasure pavilion, Taoist Wuliang's eyes widened and his saliva almost flowed out. Even Xianxia's face was full of embarrassment. Brother Ling, those people are following us sneakily. It seems that they know your identity. Jian Yuanshan glanced behind him and said slowly. Behind Ling Xiao and the others, there were some martial artists with obscure auras. They followed them like passers-by. They looked sneaky and kept looking at Ling Xiao. Don't worry about them. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He didn't care at all and walked straight into the treasure pavilion. Young friend Ling, we are honored by your presence in our treasure pavilion. We haven't seen each other in Heavenly God City for many days. I didn't expect us to be so fated. An old and peaceful laughter came. The great elder of the treasure pavilion, Chen Tong, who had white hair and white beard, walked towards Ling Xiao with a smile in his eyes. Elder Chen? We are indeed fated to meet. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't expect to meet the great elder of the precious treasure pavilion here. Chen Tong smiled. After the Heavenly God Assembly, the holy ground will open soon, so this old man is accompanying a few juniors from the pavilion. When the time comes to enter the holy ground, I will need your help. Ling Xiao smiled. Elder Chen is too polite, but if you need my help, I will naturally not be a problem. He had a good impression of Chen Tong. This old man was a good person, and had stood up for Ling Xiao several times in Heavenly God City. Ling Xiao naturally understood the meaning behind Chen Tong's words. He hoped that Ling Xiao could take care of the Precious Treasure Pavilion's disciples in the holy ground. Then this old man will thank you in advance. Is there anything you need to buy? Today, no matter what you want to buy, it will all be 30% off. Chen Tong laughed. Hearing Chen Tong's words, the attendants of the Precious Treasure Pavilion all sucked in a breath of cold air. 30% was the biggest discount the Precious Treasure Pavilion could offer. Generally, only the big shots of the Holy Lands, and they had to be big customers of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, would receive this kind of treatment. What ability did this young man have to make the great elder think so highly of him? Since Chen Tong had spoken, Ling Xiao didn't hold back. He smiled and said, "Thank you, great elder. I need dark attribute monster cores, yin yang profound fruit, void black gold vine, and shadowless divine wood. Does the Precious Treasure Pavilion have them?" The deacons of the Precious Treasure Pavilion were all shocked. The yin yang mysterious fruit, the black golden vines of the void, and the shadowless divine wood were all supreme panaceas that were extraordinarily precious. Moreover, they had only heard of these panaceas because they were too rare. Normally, they would only grow in forbidden areas where people rarely went. Dark attribute monster cores were even rarer. Demonic beasts were usually invisible. Dark attribute demonic beasts were definitely ancient variants, and even those with divine beast bloodlines were very difficult to obtain. Chen Tong thought for a while and said, "Young friend Ling, I happen to have the yin yang profound fruit and the black golden vines in my Precious Treasure Pavilion. However, the shadowless divine wood and the darkness attributed monster core are too rare and expensive. They were sold at the Precious Treasure Pavilion's auction a few months ago." "I see." Ling Xiao nodded. He also knew the preciousness of the shadowless divine wood and the darkness type Yao core. The shadowless divine wood grew in places of extreme darkness. It had to grow in endless darkness for tens of thousands of years, absorbing the power of darkness in order to be born. Darkness attribute Yao cores were even harder to come by. However, I do know of a place that has divine shadowless wood and darkness type Yao cores, but... Chen Tong said hesitantly. "But what?" Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Chen Tong smiled bitterly and said, "On the Heavenly Demon Street in the west of the city, there is a small shop called the Ancient Pavilion. It should have shadowless divine wood and darkness attribute Yao cores. However, that senior's temper is too strange. He doesn't allow strangers to enter. Many people have been chased out by him, so I'm not sure if you can get it." "Ancient Xian?" Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He asked with some surprise, to be addressed as senior by the first elder, could it be that the shop owner is a sovereign stage expert? "He's not a sovereign, but he has the power of a sovereign," Chen Tong said with a grave expression. Ling Xiao nodded. This was a very special kind of person. For example, Feng Shui Master Li Chunfeng was not a sovereign, but he had the combat strength of a sovereign. In addition to Feng Shui masters, there were some special people who also had the power of a sovereign. Even real sovereign stage experts were wary of them. "Thank you for telling me, First Elder. I'm going to give it a try," Ling Xiao said with a smile. In his heart, he was curious about the ancient Xian. "Young friend Ling, you must be careful. Although I've never heard of that senior killing anyone, when he's unhappy, he's even beaten up real sovereigns," Chen Tong warned. "I understand. Thank you." Ling Xiao nodded and said. Finally, Chen Tong took out the yin-yang mysterious fruit and the black golden void vine. The yin-yang mysterious fruit was a green fruit shrouded in black and white qi. Mysterious laws flowed around it, making it look extraordinary. On the other hand, the black golden void vine had a trace of the space attribute. It was extremely spiritual. If it wasn't sealed, it could even escape through the void. It was extremely mysterious. Of these two sacred herbs, the yin-yang mysterious fruit was worth 300,000 pure yang pills, while the black golden void vine was worth 500,000 pure yang pills. Even with Chen Tong's 30% discount, Ling Xiao still paid 560,000 pure yang pills, 560,000 pure yang pills. Yi Feng and Yi Meng's eyes were wide open. They were extremely shocked. How terrifying would the darkness attribute monster core and shadowless divine would be? Apart from shock, all that was left in their hearts was a deep sense of gratitude. After all, even a real sovereign stage expert wouldn't spend millions of pure yang pills to save an ordinary person who had nothing to do with him. Ling Xiao left the precious treasure pavilion and headed in the direction of the ancient Xian. After Ling Xiao left, Chen Tong looked deeply at Ling Xiao and went straight to the 9th floor of the precious treasure pavilion. There was only one quiet room on the 9th floor. A beautiful woman in a red dress sat cross-legged in the middle of the room. The woman's long hair was like a waterfall. Her skin was smooth and her face was flawless. Her seductive eyes were especially beautiful. They were misty and shone brilliantly. One couldn't help but be mesmerized by them. Her figure was very hot, and her fair breasts were on the verge of popping out. Her small waist was small, and her thighs were slender and straight. Her jade feet were exquisite, and she looked very lazy as she reclined on the bed. There was a different kind of charm and temptation. In particular, there were 9 furry tails swaying behind her, making her look extremely demonic. "Saintess, what do you think of this person?" Chen Tong asked respectfully. "Not bad. He was able to kill South Celestial Venerable, Qi Sha, Pajun, and Tan Lang with his noble stage cultivation. It's obvious that he has a big secret." A crisp and pleasant voice sounded. The woman in red smiled slightly. Instantly, the entire quiet room lost its color. Even Chen Tong had to suppress his thoughts. The saintess seduction technique was getting more and more unfathomable. However, the most important thing is that he has a firm heart. He distinguishes between kindness and hatred. He's a reliable person. If he can help me this time, I should have a 50% chance of entering the holy ground this time. Only 50%? Chen Tong sighed softly. There was a trace of worry in his eyes. 50% is already not small. The woman in red laughed softly. There was a trace of coldness in her eyes as she said, "I've nurtured a tiger in the past. Now that those fellows have jumped out, if I don't take the risk, I'm afraid they'll succeed." "Saintess, do you want to see him?" Chen Tong's eyes dimmed. He shook his head and asked. "There's no need. When the holy ground opens, I'll naturally look for him. This young man won't be able to escape from me." Ling Xiao followed Chen Tong's directions and came to the Celestial Demon Street. The Celestial Demon Street looked very old and shabby. It was not as prosperous as the street where the treasure pavilion was located, but it was more lively. There were stalls on both sides of the road, and the stall owners were all warriors with powerful cultivation. Ling Xiao looked around and found that most of the stalls here were experts of the demon clan. They were at least at the demon royal realm, and there were even many experts who were half a step away from the demon venerable realm. There were all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth, precious Taoist pills, Taoist weapons, and even quasi-supreme weapons. Mysterious rune formations could be seen everywhere, which was dazzling. The divine river iron? Jian Yuanshan's eyes flashed. He saw a fist-sized piece of black iron on the stall in front of him. It was flowing with silver starlight and was surrounded by sharp qi of Gingjin. It looked extraordinary at first glance. The stall owner was a burly man with silver hair. He was at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. Ling Xiao took a look at him and knew that he was a silver dragon demonic beast. He had thousands of years of cultivation and his qi and blood were very vigorous. "How much is the divine river iron?" Jian Yuanshan was a little tempted. He walked up and asked. The divine river iron was a top treasure of heaven and earth for refining divine swords. It could even be refined into a supreme sword. However, this piece of divine river iron was too small to be refined into a supreme weapon. Jian Yuanshan wanted to integrate the divine river iron into his natal divine sword to improve the quality of his natal divine sword. "I only want to exchange it for a supreme elixir to improve cultivation," the stall owner said expressionlessly. "A supreme elixir to improve cultivation? Are you trying to rob me? It's such a big piece of divine river iron. It's more like 8 or 10 pieces." Taoist Wuliang curled his lips and said. "If you want to exchange it, then do it. If not, then leave. Don't affect my business." The stall owner was very tough. He glanced at Taoist Wuliang and said indifferently. What a pity. Jian Yuanshan put it down reluctantly. Although the divine river iron was precious, it was far from enough to exchange for a supreme elixir to improve cultivation. Moreover, Jian Yuanshan did not have a supreme elixir. Brother Jian, if you believe me, wait a little longer. The divine river iron is not the most suitable material for your natal divine sword. Ling Xiao glanced at Jian Yuanshan and said with a smile. Okay. Jian Yuanshan smiled bitterly. He thought that Ling Xiao was comforting him and did not care. Heavenly origin heavy flower, bamboo grass, starry sky dark gold stone. My goodness, these are all top-grade heavenly treasures. Xianxia, Qingjia, Yi Feng, and Yi Meng were all dazzled. They had never seen so many precious treasures. There are real and fake treasures in this kind of stall. You have to rely on your own eyesight. If you were able to find a treasure, its value might increase by 10 times or even 100 times. However, if you buy a fake, then you are really out of luck. Ling Xiao said with a smile. At the front of the stall, a middle-aged human expert was selling the treasures of his stall to the customers in front of him. He had a shifty look and was very shrewd. Standing in front of him was a burly man in tiger skin. His cultivation was at the first level of the monarch realm. He was holding a golden bone and hesitating. Brother, this divine bone is the supreme divine bone of the golden tyrant tiger. It contains the supreme laws and supreme divine powers. It also contains a trace of the golden tyrant tiger's bloodline power. If you can refine this supreme divine bone, you will become a supreme in the future. The shrewd stall owner was trying his best to introduce the divine bone of the golden tyrant tiger. The burly man in tiger skin was obviously tempted, but he still said hesitantly, I do want to buy this divine bone, but 2 million pure yang pills is too expensive. I don't have so many pure yang pills at all. Then how many pure yang pills do you have? The shrewd stall owner's eyes flashed and he quickly asked. I only have 1,500,000 pure yang pills. The burly man in tiger skin said honestly. The stall owner was overjoyed. As expected, this is another one-track-minded expert of the demon race. He's too honest. He revealed all his wealth just by asking casually. 1,500,000 pure yang pills it is. Since we're fated to meet, I'll take a loss today and sell it to you for 1,500,000 pure yang pills. Don't forget to support me when you become a supreme in the future. The stall owner pretended to have a pained expression as if he was extremely unwilling, but he still gritted his teeth and spoke in the end. Really? You really are a good person. Thank you, thank you. The burly man in tiger skin had a grateful expression on his face. He was about to take out the pure yang pills when a voice stopped him. Huzi, Huzi. Xiong Xiaohei's face was filled with excitement as he hurriedly shouted. Xiaohei? Ha ha ha. Xiaohei, what are you doing here? The burly man in tiger skin turned around and instantly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He hurriedly ran over and hugged Xiong Xiaohei tightly. These two fellows are really passionate. However, Ling Xiao, this Huzi is really stupid. He spent 1,500,000 pure yang pills to buy a piece of broken bone. Aren't you going to expose that fellow? Taoist Wuliang curled his lips and said. Don't worry. Since he's my brother, I naturally won't let him fool me. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a smile. How could he not see that the so-called golden tyrant tiger's supreme godly bone was a fake? Xiaohei, look at what good treasure I found. This is the golden tyrant tiger's supreme godly bone. If my old man saw it, he would definitely praise me. This is a good treasure. Huzi held up the golden bone and showed it to Xiong Xiaohei as if he was presenting a treasure. His face was filled with pride. Ling Xiao shook his head and thought to himself, praise you? If your old man knew that you spent 1,500,000 pure yang pills to buy this broken thing, he would probably hang you up and beat you. Fellow cultivator, hurry up and give me the pure yang pills. If you give me the pure yang pills, this supreme godly bone will be yours. The monkey-faced stall owner hurriedly urged when he saw that so many people had gathered around him. He immediately felt that something was amiss. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll give you the pure yang pills right now. Hu Zi's face was filled with apologies as he prepared to take out the pure yang pills. Hold on. A calm voice rang out as Ling Xiao walked over. Kid, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to cause trouble? Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my business. The stall owner hurriedly urged Ling Xiao impatiently. The ominous feeling in his heart intensified when he saw Ling Xiao. Xiaohei, Hu Zi, if this is really the golden tyrant tiger's supreme godly bone, 1,500,000 pure yang pills is really not that expensive. However, don't you think it's a little too much to pass it off as a golden tyrant tiger's supreme godly bone? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. What? The golden tyrant tiger? Xiaohei, who is he? This is clearly the supreme god bone of the golden tyrant tiger. I can't be wrong about the power of the bloodline. Hu Zi said doubtfully. Hu Zi, he is Brother Ling. Trust Brother Ling's judgment. If he says it's fake, then it must be fake. This bastard is trying to trick you. Xianxia was very confident in Ling Xiao. He had seen Ling Xiao gambling in the celestial stone, and he had never lost. Moreover, the stones he cut out were all earth-shattering supreme treasures. Therefore, he instinctively believed Ling Xiao's words. Kid, are you trying to stir up trouble? I, Wei O, am an honest and trustworthy person in Celestial Demon Street. If you don't tell me something today, I won't let you off. The stall owner looked at Ling Xiao coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Although the golden tyrant tiger and the golden tyrant tiger are both tigers, one is an ordinary tiger, while the other is an ancient divine beast. This bone of yours came from a half-step supreme being from the golden tyrant tiger clan. However, I don't know where you got the bloodline of the golden tyrant tiger, but you smeared it on this bone and refined it with the infinity flower, Gastrodia grass, and 10,000 blood spirit fusion fruit to disguise it as the laws and bloodline of the supreme god bone. This method is very clever. I'm afraid that even the golden tyrant tiger clan would be easily fooled by you. Am I right? The more Ling Xiao spoke, the paler Wei O's face became. He looked flustered and exasperated, knowing that there was no way to hide it anymore. However, he still refused to admit his mistake. Don't spout nonsense here. This is clearly the supreme god bone of the tyrant golden tiger that I dug out from the holy ground. Do you really think that I won't dare to touch you if you try to slander me? If you can't produce evidence today, don't blame me for being rude. Isn't it easy to get evidence? Ling Xiao sneered, the supreme godly bone of the tyrant golden tiger is as hard as diamond. Even supreme weapons can't damage it. Why don't we give it a try and see how hard it is? What do you think? Wei O broke out in cold sweat. At this time even Jian Yuanchen, Qingjia, Xianxia, and Hu Zi noticed that something was wrong. He didn't expect to meet a swindler. Come. My demonic earth axe is only a pseudo-supreme weapon. I want to see if this supreme god bone is real or fake. Xianxia couldn't hold it in any longer. He took out a black mountain-splitting axe and hacked at the golden bone. Crack, a burst of resplendent light exploded, and the golden bone was instantly split into two. Xianxia's speed was too fast, so fast that even Wei O couldn't stop him in time. Alright, you liar. How dare you cheat your grandpa Hu of his pure yang pills? I'll beat you to death. Hu Zi immediately flew into a rage. 1,500,000 pure yang pills for such a lousy toy. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's reminder, he would probably be beaten to death by the old man when he returned. While Hu Zi was grateful to Ling Xiao, he was filled with endless anger towards Wei O. However, Wei O was also slippery. He instantly put away all the things on the stall and jumped out of the encirclement of the crowd. Just you wait, I'll remember you. Kid, don't let your grandpa Wei see you next time. Wei O was a 9th-level emperor after all, so he easily dodged Hu Zi's attack. He pointed at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with hatred. He turned around and ran away at an extremely fast speed. That bastard. Xianxia was also furious. He waved the demonic earth axe in his hand, wanting to attack Wei O, but the old man was too slippery. Thank you, Brother Ling. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have been cheated by him. Hu Zi scratched his head embarrassedly and said sincerely. It's fine. You have the bloodline of the golden tyrant tiger, so it's natural that you want to buy the supreme god bone. However, you have to open your eyes wide. There are many swindlers on the streets. Follow me, I know of a treasure in the holy ground that can allow you to completely evolve into a golden tyrant tiger. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Hu Zi's original body was only a golden tyrant tiger. Although he had a trace of the golden tyrant tiger's bloodline, it hadn't completely awakened. Really? Thank you, Brother Ling, I'll follow you from now on. I'll chop whoever you ask me to. If anyone dares to harm you, I'll twist their head off. Hu Zi's face was full of excitement. However, he was wearing a tiger skin, revealing his pale golden skin. He had a big shiny bald head and a fierce face. He looked exactly like a hooligan. In comparison, although Xianxia was a little tanned, he looked much more honest than Hu Zi. Let's go. Ling Xiao smiled. He had already seen the Taiguxian signboard, which was at the end of the Heavenly Demon Street. The Taiguxian looked like a rundown shop, but when they got close to it, they couldn't help but shudder. They felt a wave of yin qi surging into their bodies. With the Taiguxian as the center, no one dared to set up a stall within a radius of 300 meters. It was obvious that the Taiguxian was very strange. The door of the Taiguxian was wide open. There were a few wooden shelves inside, and on top of them were some black things. There were human skulls, broken pots, broken incense burners, and dirty stones. At first glance, everyone felt as if they had entered a place that collected junk. If it wasn't for the words Taiguxian clearly written on the door, they would have thought that they had entered the wrong place. There was a deck chair in the Taiguxian, and a dirty old man was lying on it. He wore a shabby Taoist robe, his beard was unshaven, and his face was full of wrinkles. His eyes were slightly closed, and he was snoring softly. He was actually sleeping. Everyone was a little surprised. This was the senior that Chen Tong mentioned? This was too unconventional. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw the items on the shelf. Supreme weapon, supreme divine metal, peerless beast core, but they are all tainted with the aura of the Great Tomb. As expected of someone from the Tomb King City. Ling Xiao thought in his heart, confirming his guess. The Tomb King City was a mysterious force in the War God continent. Its strength was not weaker than those martial Dao Holy Lands. Just like the Feng Shui family, it was said that they had suffered the wrath of the heavens, and their bloodline was shackled. They would never be able to reach the supremacy realm. The Tomb King City made a living by robbing tombs. Most of the tombs they robbed were ancient tombs, and even the tombs of the gods. They had been to places like the 8 Great Forbidden Lands countless times, and had accumulated countless heavenly treasures. It was said that the Tomb King City robbed tombs to steal the secrets of the heavens, to break the shackles of the bloodline. However, not many people knew about this rumor. Even the name of the Tomb King City was only known to the Supremacy Realm experts. This is Azure Divine Liquid? Xianxia exclaimed. He saw a jade bottle on the shelf with the words Azure Divine Liquid on it, which made him excited. The Azure Divine Elixir was formed in a land of deathly stillness. The Azure Divine Elixir was formed from the supreme baleful aura and killing intent of the heavens and earth for countless years. It allowed one to better comprehend the Azura will and touch upon the Tao of Azura. Even in the Azura sect, the Azure Divine Liquid was extremely precious and could only be found by chance. Xianxia did not expect to find it here. If Xianxia could get the Azure Divine Liquid, it was very likely that he could condense the legendary Dharma Laksana of Azure Divine powers and break through to the royal realm immediately. Sacred 10 Swords. Jian Yuanshan saw a scroll on the shelf with the words Sacred 10 Swords on it, which made him extremely shocked. It was said that the Sacred 10 Swords was written by the Sacred 10 Swords of the ancient Sacred 10 Swords. It was not a supreme divine power, but it could help sword practitioners condense the supreme sword heart, cut through all restraints and reach the sword heart connected to the spirit. Jian Yuanshan had stayed in the noble realm for so long because his sword heart was not pure enough and still needed to be polished. The Sacred 10 Swords was the most suitable for him. In this small Taiguxian, the things on the shelves looked like rubbish, but if one looked carefully, they were all earth-shattering supreme treasures. Even Xianxia found a monster elixir of the earth demon bear, which made him drool. On a closer look, those shabby incense burners and broken pots were all famous supreme weapons from the ancient times. Although they were a little damaged, their value was still immeasurable. Ling Xiao saw a fist-sized black monster elixir on the shelf. It was as black as ink, as if it contained a dark vortex that could devour one's mind. The black monster elixir emitted a mysterious light, as if a black divine dog had appeared. It had 3 heads and wanted to devour heaven and earth. The monster elixir of the 3-headed hound of hell. Ling Xiao's voice was a little serious. The 3-headed hound of hell was an ancient divine beast. It was said that it had 3 lives and its destiny belonged to darkness. It could release dark destructive divine light, which was terrifying. It was the purest divine beast of darkness. Furthermore, this beast core was at least at the supreme realm. It was incomparably precious. Ling Xiao could also see that this monster core looked very ancient and had lost a lot of its power. It was exuding a tomb qi. It should have been stolen from some tomb by the Tomb King city. Ling Xiao did not see the shadowless divine tree, but he knew that this old man was from the Tomb King city, which gave him a lot of confidence. In the entire War God Great World, there was probably nothing that the Tomb King city couldn't obtain. So noisy, who let you in? Don't disturb this old man's sleep. Get out of here. The old man on the deck chair opened his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao and the others impatiently. Senior, I want to buy the Heaven Heart 10 swords. How many pure yang pills would it cost? Xianxia carefully glanced at the old man and asked. Not for sale. I'm not in a good mood today, so I won't be doing business. Scram. The old man said without even opening his eyes. Brother Ling, what should we do? Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others looked at Ling Xiao helplessly. The owner of Cultivation was really eccentric. If he was in a bad mood, he wouldn't be doing business. However, Cultivation was really full of good treasures. Disciples of the Holy Land like Xianxia and Xianxia were extremely envious. It's okay, he'll be in a good mood later. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and looked at the old guy on the reclining chair. Suddenly, he spat out an obscure syllable, which contained a strange rhythm. Although Xianxia and the others could not understand it, they felt that there was a mysterious power of law in it. The old man, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes in an instant. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. After Ling Xiao spat out the syllable, he smiled and said, Since the owner is in a bad mood, then we won't disturb you. Stop right there. The old man jumped up and ran in front of Ling Xiao. He stared at Ling Xiao and said, This is the general outline of destiny? There was a trace of nervousness in the old man's voice. He looked very perturbed and excited. Yes, this is the destiny general outline. Ling Xiao said with a smile. How do you know about the destiny general outline? The old man's voice was a little hoarse. Boom, a powerful aura emanated from the old man. It was magnificent and unfathomable. The gloomy aura seemed to drag people into hell and sink into the darkness forever. Of course, I got it by chance. Why should I tell you? Ling Xiao smiled and turned to leave Cultivation. Don't go. The old man suddenly became anxious. His figure flashed and he instantly blocked Ling Xiao's way. The expression on his face was very interesting. Why? Do the people of Tomb Monarch City want to rob me? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and there was a trace of sharpness in his eyes. You really know that I'm from Tomb Monarch City? In that case, name your price. As long as you give me the destiny general outline, I'll give you whatever you want. The old man finally gave in and looked at Ling Xiao with a wry smile. Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others opened their eyes wide. What was the destiny general outline? They had never heard of it before. In the end, when the arrogant old man heard the words destiny general outline, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. How many of the 9 writings of destiny have you obtained? Ling Xiao glanced at the old man and asked softly. The old man shuddered but still smiled wryly. Young noble is indeed a wise man. Out of the 9 chapters of Heaven's Will, our Tomb King city has only obtained 7 of them after so many years. We are only missing the general outline and the most mysterious 9th chapter. So, you're the Tomb Monarch of Tomb Monarch City? Ling Xiao looked at the old man and asked. That's right. I'm the Tomb Monarch of Tomb Monarch City, Mu Tianji. the old man said slowly, and his eyes became dignified. Jian Yuanshan, Xianxia, and the others were puzzled by the name Mu Tianji. Logically speaking, they should have heard of such a terrifying person. However, they felt that he was a stranger. When Taoist Wu Liang heard the name Mu Tianji, his eyes flashed with a gleam. Mu Tianji? Good name. I can give you the destiny general outline. However, I want 9 complete space crystals and the boundary-breaking shuttle. Ling Xiao looked at Mu Tianji and said. What? The world-breaking shuttle was one of the most precious treasures of the Tomb King city, and Ling Xiao was really asking for an exorbitant price. The world-breaking shuttle was a broken divine tool that was able to traverse through thousands of worlds. It was extremely mysterious, and the people of the Tomb King city had studied it for countless years. They even discovered that a complete world-breaking shuttle could directly traverse between the mortal realm and the divine realm to reach the legendary divine realm. After so many years, the Tomb King city still had no way to repair the world-breaking shuttle. However, with the world-breaking shuttle, the Tomb King city was able to traverse through countless ancient tombs as though they were walking on flat ground, avoiding many dangers. A complete space crystal could only be formed in a complete miniature world. It contained the laws of the world and was one of the most important treasures for Supreme Being experts to condense a miniature world in their body. The moment Ling Xiao opened his mouth, he asked for 9 complete space crystals. Although it made the Tomb King city feel the pinch, it was not to the extent that they could not afford it. The world-breaking shuttle had exceeded Mu Tianji's expectations. Ling Xiao was not angry as he smiled and said, Tomb King, I think you know better than me what the Heavenly Mandate General Outline means. 9 complete space crystals and the world-breaking shuttle is very fair. If I am more ruthless, even if I add the Divine Tomb Sword, I'm afraid you will still have to give it to me, right? Divine Tomb Sword? You really dare to dream. Mu Tianji's body trembled as he looked at Ling Xiao with a bitter smile. This young man was really familiar with the Tomb King city. The Divine Tomb Sword could be said to be the most precious treasure of the Tomb King city. It was the most precious treasure of the Tomb King city and was a complete divine tool, however, compared to the Heavenly Mandate General Outline, the divine tool of the Tomb King city was nothing. This was because the complete 9 volumes of Heavenly Mandate was the secret technique that could break the bloodline shackles of the Tomb King city. Only by obtaining the 9 volumes of Heavenly Mandate could one completely break the curse and regain their freedom. For this, the Tomb King city was willing to pay any price. Mu Tianji fell silent for a long time, clearly struggling internally. In the end, he could only laugh bitterly and say, all right, I'll agree to your request. I can give you the world-breaking shuttle, but we only have 7 complete space crystals right now. We can give you 7 first, and the other 2 will be given to you when we get them. 7 crystals it is then. However, you have to give me the 3-headed Hellhound's core, Azure Divine Liquid, 10 swords, Demonic Earth Bear's Bone, Peachwood Sword and the Tiger King's Heavenly Blade. Oh right, I also want the Shadowless Divine Wood. That's all I have. Ling Xiao said with a smile, not at all courteous. You really dare to demand an exorbitant price. Mu Tianji laughed in exasperation. Although these treasures weren't very valuable in his eyes, he was still extremely displeased that they were extorted by Ling Xiao just like that. In the end, he could only pinch his nose and accept it. This is a part of the Heavenly Mandate General Outline. I believe that the Tomb King city's reputation will not disappoint me. Come and find me after you get the realm-breaking shuttle and the space crystal. I live in the Heavenly Fragrance House. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant? Little friend Ling, when the Saint Ground opens, you should be there as well, right? Mu Tianji smiled. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. If young friend Ling can obtain the 9th chapter of Heaven's Will in the Saint Ground, I hope you can sell it to me. The price is negotiable then. Mu Tianji smiled faintly. Oh? How can you be so sure that the 9th chapter is here? And even if it is, I'm afraid I might not be able to get it. Ling Xiao looked at Mu Tianji in surprise as he asked. I believe in young friend Ling. When the time comes, my Tomb King city will also send a successor to the Saint Ground. I hope young friend Ling can take care of them. Mu Tianji's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he said with a smile. All right. Seeing that you have so many treasures, I agree. Ling Xiao said with a smile. After agreeing on a time with Mu Tianji, Ling Xiao and the rest left the ancient loft. After obtaining the demonic pill of the Cerberus and the shadowless divine wood, the treasures needed to awaken the dark bloodline were gathered. Moreover, the Cerberus demonic pill was much better than what Ling Xiao had imagined. Ling Xiao even guessed that the siblings could awaken their natal superpower. The divine azure liquid was given to Xianxia, the sacred 10 swords was given to Jian Yuanshan, the demonic earth bear bone was given to Xianxia and the tiger king heavenly blade was given to Huzi. As for the peachwood sword, it was taken away by Taoist Wuliang without hesitation. This was a million-year-old peachwood sword and it was most suitable for Taoist Wuliang. Although it was only a supreme-grade Dao artifact, it had the potential to become a supreme artifact. As long as Taoist Wuliang nurtured it, it would be able to exert unparalleled power. Thank you, Brother Ling. How many pure yang pills do you need? Just tell me. Jian Yuanshan and Xianxia were very grateful, especially Xianxia and Huzi. They didn't expect that they would also get a share. They were all giggling and holding the treasures in their arms. Do you think I lack those pure yang pills? We are all brothers. There is no need to be so polite. If you don't accept it, I will be angry. Ling Xiao said with a smile. In the end, Jian Yuanshan and Xianxia could only accept it with a bitter smile. They also knew that Ling Xiao probably had more pure yang pills than those old monsters. Moreover, Ling Xiao had just extorted 7 complete space crystals and the realm-breaking shuttle from Mu Tianji. They didn't know what kind of treasure the realm-breaking shuttle was, but the space crystal was a necessary item to become a supreme artifact and condense a small world. Its value was immeasurable. Brother Ling, what is the general outline of destiny? After leaving the ancient loft, Jian Yuanshan finally asked the question in his heart. The general outline of destiny is the first of the 9 writings of destiny, and it is also the most important one. Ling Xiao sighed softly and said, You may not have heard of the Tomb King city. This force is not weaker than the martial arts holy lands at all. It is even stronger. It is just that the population of the Tomb King city is thin. The court clansmen have been imprisoned by the heavens. Like the Feng Shui family, they can't break through to the supreme artifact realm in their lifetime. Legend has it that the 9 writings of destiny contains the power of destiny. As long as you can get the complete 9 writings of destiny, you can break the bloodline shackles and gain freedom. The Tomb King city makes a living by robbing tombs. For countless years, they have obtained countless treasures from many ancient tombs, but the most important thing is to find the 9 writings of destiny. Ling Xiao didn't hide anything and told them about the relationship between the 9 writings of destiny and the Tomb King city. So that's how it is. They already have the power of a supreme artifact without becoming a supreme artifact. If the Tomb King city breaks the bloodline shackles, how terrifying would they be? Jian Yuanshan's eyes revealed a trace of shock. He remembered that in the Heavenly God City, Li Chuanfeng's cultivation was only at the half-step supreme artifact realm, but he had seriously injured Nan Tianjue and blocked the 2 supreme artifacts, Nan Tianjue and Star Emperor. The people of the Tomb King city were probably just as terrifying. Jian Yuanshan, Xianxia and the rest were curious about Ling Xiao. They had never heard of the secrets of Tomb King city and the 9 scriptures of heaven's mandate. They did not expect Ling Xiao to be so familiar with them. Moreover, he had the general outline of heaven's mandate, which made the people of Tomb King city treat him with respect. The dirty old man in Tai Guxian was the Tomb King of Tomb King city. The Tomb King might be a peerless expert who was not weaker than Li Chunfeng. Jian Yuanshan and the rest were in disbelief at the thought that they were talking business with a sovereign expert. After returning to Heavenly Fragrance Inn, Ling Xiao planned to awaken the dark bloodline for Yifeng and Yimeng. Heavenly Fragrance Inn was the property of Shura sect. Ling Xiao and the rest were treated with the highest respect in Heavenly Fragrance Inn. In the depths of Heavenly Fragrance Inn, there was a powerful killing array that was filled with sovereign Dao marks. It was an important place in Heavenly Fragrance Inn. Ling Xiao led Yifeng and Yimeng into the palace. Yifeng, Yimeng, today I will awaken the dark bloodline for you and impart the heavenly book of darkness to you. I hope you can restore the glory of the dark sovereign and live up to the power of your bloodline. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 of them and said softly. Heavenly book of darkness? Yifeng and Yimeng were shocked. They looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief and said, "How did you get the heavenly book of darkness?" "Devouring Heaven Supreme is my master. I have obtained the inheritance of Devouring Heaven Supreme, which naturally includes the heavenly book of darkness." Ling Xiao did not hide it and said with a smile, "What? Devouring Heaven Supreme's disciple?" This news stunned Yifeng and Yimeng. Their eyes were full of shock. Devouring Heaven Supreme was the strongest person in the world 10,000 years ago. Some said that he had ascended to the divine world 10,000 years ago. Some said that Devouring Heaven Supreme had died in the great calamity 10,000 years ago. Ling Xiao said that he was Devouring Heaven Supreme's disciple, which made Yifeng and Yimeng feel like they were dreaming. "I am the holy son of Xianxia sect. Devouring Heaven Supreme Spirit has given me his inheritance. Today, you have awakened the dark bloodline and obtained the heavenly book of darkness." Ling Xiao looked at Yifeng and Yimeng. "Yes. Greetings, Saint." Yifeng and Yimeng were pleasantly surprised. The Longevity sect was the sect of the Heaven Devouring Supreme. Naturally, they knew that Ling Xiao was the sect of the Heaven Devouring Supreme. Now that they saw Ling Xiao, they felt as though they had seen a relative. "Alright, get up. Guard your minds and sit cross-legged." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ling Xiao directly took out 1,000,000 pure yang pills and set up a super spirit gathering array in the palace. The entire palace was enveloped in pure yang qi. Auspicious qi rose up into the air, and multicolored light filled the air. It looked like a divine realm. Ling Xiao then took out the three-headed hellhound's beast core, the shadowless divine wood, the yin-yang arcane fruit, and the black golden void vine. The three-headed hellhound Yao core was comparable to an autarch's Yao core. It contained the purest law of darkness. The shadowless divine wood, the yin-yang profound fruit, and the void black gold vine were all supreme sacred medicines. Using these natural treasures to awaken the bloodline of darkness in the two youths was something that even the martial Dao Holy Lands might not necessarily be able to do. Ling Xiao planned to not only completely awaken the dark bloodline for them, but also help them break through to the noble plane. Boom, Ling Xiao formed a seal with his hands, and the pure yang qi in the palace surged toward Yifeng and Yimeng's limbs. The pure energy constantly washed away the impurities in their bodies, and opened up their meridians and acupoints. This was the first step. Using the pure yang qi to refine their bodies, making them infinitely close to the pure yang body. Under the cleansing of the pure yang qi, thick black impurities overflowed from Yifeng and Yimeng's bodies. Their skin started to become crystal clear, and their bodies started to emit a clear aura. The yin-yang profound fruit, the black golden void vine, and the shadowless divine wood floated in the void. A golden lotus floated in front of Ling Xiao's chest, and the devouring heaven fire burned fiercely, emitting an extremely powerful force. The devouring heaven fire was now comparable to the legendary heavenly fire. It even had the power to threaten a half-autarch. It was only one step away from transforming into the legendary autarch's flame. The real autarch's flame could even burn a autarch into ashes. The three supreme sacred herbs emitted a faint glow. They were instantly swept up by the devouring heaven fire, and then flew into the devouring heaven golden lotus. Ling Zhao's primordial spirit was now extremely powerful. He had already recovered to the level of a supreme alchemy grandmaster. Although it was not as powerful as it was in his previous life, it was still very easy to use the devouring heaven golden lotus to refine sacred herbs. The three supreme sacred herbs instantly melted into a ball of sparkling light. Under the nourishment of the devouring heaven golden lotus, it started to refine the divine substance within. The three supreme sacred herbs, together with the demonic pill of the Cerberus, were all used to strengthen Yifeng and Yimeng's bloodline origin. The dark bloodline was just too terrifying. Like Shui Wei's Joyo bloodline, it was the top bloodline power in the world. It was comparable to the divine beast bloodline. Yifeng and Yimeng's bodies were too weak. Since Ling Xiao had decided to help them break through to the noble plane, their bodies had to be refined, and their life origin had to be greatly strengthened. Just like that, Ling Xiao controlled the pure yang qi to refine their bodies and nourish the essence of the three sacred herbs at the same time. 3 days later, Yifeng and Yimeng's bodies began to emit a faint light. They sat cross-legged in the endless pure yang qi. Without Ling Zhao's guidance, they could already absorb the pure yang qi on their own. Ling Xiao knew that this was the sign of the completed acquired treasure body turning into a pure yang body. Fall. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The devouring heaven golden lotus stretched out. A ball of dazzling light split into two and fell toward Yifeng and Yimeng. Just how majestic was the energy contained within the three supreme saint medicines, Yifeng and Yimeng felt that their bodies were about to explode. Their meridians began to bleed, and they were in extreme pain. However, they remembered Ling Xiao's words. They guarded their minds and did not make a sound, allowing their bodies to absorb the power of the three supreme sacred herbs. Boom, heaven and earth shook, and the universe rumbled. Golden lightning seemed to shoot out from Ling Xiao's eyes. The demonic pill of the Cerberus flew up into the sky. Ling Xiao pointed his finger. The entire palace seemed to be shrouded in endless darkness. Roar, a ferocious-looking Cerberus struggled and roared. It wanted to break free from the demonic pill, emitting endless ferocity. You've been dead for so many years. Are you still not satisfied? Disperse. Ling Xiao scolded softly. A golden bolt of lightning shot out from his forehead, and the three-headed hellhound instantly exploded, turning into boundless laws of darkness. Rumble, like the roar of the heavenly river and the surging of the endless sea, a dark, ancient, mysterious, and majestic power reverberated from Yifeng and Yimeng's bodies. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have disappeared into the void as the endless power of darkness spread out. Yifeng and Yimeng sat cross-legged in the darkness, and their bodies began to emit a mysterious fluctuation. Their auras became stronger and stronger, as if they were the lords of darkness, controlling endless power. Behind the two of them, two mysterious figures appeared, as if they were about to step out from the endless space-time, and poured endless power of darkness into the two of them. This bloodline of darkness is stronger than I imagined? Since that's the case, I'll take this opportunity to impart the heavenly book of darkness to you. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and a black scripture flew out of his primordial spirit. It looked ancient and mysterious. This was the heavenly book of darkness, which was similar to the heavenly scripture of sun and moon. They were both ancient ultimate arts that Ling Xiao had obtained from ancient ruins. With the current strength of Ling Xiao's primordial spirit, it was enough to condense the true meaning of the inheritance, and let Yifeng and Yimeng inherit the heavenly book of darkness. Buzz, the heavenly book of darkness instantly rushed into their foreheads, and then turned into a mysterious power of law, which began to flow in their hearts. At the beginning of heaven and earth, the source of darkness, the return of all gods, the origin of all creation, the birth of heaven and earth, the destruction of heaven and earth, like a great bell, an ancient and mysterious voice exploded in Yifeng and Yimeng's foreheads. The two of them fell into a mysterious state of Tao comprehension. I'll bestow all these great divine abilities to you. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. When he killed Celestial Venerable Nan and the others, he stripped many complete great divine abilities. Ling Xiao selected dozens of great divine abilities of the darkness attribute and instantly merged them into the siblings' consciousness. This was a supreme fortune, a fortune that could allow one to reach the heavens in a single step. Ling Xiao believed that when the siblings woke up, they would give him a big surprise. Yifeng and Yimeng's auras continued to strengthen, and the laws of darkness stabilized. The darkness bloodline in their bodies had already merged with their physical bodies. The most dangerous moment had passed, and Ling Xiao was finally at ease as he prepared to leave the palace. Big brother Ling, you're finally out. Seeing Ling Xiao come out, Xianxia and Huzi, who were outside the palace, were pleasantly surprised. What happened? Ling Xiao stared blankly for a moment before slowly asking. Big brother Ling, after you went into seclusion 3 days ago, Daoist Wu Liang, Big brother Jian, and Big brother Qing also went into seclusion. But Emperor Tomb Mountain's 6th Holy Son sent a letter of challenge to challenge you. Xianxia hurriedly said. That's right. The 6th Saint's son said that Yi Futian did not live up to his reputation. He killed South Celestial Venerable and the 3 stars of Star Palace because of Li Chuanfeng's help. He said that he wanted to fight Yi Futian fair and square. But because you were in seclusion, that guy said that you were guilty and slandered you everywhere in Two World City. Huzi also said indignantly. The 6th Holy Son of Emperor Tomb Mountain? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as a cold smile appeared on his face. In the god burial cave, if not for the fact that the sixth saint had the shroud cloth and was able to escape quickly, he would have been killed by Ling Xiao. Since he was so arrogant, did he have something to rely on? Just then, there was a commotion outside the Heaven Fragrance Inn. Big brother Ling, they are here again. For the past 3 days, they have been scolding you outside the Heaven Fragrance Inn. They said that you are a coward and that you were defeated by him. Xianxia heard the shouts outside and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. Let's go and take a look. Ling Xiao said calmly and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. The sixth holy sun was so arrogant. Did a supreme being come from Emperor Tomb Mountain? Or was there a conspiracy behind the challenge? Ling Xiao had a thought and walked out of the Heaven Fragrance Inn. Huzi, let's go. Ha ha ha. Those bastards are going to be unlucky. Even South Celestial Venerable was killed by Big Brother Ling. That bullsh *T6th Holy Sun must be looking for a beating. Xianxia was full of confidence as he pulled Huzi and followed. In Heaven God City, he had seen Ling Xiao kill South Celestial Venerable with his own eyes. What was a mere 6th Holy Sun to him? Outside the Heaven Fragrance Inn, the 6th Holy Sun was tall and handsome. His face was a little pale and there was a faint sinister aura around him. His eyes were indifferent as he stood proudly. Around him, a group of disciples from Emperor Tomb Mountain were shouting without restraint, their faces full of mockery. Ling Xiao, you coward. Come out and fight me if you dare. Our Lord 6th Holy Sun can kill you in 3 moves. He has been hiding for 3 days. He is really patient. Not to mention the Lord 6th Holy Sun, I can kill him. The disciples of Emperor Tomb Mountain were shouting with disdain. Their eyes were full of arrogance. In their opinion, if it were not for the prohibition of private fights in Two World City, they would have rushed in and dragged Ling Xiao out. Outside the Heaven Fragrance Inn, there were many experts from the human tribe and demon tribe who were watching. They were discussing with different expressions. Ling Xiao is really a troublemaker. Putting aside the fact that he offended Star Palace and Nantian family, how did he offend the bunch of lunatics from Emperor Tomb Mountain? That's not all. Don't you know that Ling Xiao snatched Lord Hanfeng's slave 3 days ago? Lord Hanfeng is also unhappy with him. Rumor has it that he has inherited the Scarlet Dragon War God. I wonder if it's true. No matter if it's true or not, he is just a rogue cultivator. He doesn't have a strong martial arts sanctuary backing him up. Naturally, he has become a pushover that everyone wants to bully. Most of the people were gloating over Ling Xiao's misfortune. It was obvious that they wanted to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Emperor Tomb Mountain had blocked the entrance of the Heaven Fragrance Inn for 3 days. One of the reasons was to challenge Ling Xiao. Another reason was that Emperor Tomb Mountain was not on good terms with Sholua sect. Hence, they blocked the business of the Heaven Fragrance Inn. Hanfeng is here. Someone cried out in surprise. In the distance, Hanfeng was wearing crimson armor. His crimson hair danced in the wind. His body was burly and his blood was boiling. He was surrounded by a group of heavenly beast guards and walked towards the Heaven Fragrance Inn. Hanfeng held an octagonal purple-golden hammer in his hand and it gave off a strong murderous aura. It was also a quasi-supreme weapon and it was extremely terrifying. Brother D, Ling Xiao is still a coward. Is he not willing to come out? Hanfeng sneered. That's right. Brother Han, everyone says that Ling Xiao killed Celestial Venerable Man, 7 Slaughter, Army Destroyer, and Greed Wolf. It would seem like they were exaggerating. The 6th Holy Sun smiled faintly. The Sky Demon Palace and the Azura sect were enemies. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Thus, the relationship between the Sky Demon Palace and the Emperor Tomb Mountain wasn't bad. Brother D, if Ling Xiao is determined to be a coward, are you really going to keep waiting? Hanfeng asked. Oh? What do you think, Brother Han? The 6th Holy Sun was slightly stunned. He'd heard that Ling Xiao had taken away 2 of Hanfeng's slaves 3 days ago. Hanfeng was definitely furious with Ling Xiao. Even though private fights are prohibited in Two-Dimension City, it wouldn't be considered a private fight if my slaves were taken away and I went to capture them. Hanfeng spoke faintly with a trace of coldness in his eyes. Brilliant. Brother Han, as long as we can force Ling Xiao out, he'll have no choice but to accept my challenge. The sixth holy son was overjoyed. Brother D, watch me. Han Feng smiled faintly, and then he ordered the celestial demon guardians behind him. My slave has been stolen. He's in the heavenly fragrance pavilion. Go in and capture him. Yes. The group of ferocious celestial demon guardians roared at the same time. They charged into the celestial fragrance restaurant like wolves and tigers. How dare you? This is the Azura sect base. Han Feng, are you trying to start a war between the Azura sect and the Sky Demon Palace? The manager of the Heaven Fragrance Pavilion was a fat middle-aged man. He seemed very kind and was only at the first rank of the monarch realm. At this moment, he was so anxious that he broke out in cold sweat, but he could only summon the courage to shout. Start a war between the Azura sect and the Sky Demon Palace? You're not worthy. Your Heaven Fragrance Pavilion is harboring a felon and taking away my slaves. I'm going to tear down your Heaven Fragrance Pavilion today. Han Feng laughed coldly. His large eyes were like a lion's, and they were filled with an icy red color. Stop. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice resounded. Ling Xiao was dressed in white and had a slender figure. He calmly walked out of the heavenly fragrance house and appeared in front of the crowd. This is Ling Xiao? He looks like a 16 or 17-year-old youth. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. How did he kill Celestial Venerable Nan? This was the first time many people had seen Ling Xiao. Seeing such a harmless and delicate young man, they found it hard to believe the rumors they had heard. The sixth holy son of the Emperor Tomb Mountain? I don't understand. You've already escaped from my hands once. Where did you get the confidence to challenge me now? Ling Xiao glanced at the sixth holy son. Ling Xiao, you're finally willing to come out. Seeing Ling Xiao, the sixth saint's eyes turned bloodshot. Back at the god burial cave, Ling Xiao was the one who had stolen the remains of the godly spirit. If it weren't for the terrifying sword intent that came from the coffin and slain the 3 half-martial highnesses of the monarch Tomb Mountain and almost destroyed the burial cloth, he did not think Ling Xiao would stand a chance against him. With the shroud, this supreme treasure, he was already in an invincible position. Everyone was stunned when they heard Ling Xiao's words. It seemed that Ling Xiao and the sixth holy son had fought before, and the sixth holy son had escaped in the end. How was that possible? If Ling Xiao had defeated the sixth holy son, why would the sixth holy son still come to challenge him? He was simply asking for humiliation. The sixth holy son's voice was extremely cold. Ling Xiao, you stole my remains of the godly spirit in the god burial cave and killed 3 elders of my monarch Tomb Mountain. Today, I will avenge them. Do you dare to fight with me? Remains of the godly spirit? When the sixth holy son mentioned the remains of the godly spirit, everyone trembled. Their eyes were filled with greed. Even Han Feng's eyes were burning with desire. There were remains of the godly spirit in the god burial cave, but other than the monarch Tomb Mountain, no one had ever heard of anyone who could obtain the remains of the godly spirit. There might be a peerless martial art or a supreme artifact in the remains of the godly spirit. More importantly, there might be the secret to becoming a godly spirit. When this news spread out, even some supremes wouldn't be able to sit still. Sixth holy son, don't pour dirty water on me. If even you can't take the remains of the godly spirit, do you think I can? The 3 elders of your monarch Tomb Mountain were killed by the killing intent in the god burial cave. What does that have to do with me? I'm not interested in accepting your challenge. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with disdain. He naturally wouldn't admit that there was a remains of the godly spirit. There was indeed no remains of the godly spirit in the stone coffin. Otherwise, if he attracted the attention of the Supremes, there would be endless trouble for him. Ling Xiao, no matter what you say, the remains of the godly spirit were snatched by you and killed 3 elders of my monarch Tomb Mountain. If you have the guts, fight with me. The sixth holy son sneered. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in fighting with someone who lost to me a second time. Ling Xiao said faintly. The sixth holy son's gaze turned cold and his voice was incomparably cold. Ling Xiao, in the god burial cave, if it wasn't for the strange movement of the stone coffin, you would have died in my hands. Don't try to win a battle of words. Han Feng sneered and said, Ling Xiao, if you keep making excuses, it seems like the so-called genius is nothing more than this. I don't know what methods you used to kill South Celestial Venerable and the 3 stars of Star Palace. He was deliberately provoking Ling Xiao. There was a dual battlefield in Two World City. Both parties had to agree to the duel. If one party didn't agree, the other party wouldn't dare to fight. The rules in Two World City were extremely strict. Even the disciples of Monarch Tomb Mountain and Sky Demon Palace didn't dare to break them easily. Ling Xiao, if you're a man, fight with me. If you can win against me, this spirit-severing sovereign elixir is yours. The 6th Holy Sun gritted his teeth and a black elixir appeared in his hand. It emitted a faint spiritual light and looked extremely mysterious. There was a mysterious power of law intertwining. The rich medicinal fragrance spread out, causing everyone's body to tremble. Their eyes revealed a trace of incomparable shock. The spirit-severing sovereign elixir was an elixir that could increase the power of the primordial spirit. If a 9th-level emperor wanted to break through to half-step to the supreme realm, the primordial spirit was a huge bottleneck. With the spirit-severing sovereign elixir, it could greatly increase the possibility of a 9th-level emperor breaking through to half-step to the supreme realm. The spirit-severing sovereign elixir? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. The 6th Holy Sun was too strange. He didn't hesitate to take out the spirit-severing sovereign elixir to fight with him. Ling Xiao felt that there was a conspiracy. Could it be that the supreme realm of Monarch Tomb Mountain is behind this? Ling Xiao was very curious why the 6th Holy Sun insisted on fighting him. He wanted to see what the Emperor Tomb Mountain was plotting. Very good. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, don't worry. I'll definitely treat you well when you're defeated by me. The 6th Holy Sun sneered. Prepare the Soul Formation Supreme Pill. It's mine. Ling Xiao smiled faintly in response. Don't try to talk big. Let's meet on the arena. Killing intent flashed through the 6th Holy Sun's eyes. He snorted coldly and left with the disciples of the Emperor Tomb Mountain. Ling Xiao, do you really think you can fight Brother D? You're really courting death. I'd like to see how many moves you can take from Brother D. Han Feng sneered as well. He followed the 6th Holy Sun while being escorted by the celestial demon guards. Big Brother Ling, that 6th Holy Sun is too arrogant. You have to teach him a lesson later. Xianxia spoke as if he wanted to see the world plunged into chaos. He was filled with confidence in Ling Xiao. Even if the 6th Holy Sun was a peerless genius of the Emperor Tomb Mountain with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Monarch realm, even the Southern Celestial Venerable had died at Ling Xiao's hands. What was a mere 6th Holy Sun to Ling Xiao? Perhaps only the legendary Holy Sun De was qualified to fight with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a trace of sharpness flashed through his eyes. The arena of Two World City was an ancient stone platform at the center of the city. It was carved with supreme Tao marks and intertwined laws. It was extremely sturdy and radiant. The arena was originally set up to resolve the enmity between the human and demon races. Later on, it gradually evolved into the battlefield of Two World City. Private battles weren't allowed in Two World City, but battles could be carried out on the arena. News of the battle between Ling Xiao and the 6th Holy Sun quickly spread throughout Two World City through word of mouth. Many experts from both the human and demon clans had arrived. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. The Emperor Tomb Mountain was a sacred land of the martial Tao. It was extremely powerful. Especially the 9 holy sons of the Emperor Tomb Mountain. Every single one of them was a peerless genius. As for Ling Xiao, he was a peerless genius who had just risen. In Heavenly God City, he had killed South Celestial Venerable, slaughtered 7 kills, Army Destroyer, and Voracious Wolf. It was rumored that he had obtained the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God. His name had spread across the entire War God continent. However, Two World City was very far from Heavenly God City. Many people had never seen Ling Xiao before. Most of them were skeptical of the rumors. Thus, everyone had different opinions about who would win this battle. They were all looking forward to it. There were even people who set up bets on the battle stage. Everyone took out pure yang pills to place their bets. Some favored Ling Xiao, while others favored the 6th saint. Big Brother Ling, I bet 300,000 pure yang pills. This is all I have. You must win. Xianxia said excitedly. Big brother Ling, I bet 1,500,000 pure yang pills. Hu Zi's words gave Ling Xiao and Xianxia a fright. 1,500,000 pure yang dan. This was Hu Zi's entire fortune, and he actually threw it all out. What are the odds? Ling Xiao asked. The odds are 1 to 3. If you win, big brother Ling, Hu Zi will have to take back the 4.5 million pure yang pills. Xianxia hurriedly said. Big brother Ling, I believe you will definitely win. Hu Zi said with a mischievous smile. You guys really believe in me. Since it's like this, I can't let you guys lose so many pure yang pills. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He saw that the disciples of Emperor Tomb Mountain had also set up bets. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he directly walked over. I want to bet. This is 10 million pure yang pills. A storage ring appeared in Ling Xiao's hand as he looked at the people of Emperor Tomb Mountain and said. What? The disciples of Emperor Tomb Mountain were all stunned. Ling Xiao actually wanted to bet himself. Moreover, it was 10 million pure yang pills. The total amount of pure yang pills they had collected from the gambling house was not even 10 million pure yang pills. If Ling Xiao won, then Emperor Tomb Mountain would have to pay him 30 million pure yang pills. You. Who are you betting on? The disciples of Emperor Tomb Mountain swallowed their saliva and asked. Of course I'm betting on myself. Your Emperor Tomb Mountain must prepare pure yang pills. Otherwise, if you don't give me 30 million pure yang pills later, I will be very unhappy. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then, he turned around and walked onto the battle stage. Ling Xiao is so confident that he can win? The sixth saint is different from South Heavenly Venerable. I heard that the sixth saint has a complete supreme weapon and is already in an invincible position. Where does Ling Xiao's confidence come from? This is really hard to say. Seeing how confident he is, he might also have a powerful trump card. If Ling Xiao also has a supreme weapon, then this battle will be fun. So what if he has a supreme weapon? He is merely in the noble realm. There is a huge gap between him and the sixth saint. He can't unleash the power of a supreme weapon. Ling Xiao is definitely going to lose. Everyone discussed. Some were bewildered while others were gloating. Their faces were full of mockery. The battle stage was managed by the City Lord Manor of the Two-World City. The two Manor Lords of the City Lord Manor were one human and one demon. The sixth saint handed the Soul Formation Supreme Elixir to the people of the City Lord Manor and signed the battle agreement. Then, he turned around and jumped onto the battle stage. The battle stage didn't look big from the outside. It was only a few hundred feet in radius. However, it contained a huge space. It was enveloped by supreme Dao marks and array formations. It was extremely sturdy and could withstand a battle between experts below the supreme realm. Ling Xiao, you are definitely going to die in today's battle. Whether it is the God Spirit Slew or the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God, they will all belong to me. The sixth saint's eyes were blazing. He stood proudly and said coldly to Ling Xiao. So much nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Once it's settled, I'm going to go back and cultivate in seclusion. Ling Xiao sneered and said. You want to die? Then I will fulfill your wish. The sixth saint's eyes flashed as an extremely powerful aura emanated from his body. He was at the third level of the monarch realm. His cultivation was much weaker than South Heavenly Venerable, but there was a deathly and cold aura coming from him. It was as if he came from hell and had been sealed for thousands of years. There was a murderous intent that could turn everything in the world into a land of death. Rumble, murderous intent flashed through the sixth saint's eyes. He slammed his palm forward, and a vast palm print covered the world like a black divine mountain. It emanated a monstrous aura of death as it pressed down on Ling Xiao. Moreover, divine light shone behind the sixth saint. An extremely terrifying tomb appeared in the void and emanated an aura that could break through the sky. Great! Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely calm as he punched at the sixth saint. Crack! Ling Xiao's qi and blood were overflowing. This was pure physical strength. Ever since he condensed the heavenly dragon body, his body was like a divine mountain that suppressed the heavens, containing vast and unparalleled power. No matter if it was a myriad of divine abilities or heavenly laws, he could only break them with a single punch. Boom, the fist and palm collided, and the sixth saint's palm instantly exploded. However, a layer of black light appeared on his body, emitting ancient runes. That was the power of the shroud, containing a terrifying supreme divine aura. Ling Zhao's unstoppable punch was directly blocked by the shroud. The shroud of the Emperor Tomb was said to be the shroud of the Divine King. It was soaked in the blood of the Divine King and was a powerful supreme artifact that almost had the power to kill gods and demons. With the shroud, the sixth saint could be said to be in an invincible position. Crack, the shroud emitted waves of black laws and merged with the great tomb behind the sixth saint, instantly suppressing Ling Xiao. The Emperor Tomb was said to be the tomb of the supreme great emperor who ruled the heavens and suppressed the chaos. It contained the power to return the heavens and earth to death. The dark aura was actually able to cancel out Ling Zhao's majestic qi and blood. It even had a kind of fluctuation that could corrode Ling Zhao's qi and blood. If an ordinary expert was suppressed by the Great Tomb, they would probably be turned into ashes in an instant. Ling Xiao, today I'll tell you that I'm the peerless genius of the war god continent, and you're just an ant like trash. The sixth saint roared. His eyes were incomparably cold, and he seemed to be in high spirits. He was wearing the Divine King's shroud and wielding the Supreme Emperor's tomb, and he was pressing down on Ling Xiao. Although he was only a third-level martial emperor, his peerless power made countless half-step martial emperors turn solemn. The sixth saint already had the power to kill a half-step supremes. How could Ling Xiao resist? Humph, I knew this kid's reputation was undeserved. So what if his physical body is strong? Could it be that he can withstand a supreme weapon? Han Feng sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Xianxia and Hu Zi were also a little nervous. In the duel arena, Ling Xiao seemed to be at a disadvantage. It was obviously not a good sign to be at a disadvantage after just exchanging blows. On the arena, Ling Zhao's expression was still indifferent and calm. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with sharpness in the face of the great tomb that was pressing down on him. He instantly soared up into the sky, his body filled with dragon might and golden light. Like a divine sun, Ling Xiao punched out. The terrifying qi and blood mixed with the heaven-devouring fire burned fiercely in an instant. This was the fist of the great sun, also known as the heavenly dragon divine fist. It shattered the sun and caused the cosmos to tremble. Blazing flames covered the sky as it slammed into the great necropolis. Crack, the great necropolis, which had originally seemed corporeal, was swept up by the true devouring flame, and the black death qi exploded. Ling Zhao's gaze was extremely sharp. His body shot across the sky like a bolt of lightning, and his fist landed on the sixth saint's chest. Rumble, the God King's shroud appeared, and countless runes intertwined. The might of a supreme being erupted. Although it managed to block the power of Ling Zhao's punch in the end, the sixth saint child was still sent flying several zhang away. You deserve to die. The sixth saint child flew into a rage out of humiliation. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Even with the God King's shroud, he was still sent flying by Ling Zhao's punch. Even the sixth saint was a little shocked by the energy fluctuations coming from the terrifying fist aura. Ling Xiao was indeed as the rumors said. He had a terrifying physical strength, just like an ancient divine beast that could break through everything with brute force. Buzz, a light flashed in the sixth saint child's hand, and a black coffin floated in front of him. The lid of the coffin was instantly opened, and black death qi spread out. Resplendent light flickered, and a 20-zhang tall burly man with a jade-like body walked out. This was the jade corpse of the Emperor Tomb Mountain. Its entire body was flowing with brilliant light, and it was flawless. It was dazzling and contained a terrifying power. The jade corpse was an existence that was second only to the sky corpse. It had boundless strength and was invulnerable. Moreover, it could fly and burrow into the ground. It was extremely powerful. The most powerful technique of the Emperor Tomb Mountain was the corpse controlling technique. The sixth saint child knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao, so he decisively summoned the jade corpse. This jade corpse was the strongest trump card of the sixth saint child. It had killed many half-step supreme being experts for him in the past. It was extremely ferocious. Aside from the lack of intelligence, the jade corpse had a powerful combat talent. It was not afraid of death, and its physical body was extremely powerful. It was comparable to a quasi-supreme being weapon. Ordinary half-step supreme beings could not harm the Jade Corpse. As such, the Jade Corpse could easily defeat 2 or 3 half-martial highnesses at the same time. Jade Corpse, I never thought that the 6th Saint Child would have a Jade Corpse. This time, Xianxia is dead for sure. That's right. The Jade Corpse is incomparably precious. Legend has it that it was refined from the corpse of a fallen supreme being. Even with the secret technique of the Emperor Tomb Mountain, it would still take a few thousand years to refine it. Each Jade Corpse is a supreme treasure of the Emperor Tomb Mountain. With this Jade Corpse, it would be easy to kill a half-step supreme being. Xianxia has kicked an iron plate this time. His physical body is strong, but could it be stronger than the Jade Corpse? Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. They were afraid that Xianxia would lose for sure. Roar, the Jade Corpse appeared between the heavens and earth. It let out a loud roar that shook the heavens. Immediately, the wind and clouds changed color. Dark clouds covered the entire area. A faint murderous aura and killing intent shrouded the entire area. The 2-foot-tall Jade Corpse suddenly stared at Xianxia. Its eyes were filled with a dense blood-red color. A ferocious aura shrouded Xianxia. With a flash of light, the Jade Corpse disappeared in front of Xianxia. A Jade Corpse that can fly through the sky and travel through the earth? Xiao's eyes flashed sharply. He did not hesitate to use the greater teleportation technique and teleported himself a few dozen feet away. Boom, as expected, the Jade Corpse appeared where Xianxia was originally standing. It threw out a punch. The void trembled and rippled. Roar, the Jade Corpse let out a loud roar. Its murderous aura locked onto Xianxia as it threw out another punch. The jade-colored fist contained an incomparably terrifying power, as if it wanted to tear everything into pieces. I'd like to see how strong the legendary Jade Corpse is. Xiao's eyes revealed a strong fighting intent. The Jade Corpse finally made him feel threatened. At the same time, it also stimulated the fighting intent in his heart. Ever since the heavenly dragon body was completed, Xiao's physical strength could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. There was almost no one below the Supreme Being level who could surpass Xiao in terms of physical strength. The legendary Jade Corpse was as tough as diamond. It was comparable to a powerful quasi-Supreme Being weapon. Xiao did not dodge. He also threw out a punch at the Jade Corpse. Crack, golden lightning shot out from the fist. The void trembled. The golden fist collided with the Jade Corpse's fist. Boundless divine light exploded. Instantly, the heavens and earth began to rumble. When Xiao and the Jade Corpse clashed, the void rumbled and ripples spread out. The terrifying force swept out in all directions, as if it was going to shatter the void. Swoosh, Xiao and the Jade Corpse retreated at the same time. Fierce indeed. Xiao's eyes flashed. The Jade Corpse's physical body was extremely powerful. It had been refined to the point where it was comparable to a quasi-supreme weapon. Its defensive power was extremely strong. Its body was covered in a layer of jade-colored radiance, emitting mysterious supreme Tao marks. Roar, the Jade Corpse roared as its eyes were filled with blood. Although it didn't have spiritual intelligence, it had extremely powerful battle instincts. It immediately pounced towards Xiao. Boom, the Jade Corpse was extremely fast. It threw a punch towards Xiao's head. At the same time, it spat out a black divine light from its mouth. It contained a deathly power and was as fast as lightning. Xiao's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. He also wanted to see where the limits of his physical body were. Boom, a vast dragon aura spread out. Xiao's body shone with golden light. Golden dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. Each of the dragon scales was extremely mysterious. They were like ancient runes, emitting extreme physical strength. Xiao stepped out and used the greater teleportation ability. It was as if he was moving freely in the starry world. He instantly dodged the black divine light and appeared behind the Jade Corpse. He threw a punch at its back. Crack, it was like a golden dragon had crashed into the ground. The Jade Corpse staggered and the runes behind it exploded. The rebounding force pushed Xiao back. But when the Jade Corpse staggered, Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He burst out with the violent dragon divine ability. His body became incomparably violent and instantly burst out with 16 times his combat strength. Clang, Ling Xiao's body shone with golden light. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a young war god as he fought intensely with the jade corpse in the void. In an instant, they had exchanged hundreds of punches. Heaven and earth rumbled. The entire duel stage began to emit dazzling radiance. The supreme Dao marks were pushed to the extreme. It was as if the duel stage would explode in the next moment. Ling Xiao actually has such terrifying combat strength? Han Feng shuddered, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was still doubtful about the previous rumors. However, when he saw the intense fight between Ling Xiao and the Jade Corpse, he believed that Ling Xiao really had the power to defeat South Celestial Venerable and kill the 3 stars of Star Palace. The Emperor Tomb Mountain was an extremely special martial Dao holy land. Although cultivation and battle strength were equally important, their most powerful technique was still the method of sacrificing zombies. For example, the Sixth Saint might not be as strong as South Heavenly Venerable, but his invincible Jade Corpse was strong enough to kill half-step Supremes. Even South Heavenly Venerable would pale in comparison. But now, Ling Xiao was able to fight the invincible Jade Corpse to a standstill. Didn't this mean that Ling Xiao already had the battle prowess of a half-step Supreme? Rumble, the Sixth Saint floated in the air with runes all over his body. His eyes were extremely cold. Under his control, the invincible Jade Corpse exploded with peerless ferocity and clashed with Ling Xiao continuously. Although Ling Xiao had already activated the body of the Heavenly Dragon and the Violent Dragon divine ability to the extreme, he still couldn't defeat the invincible Jade Corpse. If my cultivation breaks through to the Monarch realm and forms the divine ability Dharma form, the body of the Heavenly Dragon will be complete. By then, I'll be able to kill this Jade Corpse with a single punch. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. It was mainly because his current cultivation was still insufficient. After all, there was a huge difference between the 9th level of the Noble Realm and the Monarch Realm. The Noble Realm formed various divine abilities and comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. The Monarch Realm used these divine abilities and merged them with their martial Dao origin to form the divine ability Dharma form and possess even more terrifying power. It was like the difference between a handful of sand and a rock. No matter how many divine abilities a Noble Realm cultivator formed, they were only individual grains of sand. It was far from the power of a Monarch Realm cultivator who merged the divine abilities into a rock. However, the Noble Realm was the foundation. The more divine abilities one cultivated, the more terrifying the combat strength of a Monarch Realm cultivator would naturally be. Moreover, Ling Xiao noticed the 6th Holy Sun's ability to control the Jade Corpse during the battle. It was none other than the suppression of the Soul Core. It could be said that the 6th Holy Sun's Soul Core was wearing the outer shell of the Jade Corpse and fighting Ling Xiao. So, if Ling Xiao wanted to destroy the Jade Corpse, then he had to destroy the 6th Holy Sun's Soul Core. Heavenly Jade Corpse flame, incinerate the heavens and the earth. The 6th Holy Sun grunted coldly, and he was slightly anxious in his heart. Ling Xiao's combat strength was actually more terrifying than he'd imagined, and even the invincible Jade Corpse wasn't able to gain the slightest advantage. Bang! As the 6th Holy Sun shouted loudly, the flames around the Jade Corpse rose and were suffused with a layer of white flames. It was like the flames of bones, and it emanated a force capable of incinerating the soul. The Jade Corpse charged towards Ling Xiao while the Heavenly Jade Corpse flame around it rose, and it pounced towards Ling Xiao along with his attacks. An ordinary person would probably be unable to resist a few punches. Heavenly Jade Corpse flame? That's all there is to it. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and the heaven-devouring flame rose instantly, like golden lotuses floating around him. There seemed to be a black divine light flickering in Ling Xiao's eyes. He struck out with his palm, and the mysterious power of runes shot out from his palm. A black soul-extinguishing needle flew across the sky, exuding a force capable of destroying everything. Great soul-extinguishing art, soul-extinguishing needle. With Ling Xiao's current strength, the combination of the great soul-extinguishing art and the soul-extinguishing needle's power was something that even the Jade Corpse didn't expect. The soul-extinguishing needle instantly pierced through its forehead. Break! Ling Xiao wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, so he took a punch from the Jade Corpse. At the same time, he struck the Jade Corpse's forehead with his palm, sending the soul-extinguishing needle into the jade corpse's mind. This was because Ling Xiao knew that the jade corpse's mind was the core of the sixth holy sun's control over the jade corpse. Crack, black lightning crisscrossed, and the destructive force of the great soul-extinguishing art exploded. It seemed to have set off a destructive storm in the jade corpse's mind, and it instantly broke apart a trace of the soul core in the jade corpse's mind. Ah! The sixth holy sun screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Although the destruction of a trace of the soul core in the jade corpse's mind wasn't enough to cause the sixth holy sun to lose control of the jade corpse, he still suffered a considerable backlash. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die. The sixth holy sun roared, and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Boom! A mysterious, majestic, and terrifying aura rose from the jade corpse's mind, and it instantly suppressed the power of the great soul-extinguishing art. It was an old figure in a black robe, and his eyes were indifferent. He stood in the chaos like a god overlooking all living beings. Sovereign? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He immediately sensed that the old figure was the spirit clone left in the jade corpse by the sovereign. Moreover, the aura was exactly the same as the sixth holy sun's. The sovereign of the Emperor Tomb Mountain, no wonder the sixth holy sun insisted on challenging Ling Xiao. So this was the real scheme? He wanted to use the sovereign's primordial spirit to seize Ling Xiao. He didn't expect that even the sovereign would be interested in him. However, it's a pity that you have the wrong idea. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He didn't stop the sovereign's primordial spirit from entering his sea of consciousness. Wordless heavenly book, suppress it. As soon as the old primordial spirit appeared in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, he immediately activated the wordless heavenly book. Rumble, the wordless heavenly book emitted rays of divine light. It was ancient and mysterious. In an instant, it enveloped the old sovereign's primordial spirit. What? The old primordial spirit entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Before he could react, he saw the ancient and vast wordless heavenly book pressing down on him. He was shocked. Ling Xiao, you have indeed obtained the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God. This heavenly book, is definitely a supreme divine weapon. The old primordial spirit trembled. His eyes were filled with excitement. Whether it is the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God or not, you are dead meat. I didn't expect that the sovereign of the Emperor Tomb Mountain would hide in the jade corpse to plot against me. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said indifferently. At the same time, he was extremely vigilant. Since the sovereign of the Emperor Tomb Mountain had taken a fancy to him, there might be other sovereigns who had their eyes on him. There was a sense of urgency in his heart. He desperately wanted to increase his strength. Even if Ling Xiao used all his means, he wouldn't be able to defeat a real sovereign. He knew that it would be difficult to even escape. Rumble, the power of the wordless heavenly book was vast, ancient, and majestic. Divine chains of order instantly wrapped around the ancient primordial spirit, suppressing it within the wordless heavenly book. The old soul's eyes trembled, and his heart burned with passion. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, I'm Grand Elder Di Lin of the Emperor Tomb Mountain. As long as you're willing to give me the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God, you'll be the holy son of the Emperor Tomb Mountain. In the future, I'll definitely help you reach the supreme realm. Holy son of Emperor Tomb Mountain? This young master doesn't care. Ling Xiao let out a cold laugh. He wasn't moved at all. He immediately activated the power of the wordless heavenly book, about to refine this strand of Di Lin's primordial spirit. Ling Xiao, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Otherwise, when this old man discovers that this strand of origin spirit has been destroyed, you'll definitely die. Di Lin saw that Ling Xiao's attitude was very resolute. Since the temptation had failed, he began to threaten him. Die. Killing intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He instantly activated the power of the wordless heavenly book, completely obliterating Di Lin's primal spirit. Rumble, Ling Xiao's fist shot out like a dragon, sending the jade corpse flying. He then appeared in front of the sixth holy sun, one hand gripping his throat. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. You've lost. Ling Xiao said calmly, his voice echoing throughout the entire dueling arena. How is this possible? The sixth holy sun's eyes widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The jade corpse clearly contained Dylan's primordial spirit, but Ling Xiao was completely fine. Did Ling Xiao's primordial spirit have a primordial spirit defensive treasure, or did he really possess the legendary legacy of the Scarlet Dragon War God? The sixth holy son was stunned for a moment. He actually forgot to attack Ling Xiao. Sixth, come back first. Ling Xiao isn't simple. He has a huge secret. An ancient voice rang out in the sixth holy son's mind. He originally wanted to activate the God King's shroud to continue his battle with Ling Xiao, but after hearing Dylan's voice, he reluctantly stopped. Moreover, he also knew that even the jade corpse was unable to do anything to Ling Xiao. He had truly lost this battle. Ling Xiao, you've won. But just you wait. Sooner or later, you'll die in my hands. The sixth holy son said coldly as he looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't even respond to him as he turned and left the dueling arena. Ling Xiao actually won? Outside the dueling arena, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Not only did the sixth holy son have the God King's shroud, but he also had the supreme jade corpse. Yet, he still couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao and could only admit defeat in the end. This battle completely shattered everyone's doubts about Ling Xiao. No one doubted that Ling Xiao didn't have the ability to kill South Celestial Venerable. Ling Xiao's demonic demeanor was forever imprinted in everyone's hearts. How can this brat have such terrifying combat strength? Han Feng's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He was also very unhappy with Ling Xiao. He originally hoped that the sixth holy son could teach Ling Xiao a lesson, but he didn't expect such an outcome. Looks like I can only wait for eldest senior brother to make a move. When the holy ground opens, eldest senior brother will definitely come. At that time, I'll definitely kill this brat. Han Feng's eyes revealed a hidden killing intent. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Brother Ling will definitely win. Brother Ling is mighty. Emperor Tomb Mountain, Star Palace, Nantian family, they're all trash. They can't even compare to Brother Ling. Hu Zi and Xianxia were two idiots. They didn't know what it meant to offend people. Once they spoke, they offended a large group of people, causing many people to glare at them angrily. However, no one attacked them. Instead, it made the two of them even more proud. Give it to me, quickly give me my pure yang pills. Xianxia and Hu Zi's eyes lit up. They seemed to have thought of something and ran to the Emperor Tomb Mountain to ask for pure yang pills. The disciples of Emperor Tomb Mountain looked as though their parents had died. Their faces were extremely ugly. Xianxia bet 300,000 pure yang pills and Hu Zi bet 1,500,000 pure yang pills. In the end, Ling Xiao won and they had to pay 3 times the amount. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Ling Xiao had bet 10 million pure yang pills, 10 million pure yang pills. Many half-step sovereigns might not even have such a price. The people of Emperor Tomb Mountain almost wanted to hang themselves. Especially when they saw Ling Xiao walking over with a smile, they wanted to cry but had no tears. In the end, not only were the spirit-severing supreme pills given to Ling Xiao, the sixth holy son and many disciples of Emperor Tomb Mountain almost took out their underwear. They also took out a large amount of pure yang pills from the two world cities Emperor Tomb Mountain. Only then did they gather 30 million pure yang pills and give it to Ling Xiao. 30 million pure yang pills might not be enough. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. He wanted to walk on a path that had never been seen before in history, to condense an earth-shattering dharma with 108 supreme divine abilities. However, if he really did cultivate 108 supreme divine abilities, Ling Xiao's accumulation would be so deep that it could be said to be unprecedented. It would be extremely difficult for him to condense the dharma and break through to the monarch realm. Although 30 million pure yang pills was a great fortune, in Ling Xiao's opinion, it was still not enough for him to break through to the monarch realm. The peerless geniuses of the holy lands of martial arts did not cultivate more supreme divine abilities. Firstly, the cultivation of supreme divine abilities was too slow, and with their physiques, they were not as freakish as Ling Xiao's. If they really exceeded the limits of their physiques, they might be stuck at the noble realm for the rest of their lives, unable to break through. Ling Xiao secretly guessed that if he really did possess 108 supreme divine abilities, it would definitely cause a change in the heavens and earth when he broke through to the monarch realm. 108 was the number of complete cycles, but the heavenly Tao was flawed, so the mortal Tao could not be complete either. Ling Zhao's actions were heaven-defying, and he might even trigger the heavenly lightning tribulation when he was still in the monarch realm. Ling Xiao pondered as he walked towards the heavenly fragrance in with Xianxia and Hu Zi. After leaving the arena, when Ling Xiao walked to the street where the heavenly fragrance inn was located, he suddenly realized that there was not a single person on the street. The heavens and earth had turned dark, and an icy killing intent had locked onto him. So he still has a backup plan? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and a sense of danger arose in his heart. He knew that the Sixth Chosen's challenge was not that simple. Not only did Di Lin's primordial spirit want to ambush him, but he had also set up a killing formation here. Swoosh, the void rippled like water, and a black sword light descended from the 9 heavens. Without a sound or presence, it instantly split into billions of rays, each containing an incomparably terrifying supreme aura. It was as if Mount Tai was crashing down, and it wanted to crush everything into dust. Don't resist. Ling Xiao hurriedly said to Xianxia and Hu Zi, and directly stored the 2 of them into the divine stone. Rumble, Ling Zhao's body was surrounded by dazzling divine light, and golden rays filled the air. A light flashed in his hand, and a dazzling ancient sword appeared, emitting a power that caused the heavens and earth to tremble. 5 elemental heaven sealing technique, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply, and the heaven-devouring sword in his hand stabbed out. The peerless sharpness exploded, and the void seemed to directly explode. The heaven-devouring sword shone brightly, and the power of the 5 elements was activated, instantly forming a 5 elements barrier, enveloping him. Rumble, the black sword light fell, containing a killing intent that could destroy everything in its path. Ripples appeared on the 5 elements barrier, and then the dazzling runes exploded. The supreme power of the 5 elements barrier completely erupted, and the 5 elements barrier instantly exploded. Boom, the vast black sword light enveloped Ling Xiao, and tore him into pieces. In the void, a black-robed man appeared, and he looked like a ghost floating in the void, as if he was one with the void, and did not emit any aura at all. Clang, Ling Zhao's figure suddenly appeared behind him, and the heaven-devouring sword streaked across the sky like a silver river, and around it flowed 6 small worlds that gushed with divine light. It was extremely fast. What? The black-robed man was shocked. Obviously, he hadn't expected Ling Xiao to react so quickly. His figure flashed, and he seemed to have instantly vanished into the void. You think you can escape? Killing intent surged in Ling Zhao's eyes. This black-robed man seemed to be only at the 9th level of the monarch realm, but that attack which contained the power to shatter the heavens and the earth would probably be able to instantly annihilate a half-step supreme exalt. The heaven-devouring sword trembled slightly, and it flowed with gorgeous divine light as it directly tore through the void and slashed down. Pooh! A bloody glow suffused the air as the black-robed man was directly slashed into 2 by Ling Zhao's sword, and then he was stirred up by the turbulence in the void and instantly transformed into nothingness. The black-robed man was extremely decisive. Seeing that there was no way to escape, he actually exploded his primordial spirit. Ling Zhao's plan of devouring his primordial spirit and interrogating the black-robed man had failed. Crack, the gloomy world around them shattered like a mirror. Ling Xiao appeared on the bustling street again. There were people coming and going around him, as if they did not notice that an earth-shattering assassination had just taken place here. Self-created space, luring me into a trap, what a good move. I just don't know if it was an assassin from the Netherworld Pavilion or the Heavenly Court Pavilion. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed an incomparably cold murderous intent. Previously, there was a rumor that Star Palace and Nantian family had hired assassins from the Netherworld Pavilion and the Heavenly Court Pavilion to assassinate Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not expect the assassins from the 2 pavilions to be so arrogant that they would carry out an assassination in Two World City. Star Palace and Nantian family, could it be that they have joined forces with Emperor Tomb Mountain? Ling Zhao's eyes were extremely cold and he was filled with a killing intent. He did not believe that it was a coincidence that the assassins had ambushed Ling Xiao on his way back to Heaven Fragrance Tower after the 6th Holy Sun had just finished his challenge. If it was not a coincidence, it would mean that the few martial arts sanctuaries had joined forces. Since you want to play, I shall play with you this time. Coincidentally, I am still lacking a lot of supreme magic powers. I shall let you become my resources to reach Emperor Realm. There was a flash of killing intent in Ling Zhao's eyes. Then, he became extremely calm and walked towards Heaven Fragrance Tower slowly. When he returned to Heaven Fragrance Tower, Ling Xiao released Xianxia and Hu Zi from the Heaven Divine Stone. "Brother Ling, are you okay?" Hu Zi asked worriedly. "I am fine. I have already killed the person who took action," Ling Xiao said faintly. Xianxia said worriedly, "Brother Ling, was that the hell space earlier? Did the assassins from Underworld Pavilion take action? They won't give up so easily. Next time, they'll probably send an even stronger assassin." Ling Xiao said faintly, "Underworld Pavilion? If one comes, I will kill one. If two come, I will kill a pair. Sooner or later, I will raise the two assassin organizations to the ground." After that, Ling Xiao stayed in Heaven Fragrance Tower to temper his cultivation, and he didn't leave. In next to no time, Jian Yuanchen and Xianxia emerged from their closed-door cultivation. After they obtained the Skyheart 10 swords and Azura divine liquid, the two of them had condensed their divine abilities in one go, and they'd stepped foot into the first level of the Monarch Realm. The divine abilities condensed in the Monarch Realm were divided into the Yellow Grade, Profound Grade, Earth Grade, Heaven Grade, and God Grade. Both Jian Yuanchen and Xianxia had condensed their divine abilities at the Heaven Grade, and they were amongst the top ranks in the entire God of War continent. On the other hand, divine abilities could only be chanced upon by luck, and anyone who could condense a divine ability at the God of War continent was a peerless genius that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. Divine abilities represented the combination of a cultivator's comprehension of the laws of the heaven and earth and the quintessence of the cultivator's martial Tao. Naturally, the stronger the divine ability, the greater its potential. For example, divine abilities at the Heaven Grade had a very high chance of attaining the Exalt Realm in the future. 30 million pure yang pills might still not be enough. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. He wanted to walk the path of the pinnacle that had never been done before. He wanted to use the 108 supreme techniques to create an earth-shattering dharma. However, if he really did cultivate 108 supreme divine abilities, then Ling Zhao's accumulation would be so deep that it could be said to be unprecedented. So, it would definitely be extremely difficult for him to condense a divine ability Dharma idol and break through to the Monarch Realm. Even though 30 million pure yang pills was a huge amount of wealth, as far as Ling Xiao was concerned, it was still slightly insufficient for him to break through to the Monarch Realm. The peerless geniuses of the hallowed grounds of the martial Tao didn't cultivate even more supreme divine abilities. Firstly, the cultivation of supreme divine abilities was too slow. Moreover, their physiques weren't as abnormal as Ling Zhao's. If they really surpassed the limits of their physiques, then perhaps they would be forever stuck at the royal realm and be unable to break through. Ling Xiao had some guesses in his heart. If he really possessed 108 supreme divine abilities, then it would definitely cause an upheaval in the world when he broke through to the Monarch Realm. 108 was the number of perfection in Zhou Tian, but the Heaven Tao was incomplete, so it was naturally impossible for the human Tao to be perfect as well. Ling Zhao's actions were heaven-defying, and he might even cause tribulation lightning to descend upon him at the Monarch Realm. Ling Xiao pondered as he walked towards the Heaven Fragrance Pavilion with Xianxia and Hu Zi. After they left the arena, Ling Xiao suddenly noticed that there wasn't a single person on the street when he arrived at the Heaven Fragrance Pavilion. The heavens and the earth had become dim, and an icy cold killing intent had locked onto him. So he had a backup plan? A bright light flashed through Ling Zhao's eyes as a feeling of danger arose in his heart. He knew that the sixth Holy Sun's challenge to him wasn't that simple. Not only was Di Lin's soul core trying to plot against him, he'd even set up a slaughter formation here. Swoosh, space rippled apart like water as a black ray of light descended from the heavens. It soundlessly split into a myriad of rays, and they contained an extremely terrifying exalted might. It was like Mount Tai was crashing down, and it intended to crush everything into powder. "Don't resist." Ling Xiao hurriedly spoke to Xianxia and Hu Zi, and then he sent them into the Empyrean Stone. Rumble, Ling Xiao was surrounded by dazzling divine light and golden clouds. With a flash of light in his hand, a dazzling ancient sword appeared, exuding a power that made the world tremble. 5 elements heaven sealing style. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with sharpness as he thrust out the sky-devouring sword in his hand. That peerless sharpness burst forth, as though the void was about to explode. The sky-devouring sword shone brightly as the power of the 5 elements was activated. In an instant, it turned into a 5 elements enchantment, enveloping him. Rumble, when those black sword rays fell, they contained a killing intent that could destroy everything. Ripples appeared on the 5 elements enchantment barrier. Then, the resplendent runes exploded. The 5 elements enchantment barrier exploded in an instant with the eruption of the supreme divine power. Boom, the vast black sword light shrouded Ling Xiao and tore him into pieces. Above the void, a man in black appeared. He looked like a ghost floating in the void, as if he had become one with the void. He did not emit any aura at all. Clang, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly appeared behind him. The sky-devouring sword was like a silver river that streaked across the sky. It was surrounded by 6 small worlds that gushed with divine light. It was extremely fast. What? The black-clothed man was shocked. Clearly, he did not expect Ling Xiao to react so quickly. His figure flashed, and he instantly seemed to have hidden in the void. Do you think you can leave? Ling Xiao's eyes were surging with killing intent. The black-clothed man seemed to only be a 9th-level ruler, but the attack that he had accumulated could cause the world to collapse. Even a half-step supreme being would be instantly killed. The sky-devouring sword trembled slightly. It flowed with a gorgeous divine light as it directly broke through the void and slashed down. Puff, blood filled the air. The black-clothed man was directly cut in half by Ling Xiao's sword. He was stirred up by the turbulence in the void and instantly turned into nothingness. The black-clothed man was extremely decisive. When he saw that there was no way to escape, he directly self-destructed his primordial spirit. Ling Xiao's plan to devour his primordial spirit and interrogate the black-clothed man failed. Crack, the surrounding gloomy heaven and earth shattered like a mirror. Ling Xiao appeared on the bustling street again. There were people coming and going around, as if they did not notice that an earth-shattering assassination had just taken place here. Creating a space of its own and luring me into a trap. What a great tactic. I just don't know if it's an assassin from Underworld Pavilion or Heavenly Court Pavilion. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed an extremely cold killing intent. Previously, there was a rumor that Star Palace and Nantian clan had hired assassins from Underworld Pavilion and Heavenly Court Pavilion to assassinate Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also did not expect the assassins from the 2 pavilions to be so arrogant as to carry out an assassination in Two World City. Star Palace, Nantian clan, could it be that they have already joined forces with Emperor Tomb Mountain? Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold and they completely gave birth to a killing intent. He did not believe that it was a coincidence that the assassins ambushed Ling Xiao on his way back to Heaven Fragrance Restaurant just after the 6th Holy Sun had finished his challenge. If it wasn't a coincidence, it meant that the few martial arts holy lands had already joined forces. Since you guys want to play, then I'll play with you guys. It just so happens that I still lack a lot of supreme divine powers. I'll let you guys become resources for me to step into the Emperor realm. Killing intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, then it became extremely calm as he slowly walked towards Heaven Fragrance Restaurant. Back at Heaven Fragrance Restaurant, Ling Xiao released Xianxia and Hu Zi from the God Stone. Brother Ling, are you alright? Hu Zi hurriedly asked worriedly. I'm fine. I've already killed the person who attacked. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Xianxia said worriedly, Brother Ling, was that the space of hell just now? It was the assassins from Underworld Pavilion, right? They won't let it go so easily. Next time, they'll probably send even stronger assassins. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Underworld Pavilion? If one comes, I'll kill one. If 2 come, I'll kill 2. Sooner or later, I'll raise these 2 assassin organizations to the ground. After that, Ling Xiao stayed in Heaven Fragrance Restaurant to temper his cultivation and didn't leave. It didn't take long for Jian Yuanchen and Xianxia to emerge from their closed-door cultivation. After they obtained the Skyheart 10 swords and Divine Azura elixir, they'd condensed divine ability images and stepped into the first level of the Monarch realm. The divine ability images condensed at the Monarch realm were divided into the Yellow grade, Profound grade, Earth grade, Heaven grade, and God grade. Both Jian Yuanshan and Xianxia had condensed heaven-grade divine ability images, and they were at the highest level on War God continent. On the other hand, God-grade divine ability images could only be chanced upon by luck. Anyone who had condensed a God-grade divine ability image was a peerless genius that was rarely seen in 10,000 years on War God continent. A divine ability image represented the fusion of the laws of the heavens and earth and the quintessence of the martial Tao. Naturally, the stronger the divine ability image, the greater the potential. Just like heaven-grade divine ability images, it was very likely that one would be able to attain the Exalt realm in the future. Taoist Wuliang had also refined the peachwood sword and nurtured it in his sea of consciousness. As Taoist Wuliang's cultivation grew stronger, the peachwood sword would also erupt with more terrifying power. When they heard about the battle between Ling Xiao and the sixth saint, they were very upset that they did not witness the battle with their own eyes. When they heard that Ling Xiao had been assassinated by the Netherworld Pavilion's assassins, they were extremely furious. Brother Ling, those lunatics from the Netherworld Pavilion actually dared to make a move in Two World City. It means that they really have no scruples. You must be careful, Jian Yuanshan said worriedly. The reason why the Netherworld Pavilion was so unscrupulous was that it was rumored that Ling Xiao had the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God. Moreover, he was a rogue cultivator. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. If Ling Xiao was a disciple of a martial arts holy land, the Netherworld Pavilion would not dare to be so rampant even if they wanted to make a move. Brother Ling, the eldest senior brother of the Azura sect, will also come for the opening of the holy ground this time. At that time, you can directly join the Azura sect, Xianxia also hurriedly said. He also understood that Ling Xiao had made many enemies now and was in a very dangerous situation. You don't have to worry. Now on the War God continent, supreme martial artists will not act rashly. Many supreme martial artists are training in the outer world. As for those below the supreme martial artist realm who dares to court death, I will grant their wish. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke slowly. That's right. Ling Xiao, what's there to be afraid of? Those shameless things, are they allowed to bully others and not allow others to resist? Just nice, in the holy ground, let's make a big move and catch them all in one fell swoop. Taoist Wuliang rolled his eyes and said with a chuckle. Ling Xiao also smiled faintly, and there was a trace of sharpness in his eyes. Taoist Wuliang had the same idea as him. Boom, at this moment, in the depths of the heavenly fragrance house, the palace where Yi Feng and Yi Meng were in seclusion suddenly emitted a majestic aura. Yi Feng and Yi Meng are coming out of seclusion? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, and he hurriedly rushed over. In the palace, a dark, ancient and mysterious aura spread out. The surrounding void was filled with darkness as if it had turned into an eternal world of darkness. When Ling Xiao pushed open the door of the palace, he saw Yi Feng and Yi Meng walk out from the darkness. They wore black robes and their eyes shone with a cold light. Their cultivations had reached the peak of LV9 Noble Realm. This is the legendary Dark Bloodline? It's really terrifying. Jian Yuanshan and Xianxia were shocked. Their eyes were full of shock. Yi Feng was only in the celestial realm before, and Yi Meng was an ordinary person without any cultivation. However, under Ling Zhao's guidance, after the Dark Bloodline was awakened, they actually broke through to the 9th level of the Noble Realm. This kind of terrifying speed of improvement left everyone dumbfounded. However, Ling Xiao was not surprised at all. The 3 supreme divine medicines, the demonic pearl of the Cerberus, the million pure yang dawn, and the abhijna that Ling Xiao stripped away. If all of this couldn't create 2 cultivators of the noble plane, then it would be a failure. Ling Xiao could feel that Yi Feng and Yi Meng seemed to have left this void. As long as there was darkness and shadows, their auras would be everywhere. Swoosh, Yi Feng and Yi Meng disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. The next moment, they appeared behind Xianxia and Huzi, giving them a fright. This is even more terrifying than the assassins of the Netherworld Pavilion. Xianxia and Huzi were dumbfounded. If Yi Feng and Yi Meng wanted to assassinate them, they would not be able to escape. Comprehending the origin of darkness, awakening the Dark Bloodline, and inheriting the Book of Darkness. Yi Feng and Yi Meng, I hope you don't let down your bloodline and your ancestor, Yi Qianjue. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he smiled faintly. Thank you, Saint, for giving us a new lease of life. Even if we were to be smashed to pieces, we would not be able to repay your kindness. Yi Feng and Yi Meng were extremely grateful as they knelt down before Ling Xiao. Get up. We are of the same origin. In the future, with me around, no one will dare to bully you. What's more, you have already mastered enough strength. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and helped them up. Yi Feng looked at Ling Xiao and gritted his teeth. Saint, the reason why our Yi family has fallen to such a state is all because of the Netherworld Pavilion. As long as the ancestors of our Yi family were found with the dark bloodline, they were all captured by the Netherworld Pavilion and their dark bloodline was extracted to cultivate. Our father was also killed by the Netherworld Pavilion in order to protect us. Saint, please allow us to take revenge on the Netherworld Pavilion. If we don't take revenge, we are not human. Yi Feng and Yi Meng's eyes turned red. It was clear that this matter had been buried in their hearts for a long time. The Netherworld Pavilion? Damn it. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with killing intent. The descendants of Yi Qianjue had fallen to such a state. It made him furious. Not to mention that the Netherworld Pavilion had just sent assassins to kill him. Don't worry. Sooner or later, I will uproot the Netherworld Pavilion. If you want to take revenge, then work hard on cultivating. With your current strength, you are simply seeking death if you want to take revenge on the Netherworld Pavilion. Do you understand? Ling Xiao said to Yi Feng and Yi Meng. Thank you, Saint. We will definitely work hard on cultivating. Yi Feng and Yi Meng said firmly. After the dark bloodline awakened, there was a broad path in front of them. Ling Xiao sent Yi Feng and Yi Meng into the Heavenly God Stone. With the refinement of the Heavenly Path in the Heavenly God Stone, Yi Feng and Yi Meng would definitely be able to quickly comprehend the Heavenly Book of Darkness and obtain unparalleled strength. After all, although their cultivation had increased, their combat skills and abilities were still lacking. Two World City, Emperor Tomb Mountains Encampment. The sixth saint stood in front of a black-robed old man with an unwilling expression. Grandpa, if I used the power of the God King's Shroud, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Why did you ask me to admit defeat? Losing the Soul Formation Supreme Pill and 30 million Pure Yang Pills made the sixth saint's heart ache. Moreover, Ling Xiao's battle had solidified his reputation as a peerless genius. He, the sixth saint, had completely become Ling Xiao's stepping stone. There is something strange about Ling Xiao. You can't act rashly. The black-robed old man, who was the supreme elder of Emperor Tomb Mountain, Di Lin, said slowly with a cold glint in his eyes. My original body is still in the starry sky world. Just this incarnation alone might not be able to kill Ling Xiao. This time I will enter the holy ground with you and set up a trap to kill Ling Xiao. At that time, the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God will be ours. Grandpa, does Ling Xiao really have the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God? The sixth saint's body trembled as a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. There is a very high possibility. Even if it isn't the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God, there must be a huge secret. Di Lin's eyes shone with a strange light. Grandpa, the holy ground prohibits the power of a supreme being. Even if you hide in the God King's Shroud, you will still be easily discovered, right? The sixth saint said with some worry. No worries, I have my ways. A few days later, Ling Xiao came to the ancient loft again. Mu Tianji had brought the 7 space crystals and the world-breaking shuttle from the Tomb King city in exchange for the Heavens Will outline. The space crystals were only the size of a fist, but they emitted a bright light. They looked perfect and had countless facets, each of which seemed to lead to a mysterious world. The space crystals contained the complete law of space, which was also a necessary treasure for a supreme being to condense a small world in one's body. The 7 space crystals had almost emptied the Tomb King city's collection. After all, the perfect space crystals were hard to come by even after the Tomb King city had plundered countless ancient tombs. But for the outline of Heaven's Will, the space crystals were nothing. The thing that made Mu Tianji's heart ache the most was the world-breaking shuttle. The world-breaking shuttle was a damaged divine tool, and it was severely damaged. It didn't even have the power of a supreme being weapon. But the world-breaking shuttle still retained the ability to travel through the void and break through the world walls. Even if one was trapped in a formation, they could still use the world-breaking shuttle to escape. After countless years of research, the Tomb King city came to the conclusion that if the world-breaking shuttle could be repaired, it could even break through the world walls and reach the eternal divine world. Thank you, Lord Mu. This is the outline of Heaven's will. Ling Xiao smiled and handed the Heaven's will outline to Mu Tianji. The world-breaking shuttle looked very ordinary, about 3 feet long, but there was a ripple that could destroy the void. With one look, Ling Xiao knew that this was the real world-breaking shuttle. Little friend Ling, if you can find the 9th piece of Heaven's will in the holy ground, please sell it to the Tomb King city. The price will definitely satisfy you. Mu Tianji said with a smile. Lord Mu is too courteous. Lord Mu will definitely enter the holy ground when the time comes, right? With Lord Mu's strength, if there is a 9th piece of Heaven's will in the holy ground, it will definitely fall into Lord Mu's hands. Ling Xiao smiled and turned to leave the ancient loft. After Ling Xiao left, a young man in black robes walked in from the back of the ancient loft. He had a slender figure and looked like he was in his 20s. His black hair was loose and his eyes were like lightning, exuding a powerful aura. He looked in the direction Ling Xiao left with a strange look in his eyes. Great-grandfather, why do you think so highly of Ling Xiao? You even gave him a supreme treasure like the realm-breaking shuttle? The black-robed young man said slowly. Mu Tianji muttered softly, Mu Xian, this brat Ling Xiao is not ordinary, he has the aura of that person from 10,000 years ago. That person? Heaven-devouring Supreme Ling Xiao? Mu Xian's eyes widened as he asked in disbelief, could it be that Ling Xiao is the successor of the Heaven-devouring Supreme? That's not all. I suspect that Ling Xiao is the reincarnation of Sky-devouring Supreme. I'm afraid you don't know that Sky-devouring Supreme's real name is Ling Xiao. Mu Tianji's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The reincarnation of the Heaven-devouring Supreme? This news caused Mu Xian's body to tremble and his expression to change. Ling Xiao is definitely not an ordinary person to be able to possess the heavenly fate general outline and know so much about the Tomb King city. All these years, I've been studying the Heaven's Will secret law and I can faintly see that Ling Xiao has a close relationship with Heaven Devourer Supreme. That's why you have to befriend Ling Xiao this time. Maybe he'll be able to find the 9th chapter. Mu Tianji said with a sigh. Mu Xian nodded, but he was still a little unconvinced. Great-grandfather, aren't you overestimating Ling Xiao? He's only at the 9th level of the noble realm and he has many enemies. I'm afraid the holy ground will be filled with danger. Don't underestimate him. If he's really the reincarnation of that person, anyone who dares to go against him won't have a good ending. That's why you have to help him in the holy ground if you can. This might be a chance for the Tomb King city. Mu Tianji looked at Mu Xian and his voice gradually turned serious. Yes. Mu Xian nodded in agreement, but he still looked at Mu Tianji with some doubt. Great-grandfather, don't you intend to enter the holy ground? Mu Tianji shook his head. I do want to enter, but I'm afraid it's impossible. My cultivation level is too high. If I enter the holy ground, I'm afraid I'll attract the attention of those existences and bring disaster to the War God continent. Mu Xian nodded, but he didn't fully understand. After Ling Xiao left Taigaxian, his eyes lit up. He felt that Mu Tianji might have guessed his relationship with the Heaven-devouring Supreme. Although Ling Xiao didn't cultivate the Heaven's Will general outline, he knew how terrifying the complete Heaven's Will secret skill was. In Ling Xiao's previous life, he had interacted with the Lord of the Tomb King city. He knew that the people of the Tomb King city were the same as the Feng Shui family. They were a hidden ancient clan with a long history. They seemed to be related to the Scarlet Dragon War God from 1,000,000 years ago. Ling Xiao even guessed that the bloodline curse of the Tomb King city and the Feng Shui family might have been caused 1,000,000 years ago. The Wisdom King shines, the Buddha is eternal. The Wisdom Lord has arrived, everyone retreat. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he suddenly heard a faint chanting sound in front of him. On the street ahead, a red carriage slowly approached. The carriage was decorated with glass, jade, gold, and jade. It was also engraved with the Tao of the Supremes, making it look mysterious and extraordinary. The carriage was pulled by 2 heavenly horses of the Demon Emperor realm. The heavenly horses were snow white and had dragon horns on their heads. They were over 10 feet tall and looked very majestic. As their hooves landed, there were faint red lotuses around them, giving off an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Around the carriage, there was a group of young monks in red robes. There were both men and women. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. All of them had their palms together and were chanting Sanskrit softly. Their bodies were enveloped in a faint Buddhist light. On the carriage, a handsome young monk in a blood-red kasaya sat cross-legged on a red lotus. Faint runes appeared around him, and as he chanted the name of Buddha, faint lotus flowers appeared around the chariot. Wisdom Lord? Ling Zhao's eyes moved. This young monk was exactly the same as the Wisdom Lord he saw in the God Burial Cave. It seems like that Wisdom Lord is just a clone. He lost the Tier 12 blood lotus, but he's still so calm. How rare. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. If Wisdom Lord knew that the person who took his Tier 12 blood lotus was standing right beside him, what would his expression be? Moreover, Ling Zhao could tell that Wisdom Lord's cultivation was extremely high. He was at the peak of the 9th level of the Monarch realm and was about to break through to the half-exalt realm. Master Ming Zun, our demon emperor has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me. Han Feng led the sky demon guards towards Wisdom Lord's carriage from afar with a smile on his face. Wisdom Lord nodded faintly and followed Han Feng forward. Demon Emperor? Could it be the sky-scorching demon emperor? Ling Zhao's heart shook. The sky-scorching demon emperor was the young palace master of the Sky Demon Palace. He was also the love rival of Ling Zhao's father. When did the wise king temple collude with the Sky Demon Palace? Han Feng led Ming Zun's carriage all the way to the depths of Two World City. They stopped in front of a huge cluster of palaces. This was the base of the Sky Demon Palace in Two World City. There were many pavilions and palaces, and it was grand and luxurious. Ling Xiao hid inside the celestial stone. The celestial stone turned into dust and followed Ming Zun to a red palace. The divine stone was magical. Even a sovereign could not detect its aura. Ming Zun was strong, but he could not detect that he was being followed. After Ming Zun entered the palace, Han Feng closed the door and left. Buzz, a mysterious barrier rose up and completely enveloped the palace. A young man in red armor was sitting on the throne at the top of the palace. His body was covered in blazing flames. He looked very tall and burly. His long red hair fluttered in the wind, thick and glossy. His face was very handsome, and his eyes shone with divine light like two bright suns. He had an indifferent and emotionless temperament. Greetings, Sky-Burning Demon King. Ming Zun smiled and bowed to the Sky-Burning Demon King with his palms together. Master Ming Zun, please take a seat. The Sky-Burning Demon King said slowly, and his eyes shone with a strange light. A half-step sovereign? Inside the heavenly god stone, Ling Xiao was astounded. The sky-scorching demon emperor was extremely powerful. He was already a half-supreme, and it seemed like he had at least passed the tribulation of one elephant. His body was emitting a faint aura of a supreme. Ling Xiao had guessed correctly. The Sky-Burning Demon King was his father's rival in love. Ming Zun smiled and said, Your Highness, when the holy ground opens, I will do my best to help you obtain the demonic sage's inheritance. However, are you sure that the place has opened? The Sky-Burning Demon King said slowly, That's right. The barrier has been getting weaker over the years. When it opens, we will be able to break the barrier and enter the core of the place. As long as you help me obtain the demonic sage's inheritance, the Sky Demon Palace will send their top experts to attack the Great Laying Temple together with Mingwan Temple. Thank you, Your Highness. However, the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, the Southern Ocean Fiery Mountain, and many other powerful beasts would not let go of this opportunity. There would surely be a fierce battle between the two beasts. This penniless monk heard that the Eastern Sea's crown prince, Long Zhantian, and the Blazing Mountain's Lin Hui will be coming to compete for the final demon sage's inheritance. This matter concerns the position of the demon clan's leader. The competition will definitely be intense. Ming Zun sighed and said, You're actually eyeing the demonic sage's inheritance? No wonder there was such a huge commotion when the holy ground opened this time. Ling Zhao's gaze flickered as he began to ponder. The Saint Ground was one of the 8 great forbidden grounds of the War God continent. According to legends, it was the final resting place of the demon sage. It was a space of its own, and not only were there countless heavenly and earthly treasures, but it also contained the demon sage's inheritance. However, the holy ground had been opened so many times, but no one had ever found the so-called demon sage's inheritance. As for the beast saint, it was said that he was the subordinate of the Scarlet Dragon war god. Legend had it that the war god Scarlet Dragon from 1,000,000 years ago had 4 divine guardians under him. The demon sage was one of them and he passed away in the holy ground. The demon sage was the leader of the demon clan. Legend had it that whoever obtained the demon sage's inheritance would become the leader of the entire demon clan. Others thought that the demon sage's inheritance was just a legend, but Ling Xiao knew that the demon sage's inheritance did exist. In his previous life, Ling Xiao had obtained the sky-devouring secret skill from the holy ground. He had also met the old goat there. However, Ling Xiao had no way of opening the final location of the inheritance. Now, according to the sky-burning demon king and Ming Zun's words, the Sky Demon Palace and Ming Wang Temple had joined forces to obtain the demon sage's inheritance. The Fei Saint's inheritance should only be obtained by the Fei clan elites. If that's the case, the Sky Fei Palace, the Crystal Palace, and the Flaming Mountain, these 3 great Fei sacred grounds, are the most intense competitors in this holy ground. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The Blazing Mountain was the holy land of the flying demonic beasts while the Sky Demon Palace was the holy land of the beasts. The Dragon Clan was originally a member of the Demon Clan but later on, they formed their own clan. However, the Dragon Clan's bloodline was rare and there were not many real dragons. It would be impossible for the other independent demon clans to compete with the 3 holy lands of the demon clans. Master, don't worry. There will be people to deal with the reptiles in the East Sea and the fire birds in the South Sea. The demon sage's inheritance in the holy ground can only belong to me. The sky-burning demon king said flatly. There was a tinge of dominance and majesty in his eyes. Your Highness is far-sighted. I believe that after you obtain the demon sage's inheritance, you will definitely become a supreme being. Ming Zun said with a faint smile. There was a faint Buddha light in his eyes. Next, the sky-burning demon king and Ming Zun discussed some details. Ling Xiao secretly took note of it. When the conversation ended, Ling Xiao rode on the divine stone and left the Sky Demon Palace's encampment silently. Interesting. The sky-burning demon king wants to obtain the demon sage's inheritance? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There was a tinge of coldness in his eyes. Since he already knew about the sky-burning demon king's scheme, Ling Xiao naturally would not let him obtain the demon sage's inheritance so easily. However, Ling Xiao was hesitant about whether to help the Crystal Palace or the Blazing Mountain. The Crown Prince of the East Sea Crystal Palace was Ling Xiao's cousin. If Ling Xiao guessed correctly, the Phoenix Lady would also come to the Blazing Mountain. No matter who obtained the demon sage's inheritance, he could not let the Sky Demon Palace take advantage of it. Ling Xiao pondered as he returned to the Sky Fragrance Inn. Are you Ling Xiao? As soon as Ling Xiao arrived at the Sky Fragrance Inn, he was stopped by a slender, handsome, and demonic young man. The young man looked to be in his 20s. His skin was as smooth as jade and his face was unbelievably handsome. His skin was smoother than a woman's and could be described as beautiful. He looked at Ling Xiao condescendingly with a tinge of inexplicable hostility in his eyes. I am Ling Xiao. Who are you? Ling Xiao frowned slightly and asked the young man in front of him. You don't seem to be anything special. I am Lin Hui from the Blazing Mountain. Stay away from Xiao Wu in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The demonic young man smiled faintly. There was a sense of arrogance in his tone. Lin Hui from the Blazing Mountain? Never heard of him. Who I stay away from depends on my mood. It has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way. A good dog does not block the way. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There was a tinge of coldness in his eyes. Lin Hui seemed to be very strong, but he was only on par with Ming Zun. He was at the 9th level of the monarch realm and possessed extraordinary natural talent. Moreover, Ling Xiao sensed a strand of powerful phoenix bloodline within him. He really was a genius that was worthy of pride. However, he'd found the wrong person to show off in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, how dare you insult me? Lin Hui's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Senior brother Lin, that's enough. I told you that I don't need you to interfere in my business. Suddenly, an icy cold voice resounded from behind Lin Hui. Feng Nu wore a black dress. Her skin was snow white like jade, and her figure was extremely hot. Her fair bosom was on the verge of bursting out, and her slender legs were faintly discernible beneath her black dress. Her face was flawless, and her large and watery eyes seemed capable of seducing the soul. Just a single glance at her would cause one's blood to boil. Even Ling Xiao had to admit that the current Phoenix Maiden was more alluring than before. However, her expression was very unsightly, and she glanced coldly at Lin Hui. "Little Wu, you." Lin Hui's expression grew even more unsightly. "Don't call me Little Wu. Senior brother Lin, we aren't that close." Feng Nu spoke indifferently, and then she walked past Lin Hui and directly walked over to Ling Xiao. She stared fixedly at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes, and then she smiled. It was like 100 flowers had bloomed, and her smile caused the world to dim in comparison. Everyone in the surroundings was actually mesmerized by her smile. "Ling Xiao, long time no see." Feng Nu's red lips parted slightly as if she had a lot to say, but those were the only words that came out of her mouth. Feng Nu thought that she would never be able to see Ling Xiao again after they parted ways at the Sea of Reincarnation. Especially when Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to fall into the Sea of Reincarnation to save her. Every time she thought about it, it felt like a knife was being twisted in her heart. Not long ago, Ling Xiao's display of strength in Heavenly God City shook the entire War God continent, and news of it had spread to Flame Mountain. Feng Nu, who hadn't intended to participate in the opening of the hallowed grounds, immediately left her closed-door cultivation and headed towards Two Realms City. She believed that Ling Xiao would definitely come. As expected, she saw Ling Xiao here. "Long time no see. You're getting more and more beautiful." Ling Xiao also revealed a radiant smile. He already knew that Phoenix Girl's Black Wind bloodline was the highest destination for her to return to was the Flaming Mountain. He did not expect that before Ling Xiao could send Phoenix Girl to the Flaming Mountain, she would catch the eye of the Flaming Mountain's master and be taken in as his last disciple. "When the holy ground opens this time, I will protect you." The Phoenix Maiden smiled sweetly and stood beside Ling Xiao like a little maid. Her face was red and she looked very happy. Only then did Ling Xiao realize that the Virgin's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the noble realm. She was no weaker than him. Moreover, the Phoenix Maiden's fire attribute divine powers were extremely powerful. Clearly, she had inherited many powerful divine powers in the Mountain of Flames. Seeing Phoenix Girl's appearance, Lin Hui's face turned ashen. In the Mountain of Flames, the Phoenix Maiden had never smiled at anyone. No matter how Lin Hui tried to please her, the Phoenix Maiden always maintained a cold attitude towards him. At this moment, the way the Phoenix Girl treated Ling Xiao infuriated Lin Hui. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. Jian Yuanchen, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others all widened their eyes. Their eyeballs almost popped out. She was the holy maiden of the Mountain of Flames, a peerless beauty. Yet, she treated Ling Xiao in such a manner. They found it hard to believe. "Brother Ling, you really have good luck with women." Jian Yuanchen smiled teasingly. He even remembered that in Heavenly God City, the moon goddess of the Moon Palace seemed to be very close to Ling Xiao. Their relationship was not ordinary. Ling Xiao was not only extremely talented in martial arts, but he was also very handsome. Wherever he went, he would have beautiful women to accompany him. "Brother Ling, I really admire you. Why don't I, Xianxia, have such a good life?" "Brother Ling, should we change the way we address her as sister-in-law?" Xianxia and Hu Zi, the two fools, winked at Ling Xiao and tried their best to tease him. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Get out of here." Ling Xiao gave each of them a knock on the head and said with a straight face. Everyone entered the Heaven Fragrance House. Lin Hui left with an ashen face. If he stayed, it would only make him angry and jealous. He simply returned to the Mountain of Flames encampment. After everyone chatted for a while, they all left, leaving Ling Xiao and the Phoenix Lady alone. "What exactly did you experience in the Reincarnation Sea?" Phoenix Girl asked. She found it hard to imagine how Ling Xiao had escaped from the Reincarnation Sea and become so famous in the War God continent. He must have experienced many difficulties and obstacles that she did not know about. I did not encounter much danger in the reincarnation sea. Ling Xiao smiled and told her how he had escaped from the reincarnation sea and what had happened after that. I knew that with your talent, you would be the most dazzling no matter where you go. Phoenix Girl said as she looked at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes. For some reason, Phoenix Girl felt that she was the most relaxed in front of Ling Xiao. She was the most authentic person. Haha. Then you really have confidence in me. However, I also believe that. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You think too highly of yourself. Phoenix Girl burst out laughing. You are going to the holy ground this time for the demon saint's inheritance, right? Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix Girl and asked seriously. You know about the demon saint's inheritance too? Phoenix Girl was a little surprised. That's right. This time, Master predicted that the demon saint's inheritance in the holy ground will appear again. Whoever obtains the demon saint's inheritance will become the leader of the demon clan. Therefore, the Sky Demon Palace, Crystal Palace, Mountain of Flames, and countless other powerful demon clans have been alerted. This time, they all want to fight for the demon saint's inheritance. Are you confident? Ling Xiao asked. No. Phoenix Girl smiled faintly. I am going to the holy ground this time to gain experience. The main force fighting for the demon saint's inheritance is senior brother Lin Hui. Master said that even if we can't obtain the demon saint's inheritance this time, we can't let the Sky Demon Palace get it. The leader of the Sky Demon Palace, the Great Sun Demon Venerable, is very ambitious. If he controls the demon clan and becomes the leader of the demon clan, it will be a disaster. Lin Hui? It will be difficult for him to compete with the Sky Demon Palace. Ling Xiao said. He thought of the sky-burning demon emperor. Although Lin Hui was good, he was still lacking compared to the sky-burning demon emperor. Are you talking about the sky-burning demon emperor? Both father and son are very ambitious. The Great Sun Demon Venerable once wanted to marry my master but was rejected by her. His son also wants to marry the Princess Royal of the Crystal Palace. Their goal is to unify the three Great Saint lands and unify the demon clan. Phoenix Girl said with a cold smile. Marry the leader of the Mountain of Flames? The Great Sun Demon Venerable is very ambitious. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Even he could see the Sky Demon Palace's ambition. His cheap uncle, the Dragon King of the Crystal Palace, should know about it too. However, why did he want to marry his sister to the sky-burning demon emperor? Therefore, we are going to form an alliance with the Crystal Palace. No matter what, we can't let the sky-burning demon emperor get the demon saint's inheritance. Phoenix Girl said slowly. Forming an alliance with the Crystal Palace? That's a good idea. Moreover, there are countless creations and opportunities in the holy ground. If you follow me, you might be able to obtain a great creation. Boom, in the east of Two Realm City, in the savage desolate demon realm, divine light soared into the sky, shaking the land. On an ancient and mysterious sacred mountain, divine lights were resplendent, and a sea of lightning surged. 108 stars appeared, and a mysterious door faintly appeared. The door was surrounded by endless starlight as if it led to the other side of the starry sky. It was vast and majestic. The holy ground is about to open. An explosive news instantly spread throughout the savage desolate demon realm and Two Realm City. The door had not been completely opened yet, but some people could not wait and began to rush toward the sacred mountain. In the heavenly fragrance pavilion, Ling Xiao was talking to the Phoenix Maiden. He was also alarmed by the commotion outside and immediately knew. The holy ground had opened. Let's go too. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, revealing a trace of anticipation. The place where the ancient demon saint returned to, the inheritance of the demon's leader, and countless creation treasures. This time, he must become a ruler in the holy ground. Ling Xiao and the Phoenix Maiden, together with Daoist Wuliang, Jian Yuanchen, Qingjia, Xianxia, Hu Zi, Yi Feng, Yi Meng, and the others, left Two Realm City and headed toward the sacred mountain. Above the void, long rainbows shocked the sky. Streaks of divine lights flashed across the sky like lightning. Void chariots and mysterious carriages rushed toward the sacred mountain. The sacred mountain had an unusual status in the savage desolate demon realm. Rumor had it that 1,000,000 years ago, on the sacred mountain, the demon saint led the demons and was the ancestor of all demons. He contended against the humans and dominated a part of the world. Time passed. Although the demon saint had fallen, he opened up the sacred ground on the sacred mountain and left behind endless treasures and secrets. Many demon powerhouses regarded the sacred mountain as a holy land. Of course, the sacred mountain was now controlled by the heavenly demon palace. Iron-armored heavenly demon guards stood on the sacred mountain, emitting powerful auras. Every time the sacred ground opened, human powerhouses would participate, but most of them were demons. This was a grand event for the demons. This was because many of the inheritances and precious treasures in the holy ground could only be inherited by those with the bloodline of the demon clan. Human clan experts could only obtain some natural treasures in the holy ground, or even some places with good fortune to improve their cultivation. Therefore, at this moment, it could be said that the sacred mountain was full of demons. Tens of thousands of demons had gathered and emitted a monstrous demonic aura. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation as they stared intently at the door in the sky. 108 stars interweaved, and endless starlight sprinkled down. That mysterious door was incomparably ancient, and it had not been completely opened yet. Everyone was waiting. The young master of the Nine Infants clan is here. Someone's eyes widened in shock. They saw a streak of divine light flickering in the sky. A devilish young man in azure armor landed on a mountain peak. He radiated with an extremely sinister aura. He possessed a cultivation at the 3rd level of the monarch realm, but the Nine Infant clan was a primeval clan that possessed a peerlessly formidable bloodline and peerless natural talent. So, their true combat strength couldn't be determined by their cultivations. The young patriarch of the Pegasus clan, Xianxia, is here too. That fellow is said to be as cowardly as a mouse, and he's extremely lecherous. I wonder how he became the young patriarch. The forest in the distance whistled while the ground rumbled. A handsome young man in a white robe who held a silver spear in his hand and rode a white horse was galloping towards the sacred mountain under the protection of a group of guards in white armor. The white-robed young man was very handsome. He had a slender figure, and his cultivation was at the 1st level of the monarch realm. However, his eyes were glowing as they darted about. He was staring incessantly at the outstanding women in the crowd, and he seemed to be very wretched. The Pegasus clan was a powerful clan that possessed the bloodline of the ancient Pegasus, and their patriarch was an Exalt realm expert. That was why they hadn't been absorbed by the Sky Demon Palace. After that, the geniuses of the various independent demon clans and powerful ancient clans arrived successively. Every single one of them had dignified appearances and seemed to be extremely confident. They intended to reap some benefits from the hallowed grounds. Roar! Right at this moment, a dragon's roar resounded. In the sky, the wind and clouds changed color, and dazzling lightning flashed. A void warship in the shape of a dragon soared through the sky, and a group of tall and handsome young men stood on it. Is that the crown prince of the Crystal Palace, Xianxia? Someone's body trembled, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. The young man in the lead looked to be in his 20s. He wore a golden dragon robe with 5 claws, and a jade crown on his head. His face was resolute and handsome, and he exuded an indescribable domineering and majestic aura. His cultivation had already reached the half-step to the Exalt realm, but it seemed like he had just broken through not long ago. His body was still filled with a vast Exalt realm aura, and it caused everyone's expression to change. The Dragon clan was the most powerful clan among the demon clans. In the ancient times, they were the overlords of the world. Their bloodline was unparalleled, and they were extremely powerful. Although Xianxia had just broken through to the half-step to the Exalt realm, his aura caused many old monsters' expressions to change. Under Xianxia's dazzling radiance, those geniuses from before were overshadowed. The person standing beside Xianxia, isn't that Li Jingming, the eldest disciple of the Shura sect? Someone was shocked when he saw a black-robed young man standing beside Xianxia. The black-robed young man was tall, and his face looked like it was carved by a knife. He was extremely handsome, but he looked very cold, and he exuded an aura that kept people away. His body was surging with killing intent, and he exuded a strong fighting spirit. Even if he stood beside Xianxia, he was not inferior in any way. Li Jingming's cultivation was also at the half-step to the Exalt realm. It's really Li Jingming. Li Jingming is a rare genius in the Shura sect. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a half-step to the exalt realm. It's said that his Shura heavenly scripture has reached the great completion, and he has killed many old monsters at the half-step to the exalt realm. The dragon clan is with the Shura sect. Could it be that the two holy lands have formed an alliance? Many experts from the demon clan looked worried. If the dragon clan and the Shura sect formed an alliance, with the two peerless geniuses, Long Zhantian and Li Jingming, who else would have a share of the treasures in the holy ground? Rumble. The sky in the distance seemed to have been set ablaze by flames. An extremely handsome young man came through the sky with a few old men, and he exuded an arrogant aura. The peerless genius of the blazing mountain, Lin Hui. Someone exclaimed when he recognized the demonic young man. Lin Hui has the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the fire phoenix. Although he's only at the 9th level monarch realm, I'm afraid it won't be long before he breaks through to the half-step to the exalt realm. The peerless genius of the blazing mountain. Didn't I hear that the new disciple of the blazing mountain's master, the Phoenix Maiden, will be here as well? Why is Lin Hui alone? Some people were puzzled. Lin Hui also saw Long Zhantian, and he cupped his fists and smiled. Greetings, Brother Long. Brother Lin, you're too polite. This time around, the elders of the two clans had instructed that the Sky Monster Palace was powerful and they wanted to get their hands on the Face Saint's inheritance. Hence, the two clans had agreed to help each other in the holy ground and they must not let the Sky Monster Palace get the Face Saint's inheritance. Hence, Long Zhantian and Lin Hui looked at each other and smiled. Rumble, above the void, there seemed to be a blazing light flashing. It was a flaming rainbow bridge that spanned across hundreds of millions of miles. The sky-burning monster emperor strode over with a towering aura and there seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. Ming Zun stood beside him with his palms together and a smile on his face. However, he looked extremely evil and his body was covered with a mysterious Buddha light. The sky-burning monster emperor and Ming Zun instantly appeared at the peak of the sacred mountain. A towering aura exploded and suppressed the surroundings. It's the sky-burning monster emperor? Someone was shocked. The sky-burning monster emperor's aura was majestic and he was like the leader of the monster clan that was worshipped by thousands of monsters. There was an aura that made one's heart tremble. The arrival of the sky-burning monster emperor seemed to have suppressed the entire world. Only the aura of the sky-burning monster emperor was left in the area. Even Long Zhantian and Lin Hui's radiance seemed to have been overshadowed by the sky-burning monster emperor. He has passed the earth test? Long Zhantian's eyes flashed and he could feel the terror of the sky-burning monster emperor's body. His blood was like a furnace. Brother Long, the holy ground is about to open. Forget about Lin Hui, the sky-burning monster emperor. Is your greatest opponent. Li Jingming looked at the sky-burning monster emperor and said. Is that Ming Zun from the Mingwang temple? He has found a good helper. Long Zhantian looked at Ming Zun and said slowly. Li Jingming said, I'm afraid that's not all. I heard that Emperor Tomb Mountain, Star Palace and Nantian family have secretly supported the Sky Monster Palace. This time around, they will definitely send experts over. Long Zhantian nodded. It seemed that the sky-burning monster emperor was determined to get the Face Saint's inheritance. He had invited so many people to help him. The sixth holy son of Emperor Tomb Mountain is here. Someone saw the sixth holy son walking over from afar with a few young disciples of Emperor Tomb Mountain behind him. All of them had extraordinary auras. The Nantian cavalry of the Nantian family? Is that the new Nantian heavenly king? Someone's eyes widened in shock as he saw a group of armored horsemen rushing over from the distant mountain forest, emitting an overflowing baleful aura. The leader was a young man in black armor. He looked extraordinarily handsome, and his expression was incomparably indifferent. His eyes seemed to shoot out a bright light. And star palaces. Xianxia? Dazzling starlight sprinkled down, and the big stars in the sky flickered. The endless starlight intertwined and formed a throne. An emperor-like man came down from the sky, exuding boundless domineering and majestic aura. He wore a starry robe, and his gaze was indifferent. His skin emitted divine light, and his long black hair scattered behind him. He possessed an exceptional temperament, and his cultivation was deep and immeasurable. As soon as the sixth saint, South Heavenly King, and Gauchan Starchild appeared, the sky-burning demon emperor welcomed them with a smile. Sure enough, it's them. The Sky Demon Palace is really bold. Long Zhantian's eyes flashed as he looked at the sixth holy sun and the others. With the help of these people, Sky Demon Palace could be said to be like a tiger that had grown wings. Swoosh, just then, a blazing sword light swept across the sky. It was vast and dazzling, as though it had pierced through the void. A group of young disciples in white with long swords on their backs landed on Saint Mountain. They stood upright like divine swords that shot up to the sky. The leader was a young man in white with white hair. His gaze was sharp, and he exuded a boundless sword essence. He was like the Emperor of Swords, and the surrounding long swords were buzzing. It's the first disciple of the Sword God Pavilion, Jian Wushuang? Someone was shocked, and there was a tinge of respect in his eyes. The first disciple of the Sword God Pavilion, Jian Wushuang, was known as the sword principal genius of the war god continent for 10,000 years. He had received the true inheritance of the Sword God Pavilion's 7 strokes of heaven interception. He had once fought his way into the heavenly devil ancient land alone and killed countless extraterrestrial demons, including 9-star heavenly demons. His name had shaken the entire war god continent. He was definitely not a peerless genius like Long Zhantian, Li Jingming, and the sky-burning demon emperor. He belonged to the top of the war god continent. Even Celestial Master Nan paled in comparison to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang led the disciples of the Sword God Pavilion and landed on a mountain peak. He sat down cross-legged, his white robe and white hair fluttering in the wind. He had no intention of greeting anyone. Everyone guessed that Jian Wushuang was a neutral party and did not belong to any of the 3 demon clan holy grounds. Boom, the void vibrated, and a void treasure ship flew across the sky, exuding a faint supreme divine power. It was extremely terrifying. Are they from the Precious Treasure Pavilion? Someone's eyes were filled with incomparable shock. This void treasure ship was actually a quasi-sovereign weapon. Most of the people present here were probably suppressed by this void treasure ship. Only the Precious Treasure Pavilion was so wealthy. A woman in a red dress stood on top of the ship. She was tall and slender, with skin like jade. Her waist was small and slender, and her breasts were white and tender. She had a perfect face. Her red lips were slightly swollen, and her nose was tall and straight. She had a pair of large eyes that could steal souls. She exuded a strange charm. Just by standing there, she exuded an aura of peerless elegance. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The saintess of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, Su Mainyang. Sky-scorching demon emperor's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of passion. He stared at the lady in the red dress without concealing it. She is indeed from the 9-tailed fox clan. Su Mainyang is indeed a natural seductress. She is peerless. I wonder how many bloodlines Su Mainyang has awakened. Ming Zun said with a smile. I'm afraid she has no choice but to come. Among the 2 clans of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, the 9-tailed fox clan is the weaker one. They are about to be swallowed up by the human clan. If this lady is willing to be my concubine, perhaps I can help her resolve the crisis of the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Sky-scorching demon emperor said indifferently. Su Mainyang was followed by a few old ladies. Great Elder Chen Tong, whom Ling Xiao was familiar with, was also standing beside her. They landed on a small hill. Immediately, many young talents from the demon clan surrounded them. They tried their best to pretend to be elegant in order to attract Su Mainyang's attention. Su Mainyang smiled faintly. With just a few words, many young talents were mesmerized. Each of them slapped their chests and swore to protect Su Mainyang in the holy ground. This lady is not bad. I like her. At this moment, an ear-piercing voice was heard. Ling Xiao and Phoenix Woman stood side by side and strolled over from afar. They looked like a perfect couple. They were a little late. Bastard, how dare you blaspheme Fairy Su? That old man, are you looking for death? This guy is too wretched. When the young talents beside Su Mainyang heard what Taoist Wuliang said, they glared at him angrily. They were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to be her protectors. Ling Xiao? Su Mainyang's eyes lit up as she looked at Ling Xiao. This young man was very mysterious. She could not see through him at all. However, Su Mainyang could faintly feel that Ling Xiao could help her in the holy ground. Bastard! When Lin Hui saw Ling Xiao and Phoenix Girl walking over side by side, his originally smiling face instantly turned ashen. The sixth saint, Gaochen Star, and Nan Tianwang also noticed Ling Xiao and their eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Ling Xiao had killed Holy Master Nan, killed the 3 stars and a few elders of Star Palace and defeated the sixth saint. It could be said that he had offended the Nantian family, Star Palace, and Emperor Tomb Mountain. Naturally, the 3 of them would not be nice to him. Long Zhantian's gaze fell on Ling Xiao, and his expression became complicated. Brother Long, that's Ling Xiao, your cousin? With a cultivation of LV9 Noble Realm, he was able to kill Holy Master Nan and the 3 pieces of trash from Star Palace. He is indeed talented. Li Jingming looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. Xianxia had already told him what had happened in Two World City. Hence, Li Jingming was familiar with Ling Xiao. He has grown from a small 8 desolation region to such a realm. He is indeed talented. However, it will be difficult to change my father's opinion and release my aunt. Long Zhantian smiled bitterly. If Crystal Palace does not admit it, Sholua sect will not be courteous. Master said that no matter what, Ling Xiao must be accepted into Sholua sect. Li Jingming smiled. You wish? Long Zhantian stared at him and said, Ling Xiao is from the dragon tribe. How can he be accepted into Sholua sect? It seems that I have to take care of this cousin in the holy ground. Emperor Tomb Mountain, Star Palace, and Nantian family must hate him to the core. Long Zhantian felt a little helpless. He did not know what Ling Xiao was doing here when the holy ground opened. However, this brat's luck with women was pretty good. He actually managed to seduce the new saint of the Mountain of Flames. Didn't he see the way the people around him looked at him as though they wanted to eat him up? Ling Xiao was quite famous, but the geniuses of the demon tribe were all arrogant and unruly. When they saw that Ling Xiao was only a level 9 noble realm cultivator, they immediately felt indignant. Smelly Taoist, you dare to blaspheme Fairy Su? Why aren't you kneeling down and admitting your sins? This stinking Taoist priest is too shameless. Watch me tear his face apart. Many demon clan geniuses were filled with righteous indignation, but most of them were looking at Ling Xiao, wanting to see his expression. In the end, Ling Xiao was still smiling as if he didn't care about anything. Boom, an incomparably burly man, whose entire body emitted a bronze light, was a first-level ruler. He was a genius of the Bronze Rhinoceros clan, and he immediately pounced toward Taoist Wuliang. Monstrous qi and blood filled the air as he punched out, causing the void to explode. How dare you touch my beard with that little cultivation of yours? Go home and drink your mother's milk. Taoist Wuliang said with disdain, and then he lightly slapped out with his palm. Boom, the genius of the Bronze Rhinoceros clan was slapped to the ground by Taoist Wuliang, and then Taoist Wuliang sent him flying back with a kick. A level 9 noble realm cultivator? Someone was shocked. Only now did they realize Taoist Wuliang's cultivation. Although this fellow had a nasty mouth, his cultivation wasn't weak. This caused many people who wanted to probe Ling Xiao's background to be extinguished. Junior sister, as the saint of the Mountain of Flames, you have to take care of your status. Don't mix with random people and embarrass the Mountain of Flames for no reason. Lin Hui, who was standing in the distance, couldn't help but glare coldly at Ling Xiao and Phoenix Maiden. Senior brother Lin, it's my freedom to be with whoever I want. It's none of your business. Phoenix Maiden glanced coldly at Lin Hui as she spoke. Taoist Wuliang glanced sideways at Lin Hui as well and said, Who do you think you are? You're neither a man nor a woman. How could there be someone like you in the Mountain of Flames? Lin Hui's face instantly turned cold while a trace of icy cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He was very handsome indeed, just like a woman. So, he hated it when others called him neither a man nor a woman. Taoist Wuliang had simply touched his reverse scale, and it instantly infuriated him. Stinking Taoist, I'll kill you. Killing intent flickered in Lin Hui's eyes as he slapped his palm towards Taoist Wuliang. It was like a flaming phoenix was pouncing towards him, and it emanated a blazing glow that surged into the sky. I was right. Are you trying to kill me out of anger? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Taoist Wuliang cried out, and then his figure flashed and instantly teleported away. Rumble, The ground where Taoist Wuliang stood a moment ago exploded with a bang. Rocks flew everywhere, and it instantly transformed into a pool of lava with raging flames. It was an extremely terrifying sight. The true phoenix fire? Everyone's eyes flickered. The true phoenix fire that Lin Hui used was incomparably terrifying. An ordinary 9th-level ruler would have been turned into ashes in an instant. This Taoist priest seemed to have some tricks up his sleeve. Go to hell. Lin Hui's eyes shone with divine light. There seemed to be mysterious runes flickering in his hand, and the void was trembling violently. A shrill cry of a phoenix rang out in the air. A phoenix appeared in Lin Hui's palm and pounced toward Ji Futian. The air seemed to explode from the power of the phoenix. A phoenix striking the 9 heavens? That's the supreme killing technique. Ling Xiao, I'm afraid that your friend won't be able to resist it. The phoenix maiden's expression changed, and a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. Don't worry. Taoist Wuliang won't be defeated so easily. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He was full of confidence in Taoist Wuliang. Immeasurable heavenly venerate. Taoist Wuliang smiled faintly. There seemed to be a faint purple aura in his eyes. He soared into the sky, and a purple thunderbolt exploded behind him, turning into a terrifying heavenly thunderbolt that swept across the sky. 5th lightning heaven will palm. It was also a supreme killing technique. It was Taoist Wuliang's signature lightning technique. When cultivated to the extreme, it could even turn into chaotic divine lightning. It was boundlessly terrifying. The power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, spread and turned into the 5 elements divine lightning. It directly broke through the world in front of him and destroyed the blazing fire phoenix. If you can comprehend the power of the phoenix striking the 9 heavens, perhaps I'll be a little afraid of you. However, you've only comprehended the power of the phoenix striking the 7 heavens. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Taoist Wuliang said indifferently. He slapped out again, and the 5 elements divine lightning gathered. It was like an immemorial lightning mountain that suppressed Lin Hui. Kill. Lin Hui's expression was very ugly. If he wanted to fully comprehend the phoenix striking the 9 heavens, he would have to become a supreme being. The phoenix striking the 9 heavens used the power of the phoenix to superimpose the power of the 9 heavens. Each level was stronger than the previous. It was extremely terrifying. It was already very rare for him to be able to comprehend the power of the 7 heavens. Just as Taoist Wuliang and Lin Hui were engaged in an intense battle, the 108 stars in the void shone brightly at the same time. The resplendent starlight shone in all directions, and the ancient door in the sky opened completely. The holy ground is open. Let's go. Everyone cried out in surprise. Their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement as they leaped into the sky one after another. The ancient door in the sky seemed to be the other side of the starry sky. It was shrouded in bright starlight and looked mysterious. Swoosh, the sky-scorching demon emperor's eyes shone brightly as he turned into a beautiful ray of light and rushed into the ancient door. Rumble, Lin Hui, Long Zhantian, Li Jingming, and the rest followed suit and rushed into the holy ground. The 1,000-year event, the inheritance of the demon saint. All the experts of the demon tribe went crazy as their eyes were filled with excitement. There were countless treasures in the holy ground. There was a land of fortune, a supreme opportunity to prove one's Tao, and the legendary inheritance of the demon saint. No one was willing to be outdone as they rushed into the holy ground one after another. The door to the holy ground is random. Everyone, be careful. Ling Xiao, Phoenix Woman, and Taoist Wuliang looked at each other and rushed into the holy ground. Although Ling Xiao had the heavenly god stone in his hands and could bring them all into the holy ground, the fewer people who knew about the heavenly god stone, the better. Otherwise, the rumor of Ling Xiao obtaining the Scarlet Dragon War God would be completely confirmed. Taoist Wuliang did not choose to go with Ling Xiao. He said mysteriously that he was going to find his own opportunity and meet up with Ling Xiao later. Everyone entered the holy ground. On the holy mountain, 108 stars revolved around it. The ancient door emitted an immortal and mysterious light. At this moment, a light flashed in the distance. Zhao Ritian, who was wearing a golden robe and a jade crown, appeared on the holy mountain riding on a golden eyes beast. Second uncle, it seems like we're too late. Those people have already entered the holy ground. Zhao Ritian looked at the empty holy mountain and muttered to himself. Don't worry about them. Even if they enter the holy ground, they won't be able to obtain the final inheritance. Ritian, listen to me. The inheritance of the demon saint will belong to you. Second uncle's voice rang in Zhao Ritian's mind. Second uncle, I have a pure human bloodline and the sun saint body. Can the inheritance of the demon saint really choose me? Although Zhao Ritian was excited, he was still doubtful. Second uncle chuckled and said, Don't worry. I'm very familiar with the demon saint. If I say the inheritance is yours, no one can take it away from you. What if we meet Ling Xiao this time? Thinking of Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian instinctively felt a little scared. Why should I be afraid of him? In the future, you will be the Sun Sky Supreme who will rule the world. If you really meet him, kill him and take his wordless heavenly book. Second eldest uncle said heroically. Ha ha ha. Good, I'll kill that bastard Ling Xiao. Let's see if he dares to go against me. Zhao Ritian was also in high spirits. He rode on the void golden-eyed beast and disappeared into the door. Ling Xiao appeared in a valley. This was an extremely huge valley. The mountain was tens of thousands of meters tall, towering into the clouds. It emitted an ancient and desolate aura. The valley was shrouded in a faint white mist. It looked very peaceful. Ancient trees towered into the sky, surrounded by old vines, and all kinds of strange flowers and herbs emitted a faint fragrance. Ling Xiao's sudden appearance immediately startled a little fellow. Bang! Ling Xiao saw a huge rock fly up. Below the rock was a white and fat radish. It ran and cursed at the same time. Damn it, you scared me to death. You little bastard, just you wait. I'll kill you sooner or later. The big radish was extremely fast. It was like a bolt of white lightning, shooting out of the valley in an instant. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He had just arrived in the holy ground and had not had time to familiarize himself with the surroundings. In the end, he was scolded by a big radish. However, when Ling Xiao took a closer look, he realized that it was not a big radish. It was actually a legendary supreme divine medicine, Great Bright King Ginseng. Trying to run? Stay here. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply. He immediately used the Great Shift Mystique and chased after the big radish. The Great Bright King Ginseng was one of the legendary supreme divine medicine. It could allow a supreme martial artist to live another life. It contained an earth-shattering supreme fortune. It looked like a big radish on the outside. It was white and fat, crystal clear and flawless. It had the ability to fly and burrow into the ground. It was extremely difficult to catch. Moreover, the Great Bright King Ginseng had disappeared from the God of War continent a long time ago. However, when Ling Xiao took a closer look, he realized that the Great Bright King Ginseng was not a supreme divine medicine. It was only a quasi-divine medicine. He did not expect it to evolve and have intelligence. It could even scold people. This made Ling Xiao speechless. Ling Xiao used the Great Shift Mystique. He was like a bolt of golden lightning. His speed was extremely fast and he was getting closer and closer to the Great Bright King Ginseng. You little bastard, why are you chasing after me? Go home and drink milk. I'm not someone you can catch up to. Ha ha ha. When the Great Bright King Ginseng saw that Ling Xiao was chasing after it, it immediately ran and mocked him. It was extremely arrogant. However, in the next moment, it could not laugh anymore. That was because it felt that Ling Xiao's speed was faster than it even when it used all its strength. Ling Xiao was catching up with it rapidly. Go ahead and scold me. Why aren't you scolding anymore? Let me think, when I catch you, how should I eat you? Should I fry you or stew you? Or should I stew you with the meat of demonic beasts? The taste should be pretty good. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. This Great Bright King Ginseng was really arrogant. Since that was the case, if Ling Xiao did not catch it, he would be letting it down. The Great Bright King Ginseng's body stiffened as if it was frightened. It immediately let out a strange cry and turned into a beam of white light, drilling into the ground. It's useless even if you drill into the ground. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and rushed into the ground as well. The teleportation secret technique contained all kinds of fortunes. The greater teleportation divine ability that Xianxia had comprehended contained the wonders of the 5 elements escape technique. It could be said that traversing through the earth was like walking on flat ground. Sensing that Xianxia was getting closer, the great bright King Ginseng was scared out of its wits. It should be known that even those half-stepped demonic venerables could not catch up with it. The great bright King Ginseng's speed was unparalleled in the world. As for the great bright King Ginseng, which had evolved into a divine medicine, it could shuttle through the void and travel thousands of miles in an instant. Even primeval experts would have a hard time catching it. It did not expect to meet a freak who was even faster than it. Help! The great bright King Ginseng shouted at the top of its lungs, letting out a miserable shriek that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. It rushed out of the ground again and shuttled through the endless mountain range at an extremely fast speed. It even used all its strength. Help? You better come over to me obediently. Don't worry, I won't eat you all at once. Look at your white and fat appearance. You can even be stewed a few times. Xianxia followed behind the great bright King Ginseng unhurriedly. However, his words made the great bright King Ginseng's scalp numb. It was incomparably terrified. I call you grandfather. You are my grandfather. I don't taste good. I really don't taste good. Grandfather, go and look for other divine medicines. There are so many spiritual items in the holy ground. Why do you keep staring at me? Xianxia and the great bright King Ginseng chased after each other. They flew past a desolate mountain range and covered more than 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Grandfather, ancestor, please forgive me. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. The great bright King Ginseng begged for mercy. Let you go? Didn't you enjoy scolding me? Originally, I didn't intend to capture you. However, since you are so cocky, I have to teach you how to behave. No, I mean how to make divine herbs. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Light flashed under his feet, and the runes were extremely bright. He was only about 10,000 feet away from the great bright King Ginseng. However, Xianxia was still amazed. The great bright King Ginseng's speed was really fast. If he didn't practice the secret teleportation technique, even a half-step supreme being wouldn't be able to catch up with it. The great bright King Ginseng's body stiffened. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He regretted it so much. Why was he so cocky? He usually relied on his speed and was used to scolding the demonic beasts that coveted him. However, he didn't expect to run into a ghost when he walked at night. Now, he offended Xianxia, who chased him until he had nowhere to run. After flying past a desolate mountain range, a vast lake appeared before him. The sky-blue lake was like a mirror. It was dazzling and gave off a mysterious glow. It was misty and looked like a fairyland. The great bright King Ginseng's eyes lit up. This fiend knows the earth evasion technique. Could it be that he also knows the water evasion technique? The great bright King Ginseng dived into the lake. Boom, a bright and resplendent light erupted. The symbols were resplendent and dazzling. A huge golden net flew out from the lake and instantly bound the great bright monarch Ginseng before it flew into the sky. Ha ha ha. I finally caught the dragon-whiskered fish. Hey, it isn't the dragon-whiskered fish. It looks like a spirit herb. Why does it look like a big radish? Does anyone recognize the spirit herb? Waves rose around the lake. A few black-robed youths rushed out of the lake. The leader was a black-robed old man. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he had a dignified expression. A light flashed in his hand, and the golden net landed in his hand. A glint flashed across the eyes of the few young men. When they saw the great bright King Ginseng in the golden net, they asked doubtfully. They were in this lake to catch the ancient variant dragon-whiskered fish, but they did not expect to catch a big radish instead of a dragon-whiskered fish. I'm just a big radish, not some spiritual medicine. You've got the wrong person. Please let me go, my lords. The great Wisdom King had a long face. He had just escaped from the tiger's den, and now he had fallen into the wolf's den. These fellows didn't look like good people. This looks like the legendary Demon King Ginseng? A supreme divine medicine? The black-robed old man's eyes flashed. He seemed to have thought of something and became extremely excited. What? Unparalleled divine medicine? Although those black-robed youths did not know what the great bright king ginseng was, the words supreme divine medicine made them tremble as if they had been injected with chicken blood. I've never seen a spirit herb that can talk before. It's indeed a supreme divine medicine. It actually has such a strong spiritual intelligence? Ha ha ha, supreme divine medicine. If we give it to the young clan leader, we'll have done a great service. Perhaps the young clan leader will be able to become a sovereign and obtain the demonic saint's inheritance after swallowing this big radish. Many black-robed youths were excited. Everyone, this big radish is mine. I've chased after it for so long, but it ended up in your hands. Don't you think you should return it to me? An indifferent voice resounded. Xianxia descended from the sky. His white robe fluttered in the wind as he smiled and looked at the black-robed youths. The black-robed youths were filled with demonic aura. They were the experts from the nine-headed snakelet tribe. All of them were at level 9 noble realm, and the old man who led them was at level 9 monarch realm. You are Xianxia? When the black-robed youths saw Xianxia, they were shocked and immediately recognized Xianxia's identity. Legend had it that Xianxia had killed Holy Venerable Nan, slaughtered the 3 stars of Star Palace, and defeated the 6th holy son of Emperor Tomb Mountain. He was extremely powerful. However, the nine-headed snakelet tribe had never seen Xianxia in action. Furthermore, Xianxia looked like he was only at level 9 noble realm. There was nothing special about him. Xianxia, this isn't a big radish. This is the great bright king ginseng. It wasn't easy for us to get this treasure. I'm afraid it has nothing to do with you, right? The leading black-robed old man's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. If it was an ordinary spiritual herb, it would be fine. However, this was the great bright king ginseng, a quasi-sage medicine. They couldn't give it up no matter what. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, I've chased the great bright king ginseng for tens of thousands of miles. I'm afraid it's not right for you to take advantage of me. Hand it over and I'll let you go. Xianxia, you're only at level 9 noble realm. What's there to be arrogant about? That's right. You think you can kill Holy Venerable Nan? It seems like the legend is wrong. The other black-robed young men from the Nine-Infant clan laughed coldly. A trace of a fierce glow and killing intent appeared in the black-robed old man's eyes, and all of them instantly surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia, you actually dared to covet the treasure of my Nine-Infant clan? You're courting death. Kill him. The black-robed old man suddenly shouted fiercely, and he was the first to charge at Xianxia. Rumble, his cultivation at the 9th level of the monarch realm erupted completely as he slapped his palm forward. A peerlessly dazzling black divine light seemed to have transformed into a black ocean that smashed down towards Xianxia. You want to kill me after taking my great bright king ginseng? You really don't know what's good for you. Xianxia sighed softly while a trace of a fierce glow suddenly appeared in his eyes. Rumble, the vital blood within his body seethed as a golden glow erupted. It was like a primeval ferocious beast had awakened in an instant, and it emanated an extremely terrifying aura. Xianxia smashed his fist forward with boundless dragon pressure. Crack, the black-robed old man's expression changed drastically as he felt a wave of heart-piercing pain assault him. His arm instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Xianxia's fist didn't lose momentum at all as it smashed his heart into pieces. After that, the sky-devouring golden lotus swept out and devoured the black-robed old man's soul core. The other black-robed young men were terrified when they saw Xianxia deal with the black-robed old man in such a straightforward manner. Only now did they understand that Xianxia really did possess the strength to kill Holy Venerable Nan. However, they understood it too late. Rumble, Xianxia instantly smashed out a few dozen punches, causing dazzling light to explode. Those black-robed young men actually didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they were blasted into a mist of blood. What a fucking maleficent existence. I'm in trouble. The great bright king ginseng had a long face as he felt that his life was covered in darkness. The golden net buzzed and trembled, and it intended to fly away. How can a mere supreme-grade Dao artifact escape? A cold light flashed across Xianxia's eyes. He guessed that the golden net might be the treasure of the young clan leader of the Nine Infants tribe. It could be considered to be spiritual, which was why it wanted to fly back to its owner after losing control. Ling Xiao's powerful soul core exploded and instantly erased the soul core imprint on the golden net. Heavenly snare? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. It was indeed a supreme-grade Dao artifact. No wonder it could capture the great bright King Ginseng. Ling Xiao grabbed the great bright King Ginseng from the heavenly snare and casually threw the heavenly snare into the heaven god stone. Let go of me, let go of me. I'd rather die than submit. You be ****, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The great bright King Ginseng struggled in Ling Xiao's hands with all his might. His white and plump body twisted as though he knew what was going to happen to him. He started to curse Ling Xiao. Oh, you have some backbone. Initially, I wanted to spare your life. Looks like I have no choice but to eat you now. Ling Xiao looked at the great bright King Ginseng with a half-smile. The great bright King Ginseng froze. He quickly squeezed out a smile and said, I was wrong. Little ancestor, I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Don't eat me. I don't taste good at all. I'm old and my teeth are clumsy. I know there are many treasures in the holy ground. Let me go and I'll bring you to catch those guys. Looking at the great bright King Ginseng, who had no integrity, Ling Xiao was speechless. He did not know how such a weird great bright King Ginseng could be born. For an ordinary spiritual medicine to evolve to be as intelligent as a human, it had to be at least at the level of a divine medicine. Although the quasi-divine medicine had some intelligence, an old ruffian like the great bright King Ginseng was one of a kind. As if afraid that Ling Xiao would not believe him, the great bright King Ginseng quickly said, Little ancestor, there is an ancient variant of the dragon-whiskered fish in this lake. It contains a trace of the bloodline of the real dragon and is extremely beneficial for increasing the strength of the physical body. The great bright King Ginseng was crying in his heart. He was really unlucky today. He did not expect to end up in the hands of this malefic star. Dragon-whiskered fish? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. The dragon-whiskered fish was indeed an ancient variant and extremely precious spiritual fish. It contained a trace of the bloodline of the real dragon and could allow the bloodline of demonic beasts to evolve and strengthen the physical body. It was no wonder that those guys from the Nine Infants tribe were here to catch the dragon-whiskered fish. Ling Xiao checked the primordial spirit of the black-robed old man from the Nine Infants tribe and realized that there was indeed a dragon-whiskered fish in this lake. The great bright King Ginseng was not lying. Looks like you are of some use. In that case, I will spare your life for now. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Thank you, little ancestor. I will definitely search the entire holy ground for you and capture those sage medicines, divine medicines, spiritual roots, and spiritual fruits for you. The great bright King Ginseng was overjoyed and quickly expressed his loyalty. Don't make it sound so nice. You should have evolved into a medical deity, right? Give me your mark of the medical deity and I will let you go. Ling Xiao looked at the great bright King Ginseng. The great wisdom King Ginseng's expression immediately turned bitter, as if he had just eaten a dead child. The divine medicine was the primordial spirit of the divine medicine. If he handed over the divine medicine mark, it meant that he would completely recognize Ling Xiao as his master. He would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. However, the current situation was not that strong. If it did not hand over the drug god's brand, it did not doubt that this fiend would really destroy it. The great light King Ginseng had a long face. An ancient talisman flew out of his body. It was as white as jade and contained a fluctuation of divinity. Ling Xiao immediately integrated it into his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction and said, Not bad, you didn't lie to me. Don't worry, as long as you work hard and show your value, I won't eat you. On the contrary, I'll even find the essence of the origin and help you break through to the divine medicine realm. Really? The listless great wisdom King Ginseng immediately became excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Of course it's real. In the future, in order to prevent others from recognizing you, you will be called Big Radish. Keep your ginseng roots. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Big Radish? This name is too unpleasant. Can you change it? The great wisdom King Ginseng immediately became listless. No. Ling Xiao rejected decisively. Big Radish it is then. Master, those dragon-beard fish are very cunning. Those idiots wanted to use the net to catch the dragon-beard fish. They won't be able to catch them even if they have another 100 years. The great wisdom King Ginseng should be called Big Radish now. It could adjust its mentality. It was already very lucky to be able to keep its life. In order to show its value, it immediately started to express its loyalty. Oh? What idea do you have? It's actually very simple. The dragon-beard fish loves to eat dragon-beard grass. There must be dragon-beard grass in the valleys around the lake. As long as we use the dragon-beard grass as bait, we will definitely catch them. Knowing that its life was in Ling Zhao's hands, Big Radish gave up on the thought of escaping. It kept its ginseng roots and really looked like a white and fat big radish. It sat on Ling Zhao's shoulder and said proudly, "Dragon-beard grass?" Ling Zhao smiled. He knew the method to catch the dragon-beard fish. However, seeing that Big Radish was working so hard, he did not expose it. Ling Zhao's figure flashed and swept into the valleys around. Soon, he found the dragon-beard grass. The dragon-beard grass was dazzling with golden light. Its leaves were thin and long, like the whiskers of a real dragon, emitting a faint glow. Ling Zhao quickly picked dozens of dragon-beard grass and returned to the lake. It's too tiring to catch them one by one. Watch me do something big. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly. The true devouring fire in his palm spread out. The dragon-beard grass started to melt, forming a golden elixir essence. Ling Zhao took out some strong demonic beast's blood essence and added it to refine. Soon, it was refined into a golden powder that emitted a rich fragrance. As the fragrance spread out, Big Radish's eyes lit up. What is this? Dragon-beard powder. The medicinal properties of the dragon-beard grass have been strengthened by 100 times. In addition to the blood essence of other demonic beasts, I'm afraid the dragon-beard fish can't wait any longer. Ling Zhao smiled and directly scattered half of the dragon-beard powder into the lake. Gulp, soon, the originally clear lake started to have faint ripples. The waves shook, and mysterious auras approached rapidly, emitting a dazzling golden light. It was as though the entire lake was dyed golden. The dragon-beard fish are here. Big Radish's eyes lit up and said hurriedly. In the lake, inch-long dragon-whiskered fish swarmed over. The dragon-whiskered fish were golden in color and had very long whiskers. Golden light filled the air around them as if lightning was rising and interweaving with each other, turning the lake into a sea of lightning. Hurry up and catch them. There are so many dragon-beard fish. We're rich. Big Radish was almost drooling as it hurriedly urged. Don't worry, the big guys are coming soon. Ling Zhao said with a smile. There were already more than 100 dragon-beard fish gathered. Among them, there were some that were 2 inches long and 3 inches long. There was even a dragon-beard fish that was almost a foot long. It looked like the king of the fish. It swam around, intertwining with beautiful lightning. The dragon-beard fish was an ancient dragon species. It could only grow an inch every 1,000 years. A dragon-beard fish that was a foot long meant that it had grown for at least 10,000 years. Ling Zhao could feel that the dragon-beard fish that was a foot long was even stronger than a demon emperor's aura. Rumble, lightning intertwined and golden light lingered. The strange phenomenon above the lake was shocking. It was as though a treasure was born and there was a mysterious fragrance lingering around it. When Ling Zhao saw that the dragon-beard powder was swallowed up quickly, he immediately scattered the other half of the dragon-beard powder in. Boom! It's here. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he saw an enormous dragon-whiskered fish that was 3 m long. Its entire body was coiled with golden lightning, and its might was monstrous. A 3 m long dragon-whiskered fish, this was a dragon-whiskered fish king that had lived for 100,000 years. Instantly, the Big Radish's eyes widened. The dragon-whiskered fish king swallowed all of the dragon-whiskered powder, and then it wanted to dive into the lake. Where do you think you're going? The net in Ling Zhao's hand flashed, and it instantly enveloped the enormous dragon-whiskered fish king. Rumble, the dragon-whiskered fish king seemed to have sensed danger, and it spat out a golden bolt of lightning that instantly blasted onto the net. The net shone resplendently, and countless runes exploded. It was actually unable to endure the dragon-whiskered fish king's attack, and it exploded with a bang. As expected of the dragon-whiskered fish king, a bright light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Even a peerless Dao artifact couldn't withstand a single attack from the dragon-whiskered fish king. It was indeed monstrously ferocious. He seemed to have expected this, and he leaped up like a bolt of lightning and smashed out with his fist. Roar, powerful dragon pressure suffused the air, and Ling Xiao's body of the heavenly dragon erupted. The dragon-whiskered fish king seemed to have been frightened, and had turned around with the intention of charging into the lake. But Ling Xiao was even faster. His fist smashed onto the dragon-whiskered fish king's belly, and golden lightning erupted and blasted it into the sky. Ling Xiao knew that if the dragon-whiskered fish king was in the water, its might would increase explosively by 10 times, and he would probably be utterly unable to capture it. So, he absolutely couldn't allow it to enter the lake. Dragon-whiskered fish. How can there be such a huge dragon-whiskered fish? A pleasantly surprised voice sounded out, and a young man and woman with powerful auras flew over from the distant sky. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was pretty. Both of them wore green robes, and their faces were filled with pride. Both of their cultivations had attained the 3rd level of the monarch realm. Big brother, with this dragon-whiskered fish, our bloodline might be able to make another breakthrough. We must obtain it. I'll kill this person, and you go catch the dragon-whiskered fish. The green-robed woman's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent as she spoke coldly. Good. Such a huge dragon-whisker fish king is definitely a supreme treasure. The green-robed man also said excitedly. Whoosh, a light flashed in the hands of the green-robed woman, and an ancient bow appeared. She knocked the bow and shot an arrow at Ling Xiao. Instantly, a green arrow pierced through the void and shot towards Ling Xiao's heart. You are courting death. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He also noticed the young couple, but he didn't expect them to target the dragon-whiskered fish king as soon as they appeared. They even wanted to attack him. That green arrow was extremely fast, containing a trace of power that could pierce through everything, causing Ling Xiao to feel a strong sense of threat. Ling Xiao instantly performed the great teleportation technique, leaving an afterimage on the spot. His real body instantly appeared beside the dragon-whiskered fish king. With a punch, his terrifying physical strength completely exploded. Rumble, this punch landed heavily on the dragon-whiskered fish king's head. The dragon-whiskered fish king's head was dizzy. The fish scales on its body exploded, and pale golden blood flowed out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao directly kept the dragon-whisker fish king into the celestial stone, allowing it to do whatever it wanted. Hand over the dragon-whisker fish. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the green-robed man and woman, and they berated at the same time. They were extremely shocked in their hearts as well. The ancient bow was the ultimate treasure of their clan. Even though it was heavily damaged, a single arrow could cause the heavens and the earth to dim down, and it could even kill a 9th-level monarch realm expert with a single arrow. They hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would actually be able to dodge that arrow and subdue the dragon-whiskered fish king in an instant. Ling Xiao didn't even look at them. Taking advantage of the fact that the dragon-whisker powder in the lake hadn't completely dispersed, he waved his sleeve and caught over 100 dragon-whisker fish and the big radish in the lake, putting them all into the divine stone. You're courting death. The green-robed woman's gaze turned cold. She hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would actually dare to disregard them like this. She instantly withdrew a green arrow from her back. It was made from a strange green gold, and it emanated a faint golden radiance. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring, and it instantly caused a storm to rage. A strand of terrifying killing intent locked onto Ling Xiao, and a green arrow that was far more terrifying than before shot over. Bang, the heavens and the earth shook violently while space trembled. It seemed like space was about to explode at this moment, and then a strand of exalted divine might shot towards Ling Xiao. A supreme venerable weapon? Ling Xiao was shocked. The ancient bow in the green-robed woman's hand was actually a supreme venerable weapon. No wonder he felt so threatened. You're courting death. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. He hadn't expected the green-robed man and woman to be so ruthless. For the dragon-whiskered fish, they had launched 2 sneak attacks without mercy. Whoosh, Ling Xiao didn't dodge at all. His palm was enveloped in golden light, and he actually grabbed the green arrow. Boom, golden and green lights exploded, and an unparalleled sharpness shot out in all directions. Traces of blood actually appeared on Ling Xiao's palm. The green arrow was too powerful. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's powerful physical body, even a 9th-level ruler's arm would probably explode if he took the arrow head-on. Die. Ling Xiao's unparalleled physical strength burst out as he coldly spat out a word. The green arrow in his hand was actually thrown back by him. Whoosh, the green light blazed, and killing intent filled the air. The green-robed woman's expression changed drastically. She hadn't expected someone to be able to receive her sword barehanded and even throw the arrow back. Bang, the ancient bow in her hand emitted a mysterious light. It was like a green cloud was spreading out, and it instantly shot down the green arrow. However, at this moment, an arm seemed to have reached out from the void and instantly grabbed her throat. Moreover, a cold voice was heard by her ear. How do you want to die? Ling Xiao stood in front of the green-robed woman with an extremely cold expression. Who are you? How can you be so strong? The green-robed woman's expression changed drastically. She felt like she was about to suffocate, and her eyes were filled with extreme fear. Let go of my sister, or I'll tear you into pieces. The green-robed man shouted fiercely, but he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. They originally wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao and snatch the dragon-whiskered fish king. However, they hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be so terrifying. He was only a 9th-level noble, but once he burst out, he was like a god-fiend. Not only did he block the Qingyun Bao, but he also grabbed the green-robed woman in an instant. Tear you into pieces? I'm afraid you don't understand the situation you're in. Ling Xiao sneered. Immediately, divine power burst out from his palm and instantly crushed the green-robed woman's neck. Bastard, how dare you? The green-robed man's face changed and his eyes were filled with fear. He had not expected Ling Xiao to kill the green-robed woman. Trash from the Filian clan, how dare you plot against me? You can go to hell now. A blazing sword radiance flew out from Ling Xiao's palm and cut off the green-robed man's head. A green primordial spirit tried to escape, but it was instantly devoured by the sky-devouring golden lotus. Ling Xiao recognized that the two men were from the Filian clan. The Filian was an ancient divine beast, and they had the blood of the Filian in their bodies, although it was very thin. What Ling Xiao knew was that the Filian clan had already submitted to the Sky Demon Palace and became their henchmen. Since they wanted to kill him, Ling Xiao was not going to be polite to them. He did not even bother to interrogate them. The green cloud bow? Is it the treasure of the Filian clan? Although it's a supreme weapon, it's a pity that it's damaged. Ling Xiao looked at the green cloud bow in his hand and his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The green cloud bow was a very famous supreme weapon. The body of the bow was made of extraterrestrial divine iron and was fused with void crystal, deep-sea mysterious ice, Tiani holy water and many other top treasures. It was a pity that the bowstring was broken in the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. The bowstring on the green cloud bow was made from the tendons of a half-step demon venerable flood dragon of the Filian clan. Therefore, the power of the bow was greatly reduced. If it was a complete green cloud bow, Ling Xiao would not be able to dodge an arrow. My cheap cousin seems to have come to the holy ground. The dragon clan has no lack of dragon tendons. If the green cloud bow is used with the real dragon tendons as the bowstring, it will definitely be able to restore its full power. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he started to plot against Long Zhantian. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao had many treasures on him, such as the sky-devouring sword, the steel of sun and moon, the soul-morning nail, the soul-destroying needle, the divine stone, and the 12th grade blood lotus. These treasures were either heavily damaged, secret treasures, or they could not be taken out easily. Although the sky-devouring sword was Ling Xiao's personal sword, it had been severely damaged in his previous life. Now, it was being nurtured. Although the material was extremely sturdy, it did not have the divine aura of a supreme being. It could only be considered a semi-finished supreme weapon. The heavenly steel of sun and moon was easy to use. However, it was also a secret treasure and not a cardinal treasure. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had a faint feeling that the heavenly steel of sun and moon was a keepsake that contained a great secret. As for the soul-morning needles and soul-destroying needles, they were a set of supreme artifacts. Ling Xiao only had a part of them, so they were not complete supreme artifacts. The 12th grade blood lotus was a complete supreme artifact, but Ling Xiao did not dare to take it out easily. Otherwise, when the 3 great wisdom kings came, Ling Xiao might not even be able to escape. The heavenly divine stone was only an auxiliary divine artifact. It did not have any offensive capabilities. Speaking of which, if he could find a suitable bowstring for the green cloud bow, it would be a complete supreme weapon in his hands. In any case, the Filian clan had declined, and Ling Xiao and the Sky Demon Palace were destined to be enemies. Using this clear sky bow, Ling Xiao did not feel any burden at all. "Big Radish, you bastard!" Ling Xiao kept the clear sky bow, but when he saw the scene in the heavenly divine stone, his face turned green instantly. Inside the heavenly divine stone, Ling Xiao caught a dragon whisker fish king. There were hundreds of dragon whisker fish, and more than 20 of them were eaten by the Big Radish secretly. Furthermore, Ling Xiao discovered that this fellow actually had designs on the dragon whisker fish king. It was just that it could not do anything about the golden lightning all over the dragon whisker fish king's body. A quasi-divine medicine actually secretly ate fish. Ling Xiao grabbed the Big Radish and looked at it fiercely. "You're just a medicine. Why did you secretly eat the dragon whisker fish?" The Big Radish said with an innocent face, "Didn't you say that you would help me evolve into a divine medicine? To evolve into a divine medicine, I must devour the essence of all living things and gather the essence of heaven and earth. Could it be that these mere dozens of dragon whisker fish are more precious than me? Then when can you evolve into a divine medicine?" Ling Xiao said with a black face. "The divinity essence of these dragon whisker fish is insufficient. Big fellow, catch 8 or 10 of them for me. Perhaps it will be enough." The Big Radish pointed at the dragon whisker fish king and said indifferently, 8 or 10? You really dare to dream." Ling Xiao had an urge to kill the Big Radish, but he suppressed it in the end. "Master, let's go to the Demon Saint Cliff. There are many precious divine medicines there. There are even quasi-divine medicines. It's best to catch all of them." The Big Radish laughed dryly as if it knew that it had caused trouble and changed the topic. "Demon Saint Cliff? That seems to be the herb garden of the holy ground. There are countless precious spirit medicines there. However, there are many restrictions and every step is dangerous. You didn't escape from there, did you?" Ling Xiao looked at the Big Radish in surprise and asked. "I was chased out by those fellows. If I didn't leave, I'm afraid I would have been killed by them. Fortunately, I ran fast." "Master, let's go back and take revenge," the Big Radish said with a grunt. "Chased out? Why were you chased out?" Ling Xiao asked. The Big Radish said indifferently, "Actually, it's just a small matter. The reason why there are so many spirit medicines on the Demon Saint Cliff is because of the Heavenly God Spring. I was just careless and snatched an entire year's worth of Heavenly God Spring from them." "Snatched an entire year's worth of Heavenly God Spring? No wonder they wanted to fight you to the death." Ling Xiao was speechless. The Heavenly God Spring nurtured the essence of the origin and was the foundation for the growth of those spirit medicines. It was because of the Heavenly God Spring that the Demon Saint Cliff could gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and nurture so many spirit medicines. However, the Demon Saint Cliff had a walking master like the Big Radish who had snatched the Heavenly God Spring from the other spirit medicines. No wonder they wanted to chase it away. They probably even had the intention to kill it. However, the Demon Saint Cliff was indeed a treasure trove. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then left the lake with the Big Radish and flew towards the Demon Saint Cliff. Not long after Ling Xiao left, a young man in green armor with a sinister face and a few black-robed old men with powerful auras arrived at the lake. "How dare you snatch my heaven's net and kill the people of my 9 infants clan? You must have a death wish." The sinister-looking young man was the young clan leader of the 9 infants clan. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. To be able to erase young master's primordial spirit imprint so easily, I'm afraid he's at least a half-step supreme. However, that person has already left. Let's hurry to the Demon Saint Cliff and rendezvous with the Sky Demon Palace. A black-robed old man carefully sensed the aura left on the lake and said slowly, "Let's go." Let's see who has the dragon whisker fish and who has snatched my heaven's net. Let's go to the demon St. Cliff first. The holy ground was vast and boundless. Numerous towering ancient trees towered into the clouds, covering the sky and covering the sun. Numerous mountains rose from the ground, majestic and grand. Clouds swirled and the essence of heaven and earth gathered. Countless powerful beasts roared in the mountains, whistling through the sky and emitting a majestic demonic aura and evil aura. This was like an ancient wild world that had been sealed. Everywhere was filled with a natural aura. Moreover, Xianxia could faintly feel that there was a fluctuation of the world's origin in the holy ground. That's the demon St. Cliff. Big Radish sat on Xiao's shoulder. They passed through endless mountains and vast lands and finally arrived in front of a mountain shrouded in clouds. This mountain looked extremely steep and the walls were extremely smooth, as if they had been cut by a sword. There was an ancient and majestic aura around it. Auspicious air rose from the mountain and rays of light filled the air. There was a medicinal fragrance in the air. Figures flashed and it was obvious that someone had already arrived at the demon St. Cliff. Legend has it that the demon St. Cliff is the place where the demon saint passed away. It is filled with a sacred aura and is nourished by the heavenly god Spring. That's why such a large herb garden was formed. Xianxia recalled the legend of the demon St. Cliff. The smooth walls in front of him faintly flowed with a mysterious aura. Are there any real divine herbs in the demon St. Cliff? Xianxia asked. Maybe, but I haven't seen any. My old brothers are only quasi-divine herbs. However, there are many sacred herbs. There are at least a few hundred of them. Big Radish shook his head and said. A few hundred sacred herbs? Xiao's eyes flashed. In the God of War continent, sacred herbs were the best spiritual herbs. The martial sacred grounds probably only had a few or a dozen of them. Sacred herbs were the main ingredient in refining the supreme elixir. It was no wonder that so many people came to the demon St. Cliff. Not to mention the quasi-divine herbs. Even for martial saints, they had the miraculous effect of prolonging their lifespan. Naturally, they would not let go of them. Maybe the sacred herbs I'm looking for are in the demon St. Cliff. Xiao's eyes were filled with anticipation. He had already obtained the complete space crystal from the Tomb King city. If he could find those ancient sacred herbs and refine them into world pills, he would be able to make a breakthrough in his heaven-devouring secret technique. The current sky-devouring golden lotus had already reached the consummate realm after devouring countless spiritual chi of heaven and earth, pure yang chi, and the primordial spirits of martial artists. With the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron, Xiao's battle prowess would rise to a higher level, and he would be confident that he could defeat the likes of the Heaven-Scorching Demon Emperor and the others with paragon items. The King Heaven Devourer Cauldron wasn't a paragon item, but it definitely surpassed it. Figures flashed on the demon St. Cliff, but Xiao felt a faint sense of danger. Master, there are cracks in the void above the demon St. Cliff, ancient killing formations, and tainted divine blood. It's extremely dangerous. But if you follow my route, you'll be absolutely safe. Big Radish smiled at Xiao as if it was presenting a treasure. Very good. Tell me if you have the Chaos Origin Single Breath Grass, the Yin-Yang Profound Spirit Wood, and the 5 Elemental Grand Tao Lotus. If you do, then bring me to these 3 saint herbs. Xiao said slowly. In his previous life, when he entered the Holy Ground trials and obtained the sky-devouring secret skill, his cultivation was still too low. Later on, he broke through and finally learned that he needed these 3 saint herbs. Later on, he finally found these 3 saint herbs in the outside world, and they were all found in dangerous and forbidden places. Xiao guessed that the demon St. Cliff might have these 3 saint herbs. The Yin-Yang Profound Spirit Wood and the 5 Elemental Grand Tao Lotus have more than one. However, I don't have the Chaos Origin Single Breath Grass. Big Radish was very familiar with the various spiritual herbs in the demon St. Cliff. You don't have the Chaos Origin Single Breath Grass? Then let's go find the Yin-Yang Profound Spirit Wood and the 5 Elemental Grand Tao Lotus. Xiao was slightly disappointed, but he still said slowly. Under Big Radish's guidance, Xiao went up the demon St. Cliff from the back of the mountain, passed through several ancient killing formations and cracks in the void, and finally arrived at a bamboo forest. Those ancient killing formations were so terrifying that even Ling Xiao felt fatal danger. If an ordinary person were to barge in carelessly, they would be dead without a doubt. It really is the Yin Yang Profound Spirit Wood. The bamboo forest was filled with mist and mountain rocks. Under Big Radish's guidance, Ling Xiao found the Yin Yang Profound Spirit Wood, and his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The bamboo forest was located halfway up the Demon Saint Cliff, and it was a place where Yin Yang baleful qi gathered. Moreover, there was a powerful killing formation outside, and ordinary people would not be able to find this place. The Yin Yang Profound Spirit Wood was a small tree that was 3 feet tall, and it looked very strange. It was half black and half white, and it was crystal clear, as if it was carved out of jade. However, there was a powerful seal on the outside. This seal was formed naturally, and the Yin Yang baleful qi is extremely powerful. You just have to break the seal. Big Radish reminded. Yin Yang baleful qi seal? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He took out the sky-devouring sword and injected it with sky-devouring true qi. A powerful radiance spread out and slashed at the seal. Bang, the sky-devouring sword seemed to have slashed at the air. Yin Yang qi rose from the Yin Yang Profound Spirit Wood, and it looked very mysterious. It formed a perfect cycle and blocked the sky-devouring sword's attack. What a mysterious seal. Ling Xiao's heart jumped. If he wanted to break the Yin Yang baleful qi seal with brute force, he was afraid that the Yin Yang Profound Spirit Wood would be damaged when the Yin Yang qi exploded. If he wanted to break the seal, he had to think of another way. However, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. He let out a faint smile, and the Breaking World Shuttle appeared in his palm with a flash of light. The Breaking World Shuttle could travel through the void and break through anything. Not to mention the Yin Yang baleful qi seal, even a powerful ancient killing formation could not stop the Breaking World Shuttle. Part of the reason why Ling Xiao wanted the Breaking World Shuttle from the Tomb King city was because of the holy ground. Crack, the Breaking World Shuttle flashed with a black light and landed on the Yin Yang baleful qi seal. Like a needle piercing a bubble, the originally perfectly balanced seal was broken just like that. What treasure is this? Master, with this treasure, the sage medicine at the Demon Saint Cliff will be as easy as walking on flat ground for you. Big Radish said in surprise. The fact that the world-breaking shuttle was able to break through the seal so easily and without making any sound at all shocked the Big Radish. Ling Xiao was about to say something when he suddenly heard footsteps from afar. He quickly kept the Yin Yang Profound Spirit Wood. How dare you? Hand over the Yin Yang Profound Spirit Wood. A cold voice rang out. In the distance, a dozen demon clan cultivators in black armor walked over. Their eyes were filled with indifference. Sky Demon Palace? You are Ling Xiao? The leader of the demon clan wanted to reprimand Ling Xiao, but when he saw Ling Xiao's face, he turned pale with fright. He had seen Ling Xiao fight in Two World City with his own eyes. The sixth saint had lost to Ling Xiao even with a supreme weapon. They were only in the noble realm, and Ling Xiao could probably kill them all. You want me to hand over the Yin Yang mysterious spiritual wood? Ling Xiao said flatly. No, no. Sir Ling Xiao, I just want to ask if you can sell us the Yin Yang mysterious spiritual wood? As long as you are willing. The price is negotiable. The demon clan youth shook his head and asked carefully. What do you want the Yin Yang mysterious spiritual wood for? Ling Xiao stood up and asked flatly. An invisible aura spread. The leader of the demon clan youth was pale and cold sweat was about to break out. He did not dare to hide anything and told Ling Xiao everything. His Highness asked us to collect various sacred herbs. The Yin Yang mysterious spiritual wood is one of them. I don't know what His Highness wants it for. The sky-scorching demon king? Ling Xiao said flatly. Tell the sky-scorching demon king that the Yin Yang mysterious spiritual wood is here. If he wants it, he can come to me. With that, Ling Xiao turned and left without even looking at them. They were just a bunch of small fries. They were not worth his time. The leader of the demon clan youth wiped the sweat off his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief when he could no longer see Ling Xiao. Sir, the Yin Yang mysterious spiritual wood has been taken by Ling Xiao. What should we do? A heavenly demon guardian said unwillingly. What should we do? If you can, go and take it back from Ling Xiao. The demon clan youth rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Go and report to His Highness Han Feng. This is not something we can handle. The group turned and left to report to Han Feng. The sky-scorching demon king is plundering the sacred herbs of the demon St. Cliff. What is he trying to do? Ling Xiao was puzzled and felt that something was wrong. He urged the big radish to hurry in the direction of the Five Elements Lotus. The Five Elements Lotus was located in a hot spring in a valley, but when Ling Xiao arrived, the Five Elements Lotus was already gone. The Sky Demon Palace must have gotten there first. Let's go. I want to see what the Sky Demon Palace wants to do. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he headed towards the peak of the Demon St. Cliff. The higher up the demonic St. Cliff, the more ancient killing formations there were. There were all kinds of spatial cracks and terrifying lightning everywhere. It was also the place where the quasi-divine medicines grew. Suddenly, Ling Xiao sensed the aura of the experts from the Sky Demon Palace. He flew into the divine stone and drove it towards the top of the Demon St. Cliff. Above the Demon St. Cliff, there were clouds and mist all around. The essence chi of heaven and earth poured down like a waterfall, dazzling everyone's eyes. Han Feng sat cross-legged amidst the boundless worldly essence. As he breathed, the boundless worldly essence fused into his body. Surprisingly, his cultivation was at the third level of the monarch realm. There were two quasi-exalt realm elders of the demon race standing guard around him, and they emanated powerful vital energy that was peerlessly powerful. As for the sky demon guards that Ling Xiao saw earlier, they were kneeling before Han Feng. What? Ling Xiao took the Yin Yang profound spirit wood? Han Feng opened his eyes, and it seemed like flames were rising around him. His gaze was sharp, and it was like a nine-headed lion covered in flames had soared into the sky. Han Feng's true form is actually an ancient variant beast, the nine-headed flaming lion? Ling Xiao's gaze flashed as he thought to himself. The nine-headed flaming lion was one of the formidable divine beasts of the ancient times. According to legend, it was an existence that could fight a true dragon. No wonder Han Feng's status in the Sky Demon Palace was so high. That's right. Second Highness, Ling Xiao said arrogantly before he left that the Yin Yang profound spirit wood is in his possession, and the First Highness has to go look for him personally if you want to take it. The young man who led the group spoke respectfully. You're courting death. Murderous intent flashed across Han Feng's eyes. He was already unhappy with Ling Xiao, and he did not expect Ling Xiao to be at the Demon St. Cliff and snatch his sacred herbs. Han Feng, although Ling Xiao is arrogant, the First Highness will take care of him when the time comes. The most important thing for us now is to give these sacred herbs to the First Highness. With these sacred herbs, the First Highness will have a much higher chance of success. A quasi-exalt realm elder of the Sky Demon Palace said slowly. Elder is right. However, we have so many people searching, and even used several powerful secret treasures, but we only managed to gather about 20 sacred herbs. The efficiency is too slow. The Demon St. Cliff is fraught with danger, and the restrictions are too strong. In particular, those quasi-divine herbs are very slippery, and they can escape into those killing arrays. We can't do anything about it. Han Feng thought about it and said helplessly. Now, let's give these 20 sacred herbs to the First Highness. As for those quasi-divine herbs, once the First Highness succeeds, he can naturally take them back one by one. The elder of the Sky Demon Palace said slowly. Alright, I will personally deliver them. You guys stay and continue to search for sacred herbs. Try your best to capture those quasi-divine herbs as well. Han Feng sighed and stood up from the Demon St. Cliff. Rumble, at this moment, the Demon St. Cliff suddenly trembled violently, and a powerful and terrifying aura spread out. Black light rose and lightning surged, and the Demon St. Cliff looked as though it was about to crack open. The mountain peak in the distance cracked open, and an ancient tree surrounded by black lightning slowly appeared, emitting a monstrous demonic aura. Oh no, why did that guy suddenly wake up? Big Radish trembled, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. This ancient tree, could it be the legendary heavenly demon divine tree? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. The heavenly demon divine tree was said to be a supreme divine herb, and it was born with spiritual roots. It contained the origin energy of the demon clan, and it belonged to the strongest demon saint of the ancient times. The heavenly demon divine fruit on the heavenly demon divine tree could allow the bloodline of the demon clan experts to evolve, raise their cultivation, and even comprehend powerful demon clan superpowers. That's right, it's the heavenly demon divine tree, but it should be called the heavenly demon divine tree now. This guy has been tainted by the demonic aura of the extraterrestrial demons and has turned into a half-demon existence. It's extremely powerful. Let's go quickly, or we're doomed. Big Radish trembled in fear and hurriedly urged Ling Xiao to escape. What's there to be afraid of? Don't worry, the heavenly demon divine tree won't be able to find us in this treasure of mine. Ling Xiao glared at it and then carefully observed the heavenly demon divine tree. The heavenly demon divine tree was 100 feet tall and its bark was like a dragon's. It was covered in shiny black scales and its leaves were as black as ink. There were some black fruits on it that emitted a strange fluctuation that made one's scalp tingle. The heavenly demon divine tree's aura was monstrous as a black demonic light rose. It was extremely terrifying as it instantly locked onto Han Feng and the others and ran towards them. Bang! 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 The ground shook as the heavenly demon divine tree shot out rays of black divine light that covered the sky. It contained an extremely terrifying power as if it was going to drown the demon St. Cliff in an instant. Poof! The dozen heavenly demon guardians did not have any room to resist as they were instantly pierced by the black demonic light. Then, they were pulled back by the heavenly demon divine tree and swallowed. Oh no! Han Feng, hurry up and leave. We'll stop this demonic tree. The two elders of the heavenly demon palace were shocked. They immediately unleashed an extremely powerful aura as they charged towards the heavenly demon divine tree in an attempt to stop its attack. Han Feng gritted his teeth as a red jade talisman appeared in his hand. It emitted a mysterious spatial fluctuation. It's useless. These two old men are just sending themselves to their deaths. The heavenly demon divine tree is something that only honorables can fight against. Now that this guy has awakened, I'm afraid those guys in the holy ground are in trouble. Big Radish gloated. Cut the crap. Let's go. Ling Xiao gave him a slap. Seeing that Han Feng was about to escape, he immediately controlled the heavenly stone and turned it into a cloud of dust that landed on Han Feng's clothes. Boom! Although the two elders of the heavenly demon palace blocked the attack of the black divine light, they spat out a mouthful of blood as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces turned extremely pale. Crack! The heavenly demon divine tree was getting closer and closer. A black branch shot out like lightning and instantly pierced through the chests of the two elders of the heavenly demon palace. It began to devour their essence, blood and primordial spirits. Han Feng was scared out of his wits as he quickly crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Immediately, a light door appeared in front of him and he entered it immediately. Boom! The heavenly demon divine tree extended another black branch, and with a loud rumble, the beam of light exploded. However, Han Feng had also completely disappeared into the void. Void Supreme Talisman? This guy has quite a lot of good stuff on him. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, the light in the void flickered and Han Feng appeared 10,000 miles away from the demon St. Cliff, arriving in an unfamiliar mountain range. Damn it! Han Feng's face as he knew the heavenly demon divine tree as he knew the heavenly demon divine tree. The heavenly demon divine tree was way too horrifying. Two half-step supremes were as weak as paper. The awakening of such a horrifying existence was a disaster for the powerhouses in the holy ground. He had to inform Demon King as soon as possible. At the thought of it, Han divine divine tree. Boom! Just then, a light flashed in the void and Ling Xiao flew out from the heavenly stone. His body emitted a monstrous power of blood and qi as he punched the back of Han Feng's head. Han Feng did not expect to enter the wolf's den after escaping from the tiger's mouth. He did not even see who had ambushed him. Instantly, his vision turned black and he fainted. Ling Xiao's punch had been accumulating power for a long time, but he had used it skillfully and only knocked Han Feng out. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's terrifying physical body, he would have smashed Han Feng's head into mush with that punch. Hee hee, master, you're getting more and more sinister. I like it. Big Radish said with a sinister smile. Ling Xiao ignored him and searched Han Feng's body. Han Feng's storage ring, green armor, and even the powerful treasures in his primordial spirit were all taken by Ling Xiao. In the end, Han Feng laid naked on the ground with a look of disbelief on his face. Ling Xiao checked Han Feng's storage ring and realized that there were more than 20 supreme divine herbs, including the 5 elements lotus that he needed. Moreover, there was a void supreme talisman, which was a great treasure for escaping. Apart from that, there was also a crimson saber with a brilliant glow. It was a quasi-supreme weapon like the green armor on Han Feng's body. 9 Suns sky-opening saber, Qin Gang armor. Apart from that, there were many pure yang pills and elixirs that could increase one's cultivation, as well as some miscellaneous items. However, none of them caught Ling Xiao's attention. "Master, why didn't you kill him? Why did you put in so much effort to knock him out?" Big Radish asked in confusion. "You don't understand," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Since Han Feng was the second prince of the Sky Demon Palace, there must be something in his primordial spirit left behind by a supreme being expert. It would be fine if his life was not threatened. However, once Han Feng's life was threatened, the powerful killing move left behind by a supreme being would be triggered. Ling Xiao did not want to attract the attention of a supreme being expert. "Let's go. Next time I see this kid, I'll beat him up. This guy is also a child of wealth. He and Zhao Ritian are brothers in the same boat." Ling Xiao smiled and could not help but think of Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian was extremely talented and had the holy body of the sun. It was not weaker than the darkness bloodline and the 9 nether bloodline, which were the top bloodlines in the world. However, this kid was extremely lucky. Every time Ling Xiao saw him, he would have a great encounter. Ling Xiao did not know where Zhao Ritian was now. He missed Zhao Ritian a little. No, he missed the treasures on Zhao Ritian. Ling Xiao stripped Han Feng naked and left him where he was. Then, he swaggered away. Before he had gone far, Ling Xiao heard an angry roar that shook the forest. It was filled with resentment and anger. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he quickly left the place. In a mysterious valley in the holy ground. The valley was shrouded in red clouds and flames were rising. There was not a single blade of grass growing in the surroundings. It was all bare rocks and the valley was filled with hot lava. Zhao Ritian sat cross-legged in the lava. There was a resplendent crystal floating in front of him. It was like a sun, gorgeous and scorching. It emitted streaks of crimson divine light that were slowly being absorbed and refined by him. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. His blood flowed like a river, giving off a majestic and ancient aura. Zhao Ritian's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of level 9 noble realm. Behind him, a mysterious figure seemed to be appearing. The figure stepped on the sun, moon, and stars. Above his head was endless chaos. He was covered in inextinguishable flames, like an eternal flame god. In an ancient palace, chaotic chi lingered in the air as flames raged. The sky-scorching demon emperor sat in the middle, emitting a majestic aura. Behind him, there seemed to be a divine beast shrouded in flames, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The genuine chi in his body seemed to be burning as a violent gust of wind rose from the depths of his primordial spirit. Vaguely, there seemed to be 3 flowers above his head. 3 flowers at once prominence, tribulation of the 4 symbols, in the void in the west. An ancient parasol tree was dazzling as if it was full of suns. It was surrounded by a world of flames. Behind Lin Hui, a fire phoenix soared into the sky, devouring the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth and the endless power of flames. His appearance was getting more and more handsome. With flames on his body, his skin was crystal clear, emitting a faint aura of a supreme being. Under the ground in the east. In a vast underground cave, there was a golden bone dragon that was 10,000 feet long, emitting a majestic bloodline aura, mysterious and majestic. Long Zhantian was coiled in the void, surrounded by rays of golden light. With dragon roars, there seemed to be countless rays of golden blood rushing out from the bone dragon, merging into Long Zhantian's body. Long Zhantian was getting more and more majestic. There seemed to be a golden divine dragon in his eyes, surrounded by a mysterious aura. There seemed to be an ocean boiling in his body. Endless black waves swept across, causing the genuine chi in his body to melt rapidly, giving birth to a powerful dragon force. As the Supreme Being's aura spread, Long Zhantian became even more unfathomable. In various parts of the holy ground, there were many supreme opportunities that appeared, which were occupied by various peerless geniuses, causing their cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. After Ling Xiao and Big Radish robbed Han Feng, they left in a swaggering manner. Ling Xiao's ears suddenly twitched as he heard the sound of a great battle ahead. Let's go and take a look. Ling Xiao instantly entered the divine stone and turned into a speck of dust, flying towards the mountain ahead. Ling Xiao was getting more and more used to using the divine stone. It could be said that it was a supreme weapon for murder, arson, robbery, and escape. If the divine stone turned into a speck of dust, it would remain a speck of dust. Even a supreme being expert would not be able to tell the difference. The sounds of battle came from a valley in front of them. When Ling Xiao rode the divine stone into the valley, he saw a group of elders in white robes. Each of them had a powerful aura. Under the leadership of a young man in white, they had surrounded a few people. Ling Xiao's gaze shifted. He realized that he knew all of the people who were trapped. The great elder of the precious treasure pavilion, Chen Tong, the saintess Sumain Yang, and 2 other half-step supreme being elders. However, the 2 half-step supreme being elders were already at the end of their rope. As soon as Ling Xiao arrived, the 2 half-step supreme being elders were killed by a blazing sword radiance. A supreme weapon? Ling Xiao's eyes trembled as he looked at the white-robed young man's hand. It was an ancient silver sword that emitted a bright light. It was as if there were endless starlight falling on the sword. It looked ancient and mysterious. Sumain Yang, stop struggling. In order to deal with you, I even brought the great demon subduing array. In addition to this dubbed ancient sword, even if you have the Jiao Shaohuan zither, how long can you last? The white-robed young man smiled faintly as if victory was already in his hands. He looked to be in his 20s. He was handsome and had a jade-like face. However, his lips were very thin, which made him look a little mean. He was already a half-step supreme being. The 8 white-robed elders who surrounded Sumain Yang and Chen Tong were also half-step supreme being elders. The 8 white-robed elders occupied 8 directions. Each of them had an ancient divine demon subduing talisman floating in front of them. The 8 divine talismans converged to form the great demon subduing array, which was constantly pressuring Sumain Yang. Clang, a strange sound of a zither rang out, causing faint ripples to appear in the void. An ancient zither was placed in front of Sumain Yang. It was emitting a bright red glow. Sumain Yang kept plucking the strings of the zither. The sound of the zither turned into a mysterious barrier that shrouded her and Chen Tong. However, Sumain Yang was not in a good state. Her face was pale and there were bloodstains at the corners of her mouth. The barrier formed by the Jiao Shaohuan zither was being compressed by the great demon subduing array and was getting smaller and smaller. Zhang Xuhao, you are really despicable. If you didn't launch a sneak attack with the dubbed ancient sword, how could the great demon subduing array stop me? Sumain Yang said as she stared at the white-robed young man with cold eyes. Sumain Yang, I advise you not to waste your time. Why don't you just be the saintess of the treasure pavilion? As long as you are obedient, when I become the sect master, you will be the sect master's wife. Zhang Xuhao was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled faintly. The Zhang family is full of wild ambitions. The treasure pavilion was originally established by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The Zhang family is just the steward of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. In the end, you took advantage of the great calamity 10,000 years ago and killed almost all the powerhouses of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. All these years, you have been plotting to seize the treasure pavilion's property. You have been swallowing resources wantonly, cultivating loyal followers and eliminating dissidents. If it weren't for the fact that my old ancestor is still alive, I'm afraid you would have completely annihilated the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Sumain Yang's eyes were cold and filled with monstrous anger. She originally wanted to take advantage of the opening of the holy ground this time to find the inheritance of the ancient Nine-Tailed Fox clan's powerhouse and prove her Tao as the supreme. She also wanted to find the treasure that could prolong the life of her old ancestor. However, she did not expect that the Zhang family would be aware of her intentions and send Zhang Xuhao to assassinate her. If it weren't for the 2 elders who had blocked the fatal blow for her, she would have been seriously injured if not killed by the dubbed ancient sword. Zhang Xuhao smiled faintly and said, Sumain Yang, although the treasure pavilion was established by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, if it weren't for my Zhang family's maintenance over the years, I'm afraid it would have long declined and then been divided by countless powerhouses. Speaking of which, you should thank my Zhang family. As long as you marry me, won't we be a family? Bah. Sumaingyang said coldly, it's intolerable for a slave to bully its master. How can you say that? Zhang Shuhao, even if I die today, I'll kill you. A trace of determination flashed in Sumaingyang's eyes. She was incomparably sad. She originally thought that she could change the fate of the nine-tailed fox clan with her own strength. However, she did not expect that she would still fall in the end. Boom, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from Sumaingyang's body. It was as if a raging fire had risen around her. The Jiao Xiaohuan zither shone brightly and the zither music shook the world. Waves of air swept across the sky and rushed toward the great demon subduing Array and Zhang Shuhao. Burning your life essence? Crazy woman, you're really crazy. Boom, the heavenly pivot ancient sword in Zhang Shuhao's hand shone brightly. It was as if there was a dazzling star in the 9 heavens, shining brightly with the heavenly pivot ancient sword. Zhang Shuhao swung his sword, shaking heaven and earth. It was as if the sky was about to explode. Around Sumaingyang, the boundary formed by the sound of the guqin shook violently. Countless runes exploded, and Sumaingyang's face instantly turned pale. However, her eyes were filled with determination. A cold murderous intent shot up into the sky. The 13 guqin strings were vibrated by her at the same time. It was as if they had turned into 13 huge waves that rushed toward Zhang Shuhao. I didn't expect Precious Treasure Pavilion to fall to such a state. Are they using their slaves to bully their masters? These people from the Zhang family really deserve to die. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply. He had long known that Precious Treasure Pavilion was founded by the nine-tailed fox clan. However, he didn't expect Precious Treasure Pavilion to be divided into 2 factions and the nine-tailed fox clan to fall to such a state. Ling Xiao originally didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. However, he had a good impression of Chen Tong. More importantly, the heavenly pivot ancient sword in Zhang Shuhao's hand, 10,000 years ago, Ling Xiao had 7 true disciples. He used countless treasures of heaven and earth and combined the power of the 7 supreme stars to forge 7 supreme divine swords. They were named after the 7 stars, Heavenly Pivot, Merak, Fekta, Migraz, Alioth, Mizar, and Alkaid. The owner of the heavenly pivot ancient sword was Ling Zhao's eldest disciple, Mu Linfeng. However, the heavenly book ancient sword had fallen into Zhang Shuhao's hands. Perhaps he could find Mu Linfeng's whereabouts through Zhang Shuhao. 8 wilderness demon subduing formation? If it were any other formation, it would be fine. However, since you've used the formation I created, you can only blame yourselves for being unlucky. A sharp glint appeared in Ling Zhao's eyes. The 8 wilderness demon subduing formation was created by Ling Xiao in his previous life. At its peak, the 8 wilderness demon subduing formation required the cooperation of the 8 great supremes. Even titled supremes were no match for it. The 8 wilderness demon subduing formation laid by the 8 titled supremes was said to be able to slay gods and demons. However, there were no deities for Ling Xiao to test in his previous life, so he didn't accomplish the feat of slaying deities. Boom, Ling Xiao instantly appeared from the divine stone. The devouring sky sword in his hand emitted a blazing divine light. Like a flying immortal, he flew across the sky, emitting a 5-colored divine light. He slashed towards a white-robed old man. In order to break the 8 desolation great demon subduing formation, one would have to break through one of them. However, Zhou Tian, one of the 8 experts, was one. Attacking one of them was equivalent to attacking all 8 of them. However, Ling Zhao's 5 elements heaven sealing style isolated the 5 elements and formed a world of its own. It nurtured a shocking killing intent and instantly enveloped one of the white-robed elders. What? Zhang Shuhao's expression changed. He was fighting Sumaingyang with the Dubhe ancient sword in his hand. Just as he was about to suppress Sumaingyang, reinforcements suddenly appeared. A kid in the noble plane? You're courting death. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Shuhao noticed that the man was only of the 9th level of the noble realm. He sneered and his eyes were filled with disdain. A mere noble plane cultivator wanting to break through the great demon subduing matrix was simply a fool's dream. Ling Xiao? Sumainyan and Qiantong also saw Ling Xiao. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes revealed a trace of incomparable joy. However, they were also worried. The 8 Desolation Great Demon Subduing formation was set up by 8 half-step supreme martial artists. Would Ling Xiao be able to turn this situation around? Boom. Just then, the 5 elements divine light exploded and formed a vast 5 elements enchantment that enveloped the white-robed elder. Pfft! With a flash of blood, Ling Xiao's sky-devouring sword pierced through the elder's chest. What? The half-step supreme martial artist elder was scared out of his wits. He could not imagine how a kid in the noble plane could break through the defense of the 8 Desolation Great Demon Subduing formation and injure him severely. Go to hell. The white-robed elder's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His terrifying cultivation erupted and he slammed his palm toward Ling Xiao's head. This palm contained the power of wind and thunder. It was as if it could crush a mountain. The horrifying palm print pressed down on Ling Xiao. Die. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The light of the sky-devouring sword changed again and the 6 paths of reincarnation erupted. Countless blazing sword radiance gushed out and formed the 6 paths of reincarnation wheel. It instantly shattered the palm print of the white-robed elder. Boom! The power of this sword was unparalleled. The white-robed elder's head was chopped off by Ling Xiao's sword. The sky-devouring golden lotus rolled up and devoured the elder's primordial spirit. What? The expressions of the other 7 white-robed old men and Zhang Xuhao changed greatly. From the moment Ling Xiao attacked to the moment he killed the white-robed old man, he had only used 2 slashes to kill a half-martial highness in an instant. This is a good chance. Su Mainyang's eyes flashed. The 8 Desolation Great Demon Subduing formation had a flaw after the death of the white-robed elder. She suddenly spat a mouthful of blood essence on the Jiao Shaohuan zither. The sound of the zither was loud and dazzling. Rumble, blazing lightning erupted from the Jiao Shaohuan zither and instantly turned into terrifying bolts of lightning that drowned the remaining 7 old men in white robes. The terrifying lightning swept across the void and filled the air with a powerful supreme martial artist's aura. Su Mainyang's blood essence had completely activated the power of the supreme weapon, the Jiao Shaohuan zither. Puff. 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 The 7 elders looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and their faces turned pale. They were directly sent flying by the sea of lightning. Even though they were half-step supreme martial artists, they were like paper in front of a real supreme weapon. They couldn't withstand a single blow. What a pity, Su Mainyang's eyes revealed a trace of pity. However, she also knew that even if she had consumed her blood essence to activate the full power of the Jiao Shaohuan zither, it was already very difficult to achieve such a result. After all, she was not a real supreme martial artist. Little B****, you deserve to die. Zhang Xuhao was also in a difficult situation. The Dubhe ancient sword in his hand shone brightly and broke the lightning in the sky. He stood together with the other 7 half-step supreme martial artists and stared at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. He didn't expect a young man in the noble realm to have such terrifying combat strength. Saint, he is Ling Xiao, the one who killed South Celestial Venerable and the 3 stars of Star Palace in Heavenly God City. A white-robed elder whispered to Zhang Xuhao. Ling Xiao? Zhang Xuhao was shocked. However, he immediately sneered and said, so what if he is Ling Xiao? Does he think he can be arrogant just because he broke the 8 Desolation Great Demon Subduing formation? Kill him. Zhang Xuhao's voice was filled with murderous intent. He pointed the Dubhe ancient sword at Ling Xiao and took the lead to attack Ling Xiao. Rumble. At this moment, Su Mainyang and Qiantong were both seriously injured, especially Su Mainyang. She had used her essence and blood to activate the Jiao Shaohuan zither several times and had reached her limit. She could no longer fight. Their faces were filled with worry. Although they knew that Ling Xiao was extremely talented and had unparalleled combat strength, Zhang Xuhao was no ordinary person. Together with the 7 white-robed elders, they were 8 half-step supreme masters. Not to mention that Zhang Xuhao had the Dubhe ancient sword. This sword was extremely powerful and contained a peerless killing intent. It could communicate with the power of the Dubhe star and was extremely terrifying. With such a lineup, even a supreme master who had survived the tribulation of 4 symbols might die without a burial place, let alone Ling Xiao, who was only in the noble realm. Slash. Following Zhang Xuhao's roar, starlight fell from the sky like shooting stars. They turned into the sharpest sword radiance and gathered around the Dubhe ancient sword before slashing down at Ling Xiao. Looking at the Dubhe ancient sword above his head, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with nostalgia. The Dubhe ancient sword was the head of the 7 supreme swords of the Big Dipper. It was also the most powerful ancient sword. Its original owner should have been the eldest disciple, Mu Linfeng. Bastard, how dare you! A sharp glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. It was as if there was a thunderous roar in his voice, and a mysterious fluctuation spread out. The Dubhe ancient sword that was slashing down at him suddenly trembled and emitted a wave of both joy and fear. The sword radiance in the sky stopped in the void as if it did not dare to descend. What? Zhang Xuhao's expression changed and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The Dubhe ancient sword did not dare to descend after Ling Xiao's roar? Why was this guy so strange? Who was he, Su? Mainyang's eyes were also filled with shock. She knew the origin of the Dubhe ancient sword very well. Moreover, it had been completely refined by the patriarch of the Zhang family. How could it stop because of Ling Xiao's roar? Buzz, the Dubhe ancient sword struggled violently. The sword shone brightly as if there was a mysterious figure with white hair and beard trying to suppress the Dubhe ancient sword. The Dubhe ancient sword was originally refined by Ling Xiao, and the sword spirit within it was condensed from the star essence of the Dubhe star. It could be said that Ling Xiao was its parent. But now, the Tianshu ancient sword had been refined by the Zhang clan's patriarch. Therefore, under the confrontation between its parents and its master, the Tianshu ancient sword didn't seem to know whose command it should listen to. Come back. Zhang Xuhao was so frightened that his body trembled. He quickly recalled the Dubhe ancient sword and did not dare to take it out again. Ling Xiao was simply too strange. He actually almost made this peerless ancient sword betray him. However, without the Dubhe sword, Zhang Xuhao had lost his most powerful offensive weapon. How dare you steal my Dubhe ancient sword? No matter who you are, you're dead meat. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He could see a mysterious primordial spirit brand within the Dubhe ancient sword. That should be the Zhang family's supreme old ancestor. Ling Xiao was still unable to erase the sovereign's mark on the ancient Dubhe sword, but one day, he would snatch it back. Even without the Dubhe ancient sword, you will still die. Kill him. Zhang Xuhao's face was very ugly. A mere noble realm brat had caused him so much trouble. Not only did he kill a half-step supreme being, but he also almost made the Dubhe ancient sword betray him. Zhang Xuhao felt a sense of danger. He had to kill Ling Xiao, or there would be big trouble in the future. Boom, a light flashed in Zhang Xuhao's hand, and a red ancient sword appeared. It was only a quasi-supreme weapon, but its sharpness was unparalleled. Its aura was extremely shocking, and it slashed towards Ling Xiao across the sky. The other 7 white-robed elders also made their moves, bursting forth with their terrifying cultivation. The 8 half-step supreme beings attacked together. The power was almost enough to shatter the galaxy and return the world to chaos. Even Ling Xiao felt a strong sense of threat in his heart. 8 half-step supreme beings? Very well, I'll use you guys as my sword testing stones. Let's see where the limit of my combat strength is. Ling Xiao's expression was very calm. The battle intent in his eyes shot up to the sky. Golden light shone brightly around him, and a terrifying aura shot up to the sky. Boom, the sky-devouring sword seemed to have felt the battle intent from Ling Xiao, and it also trembled with joy, emitting a peerless sharpness. Ling Xiao soared into the sky, and his aura surged. He used the greater teleportation technique and appeared in front of Zhang Xuhao in an instant, slashing his sword towards Zhang Xuhao. Kill. Zhang Xuhao's eyes were blazing with killing intent. The red ancient sword in his hand shot out thousands of rays of light, and he met Ling Xiao's attack head-on. Clang, the blazing sword light swept across the sky, and the surrounding mountains rumbled. Pieces of mountain rocks were sent flying, and countless towering ancient trees were turned into dust. Ling Xiao and Zhang Xuhao were both sent flying back at the same time. What a pure sword intent. Ling Xiao's eyes moved. This Zhang Xuhao was actually a sword cultivator, and his strength was unparalleled. He was only a half-step supreme being, but he had already comprehended the art of man and sword as one. His spirit wandered the heavens, and his sword was unrepentant. A white-robed elder charged towards Ling Xiao from behind, holding a machete. His muscles were bulging, and he slashed down with extreme force. It was as if he wanted to split Ling Xiao in half. Kill! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent. The sky-devouring sword slashed at the machete, and a storm of sword aura erupted. How sharp was the sky-devouring sword? Although the machete was a quasi-supreme being weapon, it was instantly damaged, which made the white-robed elder's heart ache. Kill! Ling Xiao held his sword, and his battle intent surged. He stabbed his sword towards the white-robed elder's forehead like a bolt of lightning, and its sharpness was unparalleled. The white-robed elder's expression changed, and he blocked with his machete. Only the sound of metal clashing could be heard, and sparks flew in all directions. An unparalleled divine force erupted. The white-robed elder was instantly sent flying as if he was struck by lightning. Rumble! The sky-devouring sword in Ling Xiao's hand fell from the sky, and the four elephants' sky-striking style exploded. The four elephants' divine light soared into the sky, and the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to revert to chaos and order. He wanted to completely kill the white-robed elder. Ling Xiao, don't be so arrogant. Behind Ling Xiao, the 6 white-robed old men moved together, forming an extremely mysterious battle formation. They attacked Ling Xiao from 6 directions: east, west, north, south, up, and down. This was the 6 directions heaven and earth formation, which gathered the strength of 6 half-step supreme beings. They wanted to completely kill Ling Xiao. Rumble! Oh no, it's an afterimage. Zhang Xuhao's expression changed drastically. Just how fast was Ling Xiao? He was able to escape from the encirclement of 6 half-step supreme beings. At this moment, Ling Xiao wielded the sky-devouring sword and slashed down at another white-robed old man. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook violently as the blazing sword radiance swept across the land. A blazing sword radiance soared into the sky, traversing a distance of 30,000 miles and directly killing the white-robed old man. Blood splattered everywhere as countless divine lights exploded. Even the white-robed old man's primordial spirit was turned into ashes by the sword radiance. His soul was completely destroyed. The first one. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he raised his head to look at Zhang Xuhao. Ling Xiao, don't be so arrogant. Fight me if you have the ability. Zhang Xuhao was mad with hatred as his black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with blazing killing intent as he charged towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao refused to fight him head-on. Instead, he pounced on the other 6 white-robed old men with the sky-devouring sword in his hand. Zhang Xuhao's battle prowess was extremely strong, far from what the 6 white-robed old men could compare to. Ling Xiao wanted to kill the 6 white-robed old men first, and then find Zhang Xuhao to fight. When the 6 of them are dead, it'll be your turn. Don't be anxious. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he slashed his sword across the sky. Blazing killing intent erupted from his body as a peerless sharpness filled the air. He's actually so strong? Su Mainyang and Chen Tong's eyes were filled with disbelief. The current Ling Xiao was much stronger than when he was in Heavenly God City. Even a half-step supreme being was like chopping vegetables in front of him. Although they had just become half-step supreme beings and had yet to pass the tribulation of 4 symbols, they were still half-step supreme beings. They were much stronger than ordinary sovereigns. However, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, use my Jiao Xiaohuan zither. Su Mainyang shouted at Ling Xiao as she wanted to throw her Jiao Xiaohuan zither to him. The Jiao Xiaohuan zither was a supreme being weapon with unparalleled power. If Ling Xiao activated the power of the Jiao Xiaohuan zither, he would definitely be able to kill Zhang Xuhao. And the others. At the same time, Su Mainyang also swallowed a healing elixir and hurriedly circulated her energy to heal her injuries. No need, you can keep it for yourself. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Su Mainyang had yet to recover from her serious injuries. With the Jiao Xiaohuan zither in her hands, Zhang Xuhao and the others would not dare to find trouble with her. Su Mainyang was extremely intelligent. Naturally, she understood Ling Xiao's intentions immediately. However, even though she knew that Ling Xiao had good intentions, she was still extremely displeased to be rejected so straightforwardly. Rumble. In the sky, the battle between Ling Xiao and Zhang Xuhao and the others was getting more and more intense. Heaven and earth shook, and the sun and moon lost their light. The huge mountains in the surroundings collapsed with a loud bang, and countless rocks flew everywhere, turning into dust. Huge gullies spread out on the ground. Those were the marks left by the peerless sword Qi. The 6 half-step supreme beings seemed to have learned their lesson. They no longer dared to attack Ling Xiao alone. Instead, they formed a battle formation and combined their strength to fight fiercely with Ling Xiao. On the other hand, Zhang Xuhao's sword intent condensed around his body. Every time he attacked, he would erupt with a peerless attack. The power of a sword cultivator completely erupted, causing a great threat to Ling Xiao. In this way, hundreds of moves had passed. The battle between Ling Xiao and the 7 people seemed to have reached a stalemate. Zhang Xuhao and the 6 white-robed old men became more and more shocked as the battle went on. A mere noble realm cultivator already had such terrifying combat strength. How terrifying would he be when he broke through to the monarch realm, or even half-step supreme being? Could it be that he was going to be like those peerless experts in the ancient times, who had the power to go against the flow and kill supreme beings before becoming a supreme being? Let's decide life and death with a single sword strike. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he instantly soared into the sky. He already knew the limits of his combat strength, so there was no need to continue this battle. Boom! Ling Xiao's body shone brightly. Golden clouds filled the air, and a terrifying aura surged into the sky. Behind him, chaotic aura filled the air. A giant golden dragon and a 5-colored phoenix flew into the sky, presenting a mysterious vision of the dragon and phoenix. At this moment, Ling Xiao's physical strength had reached its peak. The surrounding void trembled as if the world was about to be shattered by Ling Xiao's aura. Ling Xiao slashed out with his sword. Heaven and earth shook as a 10,000-foot-long divine sword swept across the sky. The divine light of the 4 symbols rose, the power of the 5 elements filled the air, and the shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation filled the air. Heaven and earth were born with a sword, and reincarnation was born with a sword. Ling Xiao's sword merged the first 3 moves of the 7 limits divine technique of devouring heaven and earth. It swept across the sky towards Zhang Xuhao and the 6 white-robed old men. What? Zhang Xuhao and the 6 white-robed old men's expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with horror. Under this sword, heaven and earth turned into chaos and the void shattered. They felt a fatal danger. Block it. Block it for me. The 6 white-robed old men roared in unison, and the blood in their bodies began to burn. The power of the 6 people seemed to fuse into one at this moment, transforming into a terrifying giant shield that met Ling Xiao's sword. Rumble, sword Qi surged around Zhang Xuhao. The ancient crimson sword in his hand also turned into a 10,000-foot-long divine rainbow and merged with him. He and the sword became one and slashed at Ling Xiao fiercely. Rumble, Ling Xiao's eyes were cold. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His sword traveled 30,000 miles across the sky and directly slashed at the giant shield. Suddenly, heaven and earth rumbled, and large patches of the void shattered. The giant shield only managed to resist for a moment before it exploded. The vast sword light drowned the 6 white-robed old men. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely tragic. The 6 white-robed old men's bodies were directly blown into ashes. Clang! The terrifying sword light swept across the sky and collided with Zhang Xuhao's sword at the same time. Endless sword force exploded. Gotcha! Zhang Xuhao's ancient crimson sword was instantly cut in half by Ling Xiao. Zhang Xuhao also abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. The state of one with the sword was broken, and he also suffered a huge backlash. He was abruptly sent flying for several hundred feet, ruthlessly smashing into a distant mountain peak. The power of a single sword was so great, Ling Xiao stood in the air. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Dragons and phoenixes circled around him. His golden blood rushed into the sky like smoke signals. His eyes were brighter than the starry sky. He stood with the sword in his hand. His body was incomparably sharp, like a peerless sword god. No one dared to look at him directly. With a single slash, the bodies of the 6 half-step supreme beings were destroyed. Zhang Xuhao was also seriously injured. Even Su Mainyang and Chen Tong were stunned. They didn't even dare to think about such an outcome. So, this is Ling Zhao's real combat strength. Whoosh, the primordial spirits of the 6 half-step supreme beings rushed out instantly. Their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. However, when they looked at each other, they revealed a trace of determination. Saint, run. We'll hold him back. Holy Sun, run away. The 6 half-step supreme being primordial spirits roared at the same time. Their bodies were instantly engulfed in blazing flames. They were like 6 blazing suns as they charged towards Ling Xiao. Oh no, they're going to self-destruct. Su Mainyang's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect the 6 of them to be so loyal to Zhang Xuhao. They were willing to risk their lives to create a chance for Zhang Xuhao to escape. How terrifying was the self-destruction of a half-step supreme being, not to mention the self-destruction of 6 half-step supreme beings at the same time. That kind of power could probably turn this land into ruins. You want to die? Do you think you can die in front of me? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed coldly. The sky-devouring golden lotus instantly flew out from his body. Streaks of golden chains of order swept across the sky, binding the 6 primordial spirits and pulling them into the sky-devouring golden lotus. With the sky-devouring golden lotus around, it was impossible for them to self-destruct even if they wanted to. No. Zhang Xuhao roared. His face was covered in tears. The 8 half-step supreme beings were all loyal to the Zhang family. They were also his most loyal guards. It could be said that they had watched him grow up. In the end, they were all killed in this battle. Ling Xiao, I swear that I'll kill you. Whether it's your family or friends, your parents, or your family, I'll make sure they die without a burial place. Zhang Xuhao glared at Ling Xiao with incomparable hatred. He decisively crushed the Void Supreme Talisman and instantly left this place. However, Zhang Xuhao's deranged voice still reverberated between heaven and earth, carrying an incomparably cold killing intent and hatred. Zhang Xuhao? Since you're courting death, don't blame me. Ling Zhao's eyes blazed with killing intent. Leaving such a venomous snake alive would cause problems sooner or later. Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. The next time he met Zhang Xuhao, he would definitely take his life. Ling Xiao descended from the void. Su Mainyang and Chen Tong both looked at Ling Xiao with surprise and gratitude. Ling Xiao was about to say something when his eyes suddenly flashed. He said, "Let's leave this place first. Someone's coming." The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. The battle here was too intense. Although the holy ground was very vast, the surrounding people were still alarmed. Ling Xiao didn't want to attract too much attention, so he quickly left with Su Mainyang and Chen Tong. The land within a radius of 1,000 miles had already turned into ruins. In this battle, several large mountains were turned into dust. The ground was forcefully shaved off by several dozen feet. A river flowed in reverse, turning this place into a lake. Ling Xiao and the others passed through several mountain ranges and flew for over 1,000 miles before stopping at a mountain peak shrouded in clouds and mist. Many thanks to little friend Ling for saving my life. This old man greets you. Thank you, young Master Ling. Chen Tong and Su Mainyang bowed deeply to Ling Xiao. There's no need to be so courteous. The great elder and I are old acquaintances. But how did you get ambushed by Zhang Xuhao? Ling Xiao waved his hand. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. Su Mainyang smiled bitterly and said, "Now that my nine-tailed fox clan is declining, Zhang Xuhao bribed one of the elders who followed me. So, he lured me into Zhang Xuhao's great demon subduing array." Su Mainyang was a little embarrassed. Her pretty face blushed. She had always prided herself on being resourceful. She didn't expect that she would fail miserably and be tricked by her subordinates. At the same time, Su Mainyang also told Ling Xiao about the enmity between the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and the Zhang clan. Ling Xiao had been hiding in the Celestial Stone and already knew about this. He was quite emotional. The precious treasure pavilion was an old martial holy land that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. It was founded by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan of the Demon clan. The bloodline of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan originated from the divine beast Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox of ancient times. The number of tails represented the concentration of the bloodline of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Moreover, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was naturally resourceful and kind to others. So, they had already integrated into the human clan and displayed great talent in business. That was how they were able to open the precious treasure pavilion all over the War God continent. However, Ling Xiao didn't expect that the current nine-tailed fox clan would only have a severely injured old ancestor left. Their position in the precious treasure pavilion was precarious, and they were forced to such an extent by the Zhang clan. However, the reason why the nine-tailed fox clan's powerhouses had withered was because of the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Countless powerhouses fought bloody battles, which made Ling Xiao feel a sense of respect for them. Ling Xiao, I really didn't expect your talent to be so monstrous. You killed 8 half-step supreme beings in a row, and even Zhang Xuhao was severely injured by you. However, you have to be careful. Zhang Xuhao is vengeful and is one of the most outstanding geniuses of this generation of the Zhang clan. If you draw out the supreme being powerhouse behind him, you'll be in danger. Suming Yang looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Fairy Su, you worry too much. Since I've taken action, I'm not afraid of the Zhang clan's revenge. Anyway, I've already offended quite a number of martial arts sanctuaries. I'm not afraid of one more precious treasure pavilion. Chen Tong and Suming Yang were stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ling Xiao was right. Star Palace, Nantian Family, Emperor Tomb Mountain, and Sky Demon Palace had all been offended by Ling Xiao. However, this guy was still alive and kicking. However, Suming Yang also knew that this was because most of the Supreme Being powerhouses were traveling in the extraterritorial star world and hadn't returned to the God of War continent. Otherwise, if a Supreme Being were to take action, Ling Xiao would have to pay with his life. Great Elder, quickly return to Green Hill and tell the old ancestor about what happened in the Holy Ground. Tell him to be wary of the Zhang clan, but don't take any action. Wait until I return. Suming Yang said to Chen Tong with a solemn expression. Alright, I'll return now. Chen Tong also knew the seriousness of the matter. Before he left, he looked at Ling Xiao earnestly and said, My young friend, my young lady has yet to recover from her injuries. The Holy Ground is full of danger. I hope you can take care of her. I'll be eternally grateful. Chen Tong bowed deeply to Ling Xiao. Great Elder, you're too polite. I'll do my best. Ling Xiao smiled and helped Chen Tong up. Chen Tong looked at Ling Xiao gratefully and took a deep breath. He then turned and walked toward the exit of the Holy Ground. Fairy Su, how are your injuries? Ling Xiao looked at Suming Yang and asked. It had to be said that Suming Yang was an outstanding beauty. She was naturally charming and her every move was filled with endless charm. Ling Xiao was full of praise for her. Perhaps only Yueshen and Phoenix Girl could compete with Suming Yang. Thank you for your concern, young Master Ling. I've taken a healing elixir and my injuries are under control. I'll be completely healed in a day or two. Although Suming Yang's face was a little pale, she was in good spirits. Young Master Ling, I have a matter that I hope you can help me with. Suming Yang's big eyes seemed to be filled with water. Her long eyelashes fluttered and she had an irresistible pleading look. Oh, what's the matter? I would like to ask young Master Ling to help me to the nine-tailed fox's land of inheritance. Only by obtaining the nine-tailed fox's inheritance can I take back the precious treasure pavilion and save my nine-tailed fox clan. Suming Yang looked at Ling Xiao pitifully. The nine-tailed fox's land of inheritance? Is it in the Holy Ground? Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he asked softly. That's right. The Holy Ground is the final resting place of the demonic sages. It is also the place where countless ancient mythical beasts died in battle. There are many mythical beasts' inheritances here. Although many of them have been taken away in the past million years, the nine-tailed fox's inheritance is still intact here. Suming Yang said slowly, all these years, we have been secretly exploring the Holy Ground and finally found the nine-tailed fox's land of inheritance. However, it is full of danger. We failed many times and still couldn't get it. Oh? You can't get it and you believe that I can help you? Ling Xiao smiled. Young Master Ling is talented and powerful. Moreover, you are a righteous person. If there is anyone who can help me, it is you. I believe in you. Suming Yang smiled faintly. Moreover, the nine-tailed fox's land of inheritance has an innate soul essence. When Ling Xiao heard the words innate soul essence, he was shocked. He looked at Su Mainyang and asked, "Is there really an innate soul essence?" An innate soul essence was a spiritual body born from the origin of heaven and earth. It was unfathomable and was the best weapon spirit. Using an innate soul essence as a weapon spirit could forge a weapon that could evolve. It was extremely magical. However, an innate soul essence was too rare. It was only a legend in the God of War continent. When Ling Xiao forged the sky-devouring sword in his previous life, he only used the souls of powerful demonic beasts as weapon spirits. If he could get his hands on an innate soul essence, not only could his sky-devouring sword gradually recover its power, it could even surpass his previous life and become an even more powerful supreme weapon. That's right. Su Mainyang was extremely smart. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would not agree, so she threw out the bait of the innate soul essence. Alright, let's not delay. Let's go. Ling Xiao took in a deep breath and agreed. He didn't agree to help Su Mainyang because of the innate soul essence. Even if he didn't have the innate soul essence, he wouldn't have rejected her for Chen Tong's sake. It was just that the connate spirit essence was too precious. Even Ling Xiao had not obtained such a treasure in his previous life. The inheritance of the nine-tailed fox is in the land of the fallen gods. Su Mainyang and Ling Xiao soared into the sky and flew towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. As she hurried along, she introduced the location of the nine-tailed celestial fox's inheritance to Ling Xiao. Land of the fallen gods? Ling Xiao's eyes flickered. The land of the fallen gods could be said to be one of the most dangerous places in the holy ground. It was said that it was the place where the fallen gods had fallen. The void there was extremely unstable, and there could be spatial turbulence and spatial storms at any time. Moreover, there were many divine Dao dangers. Someone had once stepped on a drop of black divine blood, and was instantly turned into ashes. Someone saw the demonic saber that had a mind of its own. It went berserk and hacked dozens of people. Countless experts died in the land of the fallen gods. There was also an ancient divine array there. Although it was broken, the danger was not reduced at all. If one accidentally entered the divine array, even a supreme being would find it difficult to escape, let alone an expert of the imperial path. However, there were also people who had obtained powerful martial arts inheritance, terrifying divine weapons, and even the blood essence of the fallen gods. Their cultivation had improved tremendously from then on. It was no wonder that the nine-tailed fox clan had not been able to obtain the nine-tailed celestial fox's inheritance for so long. It was because the inheritance was in the land of the fallen gods. The nine-tailed celestial fox must have been a powerful divine beast in the ancient times. It would not be easy for a true expert of the fallen gods to obtain its inheritance. Therefore, Ling Xiao also started to become serious. Big Radish, do you know anything about the land of the fallen gods? Ling Xiao asked Big Radish as he took it out. Land of the fallen gods? You want to go to that godforsaken place? If you want to die, don't bring me along. I still want to live for a few more years. Big Radish, who was originally bored to death, was taken out by Ling Xiao. When it heard the words land of the fallen gods, it shuddered and said hurriedly. I know that the land of the fallen gods is very dangerous. However, aren't you a local here? Don't tell me that you are afraid of the land of the fallen gods? Ling Xiao smiled and said. Su Mainyang also looked at Big Radish in surprise. This strange Big Radish looked like a spiritual medicine. However, a spiritual medicine that could speak, could it be the legendary divine medicine? Su Mainyang was shocked. She felt that Ling Xiao was unfathomable. Big Radish laughed bitterly and said, dangerous? The land of the fallen gods is not just dangerous. That is the land of the fallen gods. It is very scary. I have only been there a few times and almost died in there. Big Radish's face froze. Suddenly, it wanted to give itself 2 big slaps for spilling the beans. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. You have been to the land of the fallen gods? That's great. We will leave our safety to you. You can scout ahead. Big Radish's face was filled with tears. Who asked it to have such a big mouth? Great, this malefic star wanted to take its life. Don't be unwilling. There is an innate soul essence in the land of the fallen gods. If there is an extra one, I will reward you with one. After swallowing the innate soul essence, you will probably be able to evolve into a divine medicine, right? Ling Xiao slapped Big Radish and said. One won't do. At least 10. Big Radish said seriously. Ling Xiao was so angry that he was amused. He slapped it again. We haven't even seen the shadow of the innate soul essence and you are already bargaining. Hurry up and scout ahead. Big Radish was hit by Ling Xiao until it was in tears. However, this guy did not learn from his mistakes. Once it thought of the innate soul essence, it agreed as if it was injected with chicken blood. Fairy Su, where is the land of the fallen gods where the land of the fallen gods is? Ling Xiao asked. Su Mainyang immediately took out an ancient map and said with a smile, this is the land of the fallen gods that we have explored. Young Master Ling, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me Mainyang. Alright, then you don't have to be so polite. Call me Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took the map and threw it to Big Radish with a smile. Then I will call you Brother Ling. Su Mainyang smiled faintly. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. This Su Mainyang really knew how to take advantage of the situation? He was only 18 years old. No matter what, Su Mainyang was older than him. Yet, she was not embarrassed at all. Brother Ling, the fallen gods of the fallen foxes have a long lifespan. In terms of the lifespan of the human race, I am only 15 years old this year. Su Mainyang seemed to have seen through Ling Xiao's thoughts and said with a smile. Tianfeng Canyon? Can the two of you stop flirting with each other? The land of the fallen gods is actually in this god-forsaken place? I advise you not to go there. It is too dangerous there. Tianfeng Canyon? What's that place? Ling Xiao asked. Tianfeng Canyon is deep in the land of the fallen gods. It's a very strange canyon. Tianfeng winds howl there all year round, and the air is filled with chaos. That kind of Tianfeng is comparable to the third tribulation of the four symbols of a half-step supreme being, the Tianfeng tribulation. It's extremely terrifying. Even a half-step supreme being would be blown to smithereens. Why don't we not go? We'll really die. Big Radish looked at Ling Xiao pitifully. Tianfeng tribulation? The Tianfeng tribulation is triggered by the heaven and earth. It's a tribulation that targets the primordial spirit of a half-step supreme being. Why would it appear in a canyon out of nowhere? I'm afraid there's a formation there? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. Su Mainyang nodded and said, that's right. The heavenly wind tribulation wasn't formed out of thin air. According to our speculation, it was formed by an ancient divine formation. A senior of our nine-tailed fox clan once entered the Heavenly Wind Canyon with a protective treasure and explored the aura of the nine-tailed heavenly fox. However, he was unable to reach the final step of the inheritance. Since it's a formation, there must be a way. Let's go take a look first. Big Radish, lead the way. Ling Xiao decided. In his previous life, Ling Xiao was the most powerful person in the world. Not only was his combat strength peerless and his talent unparalleled, but he had also cultivated the elixir, weapon, and formation skills to the supreme being realm. Ling Xiao's attainments in formations could be said to be unparalleled. In his previous life, he had seen many ancient formations and even deciphered some of their secrets. Hence, he wasn't afraid of the so-called ancient formations. The land of the fallen gods was located in the west of the holy ground. It was shrouded in a layer of faint black light all year round. The air of death permeated the air, and not a single blade of grass grew. The world was dark and the void was trembling. There seemed to be cracks in the 9 heavens. All around them was a vast land with lonely barren mountains. Standing on the ground, broken weapons and corpses could be seen everywhere. However, after countless years, those seemingly powerful weapons had long lost their divinity and became scrap metal. Those corpses were incomparably huge. Ling Xiao saw a 1,000 feet long skeleton lying on the ground in front of him. It looked like a divine bull. There was a huge hole in its abdomen, and its head was missing. Obviously, it was left behind from the ancient war of the gods. Such huge skeletons could be seen everywhere. As he walked forward, Ling Xiao even saw the corpses of true dragons, true phoenixes, white tigers, Xianxia, and countless other powerful divine beasts. Although so many years had passed, those skeletons were still covered in a layer of mysterious brilliance, surging with killing intent. Ling Xiao felt that if he dared to approach, he would be instantly attacked by the baleful aura and would not be able to escape death. On the barren mountain, there were black bloodstains. That was the blood of a deity, and it seemed to have been contaminated by some kind of power. The enormous mountain range was corroded into a small hill. The big radish trembled as it led the way at the front. Its face was dejected. However, he had been to the land of the fallen gods a few times before. Hence, he was able to lead Ling Xiao and Sumei Yang into the depths of the land of the fallen gods. Along the way, Ling Xiao felt a few fatal threats. There were powerful broken divine formations and strange divine spirits, but they were all avoided by the big radish cleverly. The sky ahead was dark and the earth had collapsed. There was a chilly wind howling, and a huge canyon appeared. There were barren mountains on both sides. From afar, Ling Xiao could faintly see that there were a total of 81 barren mountains around the canyon. Only the canyon in the middle was like a meandering dragon that led to the depths. That is the Tianfeng Canyon. However, I have never seen it before. The Tianfeng Canyon is extremely terrifying. You must be careful. When the big radish saw the canyon and heard the terrifying chilly wind howling, it was so frightened that it quickly ran back and jumped onto Ling Xiao's shoulder. That's right. This is the Tianfeng Canyon. Sumei Yang revealed a surprised expression and said slowly, in the Tianfeng Canyon, the most terrifying thing is the Tianfeng Trial. However, I have brought the Jiao Shaohuan Zither this time. As long as we activate the power of the Jiao Shaohuan Zither, we will be able to enter safely. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and said, in your current state, can you still activate the Jiao Shaohuan Zither? Although Sumei Yang's injuries had recovered by more than half, it would be very strenuous for her to continue activating the Jiao Shaohuan Zither. I should be able to hold on for 6 hours. 6 hours is enough for us to enter the Tianfeng Canyon. Sumei Yang smiled and said. 6 hours, huh? No way. Even if we enter the Tianfeng Canyon, if we encounter any danger, we are still counting on your Jiao Shaohuan Zither. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked at the big radish maliciously. The big radish felt a chill down its spine. It looked at Ling Xiao warily and said, why are you looking at me with such maliciousness? Cough cough. Big radish, contribute a drop of divine liquid. A drop of divine liquid is enough for Sumei Yang to recover her lost life source. Only when her injuries are healed can she activate the Jiao Shaohuan Zither. Ling Xiao coughed dryly and said. What? The big radish jumped up immediately as if its tail had been stepped on. It looked at Ling Xiao angrily and said, you shameless Ling, it's bad enough that you asked me to scout the way. Now you want my divine liquid? No way. The big radish felt very wronged. Was this the treatment of a supreme divine medicine? Whoever obtained a supreme divine medicine would treat it like a treasure. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, asked it to scout the way and did not care about its life or death. Now, he wanted its divine liquid. Although the big radish was a great bright king ginseng, a supreme divine medicine, it only had a dozen drops of divine liquid in its body. It was an existence that gathered the essence of heaven and earth. It was like the essence of blood in a human body. It would take a long time to recover a drop of it. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, big radish, we are already here. When we find the innate soul essence, you will be able to evolve into a supreme divine medicine. What is a mere drop of divine liquid? In the end, under Ling Xiao's coercion, the big radish reluctantly contributed a drop of divine liquid. Buzz, a drop of golden divine pearl flew out from the big radish's body. It looked bright and resplendent, and its fragrance overflowed. The big radish immediately became a little listless, and it looked a little listless. Mei Yang, the big radish is a quasi-divine medicine. Swallow this drop of divine liquid, and your injuries and lost life source should be able to recover immediately. Ling Xiao gave the drop of divine pearl to Sumei Yang. Brother Ling, you are too good to me. I really don't know how to repay you. Sumei Yang's pretty face was slightly red. She looked at Ling Xiao with her big watery eyes, which were full of gratitude and smiles. Her red dress fluttered, and her towering breasts rose and fell with her breathing. Her figure was curvaceous, and her entire body exuded a different kind of charm that made one's blood boil. You're welcome. Hurry up and heal your wounds. We still have to go to Tianfeng Canyon. Ling Xiao said with a calm expression. Su Mainyang looked at Ling Xiao with some resentment, as if blaming him for not understanding her feelings. She took the divine liquid and swallowed it. Boom, all of a sudden, a majestic life essence surged forth. Su Mainyang's entire body was glowing with radiance. Blood qi filled the air. Behind her, a gigantic fox vaguely appeared. Its 8 furry tails shot up into the sky, blooming with divine splendor. 8 tails bloodline? Ling Zhao's eyes moved. Su Mainyang's bloodline was indeed extraordinary. If she really obtained the inheritance of the 9-tailed celestial fox, she might be able to evolve into the 9-tailed celestial fox and become a true 9-tailed celestial fox with the body of a divine beast. A true divine beast bloodline would definitely have the terrifying combat strength to go against the flow and challenge those of a higher level. Long Out Yin, for example, had the bloodline of a true divine beast, the true dragon. His combat strength was unparalleled and terrifying. The divine liquid of a quasi-divine medicine was extremely precious and contained the power of creation. After Su Mainyang swallowed the divine liquid, a powerful force erupted from her body in just 2 hours. Her skin was crystal clear, and blood qi surged. Her body exuded a faint supreme divine aura. Although Su Mainyang's cultivation had reached the half-step supreme realm, she had not gone through the tribulation of 4 symbols. However, with the help of the divine liquid, if Su Mainyang was willing, she could quickly go through the tribulation of earth and become a half-step supreme being. Alright, let's go to Tianfeng Canyon. Su Mainyang stood up and smiled at Ling Xiao. At the same time, a light flashed in her palm, and the Jiao Xiaohuan zither appeared in her hand. Let's go. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Whoosh, roar, the huge canyon in front of them was like the mouth of an Archean giant beast. It was pitch black, but there were waves of chilly winds howling. It was extremely terrifying. Even from afar, they could feel the cold aura. It made them shiver, as if it was going to cut them into pieces. Around Tianfeng Canyon, there were many powerful skeletons that exuded monstrous killing intent. Clang, the Jiao Xiaohuan zither emitted a red glow. Along with the sound of the zither, ancient runes flew out and formed a bounded domain, enveloping Su Mainyang and Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and Su Mainyang walked into the Tianfeng Canyon together and were swallowed by the howling Tianfeng tribulation. Just as Ling Xiao and Su Mainyang entered the Tianfeng Canyon, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the fallen god land. Brother Zhang, are you sure Ling Xiao entered the land of the fallen gods? The sixth saint's eyes flashed as he asked Zhang Shuhao, who was beside him. That's right. Brother D, Brother Nantian, Ling Xiao, and that bitch Su Mainyang want to obtain the 9-tailed celestial fox's inheritance. It's in the land of the fallen gods. I only want that B** tch Su Mainyang. Ling Xiao and his belongings are all yours. Zhang Shuhao's eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he spoke slowly. Other than Zhang Shuhao and a black-robed elder, there was also the Nantian Heavenly King and 2 other elders of the Nantian family. The 6 of them were all at the half-step to honorable realm. Their strength was unparalleled. After Zhang Shuhao escaped, he met the 6th saint and the Nantian Heavenly King. They were searching for Ling Zhao's whereabouts. They hit it off immediately and decided to kill Ling Xiao in the land of the fallen gods after Zhang Shuhao provided them with Ling Zhao's whereabouts. Young Master Zhang, you said that Ling Zhao's shout was enough to make the ancient Dubhe sword in your hand freeze? It seems like this lad's identity is very suspicious. The black-robed elder beside the 6th saint said slowly. Oh? Elder, have you guessed something? Zhang Shuhao's body trembled as he asked hurriedly. According to what I know, the ancient Dubhe sword in your hand was forged by the strongest person in the world 10,000 years ago, the sky-devouring supreme. He gave it to his eldest disciple, Mu Linfeng. Therefore, only the sky-devouring supreme and Mu Linfeng can scare the ancient Dubhe sword with just a shout. Perhaps even Mu Linfeng can't do it. The black-robed elder's eyes lit up. What? Elder, you said that Ling Xiao is the sky-devouring supreme from 10,000 years ago? I don't think that's possible, right? The 6th saint and Zhang Shuhao both shuddered as disbelief filled their eyes. What's impossible about that? How could someone of the sky-devouring supreme's level die so easily? Perhaps he could be reincarnated. However, even if Ling Xiao isn't the sky-devouring supreme, he must be related to the sky-devouring supreme. Perhaps he has the inheritance of the sky-devouring supreme. The black-robed elder said slowly. The sixth saint and the South Sky King's eyes lit up. The inheritance of the sky-devouring supreme? The sky-devouring supreme was the strongest person in the world 10,000 years ago. It was said that he was a peerless expert who had touched the immortal realm. What if they could obtain his inheritance? The sixth holy son, the southern heavenly king, and the others were all excited. Moreover, Xianxia was suspected to have the inheritance of the scarlet dragon war god. Therefore, no matter what, Xianxia must die. Zhang Shuhao's eyes lit up as he said, no matter who Xianxia is, he's only in the noble realm. With so many of us and 2 supreme weapons, we can definitely kill Xianxia. The sixth saint had the king of God's shroud and the South Sky King had also brought the supreme weapon of the Nantian family. Other than helping the sky-burning demon emperor, they were also going to kill Xianxia. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. The black-robed elder nodded as a strange look appeared in his eyes. The group quickly entered the land of the fallen gods. Rumble, in the Tianfeng Canyon, horrifying winds howled as they contained the power to destroy everything. The surrounding rocks were left behind by the Tianfeng tribulation for countless years. The corpses on the ground were the strongest ferocious beasts and divine beasts. Xianxia and Sumanyang went deeper into the canyon. The barrier formed by the Jiao Shaohuan zither trembled slightly under the Tianfeng tribulation. Big Radish's face was filled with fear as it clutched Xiao's clothes tightly. They had already been in the canyon for 6 to 4 hours, but they still had not found any trace of the 9-tailed celestial fox. Sumanyang's face turned pale. Activating the Jiao Shaohuan zither for a long time was quite a burden for her. At this moment, she was even more grateful to Xianxia. If it was not for Big Radish's drop of divine liquid, she would not have been able to hold on until now. Buzz, chaotic chi began to rise in the surroundings as a strong sense of danger appeared in Xianxia and Sumanyang's hearts. The Xianhuang chi rose in the surroundings as black waves surged. The Tianfeng tribulation held and there were scenes of flames soaring into the sky. The 4 tribulations of earth, water, wind, and fire filled the air as they intertwined and formed an ancient formation. This is the ancient divine formation. Xianxia, the inheritance of the 9-tailed celestial fox, is in the ancient divine formation. However, this ancient divine formation is extremely terrifying. Countless experts of the 9-tailed fox clan have died in this ancient divine formation. Sumanyang said with excitement and worry. Rumble, the ancient divine formation in front of them formed a space of its own and evolved into various mysterious phenomena. Chaotic chi rose as though countless scenes of the birth and death of worlds appeared before Xianxia and Sumanyang. Xianxia and Sumanyang stood there. Although they were enveloped by the barrier of the Jiao Shaohuan zither, Xianxia still felt that a terrifying danger would befall them if they took a wrong step. It's actually a complete ancient divine formation? And it's a formation that targets the primordial spirit. Xiao's eyes were sharp. No wonder he sensed danger. Even if he had the Jiao Shaohuan zither, his primordial spirit would be instantly obliterated by the formation if he took a wrong step. That's right. Sumanyang looked at Xianxia with some admiration and said, this ancient divine formation, let's call it the soul-destroying divine formation. The ancestors of the 9-tailed fox clan have explored it for generations, and countless people have died in this formation. We can always feel the aura of the 9-tailed celestial fox in the formation, but we have never been able to break the formation. That's strange. Xiao's eyes revealed a strange look. He said, if the 9-tailed celestial fox is really in this soul-destroying divine formation, it means that the formation was left behind by it. It should have left the 9-tailed fox clan with a chance of survival. However, the experts of the 9-tailed fox clan have all died, so there is only one possibility. This soul-destroying divine formation was set up to trap the 9-tailed celestial fox? Sumanyang trembled and said with some shock. No. This soul-destroying divine formation should have been set up by the 9-tailed celestial fox because there is the aura of the 9-tailed celestial fox's bloodline in this formation. Xianxia smiled faintly. His attainments in formations were very strong, and he had come into contact with many ancient divine formations 10,000 years ago. Therefore, he could tell that the person who set up this ancient divine formation must be the 9-tailed celestial fox. Then why did the ancestors of the 9-tailed fox clan die in it? Su Mainyang asked with some disbelief. Ling Xiao said slowly, because this soul-destroying divine formation is no longer the original soul-destroying divine formation. To be exact, it has been tampered with by someone else. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. Tampered with by someone else? Su Mainyang was a little shocked. Someone who could tamper with the ancient divine formation, could it be an enemy of the nine-tailed celestial fox? It should be a supreme expert among the extraterrestrial demons. Ling Xiao said slowly, with a trace of coldness in his eyes. When Ling Xiao entered the ancient divine formation, he felt the tremor of the wordless heavenly book, which was a special aura emitted by the extraterrestrial demons. Extraterrestrial demons? Su Mainyang's body shook, and her expression turned solemn. She suddenly remembered that the nine-tailed celestial fox should be a figure from 1,000,000 years ago. The nine-tailed fox clan inherited the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, but they knew very little about the history of 1,000,000 years ago. They only knew that 1,000,000 years ago, perhaps like 10,000 years ago, the extraterrestrial demons descended and set off a shocking bloody war. Countless god beasts fell, and countless god spirits died in battle. That battle dyed the heavens red, and all living creatures died. From then on, the war god continent entered a dark age. If it was really the extraterrestrial demons who had done something, perhaps it would make sense. After all, the original intention of the nine-tailed fox to leave behind the divine formation was for the descendants of the nine-tailed fox clan to be able to obtain the inheritance. It should not be like now, where countless experts of the nine-tailed fox clan had been killed by the divine formation. Be careful, follow me. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he took the first step. Rumble, it was as if the god-slaying grand array had been triggered. Endless chaotic fog surged and streaks of black demonic light filled the sky. They contained extremely terrifying killing intent as they shot towards the glabella of Ling Xiao and Su Mainyang. Buzz, the Jiao Xiaohuan zither shone brightly, and the supreme divine might filled the air. However, it could only block part of the black demonic light. There were still streaks of demonic light that penetrated the boundary, exuding an aura that could destroy everything. They wanted to completely destroy the primordial spirits of Ling Xiao and Su Mainyang. What? Su Mainyang's face turned pale. In front of the demonic light, she actually felt a sense of powerlessness. The threat of death surged in her heart. Sure enough, it's the extraterrestrial demons who are playing tricks. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and the wordless heavenly book suddenly shot out from his glabella. The light in the void rolled and swallowed the black demonic light. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with faint runes as he took 49 steps forward. The 49 footprints converged and finally formed a mysterious rune. Ling Xiao slapped it out, and it exploded in the chaotic world in front of him. Rumble, divine Dao runes filled the air, and the black demonic light surged. Ling Xiao could vaguely see that between heaven and earth, countless runes were intertwined, and innumerable principal lines were spreading out. The divine Dao and demonic Dao clashed, causing the grand array to become extremely chaotic. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao was enlightened. This ancient divine array was indeed left behind by the nine-tailed celestial fox, but it was disturbed by the demonic Dao principle of the extraterrestrial demon, which stimulated part of the power of the ancient divine array. Any expert of the nine-tailed fox clan who entered the grand array would instantly trigger the killing intent of the grand array and be completely annihilated. A divine array constructed with the power of space as the foundation and the power of stars as the framework? Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. With his attainments and formations, he could vaguely see the origin of this ancient divine array. Speaking of which, this ancient divine array was not a killing array, but a formation space. It must contain the inheritance of the nine-tailed celestial fox, but it was disturbed by the extraterrestrial demon, causing the array to reverse and form a killing array. Ling Xiao, is there any way to break the array? Su Mainyang asked. The power of the divine array was too vast and terrifying. If it were not for the wordless heavenly book, the terrifying demonic light would have obliterated her primordial spirit in an instant. After all, the ancient divine array was an ancient divine array. Even if there was only a trace of its power, it was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Let me give it a try. Ling Xiao said slowly. He grabbed Su Mainyang's hand and walked forward slowly. Follow me. Don't get lost. Su Mainyang's hand was as white as mutton fat jade and was incomparably soft. Su Mainyang was caught off guard by Ling Zhao's hand, and her pretty face immediately turned red. However, when she raised her head, she found that Ling Xiao looked dignified and was looking around. He did not notice her. Su Mainyang immediately heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, but she was also inexplicably disappointed. Buzz, Ling Zhao's body shone brightly. His primordial spirit was instantly divided into hundreds of millions of streaks. Each streak turned into a talisman and fell into the surrounding void. This large array seemed to have been fixed by Ling Xiao in an instant. Moreover, the aura of Ling Xiao and Su Mainyang was concealed. The fatal danger that was originally there slowly disappeared. A familiar and amiable aura came over. Su Mainyang's face revealed a trace of surprise and said, "Ling Xiao, I feel the aura of the nine-tailed celestial fox." "Very good. Follow this aura and move forward. Although the large array cannot be broken for the time being, I have already isolated the large array's hostility towards us. We should be able to walk to the core of the array. When we get there, we will consider how to break the array." Ling Zhao's face was slightly pale. Even with the protection of the wordless heavenly book, Ling Xiao was under great pressure to divide such a large amount of primordial spirit power to resist the power of the ancient divine array. After all, a divine being that had transcended heaven and earth and life and death. Even if it was only a trace of its power, it was not something that ordinary warriors could contend with. Okay. The surroundings were filled with a chaotic fog, giving off an ancient and mysterious aura. The surroundings were filled with chaos and mysterious flowing lights flashed. In a trance, it was as if they had arrived before the creation of the world. That's the Khanate spirit essence? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Immediately, he saw a bright star flickering in the primal chaos fog in front of him. It was slowly moving about. The star looked like a human figure. It was dazzling and crystal clear, giving off a wave of divinity. It was only the size of a palm and was very mysterious. Is it really the Khanate spirit essence? Master, catch it quickly. With the Khanate spirit essence, I can completely break through to the supreme divine medicine realm. Big Radish was even more excited than Ling Xiao. Its eyes were shining. If it was not afraid of the power of the ancient divine formation, it would have rushed out. The Khanate spirit essence was a kind of spirit that was born naturally. It contained the most original divine power and was the purest primordial spirit without an owner. The Khanate spirit essence was not very useful to martial experts. At most, it could increase the power of the primordial spirit by a little. However, it could be used to refine powerful magical weapons that could grow. After refining a normal weapon, it would require a huge amount of resources to continue improving it. However, with the Khanate spirit essence as the weapon spirit, the weapon could automatically absorb the Khanate origin energy to evolve and become stronger. The Khanate spirit essence is a supreme treasure that can only be born in the land of origin of the world. Why? Would it appear in this ancient divine formation? Could it be that this leads to the origin sea? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he remembered that he had accidentally entered the origin sea. However, although he was thinking, he did not stop and quickly headed towards the Khanate spirit essence. The chaotic fog was ethereal and 3 Khanate spirit essences appeared in front of him. However, they were extremely alert as if they had sensed Ling Zhao's aura. In a flash, they disappeared into the void. However, Ling Xiao was already prepared. He activated the wordless heavenly book and 3 divine chains of order shot out at an extremely fast speed. The 3 Khanate spirit essences were immediately captured by the wordless heavenly book and pulled out from the void. The Khanate spirit essence could turn invisible and travel through the void at an extremely fast speed. Without the wordless heavenly book, Ling Xiao could only watch helplessly. In his current state, there was no way he could capture the Khanate spirit essence. Innate soul essences, ha ha ha. Continue to capture them, the more the better. Big Radish's face was filled with excitement. It twisted its fat asterisk, and its saliva almost flowed out. Just like that, Ling Xiao continued forward, and he didn't let go of any Khanate soul essences that he encountered, and he captured a total of 26 Khanate soul essences. Whoosh, a strand of golden light flickered ahead, and it was like a sun had risen. It seemed dazzling and resplendent, and it contained a peerlessly formidable fluctuation of divinity. What? Such a huge innate soul essence, it's definitely the king of innate soul essences. Catch it, catch it. Big Radish's entire body shook, and it began to shout loudly as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Ling Xiao was also shocked. This Xiantian soul essence was dozens or even hundreds of times more powerful than the previous ones. The pure Yuan spirit ripples were like the sun, too bright and dazzling. Whoosh, without needing Big Radish to say anything, Ling Xiao made his move. Dozens of divine chains of order swept across the sky, and like a huge net, they sealed the void in all directions and went to capture the Khanate Soul Essence King. Rumble, the Khanate Soul Essence King seemed to have sensed great danger, and it began to struggle violently. Golden lightning burst out from its body, and ancient runes exploded one after another. The dozens of divine chains of order seemed to be unable to withstand it, and they were about to break. Buzz, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply, and he immediately activated the wordless heavenly book with all his might. Countless blazing divine lights swept across the sky, and in the end, they bound the Khanate Soul Essence King, pulled it into the wordless heavenly book, and suppressed it. After the Khanate Soul Essence King was suppressed, Ling Xiao immediately sensed that the danger from the ancient divine formation had disappeared. There was a dazzling light in front of them, and a floating mountain appeared, emitting an eternal light. Ling Xiao and Su Meinyang looked at each other, and then they quickly flew toward the floating mountain. That's not a floating mountain. That's a huge skeleton. Su Meinyang's body trembled, and her eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. In front of them, chaotic qi pervaded the air, and a skeleton that was tens of thousands of feet tall was floating in the void. It was pure white and flawless, and looked like a huge fox. There were 9 huge tailbones behind it, and they looked like divine pillars that shot up into the sky. It's the 9-tailed celestial fox. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he sensed a powerful and mysterious aura. It exuded an eternal divine Tao, and it was immortal and indestructible. This was the skeleton of the 9-tailed celestial fox, and it was a 9-tailed celestial fox in the divine spirit realm. That kind of powerful and terrifying aura was something that even a supreme being expert would not be able to withstand. It's really the 9-tailed celestial fox. We've finally found it. Su Meinyang's eyes were filled with excitement, and her breathing became rapid. Countless ancestors of the 9-tailed fox clan were unable to come here, but she, Su Meinyang, had done it. This skeleton was tens of thousands of feet tall, but Ling Xiao could see that its glabella had cracked open. There was a huge hole that was filled with black demonic qi, and a broken black war spear was stuck in it. Although the broken black spear had lost its power and turned into scrap metal, it still exuded a ferocious aura that filled the air. Ling Xiao could vaguely see a peerless expert in ancient times with a monstrous demonic qi holding a black war spear. He pierced through layers of the void and killed the 9-tailed celestial fox here. That battle must have been very tragic. Even the 9-tailed celestial fox, who had stepped into the divine spirit realm, could not withstand such a terrifying spear strike. How strong were those extraterrestrial demons? Ling Zhao's heart sank slightly. He originally thought that the strongest among the extraterrestrial demons should be the heavenly demon king, who was comparable to a titled supreme being. But now, it seemed that even the 9-tailed celestial fox had been killed. Perhaps there were still heavenly demon gods above the heavenly demon kings. Slowly uncovering the truth shrouded in the fog of time made Ling Xiao feel more and more shocked. Buzz, at this moment, a mysterious aura emerged from the 9-tailed celestial fox's body. It seemed to be filled with red light, and it contained a pure and mysterious demonic power. In an instant, it fell on Su Meinyang's body. Su Meinyang's body flashed with light, and she instantly turned into a white fox. Her fur was pure white, and there was not a speck of dust on it. Behind her, there were 8 furry tails that rose to the sky. A strong bloodline connection appeared between Su Meinyang and the 9-tailed celestial fox. My descendant, you're finally here. The 9-tailed celestial fox's body flashed, and a white-clothed woman appeared in the void. The white-clothed woman had a flawless face. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were bright and deep, emitting a mysterious light. Her skin was like jade, and her curves were exquisite. Her entire body emitted an ethereal temperament that was untainted by the mortal world. The white-clothed woman stood in the void, and the chaotic fog around her seemed to have dispersed. "Greetings, ancestor." Xianxia knelt down respectfully. "I have waited for 1,000,000 years, and you are finally here. When I pass the inheritance of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan to you, my mission will be complete." The white-clothed woman said with a faint smile. "Ancestor, how did you fall here? And what is this ancient divine array?" Xianxia asked doubtfully. Ling Xiao glanced at the white-clothed woman indifferently and sighed in his heart. This white-clothed woman was not the primordial spirit of the nine-tailed celestial fox. It was just a mark left behind by the nine-tailed celestial fox. Moreover, it was extremely weak now. He was afraid that her soul would dissipate soon. 1,000,000 years ago, a great calamity descended. My nine-tailed celestial fox clan fought a bloody battle under the leadership of the demon saint. Unfortunately, the enemy was too strong. In the end, we were powerless to reverse the situation, and I could only fall here. The white-clothed woman sighed softly, and her voice was filled with countless emotions. Are the enemy the extraterrestrial demons? How strong are they? Where did they come from? Why did they cause this great calamity? Xianxia asked softly. Extraterrestrial demons? This name is appropriate. They are indeed not creatures of this world. But where did they come from? I don't know. I only know that they are very strong, far beyond your imagination. That great calamity overturned heaven and earth. Even I was just a chess piece, and I didn't know the truth of the great calamity. The white-clothed woman said slowly. Ling Zhao's body shook. The nine-tailed celestial fox was a supreme expert of the divine spirit realm. She actually said that she was just a chess piece, and she didn't even know the truth of the great calamity. Then, what was hidden 1,000,000 years ago? The white-clothed woman glanced at Xianxia, and there was a trace of satisfaction in her eyes. She said, "Your aptitude is good. You should be able to advance to the nine-tailed realm after receiving my inheritance. As for the great calamity, you don't need to delve into it. When the world overturns and all creatures die, there will naturally be a chance of survival." The lady in white glanced at Ling Xiao with a strange look in her eyes. She is the extraterrestrial demons. Is. The woman in white said slowly, "This formation is called the nine-tailed coiling divine formation. Before I died, I set it up with my body's essence, blood, and remnant primordial spirit to suppress a heavily injured heavenly fiend celestial." Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Just as he had expected, there was a heavenly demon god above the heavenly demon king. That's right. In that battle, my primordial spirit was destroyed by the heavenly demon, but he was also seriously injured. His body was shattered, and his primordial spirit was silent. He fell into the state of returning to the void. I suppressed him with the nine-tailed divine formation, and at the same time, I waited for the descendants of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan to come. But I didn't expect that although the heavenly demon couldn't escape from the nine-tailed divine formation for the past 1,000,000 years, he could exert the law of demons to effect the formation. He used the secret door that I left for the descendants of the nine-tailed fox clan to activate the killing intent of the great formation and kill all living creatures. He was afraid that someone would get my inheritance and kill him completely. 1,000,000 years have passed. If you didn't come, he might really break out of the formation one day. The white-clothed woman said softly. She was just a primordial spirit imprint. Her original body had died a long time ago, and she couldn't affect the nine-tailed divine formation at all. So, although she knew that the heavenly demon could affect the nine-tailed divine formation, she couldn't do anything about it. Break out of the formation? Xianxia was shocked. How terrifying was the heavenly demon that could kill the nine-tailed celestial fox? If the heavenly demon really broke out of the formation, the entire war god continent would be in a bloodbath. I have a feeling that those fellows are going to appear again. Blood will stain the blue sky, the world will turn yellow, and all living creatures will die. Everything will cease to exist. But there will definitely be a ray of hope in the great calamity. Follow this honorable envoy well. He will bring life and hope to the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. The white-clothed woman's voice was low. Then, she looked at Ling Xiao with a pleading look in her eyes. Honorable Envoy? Are you talking about me? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. Honorable Envoy, please protect the nine-tailed celestial fox clan in the great calamity. I will be eternally grateful. The white-clothed woman bowed to Ling Xiao. You know me? Or do you know who I am? Ling Xiao was shocked. Speaking of which, even if he was the most powerful person in the war god continent 10,000 years ago, he probably didn't have any interactions with the nine-tailed celestial fox clan from 1,000,000 years ago, right? Could the honorable envoy be referring to the wordless heavenly book? I can't say. Honorable envoy, you will understand everything. The white-clothed woman said slowly. Her voice was ethereal and her figure was a little dim. My descendant, I don't have much time left. I hope you can obtain my inheritance and lead the nine-tailed celestial fox clan in the great calamity in the future. The road ahead will be difficult. Take care. The white-clothed woman sighed softly and pointed at Su Mainyang's glabella. Buzz, a dazzling light came from the nine-tailed celestial fox clan and instantly entered Su Mainyang's glabella. Su Mainyang's body trembled. An ancient, desolate, mysterious, and vast aura spread out from her body. Her chi and blood surged like a vast and turbulent river. A dazzling light wrapped around Su Mainyang in an instant. Vaguely, a powerful nine-tailed celestial fox appeared behind Su Mainyang. It stood in the chaos and whistled. It was vast, mysterious, and terrifying. Honorable Envoy, since you have obtained the sky-devouring secret skill, let me give you a hand. The white-clothed woman's figure was extremely illusory. A light flashed in her hand. Suddenly, a white pearl flew out from the nine-tailed celestial fox clan's body and slowly fell into Ling Xiao's hand. Pearl of the world? Ling Xiao was shocked. He didn't expect the white-clothed woman to give him such a great gift. Unfortunately, if a paragon died, his minor world would be destroyed, and the world pearl would return to primal chaos. It would be very difficult to preserve it. This was the nine-tailed heavenly fox's world pearl, which contained the magical laws of space of a god-spirit expert. It was something that even a paragon's world pearl couldn't compare to. Ling Xiao's heaven-devouring secret magic required him to open up a minor world inside of him in order to create the heaven-devourer cauldron. That was why he had been searching for the 3 types of sage medicines he needed to concoct the world pill. But now that he had the nine-tailed heavenly fox's world pearl, if he wanted to break through, he could create the heaven-devourer cauldron. This is a gift I can't refuse. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely protect the nine-tailed heavenly fox clan. Ling Xiao sighed softly as he looked at the woman in white and said solemnly. Many thanks. She said with a charming smile. Eyes glittering, Ling Xiao said, I'd like to know the current state of the Heaven Devil. Perhaps I can try to destroy it. The eye of the nine-tailed godquail formation is my corpse, she said. The nascent divinity of the Heaven Devil has been split into 9 parts, which are sealed within my 9 tails. Perhaps you can give it a try. If you can destroy the nascent divinity of the Heaven Devil, then the nine-tailed godquail formation will be broken. By this point, she was so faint that it was almost impossible to see her, as if she were a dying candle. Farewell, exalted emissary. The woman in white sighed softly. She glanced at her surroundings, seemingly reluctant to part with them. Then, her body instantly disappeared into the void. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with emotions. This time, he met the nine-tailed celestial fox, a peerless expert from 1,000,000 years ago. It was like a dream. Although the nine-tailed celestial fox answered some of his questions, it made Ling Xiao see even more mysteries. Let's deal with the Heaven Devil first. Eyes flashing, Ling Xiao walked over to the corpse of the nine-tailed heavenly fox. Although the Heaven Devil had been sealed for 1,000,000 years, and its nascent divinity had been split into 9 parts, it was still not something an ordinary Heaven Devil king could compare to. Even if Ling Xiao had the wordless heavenly tome, which was a precious treasure that could deal with otherworldly Heaven Devils, he still had to be careful. The corpse of the nine-tailed heavenly fox was 30,000 meters tall, and its 9 tail bones were high up into the sky, surrounded by a faint primal chaos energy. Ling Xiao instructed Big Radish to protect Su Mainyang while he went to the tailbone alone. Young man, save this god. This god will teach you a peerless divine technique and grant you immortality. Ling Xiao stood in front of the first tailbone. Suddenly, a mysterious wave of energy spread out, directly entering Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. It brought with it a powerful charm. Heavenly Devil God? A cold glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, Heavenly Demon God, you can't even protect yourself, yet you dare to charm me? Weng, suddenly, a black demonic shadow appeared on the white and flawless tailbone. It had 2 horns on its head and black scales all over its body. It exuded a ferocious demonic aura. His eyes were scarlet, revealing a bloodthirsty and cruel light as he stared at Ling Xiao. Ant-like thing. Even the 9-tailed celestial fox couldn't kill me. You think you can kill me? A cold voice rang out with an icy ripple, as if it wanted to shatter Ling Xiao's soul. However, the heavenly demon god was already suppressed by the formation. The only thing he could do was to reveal himself and threaten Ling Xiao. Naturally, Ling Xiao would not be frightened by him. Is that so? Ling Xiao could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. A bright light shone from his glabella. Immediately, the wordless heavenly book flew out, exuding a blazing light as it pounced on the heavenly demon god. The wordless heavenly book exuded a joyful wave as if it had seen a delicacy. Without needing Ling Xiao to activate it, it began to devour the heavenly demon god in a frenzy. What? You have the wordless heavenly book? You're the red dragon? No, you're not him. Who are you? After being suppressed for 1,000,000 years, the heavenly demon god's brain seemed to have stopped working. When he saw the wordless heavenly book flying over, his eyes revealed an extremely shocked expression as he roared in a frenzy. I'm the one who wants your life. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold. The wordless heavenly book landed on the tailbone. Divine chains of order intertwined and pierced through the void, grabbing at the heavenly demon god who was suppressed within. Rumble, the heavenly demon god began to struggle violently. His huge tailbone began to vibrate. Chaos boiled and demonic light surged. The 9-tailed celestial fox's skeleton seemed like it was about to explode. However, the wordless heavenly book seemed to be a natural counter to the extraterrestrial demons. No matter how the heavenly demon god struggled, he was still slowly devoured by the wordless heavenly book. A powerful force surged into the wordless heavenly book. I can't accept this, the heavenly demon god was in a frenzy. He roared loudly and struggled violently. The 9-tailed divine formation faintly showed signs of shattering as if it could not withstand the heavenly demon god's struggle. Buzz, the wordless heavenly book floated in the chaos. It was ancient and mysterious, exuding a vast aura. Countless divine chains of order intertwined and devoured the primordial spirit of the heavenly demon god wantonly. Seeing that the primordial spirit of the heavenly demon god in the first tailbone was about to be completely devoured by the wordless heavenly book, the heavenly demon god's eyes revealed an extremely frenzied expression. Even if I die, I won't let you off so easily. Ant, let's die together. The heavenly demon god roared loudly. It was like a thunderclap. Rumble, heaven and earth shook violently. The 9 huge tailbones actually trembled at the same time. 9 black shadows of the heavenly demon god appeared. Each of them was roaring at the sky with an extremely frenzied expression in their eyes. They seemed to have formed a mysterious connection with each other. A vast and terrifying power seemed to be about to erupt. Oh no! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He hurriedly activated the wordless heavenly book with all his might. Immediately, the wordless heavenly book split into 9 terrifying shadows and instantly enveloped the 9 tailbones. If the heavenly demon god really wanted to go crazy and self-destruct, the 9-tailed divine formation would not be able to stop him. Boom, at this moment, the wordless heavenly book seemed to have awakened an extremely terrifying aura. 9 ancient runes flew out from the wordless heavenly book as if they contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. They instantly landed on the 9 tailbones. No. The heavenly demon god's eyes revealed an extremely horrified expression as he roared madly. Crack, it was as if 9 heavenly thunderbolts had exploded. The primordial spirit of the heavenly demon god that was suppressed in the 9 tailbones was instantly wiped out. It was not devoured, but directly wiped out. This terrifying power surpassed the supremes and even the deities. It was eternal and immortal, suppressing the chaos. Buzz. What kind of power is this? Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. He realized that he knew too little about the wordless heavenly book. However, Ling Xiao immediately felt his heart ache. The extraterrestrial demon that he had devoured in the God Burial Cave was about to manifest a powerful secret technique. In the end, he had killed the heavenly demon and used up all his remaining power. This was a huge loss. Ling Xiao's heart ached. It seemed like it was still too much for him to use the wordless heavenly book to devour the heavenly demon with his current strength. Moreover, the consumption of that power was too great. Master, where are my Khanate soul essences? I know that the Khanate Soul King is enough. The big radish walked to Ling Xiao and asked for an exorbitant price. Khanate Soul King? Don't even think about it. These 9 Khanate Soul essences are yours. Don't think that I don't know. With these 9 Khanate Soul essences, it won't be long before you become a supreme divine medicine. Ling Xiao glared at the big radish and threw it 9 ordinary Khanate Soul essences. As for the Khanate Soul King, Ling Xiao planned to refine it into the heaven-devouring sword. The heaven-devouring sword should be able to recover the power of a supreme weapon. The power of a supreme weapon was too terrifying. If Ling Xiao didn't have a supreme weapon, it would be difficult for him to fight against it. The big radish pursed its lips and was a little unwilling. However, when it saw the 9 Khanate Soul essences, it immediately beamed with joy and started devouring them. Don't be in a hurry to refine them. Help me and Su Mainyang protect me. I want to cultivate for a while. Ling Xiao said. Although the 9-tailed divine formation had disappeared after the death of the heavenly demon, Ling Xiao had set up a concealment formation and was prepared to cultivate here for a while. Su Mainyang had a mysterious connection with the corpse of the 9-tailed celestial fox and was receiving the inheritance of the 9-tailed celestial fox. Ling Xiao planned to refine the Khanate Soul King into the heaven-devouring sword and then refine the Pearl of the World in one go. He would then break through to the 3rd level of the heaven-devouring secret technique and form the heaven-devouring cauldron. Buzz, an ancient sword that was shining with divine light appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. It was the heaven-devouring sword that he had used in his previous life. The heaven-devouring sword was originally a supreme divine weapon, and it was also a divine weapon that Ling Xiao had personally forged. It was a peerless divine weapon that surpassed even supreme divine weapons. However, the battle 10,000 years ago was simply too tragic. Even the weapon spirit within the heaven-devouring sword had been annihilated. Although the heaven-devouring sword was still incomparably sharp, it lacked a weapon spirit. Therefore, it was at most equivalent to a supreme-grade Dao weapon. Ling Xiao planned to use the King of Innate Essence Spirits as the weapon spirit and infuse it into the sky-devouring sword. He would slowly nurture it and gradually restore the sky-devouring sword's power from its previous life. Weng, the heaven-devouring sword slowly floated up. Streaks of dazzling sword light circled around Ling Xiao and began to hum. The Innate Soul King also appeared in the void. Although the Innate Soul King was stronger than the ordinary Innate Soul essences, it had yet to develop its own intelligence. Under the threat of Ling Xiao, it immediately became obedient. The weapon contains its spirit, the spirit nourishes the weapon spirit is one, the heaven and man are one. Ling Xiao recited the Cast God ancient scripture silently. This was a supreme technique to nurture the weapon spirit. Ling Xiao's mouth contained the heavenly law, as if it was intertwined with the void. Streaks of runes appeared around him and began to wrap around the sky-devouring sword and the Innate Soul King. Strands of light appeared between the sky-devouring sword and the Innate Soul King, attracting the two of them to each other. If the sky-devouring sword was compared to the physical body of a martial artist, then the Innate Soul King would be the primordial spirit. If a martial artist did not have a primordial spirit, then he would only be a walking corpse. It was the same for weapons, especially powerful weapons. They must be one with the weapon spirit to be able to comprehend the heart of heaven, contain the heavenly Tao, and explode with earth-shattering power. Weng, the sky-devouring sword trembled even more violently. A powerful sword intent spread out, mysterious and unpredictable. It had a powerful aura that could pierce the heavens. Merge. In the end, Ling Xiao abruptly opened his eyes and let out a roar. Like a sudden clap of thunder, the sky-devouring sword suddenly shone brightly. The Innate Soul King instantly merged into the sky-devouring sword. Rumble, in an instant, lightning radiance intertwined between heaven and earth, and vast heavenly power descended. The aura of the sky-devouring sword instantly surpassed the limits of a Tao weapon, and it started to emit a layer of unparalleled supreme power. In order to upgrade to a supreme weapon, one must undergo the heavenly lightning tribulation. Above the void, flashes of lightning were blazing, and the sea of thunder was churning. Vast heavenly power spread out, and thick lightning bolts, like mountains, came across the sky and struck down on the sky-devouring sword. The heavenly power was vast, and a terrifying sense of danger spread out, shrouding Ling Xiao's heart with a layer of danger. This was the supreme tribulation of a weapon. If one passed it, they would become a supreme weapon. If one failed, they would turn into ashes. Go, welcome the baptism of your new life. Ling Xiao said softly, with a tinge of anticipation in his eyes. The sky-devouring sword, the peerless weapon that had accompanied him to the peak in his previous life, had finally started to shine with its peerless brilliance. Weng, the sky-devouring sword exuded an infinite longing for Ling Xiao, and it was filled with endless joy. Its spirituality grew stronger, and in an instant, it soared into the sky and slashed at the sea of thunder. Boom, a blazing sword radiance cut across the sky like a dazzling galaxy. It contained an unparalleled sharpness, and in an instant, it scattered the lightning radiance in the sky. The sky-devouring sword stood in the sky, and its body was glowing brightly. An unparalleled devouring power spread out, and the sea of thunder and the powerful laws of heaven and earth were swallowed up by the sky-devouring sword like a whale swallowing the sea. When other supreme weapons underwent the tribulation, which one of them didn't last for a long time, and were covered in scars? In the end, they could receive the baptism of heaven and earth, and become a supreme weapon with supreme might. In front of the sky-devouring sword, so what if it was a supreme tribulation? I'll slash it with my sword, Weng. An unparalleled fluctuation spread out, and a vast sword will burst out. The void trembled, and heaven and earth rumbled. The sky-devouring sword fell from the sky, and with infinite longing, it landed in Ling Xiao's hands. Holding the sky-devouring sword tightly, a feeling of blood connection spread out. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly, and at this moment, he felt an invincible belief. Even if the heavens were to block his path, he could slash it with his sword. Master, this sword is very strong. Big Radish exclaimed. It could feel a mysterious power from the sky-devouring sword. It was a divine substance, and it exuded an immortal aura. After fusing with the Khanate Spirit King, a supreme weapon might not be the limit of the sky-devouring sword. In the future, it would be a peerless divine sword. Ling Xiao was very satisfied. The sky-devouring sword turned into a stream of light, and instantly flew into Ling Xiao's Dantian Qi Si. Ling Xiao began to nurture it with his blood essence, true Qi, and primordial spirit. Time to finish the King Heaven Devourer cauldron. With that, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. The land of the fallen gods was a place where few people ever came, and the Heaven Wind Gorge was a place filled with danger. Ling Xiao had set up a concealment spell formation, so he was confident that no one would come here. Whiz, dazzling golden light shone out of Ling Xiao's chest as the heaven-devouring golden lotus floated up into the air. The next step was to form the King Heaven Devourer cauldron. The King Heaven Devourer cauldron could devour anything, including the Tao motes of paragons, consummate god weapons, and other precious treasures. In fact, Ling Xiao could use the cauldron to absorb quintessence, energy, and soul, life force quintessence, and even the destiny of top geniuses. The heaven-devouring secret skill was a skill that stole good fortune from heaven and earth. In his previous life, Ling Xiao had only been able to form the King Heaven Devourer cauldron after reaching the paragon level. With the power of a paragon, even true dragons would have to flee in the face of the King Heaven Devourer cauldron. World Pearl. Space Crystal. Time to assimilate them. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The heaven-devouring golden lotus swallowed the pearl of the world that the nine-tailed celestial fox had given him, as well as the space crystal that he had prepared beforehand. Rumble, powerful spatial fluctuations rolled out in all directions. Within the heaven-devouring golden lotus, an endless amount of chaos chi permeated the air. It was as though a scene of the creation of the heavens and earth had appeared. An incomparably mysterious space gradually appeared within the heaven-devouring golden lotus. Golden light spread out as the previously perfect heaven-devourer golden lotus turned into a golden liquid, which then formed into a three-legged, two-eared cauldron. It was the King Heaven Devourer cauldron, shining with multicolored light and mysterious magical laws that made the cauldron seem even more majestic. The profundities of the Heaven Devourer's secret skill were revealed in Ling Xiao's mind, and the world around him became a mysterious energy flow that reduced all living things to the tiniest of particles. It was as if Ling Xiao were touching the essence of the world. The King Heaven Devourer cauldron slowly began to spin, and as the world pearl was absorbed, it began to emanate spatial magical laws. As of this moment, Ling Xiao was in a state of Tao enlightenment, forgetting everything around him. This is bad. What kind of peerless martial arts is this guy practicing? How can he touch the power of the origin of heaven and earth? Big Radish's eyes were filled with disbelief. It had also been startled just now. As soon as the King Heaven Devourer cauldron appeared, golden godlight shot up, causing heaven and earth to tremble. That divine light was so vast that it might have been seen by the entire holy ground. Although the land of the fallen gods was very dangerous, it was inevitable that people would think that a powerful treasure had appeared in the land of the fallen gods. If an expert were to come here at this time, it would be dangerous. Tui tui tui, my jinx, no one will come. The land of the fallen gods is so dangerous. The heavenly wind tribulation of the heavenly wind canyon isn't something ordinary people can pass through. It's definitely fine. Big Radish guarded Ling Xiao and Sumei Yang with fear and trepidation. It felt like crying but had no tears. Outside Tianfeng Canyon. What is that? Zhang Shuhao's body trembled, and his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. In the Tianfeng Canyon, a blazing divine light shot up into the sky, illuminating the sky of the land of the fallen gods. It emitted a dazzling treasure light, and profound laws of heaven and earth descended. Could it be that a supreme treasure has appeared in this canyon? The eyes of the sixth holy sun and the southern sky king lit up with joy. It shouldn't be. This kind of law has surpassed the peak of the human Tao. It should be the law of the divine Tao. I guess that bitch might have found the legacy of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Zhang Shuhao's eyes flashed coldly as he said slowly. Although he knew that the legacy of the nine-tailed celestial fox was in the land of the fallen gods, he didn't know that it was in the Tianfeng Canyon. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao's King Heaven Devourer cauldron would lead them to the right direction. The legacy of the nine-tailed celestial fox? Then let's go. Ling Xiao should be here. The sixth holy sun said slowly. Although the Tianfeng tribulation in the Tianfeng Canyon was terrifying, the sixth holy sun and the southern sky king both had supreme weapons. The sixth holy sun's god king shroud flew out, exuding a powerful paragon's aura that enveloped everyone, and they quickly entered the Tianfeng Canyon. Zhang Shuhao and the others entered the Tianfeng Canyon. With the protection of the supreme weapon, they were unimpeded. It didn't take long for them to reach the concealment formation that Ling Xiao had set up. Formation, huh? It's not an ancient formation, but an ordinary concealment formation. Zhang Shuhao's eyes flashed sharply. A mere concealment formation? Watch me break it. The sixth holy sun's eyes flashed with a hint of arrogance. Whiz, the god king shroud flew out, and black blood-colored runes spread out. The void in front of them shattered like a mirror, revealing a primal chaos void. A 10,000-meter-tall skeleton floated in the void, with Su Mainyang and Ling Xiao sitting cross-legged below it. Only a big radish stood vigilantly in front of Ling Xiao. It's really the nine-tailed celestial fox. The black-robed old man behind the sixth holy sun said slowly with a hint of shock in his eyes. The 10,000-meter-tall skeleton and the ferocious aura of a divine beast made everyone look serious. Su Mainyang was obviously receiving the nine-tailed celestial fox's inheritance. On the other hand, a three-legged, two-eared cauldron floated in front of Ling Xiao's chest. It looked simple, round, and mysterious. The mouth of the cauldron spewed out red clouds that shot into the sky. It turned out that the huge commotion was caused by Ling Xiao. Who are you? This is the nine-tailed celestial fox's seclusion ground. If you don't want to die, get lost. When the big radish saw these people, it knew that they were not friendly. It complained in its heart, but it still pretended to be arrogant. The nine-tailed celestial fox's seclusion ground? Hee hee, the nine-tailed celestial fox has been dead for countless years, right? There's no trace of the nine-tailed celestial fox's primordial spirit here. Little thing, don't bluff. Zhang Shuhao said with a sneer. You are the legendary Great Bright King Ginseng? The black-robed old man stared at the big radish. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were filled with excitement as he said loudly. What? Zhang Shuhao, the sixth holy sun, and the South Sky King were shocked. They looked at the big radish with greed in their eyes. Great Bright King Ginseng, the Great Bright King Ginseng, these few words were enough to make a supreme being go crazy, let alone them. What are you trying to do? I'm not the Great Bright King Ginseng. I'm just a big radish. If you don't leave, the nine-tailed celestial fox will definitely destroy you. The big radish denied immediately. It was about to cry in its heart. Why hasn't Ling Xiao woken up yet? These guys don't look like good people, and now they're eyeing it. Misfortunes never come singly. At this moment, the big radish's heart was filled with endless resentment towards Ling Xiao. Everyone, that bitch Su Mainyang is cultivating with Ling Xiao. Let's take action immediately. I'll deal with Su Mainyang while you guys deal with Ling Xiao. We must take them down. Zhang Shuhao's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke with murderous intent. That's right. Ling Xiao is too strange. Let's take him down first. The sixth holy sun hurriedly added. Previously, Zhang Shuhao had told him that Ling Xiao had killed 8 half-step supremes on his own. Such terrifying combat strength had made the sixth saint and the southern sky king fearful. They could take advantage of this opportunity to take Ling Xiao down. Rumble, the divine king's shroud on the sixth saint soared into the sky and emitted a blazing light. Wisps of divine aura filled the air as black runes flickered on it. It was like the blood of a divine king, emitting a monstrous ominous aura. Behind the southern sky king, there was also an ancient seal floating in the air. It was like an ancient sacred mountain with a majestic aura that wanted to suppress everything. That was the supreme weapon of the Nantian family, the southern sky seal. It contained an invincible force that could destroy the heavens and earth and suppress the chaos. The divine king's shroud and the southern sky seal fell towards Ling Xiao. Wisps of supreme divine aura filled the air as they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Oh no, this is a huge loss. The big radish had a sullen look on its face. However, it still opened its mouth and spat out a dazzling stream of light. The stream of light transformed into a huge barrier that emitted boundless radiance and enveloped Ling Xiao and Su Mainyang. Wake up quickly, master. My great bright king barrier won't be able to hold on for long. After the big radish spat out the light, its aura became extremely weak and the divinity fluctuation on its body became much weaker. Rumble, when the divine king's shroud and the Nantian seal descended, they were actually blocked by the great bright ruler's enchantment. A terrifying supreme divine aura burst forth, and boundless divine light vibrated. Primal chaos filled the air, and even the enchantment of the great bright ruler was trembling violently. What? It's just a stalk of divine medicine. How can it use supreme divine power? The black-robed old man's body trembled and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew that there were some supreme divine medicines that could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They were very miraculous, but he had never thought that divine medicines could actually use martial arts' divine abilities. The Great Bright Emperor Barrier contained an obscure force of the rules of martial arts, granting it an outstanding defense. It was able to resist the God Emperor Shroud and the South Heaven Seal. Great Bright King Ginseng, I advise you to open the barrier obediently. Otherwise, when the barrier is broken by us, I will definitely make you into a stew. The black-robed old man's eyes were cold as he threatened Great Luobu. The big radish laughed coldly and said, Old fellow, you dare to threaten me with this meaty body of yours? This seat is a divine king of the 9 heavens. Even the 9-tailed celestial fox is this seat's underling. Do you believe that this seat can exterminate you with a single breath? Seeing that the great bright lord's barrier was able to block the 2 supreme weapons, Big Radish heaved a sigh of relief and began to show off. You are courting death. This barrier won't be able to hold on for much longer. Attack with all your might. You must break this barrier. The black-robed old man said coldly, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Rumble, the God Emperor Shroud and the South Heaven Seal both emitted a brilliant light. Streams of mysterious aura surrounded them, and a vast martial saint's aura filled the air. It was as if 2 peerless martial saints had been born, and they began to attack the Great Bright Lord's barrier. Crack, streams of runes exploded, and the Great Bright Lord's barrier trembled violently. The chaotic mist was filled with lightning, and the scene of the end of the world appeared before everyone's eyes. The light of the Great Bright Lord's barrier weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Puff, Big Radish suddenly spat out a drop of divine liquid. After receiving the nourishment of the divine liquid, the Great Bright Lord's barrier slowly strengthened again. What a loss, what a loss. Ling Xiao, you bastard, if you don't wake up, I'm going to. No, I'm going to die from exhaustion. Big Radish's aura was weak, and it said with a tearful face. It felt that ever since it met Ling Xiao, it had been suffering from 8 lifetimes of bad luck. All the things it had done were unrewarding. It had just obtained some innate soul essences, but in the end, in order to protect Ling Xiao and Su Meinyang, it had used up so much of its divine medicine essence. Rumble, the power of the godly King's Shroud and the South Heaven Seal grew stronger and stronger, and their auras were incomparably powerful. Blazing killing intent flowed out from them, drowning the entire barrier. The power of the barrier grew weaker and weaker, and it became more transparent. At this moment, Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached a critical point. The Heavenly King Heaven Devourer Cauldron flew up into the sky, emitting a blazing 5-colored divine light. It absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, and became more and more corporeal, as though it was going to appear out of nowhere. Damn it! Let me break your tortoise shell. Zhang Shuhao was getting impatient. His face was gloomy, and a light flashed in his hand. The heavenly pivot sword emitted an unparalleled sword energy, and it instantly appeared in his palm. If Ling Xiao was awake, he might not have the guts to take out the ancient Dubhe sword. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would snatch the ancient Dubhe sword away. However, Ling Xiao was still cultivating. He could use the ancient Dubhe sword to break the Great Bright Lord's enchantment. Whoosh, the heavenly pivot sword flew up into the sky, and its sword intent blazed. Countless stars fell from the 9 heavens, and an extremely resplendent sword light slashed down on the Great Bright Lord's barrier. Crack, countless runes on the Great Bright Lord's barrier exploded. Coupled with the power of the God King's Shroud and the South Heaven Seal, the Great Bright Lord's barrier could no longer withstand the power of the 3 paragon weapons, and it exploded. The heavenly pivot sword, the God King's Shroud, and the South Heaven Seal did not lose their momentum. Instead, they emitted a monstrous aura that crushed down on Ling Xiao. It's over. It's over. The Big Radish's aura was weak, and a look of despair could be seen in his eyes. Even if Ling Xiao were awake, he would have a hard time fighting back against the 3 paragon weapons, let alone the fact that he was still cultivating. Roar! At that moment, Ling Xiao's eyes snapped open, and 2 dazzling beams of divine light shot out, piercing through the layers of the void. He threw his head back and roared. His black hair danced in the wind, and the Heavenly King Heaven Devourer Cauldron appeared, emanating an unparalleled power that could devour heaven and earth. Rumble, the Heavenly King Heaven Devourer Cauldron shot up into the sky, surrounded by dazzling light and crackling lightning. It transformed into an enormous vortex that seemed capable of devouring heaven and earth. The might of the 3 paragon weapons was like a river flowing into the sea, and was instantly devoured by the Heavenly King Heaven Devourer Cauldron. Gong, the Heavenly King Heaven Devourer Cauldron slammed into the 3 paragon weapons, causing boundless godlight to erupt and a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sound to ring out. Are you people looking to die? Ling Xiao's eyes were as cold as ice as ever as he flew up into the sky, his robes as white as snow, his black hair whipping about, and his aura so terrifying that it seemed capable of devouring everything. What? Zhang Shuhao, the 6th Holy Sun, and the South Sky King were shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What was that 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron? It could withstand the attack of 3 supreme weapons. The black-robed elder's eyes were burning with greed. In his opinion, the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron was not a supreme weapon. It was formed by a superpower of the martial path. Just the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron formed by a superpower of the martial path had the power to resist 3 supreme weapons. Ling Xiao must have cultivated an earth-shattering peerless martial path. Perhaps, it was really the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon God of War. Go. Kill him. Zhang Shuhao, the 6th Holy Sun, and the South Sky King looked at each other. Killing intent flashed in their eyes as they rushed toward Ling Xiao. Zhang Xuhao kept the Dubhe ancient sword and held a quasi-divine weapon longsword in his hand. The sixth holy sun controlled the king of God's shroud and the South Sky King controlled the South Sky seal. They all used their ultimate killing techniques and rushed toward Ling Xiao. The black-robed elder and the other two half-step supreme masters did not attack. They just stood aside and watched. Keep. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. With a wave of his sleeve, Su Mainyang, Big Radish, and the huge nine-tailed celestial fox's bones were all kept in the divine stone. Ling Xiao could have kept Su Mainyang in the divine stone, but he was afraid that it would interfere with her receiving the inheritance. At this moment, Ling Xiao could not care less. The battle was about to begin, and he could not be distracted to protect Su Mainyang. That's the divine stone? The black-robed elder's eyes narrowed. He had seen the divine stone before. When he saw Ling Xiao take out the divine stone and keep Su Mainyang and Big Radish, he immediately recognized it. This confirmed his guess. Since Ling Xiao could control the divine stone, he must have received the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon God of War. Ha ha ha. Since you are in such a hurry to die, let's fight. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. His entire body was shrouded in golden light. He had a wild and unruly aura. With a flash in his hand, the sky-swallowing sword appeared in his palm. Its swallowing sword radiance and Big Radish sword intent. This was the sky-swallowing sword's first battle since it was a supreme weapon. With the heaven-devouring sword in hand, Ling Xiao could already feel the majestic battle intent emanating from it. Boom! Ling Xiao wielded the devouring heaven sword and leaped into the sky. Using his greater teleportation technique, he instantly appeared beside Zhang Xuhao and slashed down at him. What? Zhang Xuhao's scalp went numb. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to target him right from the start. A sense of danger shrouded his heart. Without a second thought, he unleashed all of his cultivation and performed the man and sword as one technique. The sword will around him surged as he slashed at the sky-devouring sword. However, the long sword in his hand was only a quasi-supreme weapon. How could it block the power of the heaven-devouring sword? Crack, the resplendent runes exploded and the endless sword beams shattered. The sword in Zhang Xuhao's hand instantly turned into ashes. Zhang Xuhao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he was sent flying. Die. Killing intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. This Zhang Xuhao was like a venomous snake. He guessed that the sixth saint and southern sky king must have been brought here by Zhang Xuhao. Since that was the case, he would use them to test his heaven-devouring sword since it had recovered its peerless sharpness. Don't be so arrogant, Ling Xiao. The sixth saint child and the southern heavenly monarch arrived at the same time. The divine king's shroud and the southern heavenly seal suppressed Ling Xiao. King Heaven Devourer Cauldron, devour. Ling Xiao shouted, causing the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron to shine with multicolored light as it devoured the terrifying might of the two paragon items. If Ling Xiao hadn't had the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron, he might have been a bit worried about the power of paragon items. But now that he had the Heaven Devourer sword and the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron, who cared if it was a paragon item? As long as it wasn't a true paragon, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. Whoosh, the Heaven Devourer sword slashed through the air, sending sword energy 30,000 kilometers in all directions as it slammed into the South Heaven seal. Terrifying godlight exploded, shattering the void and causing spatial turbulence to erupt. The God King's shroud soared through the air. Black runes filled the air and a sea of blood surged. It was as if a supreme God King had appeared and suppressed the heavens and earth. It rushed towards the heaven-devouring sword, wanting to destroy it completely. You're just bathing in the quintessence blood of wretch gods and devil gods. How dare you call yourself the God King Shroud? I'm going to destroy this shroud. Eyes flashing coldly, Ling Xiao slashed his Heaven Devourer sword toward the God King Shroud. In ancient times, there was a boundless god item known as the God King Shroud, which was said to have been created by bathing in the quintessence blood of the Scarlet Dragon War god. The God King Shroud on the Emperor Necropolis was made from the quintessence blood of the slough of a god spirit. It was essentially an imitation, and couldn't compare to the true God King Shroud. Rumble, the God King Shroud floated in the air, filling heaven and earth with eternal darkness. Deathly, wretched, blood-colored light spread out as if to stain the Heaven Devourer sword. The Heaven Devourer sword slashed through the darkness like the first beam of sword light from the creation of heaven and earth, then slammed into the God King shroud. Rumble, above the void, boundless light was dazzling. The Heaven Devourer sword was fighting against the God King shroud and the southern heaven seal at the same time. It wasn't at a disadvantage, and it still had a peerless sharpness that suppressed the two supreme weapons. Moreover, the Heaven Devourer sword and the Heaven Devourer secret technique were of the same origin. During the battle, the Heaven Devourer sword was constantly devouring the laws and divine auras of the two supreme weapons. Its spirituality grew stronger, and it was boundlessly terrifying. Without the supreme weapons, all of you can die. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Xianxia, the sixth saint, and the southern heaven king. The three of them couldn't help but shiver. Xianxia and the sixth saint had both been defeated by Ling Zhao before, and the southern heaven king had been killed by him. South Celestial Venerable had already been killed by Ling Zhao. Although South Heavenly King didn't think he was weaker than South Celestial Venerable, he still felt Ling Zhao's power and terror when he truly faced him. Rumble, Ling Zhao punched out, and golden blood exploded. The dragon roar shook the sky, and it enveloped the three of them. Ling Zhao executed the Heaven Devourer secret technique and the Ancestral Dragon secret technique at the same time. His fist was like a dragon, and it emitted a terrifying power that could devour everything. Rumble, Ling Zhao's speed was so fast that the three geniuses only had time to block it. They were instantly struck by the unparalleled fist radiance, and they were sent flying while spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Die. Eyes cold, Ling Zhao stared at Zhang Shuhao and unleashed a fist strike. Crack, golden lightning streaked through the air, accompanied by a fist light that resembled a primeval true dragon. This was the true dragon fist, and it was filled with the will of a true dragon. This punch was like the weight of Mount Tai, like the sun in the sky. That terrifying aura made Zhang Shuhao's scalp go numb, and his eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Save me! He shouted, fighting back and calling for help. Don't be so arrogant, Ling Zhao. Sixth Holy Sun said, his eyes flickering with cold light. Then, he produced a black pearl of lightning, which he sent flying toward Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao had been planning to take the lightning pearl head-on and kill Zhang Shuhao, but then he suddenly sensed a sensation of deadly crisis. Without even thinking about it, he teleported away, causing the pearl of lightning to explode. Rumble, black lightning flashed across the sky, turning into a sea of lightning. It was extremely blazing. The surrounding rocks were struck by the lightning and instantly turned into ashes. Also, there was a deathly aura of the tomb that wrapped around Ling Zhao, as if it was a tarsal bone that was about to be torn apart. The black energy pierced through the air and enveloped Ling Zhao, turning him into a deadly poison that began to eat away at his fleshly body. That's corpse poison from the molted remains of god spirits. Even paragons would be seriously injured if they didn't die from it. Let's see how you're going to survive this. The sixth saint roared. His face was filled with an extremely cold smile. However, a moment later, that smile froze in place. Corpse poison from the molted remains of god spirits? It really is good stuff. Devour it for me. Ling Zhao shouted, and the King Heaven Devourer cauldron appeared, which devoured the black corpse poison, leaving nothing behind. There was nothing under heaven that the Heaven Devourer cauldron couldn't devour. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Zhao's cultivation base was still too low, he would have been able to devour even paragon items once he reached the paragon level. The Heaven Devourer sword slashed through the air, blocking the path of the God King Shroud and South Heaven Seal. Meanwhile, Ling Zhao was fighting against Zhang Shuhao, the South Heavenly King, and the Sixth Saint on his own. He unleashed his peerless power and completely dominated the three geniuses. Each of his punches was earth-shattering, utterly terrifying. You're the first, Zhang Shuhao. Ling Zhao said, forcing Sixth Holy Sun and South Heaven Seal to retreat. Then he closed in on Zhang Shuhao, eyes flashing with killing intent. Ling Zhao's speed was extremely fast. In this kind of intense battle, Ling Zhao's comprehension of the secret art of teleportation grew deeper and deeper. In the end, his entire body seemed to have turned into an afterimage as he moved through the void. Ling Zhao said. Ling Zhao, Zhenbao Pavilion will not let you go. Even if you kill me today, you will die for sure. Zhang Xuhao roared, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He tried his best to block, but he was unable to resist Ling Xiao's body of the heavenly dragon. Crack, Zhang Xuhao's arm was broken, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Ling Xiao followed up with a palm strike, unleashing a terrifying vitra palm that could shatter metal and crush stone. The magical symbols on Zhang Xuhao's chest exploded, and his battle armor shattered. Splat, Zhang Xuhao coughed up another mouthful of blood as he was sent flying like a rag doll, slamming into a nearby mountain. "You forced my hand, Ling Xiao," he said. "Prepare to die." Zhang Xuhao howled, his eyes flashing with venomous hatred. The space between his eyebrows split open and a seven-colored light spread out. A figure with white hair and beard was sitting inside. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hand. The sky changed color and a seven-colored sword energy that was extremely bright slashed toward Ling Xiao. It was so dazzling that it seemed capable of cleaving heaven and earth apart, and contained a boundless and terrifying sword will. This was the strike of a supreme martial artist. It pressed forward with an indomitable will, a sword that could only kill, aiming straight for Ling Xiao's head. Zhang Xuhao was a genius of the Zhang clan, so it was only natural that a paragon would be able to plant a paragon's Dao mark on his forehead. By using that Dao mark, Zhang Xuhao had given up on any thoughts of escaping, and was determined to kill Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't die, then Zhang Xuhao would have no choice but to wait for his death. This was the attack of a supreme being. It was fast to the extreme, surrounded by seven-colored divine light. It carried the threat of death as it slashed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes were solemn. It could be said that he was facing a true supreme being. Even if it was only one attack, it was extremely terrifying. If he couldn't withstand this attack, his fate could be imagined. "Bring it on!" he shouted, his eyes blazing with the desire to do battle. Drawing on the power of the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron, he unleashed a heaven-devouring, earth-devouring power that swallowed up the sword light. Rumble, the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron trembled violently, and countless magical symbols erupted from it, along with the terrifying might of a paragon. Normally speaking, Ling Xiao wouldn't take the risk of using the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron to absorb the sword light. After all, if the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron was destroyed, his cultivation base would be crippled. But the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron was based on the nine-tailed Heaven Fox's World Pearl, so Ling Xiao was confident that the cauldron would be able to absorb the sword light. RUUUUUUMBLE, Cloud Heaven sent his cultivation base into the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron to help him assimilate the power of the sword. "This is our chance," Zhang Xuhao, the Holy Sun, and the South Heaven King said, their eyes glittering. Taking advantage of the fact that Ling Xiao was suppressing the paragon's sword light, they made their moves. Rumble, Zhang Xuhao coughed up a mouthful of quintessence blood, and his eyes shone with madness as he used a secret magic to become one with the sword, which he slashed toward Ling Xiao. As for the Holy Sun, an enormous necropolis appeared behind him, looking like the tomb of a celestial emperor. It pulsed with an aura that seemed capable of burying heaven and earth, as well as extermination. This was a paragon's killing technique, and he was burning his quintessence blood to unleash it. As for the South Heaven King, a consummate saber appeared in his hand, pulsing with the power to slash anything and everything. It was a damaged paragon item, and it was clearly a weapon of some sort. All three of the top geniuses were unleashing their most terrifying attacks in the hopes of killing Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had left a deep impression on them, and if they couldn't kill him now, they would live under his shadow for the rest of their lives, unable to progress any further. "You want to come at me together? Fine. Let's settle this in one blow." RUUUUUMBLE, Ling Xiao crushed the Heaven Devourer Cauldron with one hand, then made a grasping motion with the other, causing heaven and earth to fall into his palm. Then he slammed it down toward his three opponents. Crack, golden lightning flashed, and Zhang Xuhao was the fastest of the bunch. However, Ling Xiao didn't let him get away. Instead, he unleashed the power of the Devour Heavens and extinguished the Earth's 7 limitations God art, causing heaven and earth to return to primal chaos. 4 Mammoth's Heaven Striking Stance, 5 Phases Heaven Sealing Stance, 6 Daos Reincarnation Stance, with the 3 moves combined into one, Zhang Xuhao was instantly sent flying by Ling Xiao's palm. That blazing sword light only left a bloody mark on Ling Zhao's palm, and he was defeated. Behind Holy Sun 6th, the great necropolis was crushed by Ling Zhao's attack. Last but not least, the Southern Sky King's peerless divine saber was smashed into smithereens by Ling Zhao's fist. Hush! All three of them coughed up mouthfuls of blood and were sent tumbling backward, looks of disbelief on their faces. Just how strong was Ling Xiao? He had crushed the Heaven Devourer cauldron with one hand, and then defeated the three of them with one hand. Rumble, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sound rang out from within the Heaven Devourer cauldron, as if it were trying to rend heaven and earth. Then, the cauldron stopped trembling, and began to shine with brilliant light. Just like that, Ling Xiao had neutralized the Paragon attack left behind by the patriarch of the Zhang clan, Zhang Xuhao. Holy Sun 6th, and Holy Sun South Heaven King exchanged a glance, and their eyes flickered with terror as they began to contemplate fleeing. They suddenly realized that they couldn't kill Ling Xiao. In fact, they might even end up dying at his hands. We still have a chance. Ling Xiao has to die. The sixth Holy Sun suddenly gritted his teeth, and a trace of blazing killing intent appeared in his eyes. He abruptly turned around to look at the black-robed old man who had followed him. However, his eyes widened in shock as he realized that the old man was gone. Ling Xiao had defeated three consummate geniuses with a single palm strike, and the Heaven Devourer cauldron had neutralized the Paragon attack. Therefore, he breathed a sigh of relief. All of a sudden, a sensation of deadly crisis filled his heart. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. He instantly executed a teleportation secret technique and teleported away. But it was too late. A light, ethereal palm print suddenly appeared in the air and landed heavily on Ling Zhao's back. Puff! Ling Zhao's face paled as if he had been struck by lightning. His organs began to churn, and a deathly aura surged wildly into his body. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly withered. Supreme Being? Ling Zhao's eyes widened as he saw a flash of light in the void. An old man in black robes walked out slowly. The black-robed old man had a tall stature. His complexion was rosy, and he looked dignified and mysterious. His eyes were incomparably deep and experienced, and the gaze he used to look at Ling Xiao was filled with unconcealable passion. Not bad, to be able to dodge 70% of my attack, you should be proud. The black-robed old man was none other than the person the sixth Holy Sun had brought with him. Inwardly, he sighed in regret. He had purposely chosen the perfect moment to attack Ling Xiao, who had suppressed the Paragon attack and defeated the three consummate geniuses. If he had unleashed his full power, Ling Xiao's fleshly body would have been instantly destroyed, leaving behind only a nascent divinity that the old man could easily deal with. No, wait. You're not a supreme being. Supreme beings can't enter the sage ruins. You're just a dharma body of a supreme being? You were the one who ambushed me in Two World City, weren't you? Ha ha ha. For me, Ling Xiao, Emperor Mausoleum Mountain actually sent a supreme being. What an honor. Ling Xiao sneered, his eyes filled with coldness. Ling Xiao was in an extremely bad state right now. The black-robed old man was Di Lin. He had once ambushed Ling Xiao in Two World City. This time, his attack was vicious and merciless. Although it was only an autarka's avatar and could at most unleash the power of an autark of the four symbols, he had sent a strand of autarka's origin energy into Ling Zhao's body. That stream of essence power contained deathly stillness and magical laws, and was rapidly destroying Ling Zhao's life force. Not even the King Heaven Devourer cauldron could fully absorb it. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly at how careless he had been. Although a supreme being dharma body was created by a supreme being, it contained the quintessence blood and nascent divinity power of the supreme being. If it was damaged, it would be a major blow to the supreme being. Ling Xiao had never imagined that Emperor Mausoleum Mountain would take him seriously enough to mobilize a dharma body. Don't waste time, boy. Be a good boy and let me soul search you. If you do, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you won't be able to die even if you want to. Dylan chuckled, but didn't hesitate in the slightest. He could sense that Ling Xiao wasn't in a very good state. His supreme being essence power was destroying his fleshly body. What caused Dylan to sigh in amazement was that Ling Zhao's fleshly body was truly monstrous. It wasn't the slightest bit weaker than the legendary godlings, and was actually able to hold on. In fact, it was even absorbing the Supreme Being Essence power. That was why Dylan had immediately used a killing move to completely destroy Ling Xiao's fleshly body. All he needed to do was get Ling Xiao's nascent divinity, Rumble. Dylan sent out another palm strike, filled with mysterious magical symbols that seemed to merge into heaven and earth. In the face of this palm strike, it was as though time itself had stopped, and the void had ceased to exist. It was as though time itself had passed, and time itself had become eternal. Ling Xiao's pupils constricted. He knew that Dylan was attacking with incredible speed. Supreme beings understood the magical laws of space, and to them, space was like an ocean. The deeper one's understanding of the magical laws of space, the better they were at swimming. This palm strike seemed to cause the space between Ling Xiao and Dylan to vanish. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Ling Xiao. Rumble. Ling Xiao also threw out a punch. His terrifying physical strength exploded, but he felt as if he had collided with a huge mountain. Ling Xiao's arm went numb, and he suddenly retreated. The Supreme Being, Zhou Tian, could be said to have tempered his fleshly body with the magical laws of heaven and earth. Every move he made contained the power of magical laws. Although Ling Xiao's body of the heavenly dragon was strong, it wasn't strong enough to suppress the magical laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, even though Ling Xiao's physical body was unparalleled, he was severely injured, and the sky-devouring sword was still resisting the two Supreme Being weapons. He actually had no way to fight against Dylan. After all, the difference between them was too great. Ling Xiao was only at the 10th level of the noble realm. Although Dylan only had a Supreme Being Dharma body, he was comparable to a half-step Supreme Being who had undergone the tribulation of 4 symbols. Whoosh! Dylan moved like a ghost, instantly appearing next to Ling Xiao and slamming his palm towards Ling Xiao's chest. Give up. You might be strong, but you're no match for me. Dylan's voice was calm and ethereal, as though he was talking to an ant. His voice carried a very casual feeling. A paragon Dharma body? Zhang Shuhao and the South Sky King were both shocked and delighted. They were happy that Ling Xiao was finally going to die. With a paragon Dharma body, Ling Xiao had no chance. But they were shocked that Emperor Tomb Mountain valued Ling Xiao so much that they were willing to use a paragon Dharma body to kill him. It seemed that Emperor Tomb Mountain really believed that Ling Xiao had the legacy of the Scarlet Dragon War God. Zhang Shuhao and the South Sky King's eyes flashed, but in the end, they gave up with bitter smiles. With a paragon Dharma body, they were probably just making a wedding dress for Emperor Tomb Mountain. Ling Xiao's battle against Dylan had put him in a very dangerous situation. Within Ling Xiao's body, Dylan's paragon Dharma body contained a deathly aura that could devour all life. Although Ling Xiao used the King Heaven Devourer cauldron to refine it, he was unable to do so. And although Dylan only had a paragon Dharma body, when he attacked, there was a terrifying power of law. Ling Xiao's powerful body lost all advantages in front of Dylan. Boom! Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with battle intent. He suppressed his injuries while fighting Dylan fiercely. So what if he had a paragon Dharma body? As long as he wasn't a true paragon, he wasn't invincible. For the first time, Ling Xiao felt like he was walking on the edge of life and death. It was carefree, and it gave him a deeper understanding of the divine abilities he had learned. The void trembled, and the roar of a dragon filled the air. Ling Xiao punched out, colliding with Dylan's fist. His body flew backwards, his arm numb from the impact. Kid, don't struggle for no reason. You don't have a chance. Dylan said calmly. But in his heart, he was somewhat shaken. Although Ling Xiao wasn't a match for him, he was extremely talented in battle. He had an unyielding will to fight, and he was very good at learning through battle. Dylan felt a sense of urgency. He had to take Ling Xiao down as soon as possible. Kill. Ling Xiao only replied with a single word. Roar! Ling Xiao soared into the skies, activating the power of the celestial dragon's body. His entire body blazed with golden light, and one mysterious draconic scale after another spread out. He transformed into an enormous golden dragon that was 30,000 meters long, charging towards Di Lin. You're courting death. A cold light flashed through Di Lin's eyes. His palm slammed down towards Ling Xiao. This palm blotted out the skies, as though the heavens and earth were about to collapse. Heaven and earth were about to be turned upside down, and the sun and moon lost their light. It contained the power of thunder. sky-throwing seal? This is my Emperor Tomb Mountain's supreme killing technique. Ling Xiao is dead for sure. The sixth saint's eyes lit up as he exclaimed emotionally. The legendary cataclysmic seal was evolved from the ancient divine weapon, the cataclysmic seal. It contained an earth-shattering power. This was the peerless divine ability which Dylan was most proud of. Even in a battle against autarchs, this heaven-flipping seal technique wasn't inferior in any way. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook, and a dragon's roar shook the heavens. A vast draconic aura exploded outwards. The enormous golden dragon and the cataclysmic seal battled fiercely. However, the cataclysmic seal's divine ability was too terrifying. In the end, the enormous golden dragon was shattered. Ling Xiao fell from the skies. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his aura was incomparably weak. However, his eyes were unprecedentedly bright. Facing Di Lin, who was charging towards him with the devouring seal, Ling Xiao's entire body shone with resplendent light. The devouring true fire instantly rose up. The surrounding heavens and earth actually began to burn with raging flames. Within the endless sea of flames, Ling Xiao seemed to have transformed into a phoenix bathed in golden flames. He was enveloped in multicolored light, and a profound concept of life and death emanated outwards. True Phoenix Nirvana Technique. With my tribulation body, I won't enter the cycle of reincarnation, won't be tainted by life and death. I'll break through the heavens and return to battle the heavens once more, Ling Xiao chanted softly. His entire body seemed to be enveloped by a layer of divine light. Under the raging flames, his entire body began to burn. Chirp, phoenix cries filled the heavens. A true phoenix was born. This was the first time Ling Xiao had used the true phoenix secret technique. Using the devouring true fire, he used the Nirvana technique. Instantly, his body, including the autarch's source energy within his body, as well as his wounded meridians, all began to burn. However, this burning wasn't destruction. Instead, it was a form of rebirth. Ling Xiao's life source energy became even more majestic. His body was being reconstructed within the raging flames. Like a new life, it emitted endless vitality. Rumble, the mysteries of the true phoenix secret technique flowed within Ling Xiao's heart. Vaguely, there was a tendency for it to fuse with the ancestral dragon's secret technique. Behind Ling Xiao, an enormous golden dragon soared into the sky. The true phoenix spewed out raging flames. The dragon and the phoenix were auspicious. The power of the dragon and the phoenix intertwined and gathered within Ling Xiao's body. An incomparably terrifying power began to awaken within Ling Xiao's body. What? How can you know the true phoenix Nirvana technique of the Phoenix clan? Di Lin's face was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Just now, Ling Xiao had not only used the Dragon Clan's peerless divine ability, but now, he had also used the true Phoenix Nirvana technique to completely refine the autarch's source energy within Ling Xiao's body. Moreover, the power of the fusion of the dragon and the phoenix made Di Lin's heart tremble. I know a lot more. Let's use your autarch's celestial body to test my dragon and phoenix Nirvana technique. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply. He smiled faintly and instantly moved. Rumble, he leaped into the sky. His body was surrounded by a dazzling golden light. It was as if he had transformed into a giant whirlpool. Endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth was being devoured by him. Behind him, the true dragon and true phoenix intertwined. A mysterious power gathered on his fist. Then, he suddenly punched out, Kacha, the entire sky was filled with blazing lightning. When Ling Xiao's fist landed, the surrounding space instantly shattered, and an extremely profound ripple spread out, instantly enveloping Di Lin within it. How is this possible? Di Lin's scalp instantly went numb. His eyes were filled with incomparable fear. It was as if he had been frozen. When Ling Xiao's fist landed on his body, he actually did not have any time to resist. Buzz, a strange wave of energy spread out. Di Lin's body was like quicksand. He instantly turned into dust and completely disappeared from the world. Zhang Xuhao, the sixth saint, and the Southern Sky King were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Di Lin's autarch celestial body was destroyed by Ling Xiao just like that. This was too hard to believe. They felt as if they were in a dream. They did not dare to believe everything that had happened in front of them. What was that power that shook the heavens and earth when the dragon and phoenix attacked together? Ling Xiao hovered there in the air, his true energy completely drained. The King Heaven Devourer cauldron shone with dazzling light as it absorbed the quintessence energy of heaven and earth. Ling Xiao frowned. The combination of the secret skills of the ancestral dragon and true phoenix had destroyed Dylan's paragon Dharma body with a single blow. But now that he thought about it, he couldn't remember how it had been done. So, a combination of secret skills can unleash such terrifying power? Ling Xiao's eyes flickered. Although it was just a flash of inspiration in the midst of a life-and-death crisis, and he could no longer unleash that shocking blow, Ling Xiao vaguely saw infinite hope in the path of fusing secret techniques. If he could master the power of a combination of secret skills, then once he reached the paragon level, he would definitely be able to slaughter gods and exterminate devils. Run. This kid is too freakish. He's impossible to deal with. He definitely got the legacy of the Scarlet Dragon War God. That kind of power is beyond the power of a normal person. Zhang Xuhao, Holy Sun Sixth, and Heavenly King South were trembling, and their eyes were filled with terror as they prepared to flee. It's too late for you to leave now. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. No matter what, these people had to die. None of them could be left alive. Rumble, Ling Xiao shot through the air. Although he couldn't unleash the power of a combination of secret skills, his true phoenix nirvanic rebirth had restored his fleshly body to its peak. He was so strong that a single fist strike from him could shatter a mountain. Crack, Zhang Xuhao's arm exploded into a mist of blood, and he screamed as Ling Xiao stabbed him in the forehead and used the King Heaven Devourer cauldron to devour his nascent divinity. Zhang Xuhao's paragon Dao mark was now completely drained, and he stood no chance against Ling Xiao. You'll die a horrible death, Ling Xiao. The Emperor Tomb Mountain won't let you get away with this, Ling Xiao. Heavenly King South and Holy Sun Sixth knew that Ling Xiao wasn't going to let them off the hook, so they fought back viciously. Ling Xiao's expression was cold, and he ignored them completely. Fist light descended toward the foreheads of the Holy Sun and Holy Sun South. Weng, the South Sky King and the Sixth Saint Child wanted to activate the supreme Dao marks on their foreheads, but Ling Xiao was already prepared. The wordless heavenly scripture descended with a rumble and suppressed the two supreme Dao marks. Not long after, the Southern Heavenly King, the Sixth Saint Child, and the two half-supremes who came with the Southern Heavenly King were all killed by Ling Xiao. When the South Sky King and the Sixth Saint died, they were extremely unwilling and fearful. Perhaps they even regretted going against Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, their nascent divinities had already been devoured by the King Heaven Devourer cauldron, and in the end, not even their true spirits were left behind. Even Jizun has started to target me? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He felt an urgent need to increase his strength. He was no match for Jizun now. Not to mention, Ling Xiao had offended quite a few holy lands. Star Palace, Nantian Aristocratic Family, Emperor Tomb Mountain, Precious Treasure Pavilion. Maybe Daming Temple and many others, as well as many hidden people who coveted Ling Xiao's treasures. First, I need to extract the divine abilities from their nascent divinities. Ling Xiao's eyes glittered. Zhang Xuhao, the Sixth Saint Child, and the South Sky King were all considered geniuses, so it was only natural that their nascent divinities contained seeds of boundless divine abilities. The King Heaven Devourer cauldron shone with dazzling light, and no matter how Zhang Xuhao and the others screamed, the stars in their nascent divinities were extracted. Formless sword energy. Heaven sword 36 forms. Myriad magic heart-binding magic. Heaven tomb incantation. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with delight. He had discovered a total of 36 boundless divine abilities from the three of them, as well as the two half-paragons. Of course, after eliminating the 10 that had already merged, there were still 26 left. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit devoured these 26 supreme divine abilities, and the number of supreme divine abilities in Ling Xiao's primordial spirit reached a shocking 86 types of supreme divine abilities. This was definitely an incomparably shocking number. Within those divine abilities were seeds of complete laws, and they were the foundation of one's future path on the martial path. After being reborn, Ling Xiao had decided to use the 108 divine abilities as his foundation to forge a supreme foundation of the martial path. He wanted to form a Dharma idol that could shake the heavens and earth. Ling Xiao could sense that the world around him was becoming clearer and clearer. Threads of laws filled the air, and multicolored auras flowed. It was a mysterious and unfathomable sight. The cultivation of the martial path was nothing more than the pursuit of the mysteries of heaven and earth, and the process of understanding one's true self. The mysteries of heaven and earth were boundless, and compared to heaven and earth, a person was like a drop in the ocean. However, it was precisely because there were so many unknowns that people would forever pursue the path of cultivation. They wanted to explore the ultimate secrets of heaven and earth. In the noble realm, one cultivated divine abilities of the martial path. The so-called divine abilities of the martial path were the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. The deeper one's understanding of the laws, the wider one's future path on the martial path would be. Therefore, even though Ling Xiao felt like he could break through to the monarch realm at any time, he suppressed it because he still hadn't reached his limit. Since the channel opening realm, Ling Xiao strove to cultivate every single realm to the limit and pursue perfection. An exalt Dharma body has come from the Emperor Tomb Mountain, so the other sacred grounds of the martial path might have exalt Dharma bodies as well. It's fine if they don't offend me, but if they dare to offend me, then contribute your supreme divine abilities. Ling Xiao spoke indifferently while a sharp glow flickered in his eyes. He thought of the Star Palace, Daming Temple, Sky Demon Palace, and so on and so forth. All of these sacred grounds of the martial path more or less carried hostility towards him. The old goat has awakened? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. He instantly transformed into a ray of light that entered the Empyrean stone. The scene within the Empyrean stone wasn't chaotic like before. Ling Xiao had refined the Empyrean stone and become its master, and the world within the Empyrean stone had started to slowly take shape. It was a world with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Mountain ranges rose and fell continuously, and it was grand and majestic. Ancient trees towered into the sky and shot into the sky. There were mountains, rivers, lakes, and oceans. The mountains and rivers were magnificent, and they were filled with dense natural energy. All sorts of strange flowers and herbs grew endlessly within the Empyrean stone, and they grew extremely swiftly under the nourishment of the natural energy. This was the future base that Ling Xiao intended to leave for the longevity sect. In the future, the longevity sect would be located within the world within the Empyrean stone. Perhaps even the War God Temple did not have such a great fortune to have a complete world as their base. The palace of the King of Gods was situated above the 9 heavens, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was like an immortal's abode with an extraordinary aura. Ling Xiao's figure flashed and landed on the plaza outside the palace of the King of Gods. On the plaza, beside the huge 9-tailed celestial fox's skeleton, Su Mainyang was enveloped in radiance. Her bloodline was surging as she accepted the inheritance. Ling Xiao saw Luoluo riding on the old goat. She was wearing a white dress and her big eyes were dazzling. Her long eyelashes were fluttering and her skin was as clear as jade. She looked like a porcelain doll. The old goat stared at the big radish in front of him and was drooling. His eyes were shining and he couldn't wait to swallow the big radish. Master, save me. This bastard old goat wants to eat me. Is he Master's mount? He's so ugly. When the big radish saw Ling Xiao, it was as though he had seen his savior. He hurriedly hugged Ling Xiao's leg and pointed at the old goat. You're the ugly one. Your whole family is ugly. You short and ugly big radish, get over here. I'm going to kill you. The old goat jumped up as though someone had stepped on his tail. He looked at the big radish with hostility. Big brother, you're finally here. When Luoluo saw Ling Xiao, she was pleasantly surprised. She immediately jumped down from the big goat and ran towards Ling Xiao. Luoluo, it's my fault for leaving you here. Don't blame me, okay? Ling Xiao hugged Luoluo and said shamefully. Since the old goat went into seclusion, Ling Xiao had left Luoluo alone in the Sky God Stone. A child must be very lonely. Big brother, I'm fine. The old goat and this big radish are fun. I'm not lonely. Luoluo blinked her big eyes. Her eyes were clear and pure. She was very happy. Luoluo is so obedient. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He then stared at the big radish and the old goat. Alright, stop fooling around. Old goat, how's your seclusion? Is your Dao injury healed? This was what Ling Xiao was most worried about. Even with the tree heart of the growing illusion demonic ancient tree, Ling Xiao couldn't be sure that it could heal the old goat's Dao injury. Ha ha ha. Of course. I'm the heaven-devouring great emperor, the one who shook the heavens with my might. What's a mere Dao injury to me? Now that I've recovered the cultivation of a half-step demon venerable, I only need to nourish the origin internally and sense the world externally. It won't be long before I can return to the supreme realm. The old goat said smugly. A mere half-step demon venerable is nothing. Master has already slain more than 10 half-step martial highness experts. Big Radish twitched its mouth and mumbled. Seeing that the old goat was about to act up again, Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on and hurriedly stopped it. Ling Xiao, is this the great bright king's ginseng? Swallow it for me, and I'll be able to break through to the supremacy stage very quickly. At that time I'll kill anyone who displeases you. The old goat glanced at the Big Radish and said. Big Radish's entire body stiffened. It hurriedly hugged Ling Xiao's thigh and said, Master, you mustn't let me be eaten by this ugly sheep. I haven't advanced to become a supreme divine medicine yet. When I become a supreme divine medicine, I can help Master live another life and dominate the world. Reincarnated? I don't need that. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes revealed a hint of sharpness. In this life, I'll break through the man-god bottleneck and break through to the divine spirit stage. 10,000 years is too long, seize every moment. But don't worry, it won't eat you. 10,000 years is too long, seize every moment? Good. Well said. The old goat also said excitedly, that's right, why do we need to live another life? We'll definitely become gods in this life. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Old goat, we're now in the holy ground. Do you still remember this place? Holy ground? The old goat's body shook. He smiled and said, how can I not remember? We met here back then, right? You even snatched my sky-devouring secret skill. If it wasn't for the holy ground, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a sky-devouring supreme later. Yes. The sky-devouring secret skill is here, so I have a feeling that there's a connection between the demon saint and the scarlet dragon war god. Right now, the forces outside are complicated. The Sky Demon Palace, Blazing Mountain, and Crystal Palace are all fighting for the Demon Saint's inheritance. I'm going to help my cheap cousin get the Demon Saint's inheritance. What do you think? Ling Xiao looked at the old goat and said. The Demon Saint's inheritance is about to appear? The old goat's eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. He then looked at Ling Xiao seriously and said, if I want the Demon Saint's inheritance, will you help me? You want the Demon Saint's inheritance? Ha ha ha. We're brothers. If you want it, why wouldn't I help you? Then tell my cheap cousin to scram. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned, then he smiled. Brothers? One is a human, the other is a goat. How can there be brothers like that? The Big Radish muttered softly. Ling Xiao was instantly speechless. This Big Radish really had a foul mouth. It was practically brothers with the old goat. He wanted to strangle it to death. Ling Xiao glared at it fiercely, and the Big Radish immediately became obedient. The old goat wasn't in the mood to joke around. He said seriously, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that the Demon Saint's inheritance is related to me. It should belong to me. Belong to you? Why don't you go to heaven? Why don't you say that you're the son of the Demon Saint? The Big Radish couldn't help but ask again. Ling Xiao and the old goat's murderous gaze landed on it. Instantly, the Big Radish trembled. It laughed dryly and said, you guys chat, you guys chat. I'll bring Luoluo out to play. After saying that, the Big Radish pulled Luoluo and disappeared with a whoosh. It was really afraid that Ling Xiao would let the old goat eat it in a fit of anger. Although the Big Radish has a foul mouth, what it says might be true. Perhaps you're really the son of the Demon Saint? Ling Xiao smiled and said. The old goat took a deep breath and said seriously like never before, no matter what, I want the Demon Saint's inheritance. Perhaps, I can really find out about my origins. Ling Xiao nodded. The old goat's origins were very mysterious. However, it originally came from the holy ground. Perhaps only the holy ground could solve the mystery of its origins. In my previous life, the core of the holy ground, the Thousand Demon Palace, couldn't be opened. Perhaps this time it's really going to be opened. Even if there's the Demon Saint's inheritance, it should be in the Thousand Demon Palace. Let's go out. This time, I'll definitely help you get the Demon Saint's inheritance. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he said slowly. All right. The old goat nodded, and a trace of gratitude flashed across its eyes. The land of the fallen gods was desolate and filled with danger. Even though Ling Xiao's battle with Di Lin and the others was extremely intense, no one noticed them. Ling Xiao and the old goat left the land of the fallen gods and headed towards the Demon Palace. The Demon Palace was the core of the hallowed grounds. It was an extremely mysterious hovering palace, but it had always been sealed and couldn't be opened. Ling Xiao had met the old goat there in his previous life. If nothing unexpected happened, the Demon Saint's inheritance should be within the Demon Palace. Rumble. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao heard an intense rumble. The heavens and the earth shook as a blazing flame shot into the sky and dyed half the sky red. As soon as Ling Xiao left the land of the fallen gods, he saw the sky to the west. Clouds were roiling, flames were rising, and auspicious energy was surging. The mysterious glow of treasures was suffused out. Moreover, the sound of intense battle resounded from that direction. Countless figures were flashing about as if they were intensely fighting for something. A treasure has appeared? Based on the commotion, it's definitely a precious treasure. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, let's go take a look. The old goat's eyes instantly lit up, and he was about to charge towards the west. Swoosh, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He heard the sound of the air being torn apart as three figures swiftly fled towards him. Behind them were two young monks in crimson-red robes, standing on lotus flowers, and emanating a Buddhist aura. Big Brother Ling. It's Big Brother Ling. Big Brother Ling, save us. Help us stop those two bald donkeys. Two voices of pleasant surprise resounded. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that Xianxia and Hu Zi were amongst them. The other one was actually the young patriarch of the Pegasus clan, Xianxia. He wore white clothes and wielded a silver spear, and he seemed rather dashing. Shockingly, their cultivations were at the monarch realm. Obviously, they'd obtained quite a bit of fortune. Xianxia and Hu Zi seemed as if they'd seen their savior. Their faces were filled with excitement as they instantly shot over to Ling Xiao's side. The two young monks were both at the 7th level of the monarch realm. Their faces were filled with arrogance as they descended from the sky. One of them stared coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Hand them over or die." Although they recognized the young man as Ling Xiao and had heard of his achievements, they had never seen him fight before. As soon as they saw that Ling Xiao was only a noble, they immediately looked down on him. People from Mingwan Temple? How arrogant. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, a sharp glint in his eyes. Xiaohei, why are they chasing after you? Ling Xiao turned to look at Xiaohei and asked. Big Brother Ling, a pure yang spirit spring appeared in the magma sea in the west. We found a pure yang golden lotus, but it was discovered by these two bald donkeys. They insisted that we hand it over. We didn't hand it over, so they chased us all the way here. Xianxia said indignantly. The pure yang golden lotus was considered a very precious sacred medicine. Moreover, it was extremely beneficial for the cultivation of Buddhism. It was no wonder that the two from Mingwan Temple would pursue him so relentlessly. Hu Zi hurriedly said, Big Brother Ling, quickly go and save Sister Phoenix. She seems to have obtained some nirvana bone. She's already surrounded by the people from Mingwan Temple. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao curiously. He could also see that Ling Xiao was only at the noble realm. How did he manage to kill South Celestial Venerable and the 3 stars of Star Palace? Xianxia and Hu Zi seemed to admire Ling Xiao greatly. Sir, I was the one who discovered the pure yang golden lotus first. As long as the 3 of them hand it over, we'll let you go. The other young monk was more cautious as he looked at Ling Xiao and said slowly. Hand over the pure yang golden lotus? I'll give you a chance. If you scram now, I'll spare your lives. Ling Xiao sneered as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. You're courting death. Kill him. The two monks from Mingwang Temple didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so arrogant and reject them directly. They were instantly enraged and charged at Ling Xiao at the same time. Boom, the two of them unleashed their violent cultivation. They clenched their fists and the Buddhist light around them shone as they charged at Ling Xiao. It was as though a Ming Wang had descended from the sky to suppress everything. Ming Wang's great handprint. The supreme superpower of Mingwang Temple. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for it. Murderous intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. His blood surged violently as he threw out a punch that shook the heavens and earth. Boom, the golden fist print traversed the void. It was overbearing and terrifying. It pierced through the layers of the void and enveloped the two monks. What? The two young monks were shocked. Once Ling Xiao attacked, his aura changed instantly. He was like an immemorial ferocious beast that had just woken up from a deep slumber. The overwhelming blood qi made them tremble and they couldn't muster up any courage to fight back. Sir, let's talk nicely. We'll leave now, the young monk hurriedly shouted. He could clearly feel the threat of death looming over him. It's too late. Ling Xiao said coldly. A blazing fist light descended from the sky, and the two young monks were directly blasted apart by Ling Xiao, turning into a bloody mist in the air. Their nascent divinities were also devoured by the heaven-devourer cauldron. So strong. Ma Junjia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with extreme shock. As a demon folk, he had never seen a human with such a terrifying fleshly body. Even among the demon folk, only those with the bloodlines of ancient godlings could be so freakishly strong. Big bro Ling, you're amazing. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia and Huzi were cheering, feeling as though all of the gloominess in their hearts had been swept away. Let's go. Ling Xiao said, his eyes flashing. Beckoning to Xianxia and the others, he flew toward the western region. Nirvana bones were left behind by paragon-level phoenixes, and were incomparably precious. They contained the divine abilities of phoenixes, as well as enlightenment of the magical laws of the Tao of martial arts. Speaking of which, Nirvana bones were similar to the sariras of Buddhist cultivators. They were both formed from the quintessence of powerful experts. That said, Ling Xiao had the feeling that the Bright King Temple wouldn't go to war over a Nirvana bone. There had to be some other reason. In the west, two enormous divine mountains rose from the ground. They were 30,000 meters tall, and pierced the clouds. They were majestic, and emanated a savage aura. Between the two divine mountains was a valley shrouded in a scarlet glow. Within the gorge, a divine spring with an area of around 3 m was gurgling and flowing. It was crystalline, translucent, and dazzling, and it emitted a strand of pure yang energy, causing the forest in the surroundings of the divine spring to be tainted with a layer of fluctuation of divinity. Exotic flowers and plants could be seen everywhere, as well as ancient vines and old herbs that emitted a strange fragrance. Ming Zun sat cross-legged on a lotus flower in the air. A few scantily clad women stood behind him with their hands clasped together. They were chanting scriptures behind him. The 3 old monks from Mingwang Temple wore red kasayas and held demon-vanquishing Zen staffs in their hands. They were all half-step supreme being cultivators. The Buddhist aura around them suppressed the 2 elders from Fiery Mountain. Fairy Feng, you are fated with Buddha and should be my concubine. Why are you so stubborn? I am deeply in love with you. You are hurting my heart by rejecting me like this. Ming Zun smiled faintly. He sat cross-legged on the lotus flower. He was wearing a white robe and had a mysterious temperament. The smile on his face was so bright that it was intoxicating. The eyes of the women behind him were blurred and filled with admiration. Shameless! How dare you say such shameless words when you are a monk? Mingwang Temple has corrupted the reputation of Buddhism. It's not surprising that they have such a shameless person like you. Phoenix Maiden said coldly. Her cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the monarch realm. Flames surged behind her and a 5-colored phoenix soared into the sky. It was exuding a majestic aura. The 2 elders from Blazing Mountain were severely injured by Ming Zun's sneak attack. They were barely holding on under the joint attack of the 3 old monks from Mingwang Temple. They were in imminent danger. Kill. Phoenix Maiden's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Light flashed in her palm and an ancient fan that was flowing with red light appeared. She fanned it at the three old monks. Immediately, a raging flame appeared. Phoenix tail flaming sky fan? TSK TSK. I didn't expect the master of Blazing Mountain to dote on you so much. He even gave you this treasure. Ming Zun's eyes flashed. He didn't seem surprised at all. A stream of light flashed in his palm. Instantly, a resplendent pearl flew into the sky and blasted toward the phoenix tail flaming sky fan. Crack, the pearl emitted a dazzling blue light as if there was an ocean spreading out. It instantly extinguished the flames in the sky. When it collided with the phoenix tail flaming sky fan, a dazzling light exploded in the sky. Dinghai Pearl? The Phoenix Maiden's eyes flashed. She didn't expect Ming Zun to have such a supreme treasure. In ancient times, there was a supreme divine artifact known as the 24 Sea Calming Pearls. Each of them was a supreme divine artifact and extremely powerful. However, the Dinghai Pearl in Ming Zun's hand had been scattered during the ancient war. Although the Dinghai Pearl in Ming Zun's hand was damaged and was only a damaged divine artifact, it was still comparable to a top-tier supreme artifact. For a moment, it was on par with the Phoenix Tail Flaming Sky Fan. Fairy Feng, I advise you not to waste your energy. You have the bloodline of the Black Wind and the body of the Cauldron of Kuan. As long as you go to Mount Wu with me, you will enjoy the blissful life together. You will naturally be able to comprehend the great Tao together and become a supreme being. If you still don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. A faint smile appeared on Ming Zun's face, and there was a hint of undisguised passion in his eyes. He could see that the Phoenix Maiden's primordial Yin was still there, and it was extremely majestic. Moreover, it was the legendary cauldron physique that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. As long as he dual cultivated with a woman like this, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. It would greatly increase his chances of reaching the supreme realm. As for whether or not it would offend the Blazing Mountain, that was not his concern. If he were to become a supreme being, he would not be afraid of the Blazing Mountain. Ming Zun, even if I die, I will not agree to this. Phoenix Maiden's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. How could she not know? Although Mingwan Temple and the Tempest Temple were both Buddhist sects, they were completely different. The Tempest Temple was particular about all sorts of rules and regulations, but Mingwan Temple had no taboos at all. All of their disciples would wantonly kidnap women and make them their concubines. In reality, they were just playthings for their sexual pleasure. The Phoenix Maiden did not expect Ming Zun to be so bold as to have designs on her. You don't agree? Fairy Feng, you are definitely going to be my concubine. Ming Zun said with a smile. Is that so? What if I don't agree? At this moment, an indifferent and clear voice rang out in the void. Ling Xiao stepped out of the void. His white robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He exuded an extremely powerful aura. His eyes were extremely bright as he stared at Ming Zun with a cold murderous intent. Ling Xiao? The Phoenix Maiden's body shook as a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. She was relieved and was filled with confidence in Ling Xiao. It was as though as long as Ling Xiao was around, there was nothing that could not be solved. Ling Xiao? Looks like my two good-for-nothing junior brothers have died in your hands. Ming Zun looked at Xianxia and the other two people beside Ling Xiao. His eyes were cold. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Two useless trash from Mingwan Temple. It would be a waste of food to keep them alive. I have helped you to get rid of them. You don't have to thank me. I don't like the three of them either. I will get rid of them for you as well." Boom! Ling Xiao exuded an extremely powerful aura as his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He then charged towards the three old monks. How dare you attack me in front of me? You must be tired of living. Ming Zun's eyes turned cold as the Buddhist light around him burned brightly. He threw a palm strike towards Ling Xiao. Heavenly flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses shone brightly. It was as though an eternal wisdom king was walking towards Ling Xiao. Boom! Ling Xiao's fist aura became stronger as he smashed the wisdom king's shadow into pieces. He then continued to charge towards Ming Zun. Hee hee, you three old bald donkeys, this emperor will play with you. The old goat was eager to give it a try. His eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. He chuckled and instantly charged towards the three old monks. Hmm? Ming Zun's eyes turned serious as he felt a strong sense of threat from Ling Xiao. When Ming Zun heard that Ling Xiao had defeated the sixth holy sun in Two World City, he did not take it to heart. In his eyes, there were only a few people in the entire War God continent who could be his match. Ling Xiao was obviously not one of them. However, the moment Ling Xiao attacked, he knew that he was a strong opponent. Boom! Ming Zun stood up from the lotus platform as he exuded a faint golden light. His physical body seemed to be indestructible, similar to the indestructible Vajra body of Buddhism. Furthermore, Ling Xiao could sense that Ming Zun had passed the tribulation of one elephant and exuded a terrifying aura. Ming Zun threw a punch at Ling Xiao and his body seemed to have pierced through the void. Light flashed beneath his feet and there were faint runes around him. God's celerity? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. This Ming Zun was indeed very powerful. He had cultivated the indestructible Vajra divine skill, survived the tribulation of one elephant, and had a supreme divine skill like divine feet. He was much more powerful than the sixth holy sun and the southern heavenly monarch. Roar! The roar of a dragon resounded in the air. Ling Xiao's body was shrouded in golden light as though he had grown dragon scales. His fists were like dragons as his eyes were filled with battle intent. Body of the heavenly dragon versus invincible Vajra divine skill. Ling Xiao wanted to see if his body of the heavenly dragon was stronger or if his invincible Vajra divine skill was stronger. Boom! The two fists collided and golden runes exploded. The void shook violently and Ling Xiao's body shook slightly before he came to a stop. On the other hand, Ming Zun was sent flying by his punch. You're from the dragon tribe? That's not right. You're from the human tribe. How can you know the divine skill of the dragon tribe and have such a strong physical body? Ming Zun's eyes widened in shock as he felt his arm go numb. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Invincible Vajra divine skill? That's all there is to it. Ling Xiao smirked coldly. The blood and qi around him became even more violent. His eyes were extremely sharp as he clenched his fist and charged towards Ming Zun. Ling Xiao, don't be so arrogant. Destructive deity, join me. Kill. Ming Zun's eyes flashed coldly as he roared. His body was surrounded by dazzling light. Rumble, behind him, chaotic energy filled the air as though it was going to destroy the world. The void shattered as a mysterious figure with 3 heads and 6 arms sat cross-legged in the void. His face was ferocious as the destructive energy and Buddhist light intertwined. His body exuded 2 different auras. Destructive deity? You're just an evil cultivator. Ling Xiao sneered and turned into a golden dragon. He swept across the 9 heavens with a violent battle intent and collided with the destruction deity king. Boom! Heaven and earth shook as the void shattered. Destructive energy exuded from destructive deity's body as he tried to penetrate Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao used a teleportation technique to dodge the attack, but the divine dragon managed to break free. Its huge dragon tail swept over like a golden divine blade, slashing towards the destructive deity king's neck. Clang! Destructive deity raised his hand and blocked the dragon tail. Golden light shone brightly as the sound of metal clashing could be heard. His palm turned into a claw as he tried to grab the dragon tail. Whoosh! Ling Xiao moved across the sky like a silver river. He appeared behind destructive deity in an instant and punched out with a huge fist. Rumble! The destruction wisdom king sat cross-legged in the void and merged with venerated Ming. The Buddha light around him shone brightly, giving off an immortal and unfathomable vibe. Ling Xiao and destructive deity king engaged in an intense battle. No matter how terrifying Ling Xiao's attacks were, they were all blocked by destructive deity king. The void trembled and the heaven and earth rumbled. The surrounding mountains trembled violently. The mountain peaks were flattened and the earth cracked. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. However, there was a mysterious fluctuation spreading out from these 2 divine mountains. They emitted a bright light, which was extremely mysterious. No matter how intense the battle between Ling Xiao and Ming Zun was, they were unable to destroy the 2 mountains and the spring in the valley. This exterminating wisdom king is merely a supreme killing technique. Let's see how long you can last. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as if he was treating destructive deity king as a living target. He gathered the 86 supreme superpowers and threw them at Destructive Deity King. He was using Destructive Deity King as a whetstone to hone his martial way superpowers. Ming Zun's Destructive Deity King was so terrifying not because of his own strength, but because of the supreme killing technique. However, Ming Zun's cultivation was too low and he couldn't last long in the state of Destructive Deity King. Rumble, the true dragon roared as it swept across the void and engaged in a fierce battle with the black Destructive Deity King. Blazing lightning struck down along with endless turbulence in the void and shrouded the two of them. Ling Xiao and Ming Zun exchanged more than 100 moves in the blink of an eye. Every move was dangerous and contained a destructive force. The longer the battle went on, the heavier Ming Zun's heart became. He even had the thought of retreating. Ling Xiao's combat strength was too terrifying and it seemed like there was no limit to it. If this continued, he would be defeated by Ling Xiao sooner or later. Ming Zun looked at the three elders of the Mingwang Temple in disbelief. What? The three half-step supremes wielded the demon-vanquishing staff and formed the tripartite Buddha light formation. Their combat strength was so strong that even the two elders of the Mountain of Flames were no match for them. But now, they were suppressed by the old goat. The old goat shone with dazzling light, and the King Heaven Devourer cauldron pulsed with a heaven-devouring, earth-devouring aura that bore down on the three monks. Allow me to send you on your way, bald donkeys. The old goat laughed heartily, his eyes blazing with a desire to do battle. At the same time, the King Heaven Devourer cauldron began to rumble. Rumble, the tripartite Buddhist light formation was destroyed, and the three monks coughed up mouthfuls of blood, their eyes filled with disbelief. Damn you, Ling Xiao! Ming Zun shouted, both shocked and enraged. If things kept going on like this, the old goat was going to kill the three elders, and he wouldn't be able to escape. Whiz, the ocean-suppressing pearl shone with dazzling light as it slammed into the phoenix tail flaming heaven fan. The fan was sent flying, then transformed into a dazzling star that shot toward Ling Xiao. Time for you to die. Ming Zun shouted, his eyes flashing with cold light as he drew on the power of the ocean-suppressing pearl. It was a damaged god item, and contained boundless killing power. If Ling Xiao was hit by it, he would likely be crushed to bits. The ocean-suppressing pearl? Why don't you give it to me? Ling Xiao said, chuckling coldly. Then, the Heaven Devourer sword appeared in his hand. Whoosh, a beam of dazzling sword light shot through the air toward the ocean-suppressing pearl, piercing through primal chaos and sundering heaven and earth. RUUUUUUUMBLE. The sword radiance rumbled and was dazzling. It was as if a divine sun had exploded in the void. Countless runes were turned into dust. The sea-calming pearl buzzed and was actually sent flying by the heaven-devouring sword. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold as he lunged toward Ming Zun, sword while surging around him like a sea. His black hair whipped about him, making him look like a paragon of swords. Whiz, the ocean-suppressing pearl shone brilliantly as if a vast ocean had covered the sky, enveloping Ming Zun. Ming Zun's eyes were filled with shock. Wasn't Ling Xiao an itinerant cultivator? How could he have such a powerful paragon weapon? The Heaven Devourer sword's radiance made his scalp tingle, and he felt cold all over. This was a peerless ferocious sword that could compete with his ocean-suppressing pearl. Ling Xiao, I'll let you go, and we'll call it a day. What do you think? Although Ming Zun was unwilling, he knew that he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage if he continued to stand here. He might even fail miserably. Therefore, he gave in. However, Ling Xiao sneered, call it a day? Who do you think you are? How dare you say you'll let us go? Even if you want to leave, you have to leave your life behind. Boom. Boom, the sea-calming pearl shone brightly and a blue ocean spread out. It was as though countless black divine lights had turned into powerful defensive runes. The peerless sword aura swept through the void and slashed down on the Dinghai pearl. In an instant, a bright light shone and the void shattered. Endless chaotic fog spread out as if the world was about to be destroyed. All living beings fell into silence. Ming Zun felt as though he had been struck by lightning and his primordial spirit had been slashed by a peerless divine sword. His face paled and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Although the sea-calming pearl was given to him, Ming Zun was still unable to unleash the full power of the sea-calming pearl with his cultivation. He could only use a sliver of its power with his primordial spirit. Ling Xiao's sky-devouring sword was of the same origin as Ling Xiao. It was personally forged by Ling Xiao and nourished by his innate essence. It could unleash almost all of its power. This sword slashed through heaven and earth and turned everything into chaos. It even contained a sliver of power that could destroy one's divine soul. Thus, Ming Zun's primordial spirit was also slightly injured. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die. Ming Zun was infuriated. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His face was twisted as he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. After the Dinghai pearl absorbed his essence blood, it shone brightly. In the end, it blocked Ling Xiao's sword and protected Ming Zun in the center. I want to see how much essence blood you have to spit out. Watch how I shatter your turtle shell. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He soared into the sky and the sky-devouring sword shone brightly. Starlight fell from the sky and Ling Xiao swallowed the essence of heaven and earth, turning it into dazzling divine power. He charged towards Ming Zun. Ming Zun was extremely aggrieved and terrified. He couldn't imagine why Ling Xiao would want to kill him. Ming Zun didn't know that Ling Xiao was the one who had stolen his grade 12 blood lotus. Otherwise, he would have fought Ling Xiao to the death. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack Ming Zun, a black shadow appeared out of nowhere. A slender, transparent sword appeared silently and without any killing intent, as though it didn't exist. It stabbed towards Ling Xiao's heart from behind. The wordless heavenly book trembled slightly and Ling Xiao felt a chill all over his body. He felt a fatal danger approaching. He didn't even think about it. The sky-devouring sword in his hand changed its shape and slashed towards his back. Clang, sparks flew everywhere and a terrifying divine power exploded. Ling Xiao took the chance to retreat and finally saw the person who had attacked him. He was young. To himself. His eyes were cold and emotionless. It was as if he had become one with the heavens and earth, and no one could sense his existence at all. The saber in his hand was actually transparent and flowed with a faint light. One could feel that there was a peerless ferocious aura hidden within it, and the murderous aura was overflowing. This young man was much more of a threat to Ling Xiao than Ming Zun. The disciples of the Underworld Pavilion and the Heavenly Court Pavilion all cultivated the art of killing. They were cruel and emotionless and had the most powerful fighting instincts. The assassins of the Underworld Pavilion had almost never failed when they were at the same level of cultivation. It was very easy for them to kill someone who was at a higher level. Kill him, Yama. Ming Zun pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted coldly. What? He's Yama? Phoenix Maiden, who was watching the battle, revealed a trace of shock in her eyes. Fairy Feng, who is Yama? Is he famous? Xianxia came over and asked curiously. Yama is one of the most powerful geniuses in this generation of the Netherworld Pavilion. You could say that he's also one of the top geniuses in the War God continent. He started his career as a noble and managed to kill 10 sovereigns in a row. He assassinated a quasi-exalt while he was at the Monarch realm. Now that he's at the quasi-exalt realm, he can probably be said to be invincible in the same realm of cultivation. The Phoenix Maiden's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as she spoke slowly. Invincible among his peers? I don't think so. Isn't Ming Zun very powerful? Brother Ling beat him to the point that he doesn't dare to come out. I don't think Yama is a match for Brother Ling, Huzi said in a muffled voice. He was very confident in Ling Xiao. That's different. Ling Xiao is the only one in the entire War God continent. However, Yama is very dangerous. I'm afraid Ling Xiao will have a hard time dealing with him. Phoenix Maiden smiled bitterly. Although she was confident in Ling Xiao, she was still worried that the most powerful genius of the Underworld Pavilion, Yama, was going to fight him. Buzz, the void trembled slightly. Yama glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently before disappearing into thin air again. However, Ling Xiao could feel an incomparably blazing killing intent locking onto him. The surrounding void was vast and boundless, and the aura of the Yama King was everywhere. It was as if a killing blow could be unleashed at any time. Boom, at this moment, the stars in the sky lit up. They were dazzling and mysterious. A silver emperor's throne shrouded in starlight descended. An emperor-like man sat cross-legged on it. He was wearing a starry robe and his black hair was loose. His eyes were deep and vast. He exuded boundless majesty and dominance. The Gauchan star? He even brought the galaxy bell of the Star Palace. Phoenix Maiden was shocked. She didn't expect the Gauchan star to be here. She felt that something was amiss. Buzz, a loud bell rang. The stars in the sky trembled. An ancient silver bell fell. It was filled with mysterious runes and fluctuations of the order. It was like an ancient sacred mountain that pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha. The Gauchan star has come at the right time. Let's attack together and kill Ling Xiao. Ming Zun sneered as he activated the Dinghai Pearl with all his might. A vast ocean surrounded him as he charged towards Ling Xiao. The Gauchan star? The Star Palace is really like a haunting ghost. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he sneered. The ancient silver bell was called the Galaxy Bell. It was said that the Supreme Being of the Star Palace had collected the essence of the galaxy and refined it with the essence of countless stars. It had the power to suppress the galaxy and shatter stars. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with fighting intent. He wasn't afraid at all. Facing the suppression of the Galaxy Bell, the sky-swallowing sword in his hand shone brightly and slashed across the sky. Ling Xiao, you killed so many juniors and elders of the Star Palace. You shall pay with your life. Rumble, Ling Xiao's reply was a single slash. The sky-devouring sword swept across the sky and a sharp sword radiance shot up to the clouds. It was like a heavenly river flowing in reverse as it slashed the Milky Way bell. Wang, the Milky Way bell vibrated violently as sound waves spread out. The surrounding rocks were all crushed as though there was a silver river flying out from the Milky Way bell. It destroyed all the sword radiance and pressed down on Ling Xiao. Break! Ling Xiao shouted as he flew into the sky with the sky-devouring sword in his hand. As he slashed down, the silver river was sliced in half. Ling Xiao's momentum did not decrease as he charged towards the Gauchan star. Shush, under the control of Ming Zun, the Dinghai Pearl exuded a mysterious aura. It was like an endless ocean as it charged towards Ling Xiao's back. It was as though Ling Xiao had eyes at the back of his head. He did not even turn his head as he stabbed the sky-devouring sword behind him. The sword radiance gathered at the tip of the sword and turned into a dazzling sun. Rumble, the sun exploded as it collided with the Dinghai Pearl. Dazzling light filled the sky. The Dinghai Pearl spun and flew back into Ming Zun's hand. Ling Xiao's momentum did not decrease as he slashed his sword towards the Gauchan star. Million Star Flying Technique, suppress. The Gauchan star was still sitting on the Emperor's throne as he was surrounded by dazzling starlight. When he saw Ling Xiao coming towards him, a ray of divine light shot out from his eyes as he roared. Kacha, the starlight in the sky exploded violently. Silver lightning, as thick as a mountain, appeared in the sky and blocked Ling Xiao's sword. The Milky Way bell flew back. There seemed to be billions of stars on the bell that lit up at the same time, forming a mysterious connection with the stars in the 9 heavens. Strands of divine light shot down, binding Ling Xiao. The Milky Way bell landed on top of Ling Xiao's head and formed a killing trap that suppressed everything. Go to hell, Ling Xiao. Ming Zun's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The Dinghai Pearl shot toward Ling Xiao with a powerful divine aura. This was a good opportunity that the Gauchan star had created. He did not hesitate to use the power of the Milky Way bell in order to lure Ling Xiao into the trap and kill him. Boom! Yan Luo also appeared silently in the void. The Luoxing blade in his hand was a peerless ferocious blade. Although it looked transparent and silent, the baleful qi within it was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, rushing towards Ling Xiao. The 3 peerless heavens favorites all unleashed their ultimate techniques in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao here and now. Not good. The Phoenix Maiden, Xianxia, and the others exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with worry. Especially the Phoenix Maiden, her pretty face instantly turned pale. 3 peerless geniuses and 3 supreme weapons. Could Ling Xiao escape from such a deadly trap? Rumble, the sea-calming pearl and the Luoxing saber, blazing with killing intent, pierced through Ling Xiao's body in an instant. Under the Galaxy Bell, Ling Xiao's body instantly exploded into pieces. However, not a single drop of blood appeared. Not good, it's a clone. The Gauchan star, Ming Zun, and Yan Luo's expressions changed instantly. Even with their powerful primordial spirits and the suppression of the Galaxy Bell, They did not realize that Ling Xiao had left a clone under the galaxy bell. His real body had already disappeared. Rumble, Ling Xiao's figure appeared above the three of them in an instant. His white robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The sky-devouring sword was wrapped in a peerless radiance as it slashed towards the three of them. Ling Xiao had already sensed the Gauchan star's trap earlier on. He had only played along and used a teleportation secret technique to leave behind a clone. His real body had already hidden in the void long ago. The Galaxy Bell, the Sea Calming Pearl, and the Luoxing Saber, the three supreme weapons, released a peerless attack at the same time. Ling Xiao took advantage of this gap and attacked instantly. It could be said that Ling Xiao's attack was at the perfect moment. The Gauchan Star, Ming Zun, and Yan Luo were about to use up all their strength. What? The three of them were shocked. However, the radiance from the saber was too bright. Sword chi filled the sky as it formed a sword realm and engulfed the three of them in an instant. Rumble, countless runes exploded on the bodies of the three supreme talents. Those were all powerful defensive treasures. However, under the sky-devouring sword, they were destroyed easily and turned into dust. However, the destruction of those defensive treasures had bought them some time. They were able to recall the Galaxy Bell, Sea Calming Pearl, and Luoxing Saber to block the sky-devouring sword chi. Ming Zun and Yan Luo spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying. The Gauchan Star was in the most miserable state. Both of his arms were destroyed by the sky-devouring sword. His body was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. He looked extremely pathetic. All of this happened in an instant. From the moment the Gauchan Star set up a trap for Ling Xiao, to the moment Ling Xiao left a clone behind while his real body was hidden in the void, everything happened too quickly. It was so fast that Phoenix Woman, Xianxia, and the rest did not even have time to react. Big Bro Ling is so freakish. Xianxia, Hu Zi, and Ma Junjia were completely convinced by Ling Xiao, and their eyes shone with awe and reverence. This guy, he's getting more and more freakish. Phoenix Woman said with a wry smile. Never could she have guessed that Ling Xiao would be able to seriously injure the three of them. In fact, if it weren't for the three paragon items, Ling Xiao would have already killed them. Don't worry about him. Ling Xiao isn't going to die. Even if all the paragons are killed, he won't die. Meanwhile, the old goat had already suppressed the three monks, and was speaking to Phoenix Woman and the others with ease. It was almost as if he were toying with the three monks. Instead of killing them, he was using the Heaven Devourer cauldron to devour their cultivation bases. At this moment, the three old monks didn't look like accomplished monks at all. Their eyes were filled with terror. Unfortunately, the Heaven Devourer cauldron was so freakish that they couldn't break free. All they could do was watch as the old goat devoured their cultivation bases. How could he be so strong? The Gauchan Star, Ming Zun, and Yan Luo exchanged a glance, and their eyes flashed with shock. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was limitless, and far beyond their wildest imaginations. Even their deadly trap had been neutralized by Ling Xiao. How were they supposed to fight? Have you decided how you want to die? Ling Xiao, don't be so arrogant. You've offended so many martial arts sanctuaries. You'll die when you get out of the holy ground. The Gauchan Star looked pale as he stared at Ling Xiao coldly. His arms had been cut off by the sky-devouring sword. Although his blood was majestic and he could regrow his limbs, the sky-devouring sword aura had a mysterious fluctuation of the rules of order. It was attached to the wounds on his arms and he couldn't regrow them. As a peerless genius of the Star Palace, he was one of the top geniuses in the God of War continent. When had he ever been humiliated like this? The Gauchan Star hated Ling Xiao to the core and his killing intent rose. Ling Xiao, you're just a rogue cultivator. How could you possess such amazing combat strength? I'm afraid the rumors are true. You've really inherited the Scarlet Dragon War God's legacy? Mingwang Temple will never let you off. No matter where you are, there will be no place for you in the God of War continent. Ming Zun sneered as he stared at Ling Xiao. Although Yama didn't say a word, his gaze grew colder and his killing intent seemed to have materialized. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha. You still dare to threaten me? If that's the case, the three of you can go to hell. Ling Xiao sneered. The sky-devouring sword was extremely sharp and golden blood aura rose around him. No matter what, he had to kill the three of them today. The Gaochen Star, Ming Zun, and Yama's faces changed. They looked at Ling Xiao cautiously and secretly activated the three supreme weapons to guard against Ling Xiao's sudden attack. With the three supreme weapons in hand, they believed that even Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to kill them easily. Rumble, suddenly, a blazing divine light exploded in the sky. Red clouds filled the air and flames rose. A blazing sun appeared in the sky and gave off a vast and majestic aura. The sky-burning demon emperor stepped on the sun and wore a red armor. He had a handsome figure and his red hair danced in the wind. It was thick and shiny. He looked very handsome, but his face was very indifferent. His eyes seemed to contain two suns, shining with divine light and incomparably resplendent. His entire body exuded an incomparably terrifying aura, causing the void to tremble and heaven and earth to rumble. Behind him were Han Feng and a few elders of the Sky Demon Palace. Each of them had an extraordinary aura, but they were all overshadowed by the radiance of the sky-burning demon emperor. Your Majesty, Demon Emperor! Ming Zun and the others were pleasantly surprised when they saw the sky-burning demon emperor. They stepped forward and bowed. The sky-burning demon emperor looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Are you Ling Xiao?" "That's right, I am Ling Xiao." "Who are you?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly, his expression extremely calm. Although he recognized the sky-burning demon emperor, he still pretended not to know him and asked, "How dare you?" "This is the prince of our Sky Demon Palace, the heaven-burning demon emperor." "Ling Xiao, why aren't you coming to greet him?" Han Feng shouted coldly at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Previously, he had been robbed, and even his clothes had been stripped. After thinking about it, he finally concluded that it was definitely Ling Xiao who had done it. Therefore, when he saw Ling Xiao, he was reminded of the humiliation he had suffered that day. He immediately gritted his teeth. "Who do you think you are?" "I am talking to your master." "Who are you to interrupt?" Ling Xiao glanced at him and said, "You have a sharp tongue. However, I wonder if your strength is as powerful as your mouth." The sky-burning demon emperor said indifferently. He looked down at Ling Xiao with a condescending and arrogant demeanor. "You can try." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He did not mind beating up the sky-burning demon emperor or even killing him. It would be considered as revenge for his cheap parents. However, the sky-burning demon emperor was extremely powerful. Ling Xiao could sense an aura similar to Long Outyan from him. The sky-burning demon emperor also possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, perhaps, he was a pure-blooded divine beast. Moreover, Ling Xiao could sense that the sky-burning demon emperor's aura was stronger than when the holy ground had opened. He wondered how many tribulations of the four symbols he had passed. Ling Xiao only felt a strong threat from the sky-burning demon emperor. He had to admit that the sky-burning demon emperor was a formidable opponent. Buzz, there was a flash in the sky-burning demon emperor's eyes. Two blazing flames shot across the sky, exuding a strong primordial spirit suppression that suppressed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Light flowed in his eyes and turned into a deep vortex. It devoured the sky-burning demon emperor's primordial spirit suppression and digested it. Between the two of them, there was a kind of mysterious qi that was clashing. The heavens and earth were silent. However, there was an extremely oppressive aura that filled the air, causing everyone to feel suffocated. "You are very powerful. If you are willing to submit to me, I will guarantee that you will become a supreme being within 10 years. The sky-burning demon emperor looked deeply at Ling Xiao and said, "You are not bad yourself. If you are willing to submit to me and be my mount, I will definitely bring you along on my path to becoming a deity in the future." Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. The sky-burning demon king turned out to be a pure-blooded divine beast. Its aura was mysterious and overbearing, and it was a divine beast with a familiar flame. It vaguely reminded Ling Xiao of a divine beast from ancient times. "If you are not willing, I will not force you. However, since you have injured this emperor's friends, this emperor will seek justice for them." The sky-burning demon emperor looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, "Seek justice? What do you want?" Ling Xiao said faintly, "Take a blow from me. If you can take a blow from me, I will let this matter rest. If you can't, then it is up to fate. Don't blame me. The sky-burning demon emperor said slowly. His expression was still indifferent, as if he did not take Ling Xiao seriously. A blow? Ling Xiao smiled. However, his smile was a little cold. The sky-burning demon emperor is really arrogant. He dares to say that he will take Ling Xiao down in a blow. Does he really think that he is a supreme being? Go ahead. I would like to see how powerful the sky-burning demon emperor is. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook as a vast and terrifying aura burst out from the sky-burning demon emperor's body. His eyes instantly became extremely bright, as if a blazing sun was about to fly out. He took a step forward, causing the heavens and earth to shake as if a giant hammer was beating on a heavenly drum. The mysterious fluctuation caused one's blood to boil as if one's heart was about to explode. The heavens and earth changed color as if a storm was coming. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Sky-burning demon emperor, with your status, how dare you bully a young man? Are you shameless? Long Zhantian? The sky-burning demon emperor squinted his eyes, revealing a glint. Among the 9 princes of the Crystal Palace, the most talented one was the 9th prince, Long Outyin. He was a pure-blooded divine beast with the true dragon divine body and unparalleled talent. Unfortunately, he was still too young to mature. Apart from the 9th prince, the 1st prince, Long Zhantian, was the strongest in terms of talent and combat strength. He was vaguely on par with the sky-burning demon emperor and was considered to be the strongest opponent in the competition for the demon sage's inheritance. Long Zhantian wore a 5-clawed golden dragon robe and a jade crown. His face was resolute and handsome, exuding the majesty and dominance of the dragon tribe. Beside him, Li Jingming stood straight like a sword, covered in a black robe. His face was cold and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. His cultivation was unparalleled. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. He realized that his cheap cousin and Li Jingming's cultivation were much stronger than when they had just entered the holy ground. Obviously, they had also obtained great opportunities. Their bodies were filled with the supreme divine aura, indicating that they had at least passed the earth tribulation. However, Ling Xiao had an intuition that the sky-burning demon emperor was the strongest and most unfathomable among all of them. He wondered how many tribulations the sky-burning demon emperor had passed. Long Zhantian, you're still as impudent as before. Is this how you treat your elders? It seems like the Crystal Palace is filled with a bunch of impudent people. The sky-burning demon emperor glanced at Long Zhantian and said. Long Zhantian sneered, Sky-burning demon emperor, don't try to claim kinship. You're not my elder. The Crystal Palace has nothing to do with the Sky Demon Palace. Nothing to do with us? Your aunt will be my wife soon. By then, I'll be your aunt. How dare you act presumptuously in front of me? The sky-burning demon emperor's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Long Zhantian's face turned cold and he said coldly, Sky-burning demon emperor, are you daydreaming? My aunt will never marry you and my father will never agree to it. You'd better give up. Hearing the sky-burning demon emperor's words, everyone's face turned strange. Everyone had heard about the past between the Sky Demon Palace and the Water Crystal Palace. Who would have thought that the sky-burning demon emperor would still miss the royal princess of the Water Crystal Palace? Ling Zhao's gaze turned cold, revealing a hint of killing intent. He was very clear about who Long Zhantian's aunt was. Long Hanyan was also his mother in this life. Although he had never met Long Hanyan and did not have much affection for her, she was not someone the sky-burning demon emperor could casually criticize. Ha ha ha. Long Zhantian, wait till this emperor inherits the position of demon saint and becomes the leader of the demon race. At that time, Long Hanyan will be my woman. I will let your Crystal Palace marry her to me in a grand manner. The sky-scorching demon emperor laughed. His voice was filled with boundless dominance. Demonic sage's inheritance? Do you think you're worthy of being the leader of the demon race? Ling Xiao said coldly with a cold glint in his eyes. Long Zhantian's expression changed slightly. He knew that things were bad. This cousin of his was probably infuriated by the sky-burning demon emperor. He hurriedly sent a message to Ling Xiao. Cousin Ling Xiao, don't be impulsive. The Myriad Demon's palace is about to open. There's no point in fighting now. Wait till we get the demon saint's inheritance, then we'll teach this bastard a lesson. Ling Xiao sneered and replied with a voice transmission, Big cousin, I, Ling Xiao, will never delay my revenge. This bastard dared to insult my mother, so he must pay the price. Rumble, Ling Xiao exuded a powerful aura and walked towards the sky-burning demon emperor step by step. His eyes were dazzling, like two divine swords piercing through the void. Brat, if you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. The sky-burning demon emperor's eyes turned cold as he said indifferently. Although Ling Xiao's combat strength was strong, the sky-burning demon emperor did not take him seriously. Therefore, Ling Xiao's unscrupulous provocation made the sky-burning demon emperor feel offended. Then let's fight. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Rumble, golden lightning burst out from Ling Xiao's body. It was dazzling. Accompanied by a shocking dragon roar, a vast and powerful aura pressed down on the sky-burning demon emperor. Humph! The sky-burning demon emperor snorted. Flames rose around his body. He stomped his feet, and the dazzling divine sun instantly rose into the sky. It was as though the sky had turned into a sea of fire. The scorching flames spread out, making him look like a divine king of fire. The two earth-shattering auras collided instantly. The world shook, and the light was blazing. An extremely oppressive aura spread out. In terms of aura alone, Ling Xiao seemed to be on par with the sky-burning demon emperor. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Previously, Ling Xiao had killed South Heavenly Venerable and slaughtered the stars of the three-star palaces. Although he was famous, it was nothing in the eyes of peerless sky brides like the Gaochen Star and Ming Zun. However, this time, they finally had to take Ling Xiao seriously. He was a rising star, and he was on par with the top peerless sky brides of the current era. Long Zhantian let out a bitter laugh. However, he still unleashed his dragon might and was ready to attack. This cousin of his was too stubborn. He would attack without saying a word. However, as his big cousin, he could not just stand by and watch. If necessary, he had to help. Long Zhantian knew how terrifying the sky-burning demon emperor was. Although Ling Xiao was talented, his cultivation was too weak. He was definitely no match for the sky-burning demon emperor. Boom, the world shook, and golden light spread out. It was like a divine chain of order that crossed the void and collided with the dazzling divine Sunday. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Terrifying fluctuations spread out from his body. He was accumulating his power to unleash a shocking attack. Rumble, however, at this moment, a mysterious and vast aura descended from the sky. The world began to tremble. In the north, chaotic aura spread out. Thousands of colorful lights shone brightly. A hovering palace emerged from the chaos. It was covered in a mysterious black light. It was ancient and majestic. That aura seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life for millions of years. Everyone could feel a majestic aura surging toward them. The black palace floated above the 9 heavens. Endless chaotic aura spread out. Heaven and earth trembled violently as if they were cheering and surrendering. Myriad Demon Palace? The Myriad Demon Palace is about to open. Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with excitement. It's really the Myriad Demon Palace. The Myriad Demon Palace is about to open. Is the Demon Saint's inheritance going to appear? Ha ha ha. This is a grand event of the demon tribe. We can't miss it. Everyone was boiling with excitement. They were no longer in the mood to watch the battle between Ling Xiao and the sky-burning demon emperor. The sky-burning demon emperor sneered and said, Kid, I'll deal with you after I get the Demon Saint's inheritance. Ha ha ha. The Demon Saint's inheritance has finally appeared. The old goat had already sucked the 3 old monks into dregs and was flying towards Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with excitement. Don't worry, the Demon Saint's inheritance will definitely be yours. Even if my cousin wants to snatch it from you, I'll still help you. Ling Xiao gave the old goat a reassuring look and sent him a telepathic message. At this moment, the excited Long Zhantian also flew over and said, Cousin Ling Xiao, the Demon Saint's inheritance can't fall into the hands of the sky-burning demon emperor. You must help me. Don't worry, cousin. I'll definitely help you. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Cousin Ling Xiao, you're such a loyal friend. Let's go. Once you get the demon saint's inheritance, you can ask the old man to release Aunt. If he dares to refuse, I'll help you snatch her from the East Ci. Long Zhantian said with a heroic smile. Thank you, cousin. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and felt a little guilty. This cheap cousin seems to be a good choice. I'll try not to snatch the demon saint's inheritance from him. I'll snatch it from that bastard, the sky-burning demon emperor. Ling Xiao, the sect master wants me to tell you that you can come to the Shura sect for a chat when you have time. An old friend has invited you. Li Jingming said as he looked at Ling Xiao. He was also very curious. He did not know why the sect master was so interested in Ling Xiao and even wanted to make Ling Xiao a true disciple of the Shura sect. It should not be just because of Ling Xiao's talent. Perhaps there were other reasons that he did not know. An old friend invited me? Ling Xiao was shocked. In the entire Shura sect, the only person who could be considered an old friend was the Shura Supreme. Could it be that he did not die and was reborn? Ling Xiao's mind was filled with thoughts, but he did not show it on his face. He smiled and nodded in agreement. Everyone gathered towards the Myriad Demon Palace. The Myriad Demon Palace looked like an ancient divine mountain. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and was surrounded by chaotic energy. It was vigorous and majestic. The Myriad Demon Hall had always been hidden in the depths of the holy ground, protected by an ancient and mysterious formation. Although the holy ground had been opened many times, no one had ever entered the Myriad Demon Hall. In his previous life, Ling Xiao had accidentally entered the hidden space of the Myriad Demon Palace. By chance, he had obtained the sky-devouring secret skill and met the old goat. However, he did not enter the Myriad Demon Palace. Everyone believed that there must be a demon saint's inheritance in the pantheon of demons. 1,000,000 years ago, the demonic beast saint was the leader of the demonic beast clan. He led hundreds of millions of demonic beast clan experts to fight against the endless extraterrestrial demons. As long as they could obtain the inheritance of the demon saint, they could become the new demon lord. All the experts of the demon clan were boiling with excitement. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Although the Sky Demon Palace, the Mountain of Flames, and the Crystal Palace were the main forces fighting for the demonic sage's inheritance, the other demon clan experts did not give up. Who knows, they might be able to get the demonic sage's inheritance. Chirp, a phoenix's cry shook the heavens and the earth. In the distance, flames burned fiercely and auspicious air surged. A fire phoenix flew across the sky, exuding a monstrous aura. Lin Hui stood on the fire phoenix, looking extremely demonic. His face was very handsome, and he wore a red robe. He looked like an ancient true phoenix that had descended to the world. He looked very coquettish. And Ling Xiao discovered that Lin Hui's body was shining with a brilliant light. He had actually crossed the earth tribulation. In particular, the fire phoenix beneath his feet seemed to be the battle spirit of a fire phoenix. It was clear that he had also encountered a great stroke of good fortune. Junior sister Feng, why aren't you coming over? Don't stand with those riffraff. Lin Hui scolded Phoenix Girl coldly when he saw her. Senior brother Lin, just take care of yourself. You don't have to worry about who I stand with. Phoenix Girl replied indifferently. Good. Very good. Junior Martial Sister Feng, I will report everything that has happened here to Master. Lin Hui said as he looked coldly at Phoenix Girl and Ling Xiao. Brother Lin, it seems that your junior sister from the Blazing Mountain is very shrewish. She doesn't put you in her eyes at all. A faint laughter sounded. In the distance, a young man in a black robe, exuding a deathly aura, walked over slowly. Behind him were two old men, exuding a terrifying aura that could bury heaven and earth. The second saint of the Emperor Tomb Mountain? I didn't expect him to be here too. Legend has it that Saint De has been in seclusion in the Emperor Tomb Mountain and rarely appears in the War God continent. The second saint is the strongest person in the entire Emperor Tomb Mountain. I didn't expect him to be here too. Someone exclaimed with a trace of surprise in his eyes. You don't have to worry about it. Lin Hui glanced at the second holy son and sneered. He knew that the second saint was one of the sky-burning demon king's men and must be one of his competitors. Therefore, he did not give him any face. The second saint smiled faintly. His gaze fell on Ling Xiao and revealed a trace of sharpness. He turned and walked toward the sky-burning demon king. "Brother Lin, I'm not late, am I?" At this moment, a loud laughter sounded. The light in the sky was blazing as if a divine sun was slowly descending, exuding a monstrous aura. "Brother Zhao, you're finally here. Today, we brothers will join forces. The demon saint's inheritance will belong to us." Lin Hui laughed heartily. His gloomy face finally relaxed. In the void, a young man in a golden robe rode on a golden void-eye beast. The divine sun shrouded behind him. He looked extraordinarily handsome with a jade crown on his head. His face was like jade, and he had a peerless demeanor. However, his face looked very arrogant and incomparably arrogant. His nose was in the air, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Ling Xiao felt a little strange. Who else could this be but Zhao Ritian? He did not expect this guy to be with Lin Hui. "Ling Xiao, the demon saint's inheritance will belong to me. After I get it, I'll beat you up until your mother can't recognize you." Zhao Ritian had also noticed Ling Xiao. His eyes flashed as he sneered. Even though Zhao Ritian seemed to only be at the 9th level of the monarch realm, and he hadn't even attained the half-step exalt realm, his body emanated an extremely vast and blazing aura. He was like a scorching sun in the sky that emanated boundless energy of extreme yang. He actually awakened the Sun Saint physique? Ling Zhao's eyes moved. This Zhao Ritian is really an unkillable cockroach. Ling Xiao saw that his life source was extremely powerful, and he had completely awakened the Sun Saint physique. He looked extremely powerful. Ling Zhao's heart moved slightly, but on the surface, he smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Ritian, you don't have the bloodline of the demon race. How dare you come to snatch the demon saint's inheritance? I'm afraid I won't even have to do anything. You'll be killed by the demon saint." Zhao Ritian sneered and said, "So what if I don't have the bloodline of the demon race? I, Zhao Ritian, am the son of the world. I've received the fortune of the heavens and earth. Even the demon saint has to give me the inheritance. All of you can scram." As soon as Zhao Ritian finished speaking, many experts of the demon race immediately glared at him. This guy is simply too arrogant. A mere human wants to get his hands on the demon saint's inheritance? The sky-burning demon emperor narrowed his eyes. He had heard of Zhao Ritian. He was a new disciple of the master of Sun Palace. He was known as the 10th son of Sun Palace and had the holy body of the sun. However, this guy was too arrogant. He offended a large group of people with his words. The sky-burning demon emperor did not think that a mere human could obtain the demon saint's inheritance, so he did not think that he was a threat. Only Lin Hui and Long Zhantian could pose a threat to him, therefore, the sky-burning demon emperor focused most of his attention on Lin Hui and Long Zhantian. He had also arranged for people to deal with Lin Hui and Long Zhantian. More and more people gathered outside the Myriad Demon Palace. Not long after, Sword God Pavilion, Shoulua Sect, Nine-Headed Fierce Beast Clan, Flying Crane Clan. Countless experts from martial arts holy lands and powerful demon clans arrived. Among them were Jian Yuanchen and Xianxia, whom Ling Xiao was familiar with. Everyone was extremely excited to see them. The only thing that puzzled Ling Xiao was that he did not know where Taoist Wuliang had gone. Jian Wushuang, the eldest senior brother of Sword God Pavilion, stood in the air before the Myriad Demon Palace. Sword essence rose around him and a vast and majestic aura spread out. From his eyes, Ling Xiao could only see his dedication to sword principle and indomitable will. Jian Wushuang did not belong to any side, because his eyes were filled with the strongest fighting spirit when he looked at people from any side. Eldest senior brother is a sword maniac. He didn't enter the holy ground this time for any natural treasures or demon saint's inheritance. Instead, he wants to test his sword against all the heroes in the world and challenge all the peerless prodigies in the world. "Brother Ling, perhaps he'll come to find you when the time comes." Jian Yuanchen came to Ling Zhao's side and said with a wry smile. "Test the sword? That's really bold." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Jian Wushuang was the first real sword cultivator that Ling Xiao had seen since his rebirth. Of course, Sky Sword Li Ling and Jian Wuk of 8 Desolation region had begun to transform into real sword cultivators after receiving Ling Zhao's guidance. However, there was still a gap between them and Jian Wushuang. Even Ling Xiao felt an extremely strong threat from Jian Wushuang. Rumble, the Myriad demon palace spewed out rays of light and was surrounded by auspicious energy. An endless amount of primordial mist rose from the void. When it completely emerged from the void, the two ancient doors instantly opened. A pure and ancient Xianxia gushed out. It was suffused with faint starlight, causing everyone to tremble. All the pores on their bodies opened up. The pantheon of demons is open. Charge! Someone exclaimed and instantly turned into a streak of light, rushing toward the Myriad demon's palace. Everyone went crazy, panting heavily. They were incomparably excited as they rushed into the palace one after another. The sky-scorching demon king's eyes flickered with light. He showed a sliver of determination as he led the way into the Myriad beast's palace. Long Zhantian, Li Jingming, Lin Hui, Zhao Ritian, and the others followed closely behind the heaven-burning demon emperor. Let's go. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he entered the pantheon of devils with the old goat, the phoenix maiden, and the others. Rumble, endless rays of light flickered as the scene before everyone changed. Finally, they arrived at a vast starry sky. Huge stars circled around in front of them. Endless starlight filled the air. Everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Inside the Myriad demon's palace, it was a vast starry sky. The stars before them were extremely real. Each of them was extremely huge and contained a mysterious power. The stars gathered in the sky as if they had turned into a huge galaxy that appeared before everyone. Could it be that the Myriad demon's palace is a huge teleportation formation that has teleported us to the galaxy? Someone guessed with a solemn expression. Their frenzied and excited hearts began to cool down. There was only a vast galaxy in front of them, but there was no sign of the demonic saint's inheritance. 365 stars. Is this the Zhou Tian star formation from the ancient times? Ling Zhao's eyes widened. With his attainments in formations, he immediately realized that this was not the galaxy, but a formation space. There were a total of 365 stars in front of him. The starlight gathered between them and turned into a galaxy, forming an extremely powerful formation. Buzz, at that moment, a ray of light flashed in front of everyone. An old man with white hair and beard appeared before them. However, it was only a shadow and not a complete body. His deep and weathered eyes stared at everyone. Welcome to the Myriad demon's palace. The old man smiled faintly. Who are you? Sky-scorching demon emperor's eyes flashed as he asked. I'm the weapon spirit of the Myriad demon's palace and the guardian of the demonic saint's inheritance. You can call me Elder Tian. The old man said slowly. Elder Tian? Is there really the demonic saint's inheritance here? Someone immediately became excited and asked hurriedly. Of course. As long as you pass the demonic saint's test, you can obtain the demonic saint's inheritance. Elder Tian said with a smile. He glanced at everyone. However, when he saw Zhao Ritian, Ling Xiao, and the old goat, he paused for a moment. Especially when his gaze landed on the old goat, a complicated look flashed through his eyes. Elder Tian, may I ask what the demonic saint's test is? How can I obtain the demonic saint's inheritance? The sky-scorching demon emperor immediately brought his fists together and asked. Everyone stared at Elder Tian with their ears open wide, not daring to miss a single word that he was going to say. There are a total of 365 stars in the galaxy in front of you. Each star contains a demonic saint's inheritance. However, the test on each star is different. Only by passing the test will you be able to obtain the demonic saint's inheritance. When you gather 365 demonic saints' inheritances, you will be able to obtain the complete demonic saint's inheritance. Elder Tian pointed at the galaxy in front of them and said with a smile, however, I would like to remind you of a few things. Firstly, only experts with the bloodline of the demonic beasts can obtain the demonic saint's inheritance. It's impossible for humans to obtain the demonic saint's inheritance. Secondly, among the 360 stars, the demonic saint's inheritance is the most precious. However, there are still many treasures that can be obtained by passing the corresponding test. Thirdly, if the person who obtains the demonic saint's inheritance loses it, regardless if it's stolen or given away willingly, the person will lose the right to obtain the inheritance. Fourthly, during the competition for the demonic saint's inheritance, no matter who it is, It's forbidden to use weapons that are above the supreme level. Violators will be killed. Everyone's eyes flickered slightly. Some were excited, and some were disappointed. Especially the last sentence, it prohibited the use of supreme artifacts. It seemed like the demon saint's inheritance test was to select the person with the greatest natural talent, combat strength, and potential. So, supreme artifacts that went against the balance were excluded. Gao Xianxia, Ming Zun, and Yama exchanged glances, and their gazes were slightly unsightly. They'd relied on the 3 supreme artifacts to barely survive Ling Xiao. If they weren't allowed to use supreme artifacts, then wouldn't they have no chance at all if they encountered Ling Xiao again? The most important point was that although the 365 stars were very large, they were still quite small compared to the real stars. They were only equivalent to a 10,000 zhang tall divine mountain floating in the endless river of stars. If they could use supreme artifacts, then they could just use them to split open the stars and obtain the inheritance within. Would there be any need for the test? Ling Xiao's heart shook. Looks like the demon saint wants to select a true successor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the demon palace behind. Elder Sky, can we kill in the world of stars? The heaven-scorching demon emperor spoke indifferently with a trace of sharpness in his eyes. Many experts who wanted to compete for the demon saint's inheritance couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines when they heard his words that were filled with killing intent, and their expressions became slightly solemn. The heaven-scorching demon emperor was definitely one of the most popular candidates for the demon saint's inheritance. If they dared to compete with him, then they would probably have to be prepared to die here. Of course. Elder Sky smiled faintly. The world of stars is enveloped by the immeasurable grand formation, and it prohibits all energy that surpasses the exalted realm. So long as you obtain more than one of the demon saint's inheritances, you'll either have to give up the inheritance and be teleported out by the formation or die. As for those who don't possess the bloodline of the demon race, they won't be able to leave the world of stars before the final successor is selected. So, all of you have to think it through. It's not too late to withdraw now. The expressions of many human experts became slightly unsightly. The demon saint was clearly siding with the experts of the demon race. If the experts of the demon race gave up the inheritance, then they could be teleported out by the formation. As for the experts of the human race, they wouldn't be able to leave unless the final successor was selected. In the end, there were actually a few dozen experts from the human race and demon race who gave up on the inheritance. There were too many of them, and most of them were below the monarch realm. Alright, since no one has chosen to withdraw, let's begin. The one who gathers all 365 demonic sage inheritances will be the final demonic sage inheritor. Elder Sky glanced at the crowd and said with a faint smile. His body instantly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Let's go. Sky-burning demon emperor glanced at Ling Xiao, Long Zhantian, Lin Hui, and the others. Then, he led Sky Demon Palace, Emperor Tomb Mountain, Star Palace, Mingwang Temple, Nether World Pavilion and the others who had submitted to him and flew towards the stars far away. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, the demonic saint's inheritance will definitely be mine. Just you wait. Zhao Ritian laughed arrogantly and flew away with Lin Hui. Ling Xiao, this guy is too arrogant. But I think he has a lot of good stuff on him. Why don't we find a chance to rob him again? The old goat looked at Zhao Ritian unhappily. No problem. Ling Xiao also smiled. Long Zhantian said to Ling Xiao, Cousin Ling Xiao, you should come with us. If we encounter the sky-burning demon emperor, we can take care of each other. Ling Xiao shook his head and said with a smile, Big cousin, let's split up. There are 365 stars here. If we travel together, the efficiency will be too low. The sky-burning demon emperor has many helpers. We'll definitely have to fight in the end. So, let's split up and search for the demonic sage's inheritance. Long Zhantian thought for a moment and said, Alright. Be careful. In the end, Long Zhantian, Li Jingming, and the others left as well. Only Ling Xiao, the old goat, and Phoenix Maiden remained. As for the 2 half-step honorable realm elders who followed Phoenix Maiden, they were too heavily injured. Phoenix Maiden asked them to wait outside the Myriad Demon Palace and didn't enter. Ling Xiao grabbed the big radish from the Empyrean stone. Master, where is this? The big radish's eyes rolled around. He looked at the Milky Way world in front of him with a shocked expression. This is the Myriad Demon Palace. We're in the Zhou star formation. There are 365 stars here. Each star contains a demonic sage's inheritance. Do you have any idea how to find it? Ling Xiao stared at the big radish and asked. Me? I've never been to the Myriad Demon Palace. How would I have any idea? The big radish's eyes flickered as he said with a hollow laugh. You're not being honest. Do you believe that I'll ask the old goat to eat you now? Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. The big radish's body stiffened. He said with a long face, Master, you're a shameless Ling. I've never entered the Myriad Demon Palace. However, I've heard from the heavenly demon divine tree that there's a Zhou star formation in the Myriad Demon Palace. As long as we can break the formation, we'll be able to obtain the demonic sage's inheritance. The heavenly demon divine tree? How does that guy know about the situation in the Myriad Demon Palace? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. The heavenly demon divine tree was obviously contaminated by the demonic aura of the extraterrestrial demons. Could there be extraterrestrial demons in the Myriad Demon Palace too? I've only heard about it. The big radish emphasized, the Zhou star formation is formed by the divine power of the stars in Zhou. It was moved here by the demonic sage's supreme power. Although the star is huge, the demonic sage's inheritance is easy to find. It's basically at the core of the star. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, since that's the case, you lead the way. If we find the demonic sage's inheritance, you'll be rewarded. Although the big radish was very unwilling, it still succumbed to Ling Zhao's abuse of power in the end. It began to lead the way obediently. Buzz, the big radish led the way. Ling Xiao and the other two turned into a divine rainbow and instantly passed through the dark void. Under the guidance of the big radish, they arrived at a star at the edge. This star was not big. It was only 100 miles in radius. However, it was filled with endless yellow sand. The wind howled, and there was not a single bit of green in sight. There's the fluctuation of a formation over there. Ling Zhao's gaze shifted and realized that the big radish had already flown forward. Boom, it was a huge sea of sand. The yellow sand surged like huge waves. The surrounding wind swept and spread like blades. And in the endless yellow sand, there was a golden rune floating in the air, emitting a resplendent glow. Is this golden rune the demonic sage's inheritance? Phoenix Girl asked doubtfully. Although the golden rune looked very ancient and mysterious, it did not emit any powerful aura. Brothers, today our Eternal God Emperor is on the all-channel recommendation. Brothers, you might not know this, but the all-channel recommendation can be said to be the biggest recommendation on the entire website. Those who can get on the all-channel recommendation are all amazing great gods. They will be promoted on all platforms. Today, our Eternal Great Emperor has done it. Muyu is very honored and very excited. Firstly, of course, I have to thank Yuan Corporation. Without this platform, Eternal Great Emperor wouldn't have achieved today's results. Secondly, I have to thank the main editor, Tai Shan, and my editor, Big Tiger. With your guidance and encouragement, I was able to grasp the entire book's context and write it more smoothly. Especially Big Tiger. Although he is usually very cold, he takes care of Muyu. Muyu remembers this in his heart and is very grateful. Of course, the most important thing is to thank my dearest brothers. With your support, Muyu can continue writing Eternal Great Emperor. Every time I see the suggestions and criticisms of my brothers in the book review section, Muyu is very happy. It lets me know that I am not fighting alone and that there are so many brothers accompanying me. Our dearest clan leader, Long Ting Huyu, is the commander of the Divine Sky Military, the administrator of the book group, the sub-moderator of the book review section, and the big brother that Muyu is most grateful to. He would always actively promote Eternal Great Emperor, hoping that more people would read this book and support it. Muyu saw this and remembered it in his heart. This gratitude could not be described with words. There were also Xingxing, Jin Yin, Half Moon Bei, Yu Qing, Red Moon Yun Tian, Faith Bosom, Shadow, Qian Yi, Long Qijuan, Chen Kong, Clear Sky. Too many brothers, both those whose names were known and those whose names weren't known, insisted on tipping, voting, and recommending this book. You are all the closest brothers in Muyu's heart. If Muyu didn't write this book well and write an even more exciting story, how could he be worthy of your support? Since October of last year, it had been 6 months since the release of Eternal Emperor. With 1.35 million words, it was an average of 200,000 words per month. This speed was neither slow nor fast. However, in the future, Muyu would continue to release more and more updates to repay everyone's support. Muyu wrote this while on a business trip. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. After returning home at night, he will start writing through the night. Tomorrow, at noon on the 25th, Muyu will start writing 20 chapters. Brothers, are you ready? If he was ready, he would give Muyu all the monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and rewards. Muyu was full of fighting spirit now. What kind of identity does Xianxia have? What is the relationship between the old goat and the demonic saint? Can Xianxia save his parents? Who is the Scarlet Dragon War God's daughter? Of course, what everyone was most concerned about was, when would our dearest Xianxia appear? Muyu, 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 Mu, Mu, Muyu, Muyu, Yu, Muyu, 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 Mu, Muyu, Muyu, Mu, Muyu, Yu, Mu, Muyu's brothers. Muyu, Mumu heaven, Mu heaven, heaven and earth heaven, heaven and earth heavens and heaven and earth, to become emperor, Mu, so, it's just a sealing talisman. If my speculations are correct, the demon sage legacy should be underneath it. Xianxia said, his eyes glittering. Master, you're so awesome. All of the demon sage legacies on these 365 planets are sealed by sealing talismans. You have to break the talismans to get the demon sage legacy. Unfortunately, there aren't many places where you can find the sealing talismans so easily. You can say we're taking advantage of them. The radish chuckled darkly. The first demon sage legacy is the hardest to get, the radish explained. Once you get the first one, you'll be able to sense the locations of the other demon sage legacies. And the more you get, the faster you'll be able to collect them. The radish explained. Well, what are we waiting for? Watch me break this sealing talisman. The old goat was the most excited of them all. Ever since he had arrived in this starry river, he had felt a sense of familiarity. Therefore, his desire to get the demon sage legacy only grew stronger. Perhaps he really would be able to uncover the mystery of his origins. Rumble, the old goat soared into the sky. Its hooves emitted a golden light and contained an unparalleled power. It suddenly kicked at the golden rune. Whiz, the golden talisman trembled, and the entire planet began to shine with dazzling light. Chains of order and order appeared, as though the power of the talisman had become one with the planet itself. Not only did the old goat's hooves fail to destroy the golden talisman, they actually bounced back, as though they had slammed into a mountain wall. That's the power of a spell formation. Xiao's eyes glittered. The golden talisman was like the core of the planet, and its power was intertwined. If he wanted to break the talisman, he would have to break through the entire planet. Xiao had the feeling that if he tried to break through the planet with brute force, he wouldn't be able to get the demon sage legacy. That said, he didn't think the golden talisman would be that difficult to deal with. Old goat, use the King Heaven Devourer cauldron to devour the power of the talisman. Xiao said. All right. The old goat said, nodding. Just now, he had been testing the waters with his attack, but now, he knew exactly what the golden talisman was. Rumble, the King Heaven Devourer cauldron flew up into the air, pulsing with a devouring power that shot toward the golden magical symbol. Crimson light swirled around the King Heaven Devourer cauldron, creating a vortex of devouring power that wrapped around the golden magical symbol. The King Heaven Devourer cauldron had its own dimension and magical laws, and as soon as the golden magical symbol lost its connection to the stars, the cauldron assimilated it. Rumble, after the golden rune was completely refined, the center of the desert emitted a dazzling light. A divine light soared to the sky and a white light slowly fell on top of the old goat's head. It was a very magical scene. Is this the demonic sage's inheritance? How magical! Phoenix Maiden exclaimed. This white ball of light was like a wisp of clear air. It looked formless, but it caused the old goat to emit a faint majestic aura. It looks like a sealing mark, Xiao said. But it doesn't stop there. What a miraculous demonic sage's inheritance. That white ball of light actually increased my strength by 10%. It also contains a special type of pressure that can suppress any demon folk expert. The old goat closed his eyes and said after experiencing it for a while. If a single demonic sage's inheritance can increase my strength by 10%, then wouldn't 365 be 30 times stronger than before? I'd probably be able to kill the heaven-scorching demon emperor with a single fist strike. Ling Xiao's heart was pounding as he realized that the demonic sage's inheritance had such miraculous uses. Unfortunately, there was no way to hide the white ball of light above his head. It was like a live target that would be easily spotted. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the competition for the demonic sage's inheritance was like raising parasites. Countless parasites would fight over it, and eventually, a parasite king would emerge. And if you were eliminated, you would end up dead. From the looks of it, the fight for the demonic sage's inheritance would only get more and more bloody as it progressed. If those weak demon clan experts were to obtain the demonic sage's inheritance, would they still be willing to hand it over after being intoxicated by the feeling of increasing their strength? But if they didn't hand it over, they would die. Now that the first demonic sage's inheritance has been found, let's go to the next star. As long as we obtain more demonic sage's inheritance, the old goat will become stronger. The big radish said as it led Ling Xiao and the others to the next star. Isn't it a little too easy to obtain the demonic sage's inheritance? Could it be because of the heaven-devouring secret technique? Ling Xiao's heart trembled. When the old goat attacked the golden rune, he felt an indescribable sense of danger. But when the old goat took out the heaven-devourer cauldron and used it to refine the golden rune, it went very smoothly. Could the heaven-devouring secret technique have something to do with the demonic sage? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Undercurrents began to surge throughout the entire world of stars. Among them, the heaven-scorching demon emperor, Lin Hui, Long Zhantian, and the old goat were the fastest to collect the demonic sage's inheritance. As for the other rogue demon folk, some of them had also obtained the demonic sage's inheritance, but their speed was far slower than the four of them. Buzz, on a planet that was filled with oceans, Zhao Ritian threw a punch across the sky. It was as if the sun was burning the heavens. In an instant, the ocean was incinerated and an azure rune was blasted away. A white ball of light flew out and fused with Lin Hui's head. The ball of light above Lin Hui's head was like a silver moon, dazzling and eye-catching. He had already fused with 38 demonic sages' inheritances. The first demonic sage's ball of light was white, but after 36, it would turn silver. A silver demonic sage's inheritance could create an even greater pressure and double one's strength. Ha ha ha. Brother Zhao, when I get the demonic sage's inheritance, I won't forget you. You can choose any of the demonic sage's supreme treasures. Lin Hui laughed heartily, his eyes filled with excitement. Brother Lin, you're being too courteous. Helping you is also helping myself. Zhao Ritian laughed, but in his heart, he was laughing coldly. He couldn't wait for Lin Hui to obtain as many demonic sages' inheritances as possible so that he could snatch them from him. However, it wouldn't be worth it to expose himself now. It was better to feign civility for the time being. Lin Hui and Zhao Ritian both had their own ulterior motives. They quickly flew toward the next star. Rumble, the heaven-scorching demon emperor stood on a star with ancient trees that reached the sky. Flames rose around his body, and divine chains of order swept across the sky, turning countless ancient trees below into dust. A green rune was finally refined by the heaven-scorching demon emperor, and a white ball of light fused with his head. He had already collected 58 demonic sages' inheritances. Inform Han Feng and Meng Zhe to come back. Although they have the protection of Gaochen Star and Ming Zun, it will be troublesome if they encounter Ling Xiao and get the monster saint's inheritance. The sky-burning demon emperor looked at an old man behind him and said, "Yes." The half-step supreme being old man said respectfully, then turned around and left the star. The sky-burning demon emperor also split into 3 groups. He led the elders of the Sky Beastman Palace in one group. Han Feng collected the monster saint's inheritance under the protection of the Gaochen Star and Ming Zun. The other genius disciple of the Sky Beastman Palace, Meng Zhe, was under the protection of the second Holy Sun and Yen Luo. The 3 groups collected the monster saint's inheritance quickly and gathered it on the sky-burning demon emperor, allowing him to obtain a large amount of the monster saint's inheritance. The sky-burning demon emperor, Lin Hui, Long Zhantian and the others knew that it was only a temporary peace. A great battle would break out between them sooner or later. As long as they did not want to give up on the monster saint's inheritance, the final battle was inevitable. It all depended on who was more powerful. Boom! Above a yellow star filled with mysterious yellow earth chi, Long Zhantian soared up from the ground and cut off a huge mountain range in half. A yellow rune was refined by him. A white ball of light rushed out from it and merged with Long Zhantian's head. 45 monster saints inheritance. That's not fast. I wonder how much cousin Ling Xiao has collected. Long Zhantian looked at the monster saint's inheritance above his head and felt the majestic power in his body. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. I'm afraid Ling Xiao's speed is not fast. On the other hand, the sky-burning demon emperor has more people on his side. I'm afraid he has already collected a lot of the monster saint's inheritance. Li Jingming looked at Long Zhantian and said slowly. The sky-burning demon emperor? There will be a final battle. However, the monster saint's inheritance can increase one's combat strength. I'm afraid 100 monster saint's inheritance can increase one's combat strength by 2 to 3 times. That's a terrifying power. I'm afraid not even a supreme weapon can achieve that. Long Zhantian's eyes turned solemn. He knew how terrifying the sky-burning demon emperor was. The monster saint's strength was already extremely powerful. With the addition of the monster saint's inheritance, it would be extremely terrifying. However, he could not back down from this battle. No matter what, he could not allow the demon saint's inheritance to fall into the hands of the sky-burning demon emperor. Let's go to the next star. Long Zhantian took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. He beckoned Li Jingming and flew away. Pure yang qi permeated the air of a resplendent star, and a dazzling white rune appeared. However, it was instantly devoured by a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron. The old goat's body was shining brightly. The silver light above his head was gorgeous, and there was a hint of golden luster. 64 demonic sage legacies. With the help of the King Heaven Devourer cauldron, the old goat had the most demon sage legacy, 64. A powerful aura emanated from his body. With the support of the 64 demonic saint inheritances, his current strength had nearly doubled, and his entire body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Master, I can already sense that most of the demon sage's inheritance has been taken away by someone. Isn't it too slow for us to search the stars one by one? The big radish rolled its eyes and chuckled. Oh? What do you have in mind? Ling Xiao asked. Master. Let's go rob. I'm afraid that many of the fat sheep have been fattened up, and it's time to harvest them. As long as we rob a rich family, the demon sage's inheritance on us will increase exponentially. The big radish laughed treacherously. The old goat slapped the big radish, causing it to jump in fright. The old goat laughed and said, I have to say, you're very wretched. But I like it. Ha ha ha. Let's go rob. The demon sage's inheritance above the old goat's head was shining brightly like a full moon. It also emitted traces of golden light, and even the Heaven Devourer secret technique could not conceal its aura. However, Ling Xiao had the Heaven God Stone, which was a powerful weapon. As long as the old goat hid in the Heaven God Stone, the demon sage's inheritance would naturally disappear. Perhaps even the demon sage would not have imagined that Ling Xiao would have the Heaven God Stone. The demon sage's intention was that the demon sage's inheritance above everyone's head could not be concealed. It was as bright as a lamp, not to mention ambushing the others. As long as they were close enough, the others would know immediately. With the Heaven God Stone, Ling Xiao was basically cheating. As long as he controlled the Heaven God Stone and sneaked up to the target, even the sky-scorching demon emperor would be in trouble if Ling Xiao and the old goat were to ambush him. That's a good idea. I saw Han Feng heading in that direction under the protection of the Gaochen Starchild and Ming Zun. Why don't we rob Han Feng? Ling Zhao's eyes flickered as he said with a smile. Han Feng had already been robbed by Ling Xiao once. He probably wouldn't have thought that he would be targeted by Ling Xiao this time. Hee hee. Great idea, let's do Han Feng. The old goat and the big radish exchanged glances with one another and said with cunning smiles. The phoenix maiden twisted her lips. What kind of people are they? They are simply bandits. How can they be so righteous when they are robbing? Now, most of the successions of the sacred beasts have been divided up. I'm afraid the sky-scorching demon emperor, Lin Hui, and my cousin will target the rogue beasts first. The final successor will be one of the sky-scorching demon emperor, Lin Hui, and my cousin. However, they would not have expected you to be their competitor. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of a smile as he spoke slowly. That's called taking them by surprise. When the time comes, we will knock the sky-scorching demon emperor, Lin Hui, and your cousin out of the blue. Then, the demon sage's inheritance will naturally belong to me. Hee, let's go. We will rob Han Feng first, then we will target the rogue demon race. The old goat's eyes lit up as he urged Ling Xiao impatiently. In the end, Ling Xiao, the old goat, the phoenix maiden, and the big radish entered the heaven god stone. Under Ling Xiao's control, the heaven god stone turned into a speck of dust and shot into the starry sky. On a gigantic blue star, there was a vast ocean everywhere. Endless. Water vapor filled the air and it was extremely dazzling. Huge waves surged and swept high into the sky. Violent winds and torrential rain filled the sky. Countless thick lightning bolts struck down as if it was the end of the world. In the middle of the ocean, there was a blue rune. All the violent winds, torrential rain, and lightning were emitted by the blue rune. At this moment, Han Feng, the Gaochen Starchild, and Ming Zun were working together to attack the blue rune. Rumble, rumble. 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 The blue rune grew dimmer and dimmer, but its power grew more and more terrifying until it finally exploded. A white ball of light flew out. Instantly, 36 balls of light gathered above Han Feng's head. They completely turned into a silver full moon. It was dazzling. Ha ha ha. Finally, 36 demonic sage inheritances. That's not easy. Han Feng's eyes shone with excitement. At this moment, a beam of light appeared in the distant starry sky. It was an old man in a black robe, a half-step demon sovereign. He quickly came to Han Feng's side. Elder Wang, why are you here? Han Feng asked in surprise. Second Highness, the First Highness is worried that Ling Xiao might ambush you and Ming Zhe. He asked me to summon you back. After all, you've collected quite a few demonic sage inheritances. Elder Wang said with a smile. Ling Xiao? He thinks he can ambush me? If he dares to come, I'll make sure he never comes back. I'll make sure he dies here. Han Feng sneered. Now that he had gathered 36 demonic sage inheritances, his strength had doubled. This immediately boosted his confidence and made him feel a little dizzy. Is that so? At this moment, a mocking voice suddenly sounded in Han Feng's ears. Ling Zhao's figure flashed and appeared beside Han Feng in an instant. He reached out and grabbed Han Feng by the neck, lifting him up. The old goat turned into a beam of light and shot toward Elder Wang from the heavenly demon palace. Rumble, the light was blazing, and the old goat's body exuded a majestic aura. Its strength was already extremely strong, and with the addition of the power of the demonic saint's inheritance, it caught Elder Wang off guard. Elder Wang's head was crushed by the old goat's kick. Bam! Elder Wang's body exploded, his eyes filled with terror. His nascent divinity tried to escape, but the old goat's King Heaven Devourer cauldron wrapped around it and suppressed it. Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao, what are you doing? Let go of Han Feng. Gaochen Xianxia and Ming Zun's eyes were filled with shock as they revealed an extremely cold expression. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the two of them. He stared at Han Feng and smiled. Do you want to live or die? If you want to live, hand over the demonic sage's inheritance and I'll spare your life. If you want to die, I'll kill you and snatch your demon sage's inheritance. Ling Xiao, you're shameless. Han Feng's face was flushed red, and he felt like he was about to suffocate. He stuttered as he looked at Ling Xiao with eyes that were about to spit fire. He had just finished saying that he was going to kill Ling Xiao when Ling Xiao appeared. Furthermore, Ling Xiao grabbed him like he was grabbing a lamb. Han Feng was so depressed that he was on the verge of tears. This Ling Xiao seemed to have a grudge against him. Previously, he had robbed him at the Demon Saint Cliff, and now he was doing it again. Eh? Are you really not afraid of death? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His palm emitted a bright light. With a slight force, Han Feng immediately felt his scalp go numb. The threat of death enveloped his heart. He was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill me. I'll give you the demon sage's inheritance. A wise man submits to circumstances." Han Feng, you're indeed very sensible. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and relaxed his grip. Although Han Feng's heart was filled with hatred, he could only hand over the 36 demon sage's inheritance dejectedly. Buzz, after the silver full moon above Han Feng's head merged with the old goat's head, the old goat's demon sage's inheritance instantly increased to 100, the originally bright silver moon instantly turned into a pure gold color. It was like a divine sun, emitting a blazing light. The old goat instantly felt that his strength had increased by 3 times under the support of this golden divine sun. I've already given you the demon sage's inheritance. Can you let me go now? Han Feng said dejectedly. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. I said I'll spare your life, but I didn't say I'll let you go. Bastard, Ling Xiao, you shameless villain. You didn't keep your word. Han Feng was so angry that his entire body trembled. His eyes were about to spit fire. Bang, Ling Xiao's palm landed and knocked Han Feng unconscious. Then, he kept him in the sky god's stone. The two of you, it's time to settle the score between us. Ling Xiao said with a smile as he looked at the star of Gaochen and Ming Zun. The star of Gaochen and Ming Zun trembled as they knew something was wrong. Previously, the star of Gaochen, Ming Zun, and Yan Luo, the 3 peerless geniuses and 3 supreme weapons, were no match for Ling Xiao. Now that supreme weapons were banned, how could they possibly be a match for Ling Xiao? Moreover, the old goat was glaring at them. The hundreds of demon sages' inheritance gave them immense pressure. Ling Xiao, you've already snatched Han Feng's demon sage's inheritance. Aren't you afraid that the sky-burning demon emperor will come after you? The star of Gaochen said coldly as he looked at Ling Xiao. Ming Zun said slowly, if you let us go, the score between you and the Ming Wang temple will be written off. I promise that I won't cause you any trouble in the future. Ming Zun was straightforward. He knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao. Hence, he raised his conditions. Won't cause me any trouble? It's a pity that the two of you will still have to die. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Boom, heaven and earth shook as Ling Xiao's body exuded a majestic golden glow. He threw a punch at the star of Gaochen and Ming Zun. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, leave this bald donkey to me. Let's see who will take care of them first. Not to be outdone, the old goat also charged forward. His black fur was covered in a layer of faint golden light. He kicked at Ming Zun with his hooves and a blinding ray of light shot towards Ming Zun's bald head. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die. The star of Gaochen and Ming Zun's faces changed. They had not expected Ling Xiao to be so determined to take their lives. Even when they had surrendered, Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all. Boom, both of them had a crazed look in their eyes. They knew that they would not be able to survive today. Hence, they decided to fight with their lives on the line. The power of the stars and the surroundings spread out and was absorbed and refined by the Gaochen star. He was like the master of the stars. His body was covered in silver light and he charged towards Ling Xiao with the starlight in the sky. Kacha, silver lightning bolts exploded one after another, causing the void to tremble violently. An earth-shattering dragon roar rang out, and the Gaochen star was directly sent flying 100 zhang away by Ling Xiao's punch. Swoosh, Ling Xiao's body was like a bolt of golden lightning. His eyes were as cold as steel as he threw a punch at the star of Gaochen. Thousand-star flying god technique, kill. The Gaochen star's eyes were filled with madness as he shouted. Instantly, the entire galaxy in Zhou Tian started to tremble. The Gaochen star was the Emperor star. In ancient legends, it was second only to the Emperor star. It was able to command all the stars in the sky. The Gaochen star had the Gaochen fate chart. Therefore, in this galaxy, he was able to mobilize the power of the stars and increase his combat strength. Rumble, the 365 stars started to tremble. Rays of starlight gathered and surged towards the Gaochen star. Finally, a silver figure was formed in the sky. His head was in the sky and his feet were in the sky. His body was filled with divine aura. He was like a god of the stars as he threw a punch towards Ling Xiao. Kacha. Strands of silver lightning exploded, like a mountain crossing the sky, majestic and incomparably vast. The god shadow formed by the Gaochen star's starlight actually had a murderous intent that could destroy everything. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. He held the invincible fist seal in his hands and executed the 7 limits divine skill of devouring heaven and earth. The 5 elements heaven sealing style rose into the sky and turned into a huge 5 elements world, shrouding the god shadow. Ling Xiao could tell that even though the godly spirit shadow formed by the Gaochen star was strong, its godly power came from the stars in the sky. As long as the power of the stars was sealed, this so-called godly spirit shadow would be like water without a source. It wouldn't be able to create any waves. Rumble, Ling Xiao soared into the sky and the 5 elements world shrouded him and the Gaochen star. His killing intent was surging and the light was blazing. The power of the laws and the surrounding void seemed to be cut off instantly. Kacha, Ling Xiao threw out a punch, and the god spirit's shadow, which was originally extremely powerful, exploded into nothingness. Ling Xiao then continued to attack the Gaochen star. What? Gaochen Xingzi's face changed. The 1,000-star flying god skill was the strongest supreme killing skill that he had mastered. In the Milky Way, he could unleash a power that was several times stronger than before. But in the end, it was still broken by Ling Xiao. Rumble, his galaxy bell was extremely powerful. If he were to use it, even Ling Xiao would not be able to break through the defense of a supreme weapon. However, this damned Myriad demon palace actually forbade the use of supreme weapons, causing the Gaochen star to hesitate. Crack! The Gaochen star child's chest was smashed by Ling Xiao's fist. The star robe on his body shone brightly as the runes on it exploded. In the end, it was actually broken apart by Ling Xiao's fist. Puff, the Gaochen star spat out a mouthful of blood as his face instantly turned pale. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not imagine that a mere noble plain kid could unleash such terrifying combat strength. Ling Xiao, you forced me to do this. Go to hell. Gaochen Xingzi roared as his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. He instantly activated the sovereign Dao mark between his eyebrows. This was also his greatest trump card, and he hoped that the full force strike of an exalted expert would be able to completely annihilate Ling Xiao. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion was heard as the Gaochen star's forehead split open. A white-robed, white-haired young man slowly walked out. He was surrounded by a terrifying supreme divine aura, causing the entire galaxy in Zhou Tian to tremble violently. He stared at Ling Xiao and struck out with his palm. Crack, the void trembled violently as the boundless power of the stars gathered towards him. Eventually, a huge star seal was formed in his palm as it pressed down on Ling Xiao. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on Ling Xiao. The star seal seemed to have expanded to 10,000 feet in size. It carried with it a supreme divine aura that could suppress everything and shatter the heavens and earth. Ling Xiao's gaze turned solemn. When he attacked the Gaochen star, he knew that he would be attacked by the supreme Dao mark. However, he saw this as a form of training against a true supreme expert. King Heaven Devourer Cauldron, 10,000 heavenly rivers. Assimilate it. A look of madness appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes as the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron flew out of him, shining with dazzling light as it devoured all of the power of the stars, including the sovereign Dao mark. RUUUUUUUMBLE, the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron trembled, and dazzling golden lightning shot out. Mysterious magical laws surrounded it as it attempted to assimilate the sovereign Dao mark. The King Heaven Devourer Cauldron wasn't a paragon item, but it surpassed it. It was born from Ling Xiao's essence, and was the source of his greatest power in both his past and present lives. Furthermore, the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron was formed from the 9-tailed heaven fox's pearl of the world, and it was incredibly tough and powerful. The sovereign Dao mark trembled violently, and the terrifying might emanating from it caused Ling Xiao to cough up a mouthful of blood and injure his nascent divinity. But in the end, the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron was able to assimilate the sovereign Dao mark. That said, Ling Xiao knew that the Gaochen star only had one of the sovereign Dao marks in his sea of consciousness. If he were to fight a paragon, there was no way that paragon would give him a chance to assimilate the sovereign Dao mark. Perhaps a paragon would be able to pierce through the King Heaven Devourer cauldron. Trying to run? A cold glint flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes. He saw that the Gaochen Star Child was trying to escape by using the Sovereign Dao mark, so he immediately charged over. The heaven-scorching demon emperor won't let you get away with this, Ling Xiao. Neither will the Starry Palace. Even if I die, you'll pay for it with your life. A look of madness appeared in the Gaochen Star's eyes. Unexpectedly, he was a very decisive person. Blazing light erupted from him, and the power of his nascent divinity surged as he prepared to self-detonate. You won't be able to self-detonate in front of me. Rumble, Ling Xiao punched out, and God power erupted, causing the Gaochen Star's fleshly body to explode. The wordless heavenly tome sent out a chain of order that pierced through the Gaochen Star's forehead and suppressed his nascent divinity. Meanwhile, the battle between the Reverend Ming and the old goat was going to end without any suspense. The old goat's cultivation base wasn't any weaker than the Reverend Ming's. They were both half-paragons, and he had 3 times the demon sage's legacy. In the end, he managed to assimilate the Reverend Ming, whose nascent divinity was suppressed by the King Heaven Devourer cauldron. However, the starry river bell in the Gaochen Star and the sea-suppressing pearl in the Reverend Ming turned into beams of light that pierced through the void. Ling Xiao couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. The starry river bell and the sea-suppressing pearl were both paragons, so when the Gaochen Star and the Reverend Ming died, they naturally returned to their masters. In the same way that Ling Xiao had killed Zhang Xuhao and the others, the Heaven Devourer cauldron's sword had flown away. Paragon items had their own item spirits, and had their own thoughts and thoughts. Therefore, only the master of the item could control it. Let's leave this place first. Ling Xiao and the old goat looked at each other and smiled. They then entered the heavenly stone and left the star quickly. In this battle, they had robbed Han Feng of his 36 demonic sage inheritances and killed the Gaochen Star and Ming Zun. It was a great harvest. The sky-burning demon emperor must be fuming right now. Swoosh, not long after Ling Xiao left, the sky-burning demon emperor led a group of experts from the Sky Demon Palace to the star. However, other than the aura and traces left behind by the battle, they did not find anything. Han Feng, Elder Wang, the Gaochen Star and Ming Zun were killed so quickly? Han Feng has many demonic sage inheritances. Could it be Long Zhantian or Lin Hui? An elder from the Sky Demon Palace asked angrily and doubtfully. It's not Long Zhantian or Lin Hui. The sky-burning demon emperor looked gloomy and said slowly, I have sent people to monitor Long Zhantian and Lin Hui. They are not on this star. It must be Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao? Hearing this name, all the elders from the Sky Demon Palace looked solemn. Only he has the strength and reason to kill Gaochen Xingzi and Ming Zun. However, I am curious. We sensed a powerful expert from the demonic tribe who has collected 100 demonic sage inheritances. He must be Ling Zhao's companion, however, the aura has disappeared. This means that Ling Xiao and his companions have a way to hide the aura of the demonic sage inheritances. The sky-burning demon emperor's eyes lit up. His heart was aching. Including Meng Zai's demonic sage inheritances, he had only collected 82 demonic sage inheritances. However, Ling Zhao's companion had already collected 100 demonic sage inheritances. Han Feng must have contributed greatly to this. Hiding the aura of the demonic sage inheritances? Ling Xiao and his companions have such a method? Everyone was in disbelief. Even the sky-burning demon emperor could not hide the aura of the demonic sage inheritances. How did Ling Xiao do it? We have to speed up. From now on, we have to hunt down those independent demonic cultivators at all costs. We have to get all the demonic sage inheritances from them. In the end, me, Long Zhantian, Lin Hui, and perhaps Ling Zhao's mysterious companion will be added. There will be a great battle between the 4 of us. The sky-scorching demon emperor said decisively with a cold glint in his eyes. Now that Han Feng had been taken away by Ling Xiao, the sky-scorching demon emperor felt a sense of urgency. In the following time, the sky-scorching demon emperor, Lin Hui, and Long Zhantian all avoided each other tacitly and attacked the rogue demon cultivators. Those rogue cultivators of the demon clan were completely in trouble. Some of them wanted to fish in troubled waters, but the demon sage's inheritance above their heads was like a giant guiding light. There was no way to hide even if they wanted to. Most of the itinerant demon cultivators were rather tactful. They all chose to hand over the demon sage's inheritance. Only a few of them wanted to put up a fight, but they were all killed in the end, as Xianxia and the old goat had the celestial god stone to conceal their auras. Their speed of collecting was the fastest. In the end, they collected a total of 118 demon saint inheritances. The sky-scorching demon emperor had also collected 100 successions of sacred beasts. Long Zhantian had collected 77 demonic sage inheritances. Only Lin Hui and Zhao Ritian had collected the least, only 70. Ling Xiao hid in the celestial god stone and devoured the supreme superpowers in the primordial spirits of Ming Zun, Gaochen Xingzi, Elder Wang, and the 3 old monks from Ming Wang Temple. The number of supreme superpowers in his sea of consciousness had increased to a shocking 99. With 99 supreme superpowers, Ling Xiao felt that he had reached a kind of limit. He had to break through to the next realm. If he did not break through to the next realm, something terrifying might happen. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were still filled with determination. I must collect all 108 supreme superpowers. As long as I kill the king of hell of the underworld pavilion and gather all 9 supreme superpowers, I will be able to break through to the next realm. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. It seemed like there would be a battle between him and the sky-scorching demon emperor. He had never had a good impression of an assassin organization like the underworld pavilion. This group of people who lived in the dark were cold-blooded and merciless. They lived to kill. As long as Ling Xiao encountered them, he would definitely kill them all. Rumble. On a star in the distance, there was an earth-shattering dragon's roar. A sea of fire rose up and the cries of phoenixes filled the sky. An intense battle broke out. Ling Xiao, it seems like your big cousin is fighting with Lin Hui. The old goat said. Now, all the demonic sages' inheritances had gathered on the old goat, the sky-scorching demon emperor, Long Zhantian, and Lin Hui. Ling Xiao did not expect Long Zhantian to fight with Lin Hui first. Let's go and take a look. Don't let the sky-scorching demon emperor take advantage of us. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. In an instant, he and the old goat dashed toward the star. Rumble, it was a metal star. It was emitting golden light and there was a sharp metal aura surging everywhere. There was a kind of unparalleled sharpness. The battle between Long Zhantian and Lin Hui had reached the most intense stage. In the void, Long Zhantian and Lin Hui revealed their true forms. Roar, the dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. A green heavenly dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long pounced across the sky. Its green and golden dragon scales shone with a cold light. Its 4 dragon claws seemed to be able to break the heavens and the earth. The majestic and mysterious dragon head burst out mysterious sound waves. It opened its mouth and spat out a green divine light. Swoosh, in front of Long Zhantian was Lin Hui, who had also turned into a fire phoenix. He was tens of thousands of feet tall and his body was crimson red. Flames were blazing around him and he was filled with auspicious air. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Boom, the fire phoenix's body was covered in raging flames. Its tail seemed to have turned into a heavenly divine sword. It broke through the divine light spat out by Long Zhantian. It crossed the starry void and slashed towards the head of the golden heavenly dragon. Clang, the dragon claw blocked the attack. Sparks flew in all directions and the void trembled violently. The green dragon scales exploded and pale golden dragon blood filled the air. Long Zhantian was injured. However, his claw swiped across the air and landed on the tail of the fire phoenix, breaking off one of its crimson wings and injuring Lin Hui at the same time. Rumble, the two of them seemed to be in a real fight. The heavens and the earth were blazing and the void trembled violently. The entire star burst out with incomparably bright starlight. The green heavenly dragon and the fire phoenix fought fiercely. The terrifying divine power made countless experts of the demon clan who were watching the battle tremble. The dragon clan and the phoenix clan were the overlords of the ancient times. They were the supreme divine beasts and had once dominated the powerful clans of an era. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. His cousin's bloodline was indeed the sky dragon bloodline. Although he had a trace of the true dragon bloodline, he was still a sky dragon and not a true dragon. In the entire dragon tribe, only Long Outyan and the current dragon king were true dragons. Although Lin Hui had the fire phoenix bloodline, He was not a pure-blooded fire phoenix and was comparable to Long Zhantian's bloodline power. Therefore, the battle between the two of them was a draw. If the battle continued like this, it was very likely that both sides would suffer great losses. The arrival of Ling Xiao and the old goat caused a commotion. This time, they did not hide in the heavenly god's stone. Instead, they landed on the star openly. On top of the old goat's head, there were a total of 118 demon sage inheritances. They emitted a bright golden light like a divine sun. On top of Long Zhantian and Lin Hui's heads, there were only silver moons. Why does the old goat have so many demon sage inheritances? I've never heard of it. Who is this guy? He looks arrogant. I really want to beat him up in snatches. Demon sage inheritances. Do you want to die? Don't you see who's beside him? It's Ling Xiao? No wonder, it's Ling Xiao's pet. What is Ling Xiao trying to do? Let his pet obtain the demon sage inheritances? If the old goat becomes the leader of the demon tribe, won't Ling Xiao be above us? When the crowd saw Ling Xiao and the old goat, they began to discuss among themselves. Their eyes were filled with shock. We can't let the old goat obtain the demon sage inheritances. That's right. The sky-scorching demon emperor, Long Zhantian, or Lin Hui. I'm convinced no matter who gets it. But who is this old goat? I'm not convinced. If Ling Xiao dares to let him fight for the demon sage inheritances, we'll attack together and kill Ling Xiao and the old goat. Some of the demon tribe's radicals even had a fierce look in their eyes. Bastards, these guys are courting death. The old goat could not hold back his temper any longer. His eyes were filled with killing intent. These guys dared to say that he was Ling Xiao's pet? He was the sky-devouring great emperor. Who dared to be his master? These guys were all looking down on him. Just as the old goat was about to explode, Ling Xiao held him down and said, "Don't be impulsive, the sky-burning demon emperor is here." The old goat's eyes suddenly flashed. He saw a dazzling light in the distance. The sky-burning demon emperor was flying over with a golden sun above his head. He was followed by a group of strong cultivators. Other than the elders from Sky Demon Palace, there were also experts from Emperor Tomb Mountain, Star Palace and Mingwang Temple. When they saw Ling Xiao, there was a cold murderous intent in their eyes. Gaochen Xingzi, Ming Zun, and the rest had all died in Ling Xiao's hands. They couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. However, with the presence of the sky-burning demon emperor, they all believed that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. Even if Ling Xiao was still alive, they had decided to report the matter to their factions after leaving the sacred ground and ask the 9 Heavens Supremes to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's talent was truly too terrifying, causing them to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. If they could not get rid of him as soon as possible, he would definitely become a great enemy. Ling Xiao, hand over Han Feng. The sky-burning demon emperor looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently. Han Feng's primordial spirit was not shattered. Hence, the sky-burning demon emperor knew that Ling Xiao did not kill Han Feng, but only captured him. Han Feng? Sky-burning demon emperor, I have never seen Han Feng. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Naturally, he would not admit that he had captured Han Feng. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. After I kill you, I will search your soul and find Han Feng's whereabouts. The sky-burning demon emperor said indifferently with a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. Your Highness, there is no need for you to deal with this brat. Let me do it for you. The second saint of Emperor Tomb Mountain, who was standing beside the sky-burning demon emperor, said with a faint smile. All right. Be careful. This brat has many tricks up his sleeves. I will go and retrieve the demonic sage's inheritance first. The sky-burning demon emperor smiled faintly. Immediately, he strode towards Long Zhantian and Lin Hui who were fighting in the void and threw out a simple punch. Crack, the heavens and earth trembled. It was as if the punch had broken the heavens and earth apart, causing a chaotic mist to appear. Long Zhantian and Lin Hui were startled. They were both knocked back by the sky-burning demon emperor's punch. And you? The sky-burning demon emperor's eyes flickered as he too threw a punch at the old goat. A giant palm print landed with a peerless might. Crack, the old goat straightened his face. At that instant, he could feel the sky-burning demon emperor's strength skyrocketing. as if he was infinitely close to the nine heavens' supreme realm. Even the stars in Zhou Tian began to tremble. Bang! The old goat and the sky-scorching demon emperor clashed head-on, and the sky-scorching demon emperor sent him flying. Don't be so troublesome. The three of you can come at me together. I will show you the true meaning of despair. The demonic sage's inheritance will only belong to me. The sky-burning demon emperor was full of confidence. His eyes flickered as a terrifying aura was unleashed from his body. Above his head, 3 streams of clear air flew out and turned into 3 mysterious flowers. At the same time, a 5-colored stream of air spread out from his chest and encapsulated him, giving him a mysterious and imperious appearance. This is 3 flowers at once prominence, 5 cheese unification. The sky-burning demon emperor has already overcome the tribulation of the 4 symbols? Someone exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. There were 5 major tribulations in the half-supreme realm: the tribulation of earth, the tribulation of black water, the tribulation of heavenly wind, the tribulation of blazing fire, and the tribulation of supreme. The tribulation of earth was the tribulation of the flesh. After overcoming it, one's flesh would be flawless, perfect, and clear. The tribulation of black water was the tribulation of true chi. After overcoming it, one's true chi would be endless and return to the heavens and earth. It was endless and ever-changing. The tribulation of heavenly wind was the tribulation of the primordial spirit. After overcoming it, one's primordial spirit would be pure yang, allowing one to see through everything and comprehend the laws of nature. The tribulation of blazing fire was the tribulation of the 5 vital organs. After overcoming it, one's 5 chi's unification would be one with Zhou Tian, and he would be only half a step away from becoming a real supreme. The final tribulation of the 9 heavens supreme was to refine the God force, open up the world, and comprehend the origin of the heavenly Tao. Only then would one be able to achieve the 9 heavens supreme realm. The 5 tribulations could be described as a life and death situation. Many of the older generation were trapped in the 5 tribulations, unable to improve their cultivation for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, Long Zhantian and Lin Hui were able to overcome the tribulation of earth in such a short time due to the fortunate encounters they had in the sacred ground. Although the old goat had recovered from his injuries and his cultivation of the half-supreme realm, he had yet to overcome any of the tribulations. Each tribulation would result in a great difference in strength. No wonder he dared to challenge Long Zhantian, Lin Hui, and the old goat on his own. Even the 3 of them combined would not stand a chance against him. Besides, no one knew what the sky-scorching demon emperor's true form was, but everyone knew that he must be a pure-blooded godly beast. His strength was utterly despairing. Let's go together. Long Zhantian, Lin Hui, and the old goat exchanged glances with one another and saw the solemn look in each other's eyes. Regardless of how competitive they were, they had no choice but to team up at this moment. Otherwise, they would be defeated by the sky-scorching demon emperor. In that case, the sky-scorching demon emperor would be able to achieve a breakthrough to the 9 heavens supreme realm after obtaining the sacred beast's succession. Kill. An intense battle broke out in an instant. Long Zhantian, Lin Hui, and the old goat executed their peerless killing techniques and charged toward the sky-scorching demon emperor. Bang! The sky-scorching demon emperor looked indifferent. He took a step forward and the sky shook. He punched out and the stars in the sky shook. Endless starlight gathered and turned into a fist that looked like a mountain and moon. It instantly enveloped the 3 of them. On the other side, Ling Zhao's eyes also revealed a trace of seriousness. The sky-scorching demon emperor's strength had exceeded his imagination. A tribulation round 4 symbols, in addition to the fact that the sky-scorching demon emperor was a pure-blooded godly beast, his current combat strength was not any weaker than a real 9 heavens supreme. I must achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. Ling Xiao felt a sense of urgency. The gap between his strength and the sky-scorching demon emperor's was too huge. Only by achieving the martial emperor realm would Ling Xiao be able to compete with the sky-scorching demon emperor with the help of various secret techniques. Besides, Ling Xiao had a feeling that Long Zhantian, Lin Hui, and the old goat would not last long against the sky-scorching demon emperor. Ling Xiao, I heard that my useless 6th junior brother has also come to the sacred ground, but I haven't seen him around. Did you kill him? The second saint glanced at Ling Xiao and said calmly. He had a slender figure and wore a black robe. His black hair danced in the wind, and his face was handsome. His eyes were as bright as the stars, and he was emitting a faint aura of a supreme. The second saint had also overcome the tribulation of earth. Your sixth junior brother? I'm sorry, I've killed too many people, so I don't remember. Xianxia said indifferently. Kill him. Don't waste your breath on him. Kill this little bastard. Elders from Star Palace, Mingwan Temple and other martial arts sanctuaries surrounded Xianxia. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent and they were exuding an extremely powerful aura. These genius disciples of the Holy Land of martial arts had died at the hands of Xianxia. They would definitely not be able to absolve themselves from the blame. Only by killing Xianxia would they be able to alleviate some of their guilt. All of them hated Xianxia to the extreme. Cold murderous intent locked onto Xianxia. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wishes. Despite being surrounded by so many strong cultivators, Xianxia showed no signs of fear. He smiled faintly and attacked in an instant. Rumble, Xianxia moved like lightning. His gaze was cold and he threw a punch at a silver-haired elder from Star Palace. Little bastard, you deserve to die. The silver-haired elder roared at the sky. His body was filled with murderous intent. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Countless starry divine chains emitted rays of blood-red light across the sky and wrapped around Xianxia. He only hoped to bind Xianxia for a moment and create an opportunity for others to kill Xianxia. Rumble. The other half-step Supreme Being experts displayed their powerful killing techniques. Their divine skills filled the sky. Their quasi-Supreme Being weapons were filled with powerful divine power. Some of them even detonated their secret treasures. They all knew that Xianxia's combat strength was extremely strong. Therefore, they wanted to kill Xianxia even at the cost of their own lives. In the void, divine light surged and lightning intertwined. Countless powerful fluctuations erupted and seemed to drown Xianxia. Kacha, Xianxia's body shone brightly. A terrifying dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. He instantly broke the starry divine chains around him and threw a punch at the silver-haired elder. Bang! The silver-haired elder's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had been blown apart by Xianxia's punch. The King Heaven Devourer cauldron flashed and instantly suppressed the silver-haired elder's primordial spirit. First, I'm going to kill all of you. Xianxia's eyes flickered with blood-colored killing intent. Golden blood energy surged around him as he thrust his palm out, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Instantly, the divine abilities that were bearing down on him were suppressed. Godlight of the four mammoths shot up into the sky, causing profound yellow energy to rise up from the ground. A black sea rose up into the sky, and a heavenly wind caused everything to tremble. The four mammoths' heaven-striking style was unleashed. Xianxia's fist descended with the power of the four mammoths, causing primal chaos to swirl around him. Crack! He broke the devil-subduing pestles of the two monks from the Bright King Temple, then slapped their heads into their bodies. Terrifying fist light exploded, shattering the defensive treasures of the monks and sucking in their nascent divinities. Don't be so arrogant, Xianxia. The second holy son said, thrusting his palm toward Xianxia. Behind him, black godlight swirled as an enormous imperial tomb appeared. Crack! With a loud bang, the Thearch's tomb seemed to have cracked open. A skinny hand reached out from the Thearch's tomb and merged with the second saint's hand. It became dark and dangerous, containing a deathly chi that could devour all life. Boom! Golden lightning burst out from Xianxia's fist light and clashed with the second holy sun. Instantly, heaven and earth trembled as countless lightning bolts charged toward the imperial tomb behind the second holy sun. Xianxia stomped his foot on the second holy sun's chest. Bang! The second holy sun's expression changed slightly. His arms glowed with black light as he tried to block the attack. However, a crisp sound was heard as his arms were fractured. Xianxia's foot landed on his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward. How can you be so strong? The second holy sun's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to have unleashed his full power. His combat strength was monstrous as he swept through the crowd. Even a group of half-step supremes was no match for him. Boom! Xianxia's fist landed, and a vast fist mark shook the void. He wanted to kill the second holy sun. However, a light flashed in front of the second holy sun. Suddenly, a huge jade corpse appeared, exuding an unparalleled ferocious aura. Bang! Ling Xiao's fist landed on the jade corpse, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Sparks flew in all directions, and the jade corpse took a few steps back. As if it was enraged, it roared and pounced toward Ling Xiao. Boom! The jade corpse's combat strength was comparable to a half-step supreme being. However, its body was extremely tough and indestructible. It was not afraid of death and was even more terrifying than a half-step supreme being. The jade corpse was ferocious. The black flame was the Yin spirit cold flame, an extremely cold flame that had been nurtured and refined in the body of the jade corpse for 10,000 years. The Yin spirit cold flame could directly burn one's life essence and could not be extinguished. It was extremely vicious. Break! Ling Xiao shouted coldly. He would not allow the Yin spirit cold flame to touch him. The sky-devouring fire spurted out from his palm. The two extreme yin and yang flames collided in the void and exploded instantly. Roar! The jade corpse was not afraid of death. It contained an unparalleled divine force and pounced toward Ling Xiao in an attempt to protect him. Boom! Ling Xiao's eyes flickered coldly as he threw out a punch. The jade corpse was knocked back, but it only swayed a little before it pounced toward Ling Xiao again. The surrounding half-step supremes of the martial sacred grounds had learned their lesson. They did not attack Ling Xiao directly. Instead, they formed a powerful battle formation and shrouded Ling Xiao in it. They wanted to wear Ling Xiao down with the power of the battle formation. The jade corpse is strong, but your primordial spirit is not. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile as he thought to himself. Previously, during the battle with the sixth holy sun in the two-world city, Ling Xiao had injured the primordial spirit of the sixth holy sun with the great soul-destroying art and soul-destroying needle, which almost caused the jade corpse to suffer a backlash. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao exchanged a few blows with the jade corpse. The void rumbled and the heavens and earth trembled. The giant star below was about to crack open. Just as Ling Xiao was about to execute the great soul-destroying art, he suddenly felt a faint murderous intent. The murderous intent was extremely faint. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it. If it were not for Ling Xiao's powerful primordial spirit, he would not have been able to detect it. The Netherworld Pavilion, King Yanluo? Since you've delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for being merciless. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. However, he did not show it on his face and continued to fight with the jade corpse. On the other side, the terrifying strength of the sky-burning demon emperor was fully displayed before the crowd. Boom! When the fist of the sky-burning demon emperor fell, the void instantly cracked. The fist radiance was wrapped in an immemorial divine sound that could make people lose their minds. It was like the roar of a fierce beast. It directly blasted on the body of the cyan dragon transformed by Long Zhantian. Crack! Countless dragon scales exploded, and flesh and blood splattered. Long Zhantian let out a painful roar. His huge dragon body struggled in the void, and his dragon tail swept towards the sky-burning demon emperor. Clang! The sky-burning demon emperor chopped down with his palm. It was like a peerless blade light that split the heavens and earth. It slashed on the dragon tail, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The terrifying rebounding force sent Long Zhantian flying. Chirp! Phoenix cries filled the sky. Lin Hui's body was engulfed in raging flames as the 10,000-foot-tall fire phoenix swept across the starry sky. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of phoenix true fire, which instantly engulfed the sky-scorching demon emperor. At the same time, the tail of the phoenix streaked across the sky with blazing light. It traversed 30,000 miles like a blazing sword light and slashed toward the sky-burning demon emperor. If you were a pure-blooded fire phoenix, perhaps the true fire of the phoenix would pose a threat to me. However, you are but a mere mortal bird. How dare you offend me? The sky-burning demon emperor said coldly with an indifferent look in his eyes. He stood in the air as if he did not care about the true phoenix fire that filled the sky at all. Whoosh! The sky-burning demon emperor leaped into the air, then opened his mouth and inhaled. A boundless and mysterious power erupted out, as if he were trying to devour all of heaven and earth. The sky-burning demon emperor swallowed the boundless true phoenix fire. Crack! The sky-scorching demon emperor grabbed the blazing glow and clenched his fist, causing it to explode in the rift. Rumble. The Heaven Devourer cauldron appeared behind the sky-burning demon emperor, looking like a huge, colorless vortex that was trying to consume him. The light around the old goat was blazing. The demon saint's inheritance above his head made him exude an ancient and mysterious majesty. Just as the Heaven Devourer cauldron was about to devour the sky-burning demon emperor, he unleashed a fist strike behind him. Crack, crimson lightning flashed, and mysterious magical symbols appeared as a terrifying fist strike slammed into the Heaven Devourer cauldron. Boundless godlight exploded, transforming into something like an ocean. The Heaven Devourer cauldron began to emit the sound of a huge bell, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Then, it slammed into the sky-burning demon emperor. Boom! 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 The sky-burning demon emperor had a very serious expression on his face. The Heaven Devourer cauldron was emanating a heaven-devouring, earth-devouring light that seemed capable of devouring the entire starry river. The sky-burning demon emperor's eyes burned with the desire to do battle, and he unleashed a series of terrifying fist strikes that slammed into the Heaven Devourer cauldron. Eventually, the 3 flowers above the sky-burning demon emperor's head bloomed, and the 5 energies in his chest converged on his palm, transforming into an enormous 5-colored millstone that slammed into the Heaven Devourer cauldron. Bam! Countless magical symbols exploded from the Heaven Devourer cauldron, causing dazzling light to spread out in all directions. Many of the spectators felt as if they had been struck by lightning, injuring their divine souls and causing them to cough up mouthfuls of blood. Splat! The demon emperor's face drained of blood as the Heaven Devourer cauldron was sent flying backward, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth. The Heaven Devourer cauldron was so powerful that the sky-burning demon emperor had no choice but to go all out. Not even the demon emperor was a match for the Heaven Devourer cauldron. Kill him! Long Zhantian, Lin Hui, and the demon emperor roared, their battle intent surging, their eyes filled with murderous intent. They were on the verge of going insane. They knew that they had to go all out. If they didn't win, they would die. If the sky-burning demon emperor got the demon sage's legacy, then no one would be able to stop him. Uncle Second, what is the true form of the sky-burning demon emperor? Long Zhantian, Lin Hui, and the demon emperor together aren't a match for him? His battle prowess is probably on the level of a paragon, right? Zhao Ritian, who was watching from a distance, said with a hint of shock in his eyes. His true form hasn't leaked any aura, so I can't see through it. But it's probably not that god beast. Otherwise, it would be terrifying. Ritian, you go as well. If the sky-burning demon emperor gets the demon sage's legacy, then you won't stand a chance. Second uncle said slowly, his voice carrying a trace of bewilderment. Zhao Ritian's eyes lit up, and he eagerly said, all right. I don't like the sky-burning demon emperor either. Let's take him down a peg or two. Whoosh! At that moment, a boundless sword light came through the sky, as if it could cut through the river of time. It carried an eternal aura. Jian Wushuang, the eldest senior brother of the Sword God Pavilion, stepped through the air and looked at the sky-burning demon emperor with a monstrous battle intent. Sky-scorching monster emperor, why don't you have a taste of my sword? Jian Wushuang said calmly. The sword light instantly pierced through the void and arrived before sky-scorching monster emperor. Jian Wushuang? Ha ha ha. Great! Sky-scorching monster emperor's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He welcomed Jian Wushuang's punch with a punch that shook the universe. Crack! The unparalleled fist light overwhelmed everything and crushed the sword light into pieces. However, Jian Wushuang's sword contained an endless fluctuation. Finally, a long and narrow blood mark appeared on sky-scorching monster emperor's palm with a flash of crimson light. Jian Wushuang's sword had finally injured sky-scorching monster emperor. You are indeed a pure sword cultivator. Since you are courting death, join them. Sky-scorching monster emperor said domineeringly with a sharp gaze. Long Zhantian, Lin Hui, and the old goat were already suffering under sky-scorching monster emperor's suppression. Jian Wushuang's participation instantly relieved some of their pressure. Sky-scorching monster emperor, take this. A cold voice exploded in the void, accompanied by a black saber light that cut across the void. The saber moved forward with an unparalleled sharpness like a surging sea. It was overbearing and evil, as though it was a saber that was born to kill. As the saber fell, everything fell into silence. Li Jingming from Shoulua sect had made his move. Sky-scorching monster emperor, your Grandpa Ritian is here. Kneel down and accept your death. Zhao Ritian was not to be outdone. He roared arrogantly and threw a punch at Sky-scorching monster emperor. Rumble, Zhao Ritian's body was shining with dazzling light and exuded endless blazing flames. His punch was like a falling sun that pressed down on Sky-scorching monster emperor. His holy body of the sun was completely unleashed. The starry sky was illuminated as though it was daytime. The sun and moon were shining above the void with peerless sharpness. Great, ha ha ha. Today, I will test my sword. Who else dares to challenge me? Come at me together. Sky-scorching monster emperor laughed and exuded lofty sentiments. He welcomed Li Jingming and Zhao Ritian's attacks with a punch. Rumble, the sky-scorching demon emperor's body glowed with a blinding light. His punch was like an immemorial ferocious beast striking the heavens. Not only did it completely nullify Li Jingming and Zhao Ritian's attacks, it even pulled them all over. The sky-scorching demon emperor fought against 6 peerless geniuses alone, shocking the world. The sky-burning demon emperor is actually this strong? Everyone seemed to be suffocating, their eyes filled with disbelief. A battle that shocked the world. Long Zhantian, Lin Hui, that weird old goat, Jian Wushuang, Li Jingming, and Zhao Ritian, these 6 peerless geniuses are no match for the sky-burning demon emperor. Is he really the master of destiny of the demon clan? Some people trembled and almost knelt down before the sky-burning demon emperor. Rumble, the firmament shook, and the 365 stars trembled at the same time. The sky-burning demon emperor was like an emperor of the demon race, possessing an unparalleled divine power. Each of his punches caused the heaven and earth to tremble. No matter what kind of attack it was shattered by his punch. The sky-burning demon emperor was a perfect example of the saying, strength can break all skills. Moreover, even the 6 peerless geniuses could not force the sky-burning demon emperor to reveal his true form. One should know that the true form of a demon clan expert was the most powerful. The sky-burning demon emperor was still in his human form, but he unleashed an unparalleled power, suppressing the 6 peerless geniuses. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, a few hundred moves had passed. This battle caused the sun and moon to dim and the heaven and earth to tremble. If the 365 stars were not left behind by the demon saint to form the Zhou Tian star formation, they would have been destroyed in this battle. Everyone could see that although the 6 peerless geniuses were strong, they were no match for the sky-burning demon emperor. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. On the other side, Ling Xiao, who was fighting with the Jade Corpse, also revealed a trace of incomparable shock in his eyes. The sky-burning demon emperor's combat strength was so incredible that he could defeat the 6 peerless geniuses and even gain the upper hand. Ling Xiao knew that even he did not have the strength to defeat the 6 peerless geniuses. If he were to fight the 6 of them, he would definitely lose. I have to break through to the emperor realm. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with sharpness. Buzz, while Ling Xiao was distracted, Yan Luo, who was hiding in the void, finally seized the opportunity. A black sword radiance silently pierced towards Ling Xiao's chest. Puff, blood splattered as Yama's sword penetrated Ling Xiao's chest. However, in the next moment, Yama froze. That was because he realized that Ling Xiao's arm was like a phantom, instantly grabbing his throat. It was so fast that he did not even have time to react. Stabbing me once in exchange for your life. You should feel honored. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Light spewed out from his hand, and a ball of true devouring fire spread out, crushing Yama's neck. At the same time, the flames burned fiercely, enveloping Yama's body. Rumble, the King Heaven Devourer cauldron flashed and devoured Yama's body. Of course, Ling Xiao had intentionally left this opening behind to bait Yama into taking the bait. The underworld pavilion had all sorts of bizarre assassination techniques that made them difficult to defend against. If Yama hadn't made a move, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to pinpoint his exact location. Therefore, Ling Xiao had intentionally left an opening for Yama, and at the same time, set a trap for him, then killed him with a lightning-quick strike. The price he had to pay was that Yama had stabbed him with his sword. That sword strike contained a cold, deathly energy that was rapidly devouring Ling Xiao's life force. However, with the help of the King Heaven Devourer cauldron, the deathly energy was quickly neutralized. Ling Xiao is injured. Kill him. The second Saint Sun roared. Immediately, many half-step supreme beings charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time, their eyes filled with blazing killing intent. Led by the second Holy Sun, there were a total of 12 half-paragons attacking Ling Xiao. They had extraordinary battle prowess, rich experience, and were all wily old foxes who knew how to seize opportunities. Roar! The jade corpse let out a loud roar, and its arms suddenly swooped down, lifting Ling Xiao up by the waist. Of course, Ling Xiao had been prepared for this. Using a secret teleportation technique, he left a clone behind while his true body teleported 3,000 meters away. RUUUUUMBLE, powerful divine abilities, quasi-paragon items, and secret treasures exploded, causing a tempest of godlight to engulf the clone Ling Xiao had left behind. The power of Ling Xiao's nascent divinity surged as he used the wordless heavenly sutra to suppress Yama's nascent divinity and extract the 12 boundless divine abilities from him. I finally have 108 boundless divine abilities. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of incomparable excitement. To use 108 boundless divine abilities to create a Dharma idol was something that no one had ever done before. Rumble, Ling Xiao split out 9 supreme divine abilities, which were instantly refined and suppressed by his primordial spirit. In Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, his golden primordial spirit sat cross-legged in the void. The 108 supreme superpowers around him instantly gathered together and emitted boundless light. The vast power of law erupted like a terrifying storm of divine light, as if it was about to nurture an incomparably powerful creature. Rumble, Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness shone brightly as the 108 supreme superpowers intertwined. The divine light was vast, and the power of law filled the air as if it had gathered into an ocean. The so-called superpowers Dharma idol was the Dharma idol formed when a martial artist comprehended the heavenly Tao and the power of heaven and earth combined. Some Dharma idols were weapons, some were divine beasts, some were powerful creatures, and some were mountains, seas, and lakes. They were all different. Ling Xiao's body shone brightly as the divine chains of order intertwined. The entire galaxy began to tremble. What? The second saint and the rest of the half-supreme supremes trembled. What shocked them was not only that Ling Xiao had escaped their attack, but also that it was only a clone that they had destroyed. What shocked them even more was that Ling Xiao wanted to break through to the sovereign realm here. Wasn't the surging power of law a sign of forming a superpowers Dharma idol? Trying to break through in front of us is simply courting death. This is a good chance to kill him. We can't let him break through, or else we'll be finished. The second saint and the rest of the half-supreme elders' eyes were blazing with murderous intent as they charged toward Ling Xiao. Rumble, at this moment, a bright divine light suddenly erupted from Ling Xiao's body and swept out in all directions. The terrifying aura was like the descent of a supreme being, sweeping across the universe. The second saint and the rest of the half-supreme supremes trembled as they were pushed back by the unparalleled aura. Bang! 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 As if the heavens were beating, a strange drum sound vibrated, causing everyone to tremble. Their hearts were about to jump out, and their blood began to boil. Ling Xiao stood in the center of the galaxy, surrounded by endless starlight. The mysterious power of laws intertwined, making him look like a supreme god king. Behind Ling Xiao, a mysterious figure slowly walked out of the boundless deity sea and the sea of laws formed by the 108 supreme abhijnas. Is that Ling Xiao's Dharma idol? What kind of Dharma idol could have such terrifying power? Someone exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock as he stared at the center of the sea of laws. Rumble, the moment that figure appeared, the sky above the starry sky was suddenly filled with boundless heavenly might. Lightning filled the air, and a mysterious power descended, exuding an endless destructive power. The thick lightning radiance was like a mountain range. A sea of lightning gathered in the void above. A destructive force locked onto Ling Xiao, who was below. This is the heavenly tribulation? What kind of heaven-defying Dharma form did Ling Xiao condense? How did he trigger the heavenly tribulation? Someone exclaimed. His voice was trembling, and his eyes were filled with extreme shock. Noble realm cultivators cultivated Dharma idols, while monarch realm cultivators condensed Dharma idols. When some powerful geniuses condensed Dharma idols, there would be a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Auspicious chi would rise, and a mysterious scene of heaven and earth would appear. However, they had never heard of a Dharma form condensed by a cultivator actually triggering the heavenly tribulation. Did Ling Xiao commit too many sins and the heavenly Tao wanted to destroy him, or was the Dharma form he condensed too heaven-defying and the heavenly Tao was afraid of it? Of course, everyone was more inclined to the latter. The figure behind Ling Xiao slowly walked out and appeared in front of everyone. It was a white-robed, white-haired figure. He looked extraordinarily handsome, and his body was enveloped in a faint chaotic aura. His appearance was exactly the same as Ling Xiao's. The only difference was that the figure had a head of white hair, and his eyes were old and deep. He emitted an endless sense of vicissitudes, as if he was Ling Xiao after countless years. As soon as that figure appeared, the world instantly shook while a dignified, overbearing, and invincible aura swept through the heavens and the earth. There were 3,000 worlds revolving around the figure while countless fiend gods knelt down and worshipped him. It was like the scene of the birth and destruction of the universe had appeared in his gaze. Boundless time had changed, yet that figure had an eternal bearing. When they saw that figure, their entire bodies trembled while their soul core shook, and they couldn't help but have the urge to kneel down and worship him. That figure was the emperor of the world, the embodiment of the laws, the controller of the heaven Tao. Perhaps he could be called the celestial emperor. Ling Xiao's Dharma form, the celestial emperor, rumble. After that figure appeared, the heavens seemed to have been completely infuriated. Lightning that was thick like a mountain range descended from the sky, and a boundless ocean of lightning covered the sky with the intention of destroying Ling Xiao's Dharma form. The heavenly tribulation? I never expected that I would actually be able to summon the heavenly tribulation by condensing the Dharma form. But even if it's the heavenly tribulation, can it do anything to me? Ling Xiao raised his head and grinned, and a trace of an unrestrained smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Rumble, the sky was filled with thunderbolts. Ling Xiao instantly soared into the sky and punched out. The blazing fist aura exploded and directly shattered a thick thunderbolt. Then, he opened his mouth, causing the King Heaven Devourer cauldron to shine with dazzling light as it devoured the lightning and began to refine it. Rumble, Ling Xiao's Dharma form opened its eyes and looked up into the sky, its gaze seemingly capable of opening the heavens. Instantly, the boundless heavenly tribulation lightning began to boil. The terrifying lightning enveloped the entire star. The second saint and the many half-step supremes who were closest to Ling Xiao were instantly implicated. The tribulation lightning contained boundless god power that caused even the half-paragon's scalps to tingle with the sensation of deadly crisis. Although the half-paragons were on the periphery, they were still hit by the lightning, and were sent tumbling backward, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. "Refine it for me," Ling Xiao shouted, causing the King Heaven Devourer cauldron to grow until it was fully 30,000 meters tall, surrounded by dazzling light and a terrifying vortex that began to devour the tribulation lightning. The tribulation lightning was the purest form of power, and as soon as it was absorbed by the King Heaven Devourer cauldron, Ling Xiao's cultivation base began to advance by leaps and bounds. First Division Monarch Realm, Second Division Monarch Realm, Third Division Monarch Realm. Ling Xiao had been suppressing his cultivation base all this time, but now that his Dharma form was complete, he could draw on the power of the tribulation lightning to push his cultivation base forward. Rumble, the Tao of Heaven was completely enraged, and the Sea of Lightning couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a black bolt of tribulation lightning appeared, pulsing with boundless destructive power as it shot toward Ling Xiao. Crack! Rumble, the terrifying lightning tribulation descended from the sky with boundless divine might. It seemed like it was going to destroy the world. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged at the center of the galaxy, controlling the King Heaven Devourer cauldron to refine the energy of the lightning tribulation. His cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. The mysterious celestial emperor Dharma idol stood towering above the galaxy, emanating a dignified and mysterious aura. Ling Xiao is truly a monster. He's refining the lightning tribulation to improve his cultivation. He's simply heaven-defying. That's right. This is a heavenly tribulation. Who wouldn't be careful when overcoming a tribulation? Could it be that Ling Xiao wants to break through to the half-step exalt realm in one go? If that's the case, then he might really have the strength to fight the heaven-scorching demon emperor. I don't think so. The heaven-scorching demon emperor has overcome the tribulation of 4 symbols. Ling Xiao's cultivation is still too weak. The demon saint's inheritance will definitely fall to the heaven-scorching demon emperor. Many experts were discussing animatedly. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Refining the lightning tribulation and improving one's cultivation within it was simply on the verge of overturning their understanding. The celestial emperor's dharma form on Ling Zhao's body caused them to tremble in awe and tremble all over. They couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be once the celestial emperor dharma idol erupted with power. Bang! Ling Zhao's cultivation had risen to the 4th level of the monarch realm, and it was still rising. No, we can't allow him to continue like this. Otherwise, we'll all die once he overcomes the tribulation. There was a trace of extreme terror in the second holy son's eyes as he spoke to the other half-step demon exalts. Everyone, activate your supreme secret treasures and interfere with Ling Zhao's breakthrough. We must bury him beneath the lightning tribulation. A black-robed old man from the Star Palace spoke gloomily. That's right. Kill him. The second holy son and the others were decisive people. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Rumble, a 5-colored ancient cauldron flew through the sky and smashed towards Ling Xiao. This was a broken supreme weapon. 5-colored flames poured out of the ancient cauldron, and it was triggered by someone, causing it to explode. Dazzling ancient swords, sabers, spears, whips. Countless powerful divine weapons were thrown over by the many experts. Furthermore, they did not hesitate to damage their own souls to detonate the power of these divine weapons. Rumble, countless secret treasures exploded. The second saint and the half-step supremes had all gone all out, taking out almost all of their powerful treasures. Around Ling Xiao, the light was blazing. Beams of destructive divine light spread out and drowned Ling Xiao in an instant. Furthermore, everyone's interference had caused some changes to the lightning tribulation. In the sky above, the sea of lightning was overturned. Bolts of golden lightning actually took the shape of a human, emitting an unparalleled murderous aura as they struck down at Ling Tian. Those human-shaped lightning bolts were ancient and mysterious, as if they were transformed from ancient gods. They still had a complete battle consciousness, and they charged toward Ling Xiao fiercely. Rumble, Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly opened, and a dazzling light pierced through the sky. He punched out, and the dragon's might filled the air. The human-shaped lightning was directly destroyed by Ling Xiao. The Heaven Devourer cauldron shone brightly, and began to wantonly devour the power of the lightning tribulation. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Zhao's gaze fell on the second holy son and the others, and his killing intent was biting cold. Whoosh! Ling Xiao soared through the sky, bathed in dazzling lightning, and charged toward the second holy son and the others. Not good, this kid is courting death. The second holy son and the half-step supreme's expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. The lightning tribulation in the void above actually followed Ling Xiao, pouring down from the sky. The terrifying power of the lightning tribulation contained unparalleled destructive power, and each of them trembled from head to toe. Crack! Ling Xiao punched out, and golden lightning flashed. The second holy son's jade corpse's chest caved in from Ling Zhao's punch, and it was sent flying back. Boom! A few half-step supremes struggled to withstand the lightning tribulation, and when Ling Zhao's foot landed, they did not even have the slightest strength to resist, and were trampled into meat paste. Rumble! Ling Xiao bathed in the lightning tribulation, and chased after the second holy son and the rest of the half-step supremes. This was simply a massacre. Under the lightning tribulation, some of the 12 half-step supremes were severely injured, and in the end, died in the hands of Ling Xiao. Some were even directly killed by the lightning tribulation. Bang! The jade corpse pounced toward Ling Xiao again, and killing intent flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. He executed the great soul destruction art, and a black soul destruction needle was struck between the eyebrows of the jade corpse. Rumble! A terrifying soul destruction force exploded, and the jade corpse roared into the sky. The second holy son's primordial spirit in the jade corpse instantly suffered a great backlash. Puff! The second holy son suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with incomparable fear. He immediately fled in the direction of the sky-scorching demon emperor. Sky-scorching demon emperor, save me! The second holy son screamed at the top of his lungs. He was incomparably terrified, and he felt the threat of death. Even the sky-scorching demon emperor can't save you. A cold light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes, and he threw a punch toward the second holy son. Crack! The sky shook, and the surrounding void seemed to have been shattered by the punch. The second Holy Sun's body exploded into a bloody mist in the void, and not even his bones were left. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. The sky-scorching demon emperor's furious voice resounded, and his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Ling Xiao condensed the heavenly emperor's celestial body, and attracted the lightning tribulation, and the commotion was too shocking. How could the sky-scorching demon emperor not sense it? However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to be daring enough to bathe in the lightning tribulation, and kill the second Holy Sun and the rest when he was undergoing the tribulation. The sky-scorching demon emperor felt that his dignity was being challenged. The one courting death is not me, but you. Sky-scorching demon emperor, fight with me. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao laughed, and his eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. Rumble, Ling Xiao soared into the sky while dragon pressure suffused his body, and then he smashed his fist towards the ocean of lightning tribulation in the sky. Crack, a terrifying glow erupted from his fist and swept through the world. Large expanses of space were shattered, and the ocean of lightning tribulation in the sky had actually been blasted into pieces by Ling Xiao's fist. Swoosh, Ling Xiao swallowed, and all the lightning tribulation that covered the sky were swallowed into his stomach like a whale swallowing an ocean. His cultivation rose swiftly as well, the 6th level of the monarch realm, the 7th level of the monarch realm, the 8th level of the monarch realm, the 9th level of the monarch realm. Ling Xiao's cultivation rose all the way to the peak of the 9th level of the monarch realm after he absorbed the tribulation lightning. In such a short period of time, Ling Xiao had condensed a Dharma idol, and his cultivation had skyrocketed all the way to the peak of the 9th level of the monarch realm. At this moment, Ling Xiao's entire body was covered in a golden glow while the energy of the laws intertwined. The celestial emperor Dharma idol behind him suppressed the chaos and coiled around 3,000 worlds. It was like a supreme emperor who had created the world and suppressed the ages, and it emanated an aura that made all living beings revere and submit to it. Ling Xiao's accumulated strength had erupted, and his cultivation had skyrocketed once more. His strength had risen by more than 10 times. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally had the ability to face the heaven-scorching demon emperor head-on. Rumble. At the same time, the heaven-scorching demon emperor's body glowed brightly with strands of pure gold divine light. He slapped down with his palm, and endless energy of the laws converged as if the entire world had merged into his palm. The 6 geniuses who were already at the end of their rope instantly shook and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their auras instantly became extremely weak. He'd defeated 6 geniuses with a single palm strike. The heaven-scorching demon emperor stood at the peak of the sky. His golden armor glowed resplendently, and his red hair fluttered like blazing flames. His eyes were bright and dazzling, and they were filled with peerless battle intent. You're qualified to fight me, but the outcome won't be any different. You'll lose this battle, and the demon saint's inheritance will belong to me. The heaven-scorching demon emperor looked indifferently at Ling Xiao with a trace of surprise in his eyes. I've never been defeated. Not in the past, and not in the future. Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. These few short words revealed an incomparably strong self-confidence. I've never been defeated. Even you, the heaven-scorching demon emperor, aren't qualified to defeat me. How arrogant. Then let's see if your strength is as great as your mouth. The heaven-scorching demon emperor spoke indifferently. He instantly attacked. Boom, the surrounding space shook as a desolate, ancient, dignified, and mysterious aura erupted from the heaven-scorching demon emperor. It was like a primordial divine beast had awakened, and it emanated an unparalleled aura. The heaven-scorching demon emperor punched towards Ling Xiao. His fist was peerless, and it contained a force that caused the world to tremble. Ling Xiao noticed that the heaven-scorching demon emperor's fist was surrounded by the mysterious energy of the laws. It seemed to have faint crimson scales that contained a vast and terrifying force. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he activated the heavenly dragon's constitution and threw a punch at the sky-burning demon emperor. Crack, the sky was split open in an instant. Boundless spatial turbulence filled the air. Ling Xiao and the sky-burning demon emperor's fists collided. A muffled sound was heard, like the beating of a drum. Blazing light filled the air. Ling Xiao and the sky-burning demon emperor flew back at the same time and stood in the starry sky. Ling Xiao's arm felt slightly numb, and his gaze turned serious. The sky-burning demon emperor was just as he had imagined. He was a pure-blooded divine beast with an extremely powerful physical body. He was not any weaker than Xianxia, who had cultivated the body of the heavenly dragon. On top of that, the sky-scorching beast dominator had even overcome the tribulation of the four symbols, allowing him to merge with Zhou Tian. His flesh might even be stronger than Ling Zhao's. To be able to cultivate such a powerful physical body as a human, your talent is indeed not bad. But your mistake is that you shouldn't have made me your enemy, the sky-burning demon emperor said indifferently. With a flash of his figure, he came across the sky like a crimson bolt of lightning. In an instant, he threw over 100 punches at Ling Xiao. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao and the sky-burning demon emperor collided rapidly in the void. Their figures crisscrossed like two bolts of lightning. They were extremely fast. The crowd could only hear a series of muffled sounds that shook the sky. The stars in the surroundings trembled violently, spewing out endless starlight. Ling Zhao's physical body is actually comparable to the sky-burning demon emperor's? He's indeed a demon. Someone exclaimed in shock. His eyes were filled with shock. Who was the sky-burning demon emperor? The #1 genius of the heavenly demon palace, who had made a name for himself in the war god continent 20 years ago. It could be said that the sky-burning demon emperor was not a genius of the same generation as Li Jingming, Jian Wushuang, and Ling Xiao, but a genius expert of the previous generation. No one knew what the original form of the sky-burning demon emperor was, but everyone knew that the sky-burning demon emperor was a pure-blooded divine beast with extraordinary talent. In the entire demon clan, only the 9th prince of the Crystal Palace, Long Outyin, could be compared to him. However, Long Outyin was too young and had not grown up. The sky-burning demon emperor could be said to be the #1 genius of the entire demon clan. The physical body of the demon clan was already the best in the world. It was difficult for the human clan to beat the demon clan in physical body, let alone a pure-blooded divine beast. Therefore, the fact that Ling Xiao could compete with the sky-burning demon emperor in physical body shocked many experts of the demon clan. My cousin Ling Zhao's innate talent is truly abnormal. However, the bloodline power in his body has not been activated. How could he cultivate such a pure heavenly dragon military body? Long Zhantian smiled bitterly and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Ling Xiao is a bastard. He stole my limelight again. Zhao Ritian gritted his teeth and said gloomily. He originally wanted to amaze the world with his holy body of the sun. However, he did not expect the sky-burning demon emperor to be so terrifying. Even with the power of the 6 supreme talents, they were still no match for the sky-burning demon emperor. Ling Zhao's terrifying combat strength made Zhao Ritian fearful and helpless. What's a little limelight? Don't worry about it. If Ling Xiao can defeat the sky-burning demon emperor, he will have helped you. At that time, the demon saint's inheritance will be yours. No one will fight with you for it. The second uncle comforted him. All right. When I get the demon saint's inheritance, I will let Ling Xiao know how powerful I am. Zhao Ritian nodded and said. When Jian Wushuang and Li Jingming saw the battle between Ling Xiao and the sky-burning demon emperor, there was a trace of strong fighting spirit in their eyes. One of them was a sword maniac and the other was a battle maniac. When they saw such strong opponents like Ling Xiao and the sky-burning demon emperor, they were naturally excited and secretly wanted to find a chance to fight with Ling Xiao. Boom! In the starry sky, the fluctuations of the battle were extremely violent. The battle between Ling Xiao and the sky-burning demon emperor was purely a physical fight. Fist to fist, fierce fighting. Monstrous chi and blood filled the void, causing people to be shaken. Boom! There was a burst of divine light. It was like a sun had exploded, causing endless light and heat. The sky-scorching demon emperor stepped into the void. With every step he took, the aura around him grew stronger. He took 9 steps in a row, causing the void to tremble. Dense purple clouds shrouded the sky as he stomped towards Ling Xiao. End of chapter 655. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.